effect still occurs. And if I add inverse refraction, shit gets really freaky for the flat Earth. So I just decided not to use refraction.
Yeah, that's because you think you know how it's. That's because you think you know how it's bending, and by how much. If you don't know, and it's different amounts here or there or whatever, you could have something crazy. What if there's magnification happening?
You sound like you're about to make us an offer.
So the issue with magnification, I've heard this a lot. Magnification, there's a few properties of magnification that you need to be aware of, and that's the when you coalesce light into a cone, there is a specific place that you sit in order for magnification to occur uniformly and without incredible distortion. If you take a magnifying glass and move it far away or closer in, you'll see that you'll get an upside down image. That's what magnification does. Now, if you move the magnifying glass left or right, you get some really freaky effects. You have to sit in a certain spot. Magnification requires control and uniformity to produce something that doesn't look like wacky LSD shit.
I hear you. In order to make any definitive claims on this, though, with this thing that's happening miles and miles away, we'd have to measure which way the light's bending and get some actual positions and shit before we can make any definitive claims on what's actually going on out there.
Yeah, I absolutely, well, I partially agree with you, and I will say that I will not make a claim that the Earth is a globe. I will just say that every time I build a geometric model to produce predictions that I can measure against reality, it appears to always match and be within tolerances, and flat Earth never has been. I'm not saying it's a globe. I'm saying it's incredibly accurate for predictions and is useful in everything that I've tried.
If we're strictly going to use geometry, you know, we've geometrically debunked the radius that you guys have. So we're definitely not going to just be using just geometry.
I didn't have a radius.
Oh,
if we're just using geometry, Earth is not 3959 radius, and you guys got major fucking issues.
All I do is I input the, well, actually, I think, what did I input? 6 point, or whatever, I looked it up at the time, but 6.2 million meter radius sphere. I didn't even you know, care about the slight little bulge. And I use that to predict reality, and it matches like to within 100. I mean, no prediction is ever 100% accurate, but it accurately matches to within usability, you know, far in excess. I know the angle of the solar, you know, I know the angle of the light to the solar panels throughout the year. I had an extension built, and I was able to track on the floor before the windows went in where the sun, because I actually didn't want it in my face when I was sat in the living area, and I didn't want it in the cooking area in your face if you're cooking at certain times. So I was able to plot where it was going to be on the floor throughout the day, throughout the year, so that didn't happen, based purely on 6.2 million meter radius sphere and a very distant sun. And I wouldn't be able to do that if the Earth were flat, or if I used a flat Earth model. Sorry, correction. If I used a flat Earth model, I wouldn't be able to do that.
I mean, you could.
No, that's very. All right, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, dude.
I wasn't even talking to you. That candy's for Easter. Don't touch that.
An asshole.
All right, I wouldn't make any. Like I said, you partially agreed. I know you want to absolutely agree with me, but you can't say it out loud. That we shouldn't make any definitive claims on this because you don't know which way the light's actually bending. It could just be bending the way Walter Bislin has it that you guys say can't happen, but it could be happening. But
you can't say anything out loud.
What's up?
At least, wait a minute. At least this isn't
that was very funny. I got it.
At least this isn't like the other Flat Earth Discord. I don't know what it's called. What is it? Flat Earth. Well, the big one that's always YouTube.
This is the big one. Yo, this is the big one, my man. You're at the big boy table now.
Okay, yeah, no.
This is where it goes down right here.
I'm with the grown. No. Wait a minute. I'm with the grown-ups. I think they have more members, but I'm definitely with the grown-ups because they wouldn't let me talk, and they kept muting me. And the only time that they would unmute me if I said that, what was it? I had to say that when I look out over the ocean, there is a big bulge of water, and they wouldn't let me talk anymore unless I actually said those words.
A 24/7.
There is a
Probably.
bulge
Yeah,
in your
that's it.
model. There is a giant bulge of water in your model. It's called the Sagitta.
No, but wait a
Which I
minute. I actually agreed to this. I said this. I said, look, I don't call it a bulge. I would not look at a snooker ball and say, look at all those bulges that make up that snooker ball. I just wouldn't do it. That is weird to me.
That's clever, man. That's clever.
Yeah,
That's a
but
good way
if
of
you
putting
were
it, dude.
on it, but if you were an ant on a snooker ball, looking at another ant's tower that they built on a snooker ball, you'd be like, "Oh shit, there's a big bulge in between me and that fucking me and
Yeah,
the
but
bottom of that building tower
that's
or
like
whatever."
slang. It's like slang or something, man. I mean, like the way he put
Yeah,
it
it's
just now
slang
was
for
was
Sagitta.
clever.
It's slang for Sagitta, the actual word.
Sagitta, yeah.
Yeah,
Hump or
there's an
bulge,
actual
hump and
word.
bulge is.
Dude, you have a
I agree.
word describing the hump/bulge. What do you mean?
Yeah, but you
That's
wouldn't
true.
look, move your eye down you know, when you look down, when you use the shortening of kind of a curved surface, so when you're looking down a plank of wood to see how true it is, you wouldn't say, oh, look at that bulge. You'd say it's curved. Colloquialism there, well, you wouldn't say, oh, this is bulging.
I know, but in your
I might say that.
when you're looking at a building and it's cut off, you can't see the bottom of it. That's a hump/bulge, and they have a measurement for it called the Sagitta.
So the way that I disagree with that is a hump to me requires two differences in elevation, an incline and a decline from my current position, or I need to be able to be on any of those points. A hump is defined in elevation by two changes, and I could agree with you. However, on the globe model,
It's a
there's
change
no
in the
elevation
chord.
change.
It's a change in the chord. It's a hump from the chord in your model.
I think you're on about a single vector, but no, it's not. Not
No,
on a
the
sphere.
chord.
A sphere is not made of bulges.
There's a line from your feet to whatever your bottom of your building you're looking at feet in your globe model. That line, that actual straight line that would go underground in your under your globe.
You mean
That's
the
the
one
chord.
pointing down? Yes.
Yeah, it's called a chord. That's where the bulge is from that chord. It's a hump or a bulge from that chord. The
Oh,
peak of it is called the.
right, I'll give you this. If gravity conformed to being perpendicular to the vector that you just defined, it's definitely a hump, but that's not what happens. So no, not on my model, I'm afraid.
Well, I mean, on the globe Earth model, there's a chord in between your feet and somebody else's feet, or the feet of a building, or whatever, the bottom of a building. That line
Yes,
that would
and
create that straight
but
line.
Jeremy,
It's called a chord.
to someone else in Australia, like I'm in the UK now, someone else in Australia, yeah, there's a chord, but I won't say there's a massive bulge in between us. We're just at opposite sides of a sphere, mate. Honestly.
Yeah, if you were to draw this out on a sheet of paper with the chord, it'd be a giant bulge on the chord, on the line. A hump or a bulge or
It'd
a
be a
sagitta.
semicircle.
It's called a sagitta. There's a measurement for the height of the bulge. You have an actual term for the measurement of where that bulge is at its highest point.
I'm just saying, I don't call it a bulge. It's if we're on about 3D space, it's just a part of an arc, and that's it. And that arc is forever dropping away. So it never increases from me. If we're looking over water, never increases from me and then drops down. It does not. That's not what happens.
It never raises in elevation.
Correct.
Yeah, I would agree to that. Absolutely. It's a bulge nonetheless from the chord.
Not what I call a bulge.
It's a bulge, dude. You got a straight line and then a hump and then a curve, a
It's not a hump.
semicircle, whatever you want to call that little
An
arc.
arc. We'll call it an arc.
I'm not calling it that. I'm going to call it an arc. I don't even know what word you're using.
My accent,
No,
yeah,
man.
I get it. Sorry, an arc.
Oh, right, yeah, from Lord of the Rings. No, but
Oh, wait a minute. Let me say Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark.
Wow, that
No,
sounded even crazier.
It is Ark.
You sounded like a serial killer just now.
It's called Yorkshire in the United Kingdom. There's a few of us.
you know
So,
Gleam, right? Stingray Gleam.
I do indeed. He can
Where's it?
actually sing, that dude.
Yeah, I know he's a good rapper. He's got this one flow, but all the ballers is pretty funny. But hey,
Where's Gleam? What part of the country is Gleam from? He's got a unique accent.
Yeah, no, he's not. Wait, I think he's Brummie, so Birmingham, so north.
Oh no shit.
Yeah,
it's like Brummie.
Brummie's accent sounds like he's from the hood.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, dude.
They got the accent. You know,
they both kind of got a little bit.
Who was that guy, Rizla? He sounded like a Grand Theft Auto extra.
He does.
He sounded like he was straight gangster.
Yeah, he is, man. We always got into it, and we were cool sometimes, but barely ever. But he hates me. He really hates me. But we used to be cool for a little bit.
Well, I'm going to go play The Walking Dead on PSVR 2 because it scares the shit out of me. So I'll bid you guys farewell.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you too, man. Hey, it sounds like Jeremy's playing that game in real. Jeremy's playing that game in real life right now.
No, you're playing that game in real life because I've killed you so many times in here. You're like a zombie at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you sound like. Just to let you know, but
I sound like what you probably look like at this point.
Asshole! I gotta go fix some shit set up here. I'm sorry for
all that noise over there. He's trying to flex tape his fucking arm back on because it's falling off because that's what zombies do.
I couldn't say shit fast enough. I'm like hot sauce on the floor. I'll be right back though.
I could say some crazy shit, but we're trying to clean our act up here, so. You guys got that hump? My hump, my hump, my hump. Bulge hump, call it whatever you want. Arc or arc. I can't even say it like you said it, especially with my voice like this.
Arc.
Arc.
Hey, Jeremy, the Stingray, I couldn't talk, man. I always comes in when I can't talk. The Stingray is the old, the original, how do you call it? Making models, the model man, right?
He's the triple OG. I think I heard him on Oakley's a long time ago.
Yeah, he's the triple OG. But at one point he retired, And I made fun of him then. I said, look, dude, don't say you're going to retire. You're going to come back. No, SC, I'm done, blah, blah. Now, the funny thing is, and I would have roasted him on this, the first thing he did when he came back, he had a model of the hump and the drop to go against the skateboard paradox or the twin boat paradox. So I think they brought him back just to make a model, just to debunk that.
He's Kosho's favorite, Glover's daddy, favorite Glover's daddy.
Yeah.
He's like the grandpa Glover. He's like the Glover grandpa.
Yeah, he's an OG.
He's the greatest Glover grandpa, Triple G.
Yeah, too bad I don't have time, man. I could tell you more. Another time.
I think I heard him presenting a model on Oakley's like 5-6 years ago. I don't know, a long time ago, 4 or 5 years ago. He's at the top of the list for the Oakley toe tags.
I was thinking about that personal dome of perspective. So like during the daytime, it's obvious here. I was just thinking that maybe at nighttime, that personal dome of perspective actually gets larger. Maybe it could get twice as large. So that might put the measurements off just a little bit, but I still think there would be a personal dome of perspective at nighttime with the stars. But I just think that it won't be the same size during the nighttime as the daytime, because in the daytime you have way more magnification, way more light, ambient light, to shrink that dome of perspective down. So I don't think it's a uniform measurement with that dome of perspective idea that Witz is talking about, although I do believe it's true.
I don't think it's a sphere. I mean, bro, you can see the land. If picture there's a building out there. Picture there's a building out there. I was debating someone earlier on this. You got a building way out. You can't see the bottom of it. You can only see the tippy top of it. It's a 50-story building. You can only ever see the tippy top of it. If you saw in a sphere, you would see that the bottom and not the top.
Well, it depends.
The building would be like sticking up out of the dome, basically, that you could see in.
Well, that would bring into plumb lines parallel, but like you have a convex surface that you're looking at the edge of that dome of perspective. Wouldn't that shrink anything that is in that arc, in that distance? It would maybe shrink it. It would lean it to the top towards you. And the main thing I was concerned about is that dome of perspective. I don't think it's going to be a standard measurement for the day and the night. I think they're going to be different measurements. Just because you don't have the same light, you don't have the same magnification, you're going to be able to probably see further. That dome of perspective at night will be bigger. And that's probably a good reason to be able to use those infrared cameras like Jay Tolan.
Just saying, bro. It's not. I don't think it's a sphere when you're on the ground. At least you'd be able to see out just as far horizontally. Like you shouldn't see the top of that building that's at the edge of the dome, but we can only see the top.
Yeah, but in the daytime, you look around you, the sky is falling and curving down towards the horizon. Everything is dropping towards the horizon from the sky like a dome.
Yeah, but it's not dropping. It's just going away from you in your perspective.
But it's in a curved.
No,
shape.
I think our eyes make it look like a curve.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. This dome of perspective is about what you see.
Yeah, because in reality, I mean, according to their measurement, whatever, it's 80 miles square that the Earth should be falling away from you. So that doesn't happen in reality.
The whole point is to discuss about the apparent position of the stars. They're not actually where where you're seeing them. So the angles will be the same. Like the angles in that dome of perspective in the daytime and the nighttime, they will be the same, but the dome will be larger. So the distance from you to the apparent position of the star at nighttime, if you could see the star in the daytime, it would be closer, but the angle would be the same. So you should get, if you could see a star in the daytime, the angular resolution, the size of the star would probably be bigger in the daytime if you could see it, because it would be closer in your dome of perspective. Because at night you don't have that atmosphere, you don't have that magnification of the light.
Hey, can you get out of the refrigerator? This dome thing may work for the sky and the stars and stuff, but if you start applying it to everything, it doesn't work.
So you think there's only a dome of perspective at nighttime?
No, because you could have the same thing with the building. It doesn't work on the ground. For stuff on the ground, it doesn't work. Because if you have a building and there's a little light on the top of it and you can only ever see the light, You know, you should the top on the top. You should be able to see the bottom too. Not the top, actually. It'd be reversed. I think there's other shit going on. I think it is bendy light. Just not like the Glovers think. Magnification, maybe it's bending the other way. I don't know, whatever. Some kind of refractive effect. Like I said, that dome very well could work for everything in the sky. Yeah. Well, I don't know about the Southern Star Trail spinning another way, how it solves that, but as far as the dome thing for shit in the sky as what we see, then I guess so. I don't think the sky is going to tell us what the ground's doing. I mean, that's just me personally. You could find a southern star. You could find a southern 24-hour sun in the south. That's not a game change break. It's not a deal breaker for me.
I think this place has a lot of illusions.
Yeah, I think God did to us, or the creator, whatever you want to call him.
Yep.
I think the creator did to us what we do to animals in zoos. We used to just put them in a cage, little cage. There's the animal in the cage. Now we build these natural boundaries so it doesn't even feel like they're trapped. We give them a bunch of negative reinforcements. There's a thick tree line or a river and a moat or some shit we built. You know what I mean? We make these like natural boundaries.
Yeah, but
We make
right, but I think we also do that with. I think our minds fill in or what is there that we can't see.
I'm just saying, I think
It's
whatever
an
the
illusion.
creator,
Yep.
yeah, I think the creator did not want us to leave here. Any of the Bible people got to believe that because the Tower of Babel. So
No, I don't think we're not supposed to live here. I think we're not supposed to know
no,
how
leave.
everything
I said
works.
leave.
Oh,
I said
maybe.
leave.
Gotcha. No, I think there's a possibility he wants us to stay, but that's our choice, right? I think we could leave
I
if we
don't think
really
so.
wanted to.
I don't know. I'm not so sure. If I made something that was this crazy, I would not want this shit getting out of the box. Who knows? Look, I mean, I don't know.
What if this place is just a puzzle for us to solve, and once we solve the puzzle, we can leave? Like it's a, what do you call those mazes that you have to find your way through?
I'm not so sure there's anywhere to even go. I don't know. Who knows?
What if we could become a star? I mean, the ancient people thought we possibly could.
I don't think that's the case, but I mean, I guess anything's possible.
I mean, I'm all right with us dying and never, that's it. If that's what it is. If people just made up, scenarios to where that didn't exist. I'm okay with that too, I guess. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yo, what up?
I was just testing my audio.
Sean, you didn't have to bounce yesterday, bro, or the other day. I was just gonna tap mute you, bro. Your shit was wild.
No. I didn't leave because of you, Jeremy. I understand what you were doing. But what the guy was doing was on purpose, and it wasn't going to stop. So I felt like being respectful and nice wasn't going to be the tactic I went for.
Yeah, kill him with kindness.
Yeah, but that's the problem though, because when you play that wordsmith bullshit game, it's just boring.
Nah,
So
that's the word play to make the brain sore.
no, that's just how you BS your bullshit that you try
What
to.
were you guys even arguing about? I
Uh,
can't even remember.
Woolly mammoths. Some story came out, blah blah blah. But the way he was talking about it was as if everything we know about them finding them wasn't real or was unlikely. We'll say. And the problem is
Yeah,
I've been on site with one, so I know they're real. And so I got on, and the only thing I said to him is, do you believe that woolly mammoths were real? And he just went on that whole dissertation about he doesn't believe, and why should he answer my question? And it was like all I did was ask a question, man. So
I'd love to see an ice core sample. They find these woolly mammoths frozen in ice. I'd love
yeah,
to see an ice core sample where they date the ice, where you don't tell people it's from right next to a woolly mammoth that was frozen in ice. You independently give the ice core sample to somebody that doesn't know where they came from and tell us what years were these from. And I'd love to see if they say it's all in the same year or not, because obviously the woolly mammoth got frozen all in the same year, right?
well, I guess you could because I'm pretty
Well, they
sure.
were frozen standing up with food, undigested food. So,
Well, it takes days for food to undigest, especially in something that's eaten,
I know.
green.
So if you found the ice that they were in and you did an ice core sample of it, it wouldn't come back to where the bottom layer of the woolly mammoth's feet was thousands or millions of years later than the top where his head was, right?
Well, it wouldn't have taken that long for it to freeze. It would have been more rapid, right?
I know. That's why. Do you see why I want to take an ice core sample of
Oh, absolutely. No, yeah, absolutely.
like
Because
independent blind so they don't know where it came from? Just give us the dates. If all this chemical shit works, just tell us what dates these ice layers this ice core goes through.
but that is also. Well, see, I don't want to say because it would make more sense that they actually do that. I wouldn't doubt if in those in the reports about it, if they didn't take samples around, it would make sense to.
Yeah,
Because
but to then pass it off to a blind group of people that don't know where the ice core samples came from, because like I said, if all the chemical shit dating works, they wouldn't you wouldn't need to tell them anything about it. You just hand them this ice core sample and have them tell the dates. Now, from the head to the feet, they shouldn't get more than should all
well,
happen in the same year, right? I mean,
how deep? No. So when they date anything, I I think I've read anything 5,000 years old or older. It is a very wide window. So if they say something's 10,000 years old, that thing could be 8,000 years old. That thing could be 16,000 years old, as far as I'm concerned. But it is definitely never to a date ever. I mean, unless you're a child, and that's even under 100 years they're doing that. After that, you
I
can't.
know, dude. When they do ice core samples, they say this inch is from 2000 BC. This next inch is from 3000 BC. This next inch is from 5000. You know
Well,
what I'm saying? So I'd love to
yeah.
see what dating they were to give to an ice core sample that
Well,
came
yeah.
right next to a woolly mammoth that got flash froze in a few days.
Yeah, I mean, would it be? Luckily, the frozen process preserves everything so much better than anything that besides tar, probably. But yeah, I mean, I agree. It would just be interesting. I don't think it would be a prove or disprove of anything. I think it'd just be interesting to
It
know
would
that.
show us if your dating methods work of ice core samples.
Why wouldn't it? What would be the process that would be just?
I said this could tell us if
Oh,
they come
absolutely.
back. If you have an ice core sample from the woolly mammoth's feet to his head, and they come back and tell you there's fucking 10,000 year difference from the top to the bottom, we know that it's a no brainer and that their shit don't work.
Well, that's kind of what happens. Was it 150 years ago? They probably had a way of trying to test things or things they looked for to date things, and a guy would say, okay, this bone is 5,000 years old, and then 50 years later, a student, he's looking over it with some different type of testing, and he's like, this thing's actually only like 2,000 years old. I could tell because our technology is better. And so the way they did it prior to that gets kind of sponged, and it's kind of like, hey, it's not as accurate. You can get within this, but we want better. And that's just what happens over time.
Would you agree if we had the ice core sample from the mammoth's feet to his head, and they came back and told you there was a 10,000 year difference from the top to the bottom, that we would not be anywhere near accurate of dating ice core samples?
I think that is very specific of a test. I don't know if, especially you couldn't do it blind because you'd have to know what was going on or where to do it. But
no, you do it blind. You have to.
I think yes,
you have.
I absolutely think so. Yes, but just in that vicinity of that mammoth, from head to toe, was 10,000 years difference. Yeah, I would have a problem with that unless. No, yeah, I'd have a problem with that because the only way I could see that happening is if it was like rapid freeze and then only a few inches thawed out, but then refroze. So like different molecules from different time periods that after melts would get trapped. So that would do it. But again, then the mammoth is going to decay a lot more than you see a gradient of decay. But
There's no way you could have it to be exposed for 10,000 years.
No. You're right, 100%. I was just spitballing.
I'm always right.
No, you're definitely not at all.
I'm always right.
No. You just say words. Like you're not like you didn't figure this out. This is just how it works.
I freestyled that. You tried to argue it. I freestyled that. You tried to argue it against it, and I was right, of course.
No. I tried to.
My freestyle's better than your written.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. You're right, Derby. You're always right. See, yeah, damn, you're right. Now you done jerking your own brain off? Because you're always wrong.
But you could do it blind. Hold on, one more thing I was right about. You could do this as a blind test. Obviously, the guy taking an ice core sample and he could see the woolly mammoth, that's not blind. But he could pass that off to somebody who wouldn't know where the ice core sample came from, and they would be blind to it. And if all the chemical processes work, they should be able to tell. They don't need to know where it comes from or anything. They could just do it blind with the chemicals or whatever kind of goofy shit they do.
Well, who did the test? Who did the testing on the samples they did have?
I don't know.
But, okay, well, most likely, like as far as I know, most likely most of those places they may do the test, like some testing to verify for themselves. But for it to be legitimate, they usually send those off to labs that don't have any affiliation. So that may have already happened. The information you're asking for may already be out there.
Well, get it up, mammoth boy. You're the mammoth expert here. You said you touched the mammoth or something, right?
No, I didn't say I touched it, and they wouldn't let you touch it. And no, I'm not a mammoth expert. But again, this is your thing. I'm definitely not going to go look for it right now. That's for damn sure.
I'll go find it. Citation.
Nah. I got better things to do.
That would be a good way to tell, though. Tell me
Yeah.
that would be a good way to tell if we were good at.
Okay, if we found a mammoth and they did the testing and the molecule or the bacteria or whatever organisms, there you go, that they do test for decay, are all within a reasonable amount of time. You know, they're all in the same area. Then what? That means mammoths are real, and the dating behind them is real, right? Now, you're not
The
like a
whole
really
column of ice would have to. The whole column of ice next to the woolly mammoth, from its feet to its head, would have to date to the same year.
no, same period. Again, you can't get that accurate. Same period is what you want, right? Because
There shouldn't be any time difference. There shouldn't be any time difference from his feet to his head.
yes, yeah, okay. There shouldn't be a decay range that is not conducive for the same time. I get it, okay, but don't ask for same day. Don't ask for same year. Don't even ask for same decade or century.
Same time. Whatever time they date the feet to, they got to date
Okay.
the head to that date or something
Okay.
close at least. It can't
Okay.
be 10,000, 5,000 years off.
You're right, 100% right. Now, you're not like a really religious person, so maybe I can get a better, honest answer out of you. So if we got those tests, they were blind. There's no doubt. Like Jeremy, like you were head of that lab in testing, so you know that the results are legit. That means mammoths are real. The dating is real, or is legit, but that also means the biblical timeline is off.
Oh, dude, I have no problem with it. I actually think there was an ice age. Mammoths are real. I mean, I don't have any problem with any of the dates or anything.
You just
Like
want more
that whole
precise-
thing this whole mammoth thing could all be true exactly how you guys say, and I'd be fine with it.
Well, the thing is about mammoths, it is so nowhere near in the same discussion as dinosaurs, but it's conflated for creationists. They are so far apart from each other that we don't even in science. I don't even think they even talk about them together because it's just not.
It's tough to. I mean, whatever a dinosaur is called now, there's definitely things where I've seen. I mean, I've never touched one like you touched a woolly mammoth, but I've seen a lot of pictures of when they're chiseling it out. Like you could see the whole outline of whatever creature that was. That was some weird ass fucking creature. Oh, I mean, if that's what they're calling the dinosaurs, then I mean, it definitely looks like there was something there that doesn't look like some kind of natural rock formation or something. It definitely looks like something was living there. Some kind of reptile or animal or whatever. Something. Some kind of. It looks like an animal structure, you know.
Doesn't
there
look
was
like
the
a
Bone
gazelle.
Wars. Problem with dinosaurs either. If dinosaurs are a real thing, whatever. Giant lizards. I think everything used to be giant. I think there's some good evidence for those mountains are tree stumps. Some of these mountains look just like tree stumps.
God.
We went over this. You could petrify shit or whatever the fuck it's called. Petrification.
Go look at petrified wood, and you'll still see the grains in it, the cell structure, and all that stuff. You don't have that with the.
No, it doesn't.
Giant.
Has the same octagonal shape or whatever the trees.
There is no octagonal shape inside of plants except at the cell level, not at the macro structures level. That's at macro structure level.
The cells were bigger in the old trees, so you could see them better. Because they're bigger trees, bigger cells. All right, bigger tree, bigger cells. No, that not work.
Doesn't seem to work in any other animal life form. Elephants have the same size cells as people.
If we did like a 100x on the size of a human or 1,000x, we wouldn't have bigger cells. They'd still be little teeny tiny cells.
Well, show me an animal that's got bigger cells. I think a blue whale has a cell that's similar to the size of a human cell.
Yeah, are they a little bigger? Because I mean, whales are on the size of a tree to a mountain. A human to a whale. I mean, yeah, the whale's bigger. I don't know if it's the right scale, but maybe trees work different. I don't fucking know. You got to admit, they look just like a fucking tree stump, no?
There's lots of things that look like things. Where you get into the details.
Like Pluto the dog on the planet Pluto.
Yeah, that's
What
a
are the chances,
wonderful
though?
example of pareidolia.
Yeah, but what are
Without
the
them,
chances of
if they hadn't highlighted that for you, you never would have picked it out yourself.
Walt Disney was in on it with him, though, bro. He was making all kinds of propaganda. He was helping fake the. Yeah, he was in on it with him, dude. The elites,
Yeah.
big time. They're like, listen, we'll hook you up. We'll put kind of an image of Pluto on the planet. We'll name the whole planet after it. You'll be good. What came
50
first,
years
Pluto
earlier.
to dog? What came first, Pluto to dog or Pluto to planet?
Oh, I think the planet, but I'm not positive. When did Pluto get discovered? In the 50s?
I don't know. If it was the 50s, I don't know when the dog came about, but could be close. We have a barn burner here.
Right. When was Pluto discovered?
Yeah, what is it? What are we like?
Yeah, 1930. Now let's go for when Pluto the dog came about.
What are we gonna do? Go look for Ray Brower next?
What's up? Did you find the dates?
1930 was a planet.
Pluto a
Looks
dog
like
or a mouse?
we might have a correlation there. 1930 was also the year the dog came out. But of course, the image of Pluto on Pluto that doesn't
Same.
look like Pluto. But
Hold
that actually didn't occur until the
I don't think Pluto's a
2010s or
dog
something.
anyway. I think Pluto's a mouse and Goofy's a dog. You guys got it all fucked up. You gotta go back and watch Stand
Hold
By
on.
Me.
You're telling me Pluto the planet and Pluto the dog came out in the same year? Are you
Yep.
kidding me? Wow, bro. Wowzers. That's just like the coincidence of Adobe Photoshop and Hubble. Same year, shit. Wow, it's amazing.
Pluto's a mouse, bro. He's gotta be a mouse.
Why is he a mouse?
Does he ever bark?
You might be
Some
thinking of a
dogs
different
don't bark.
Pluto, dude. No, Pluto's a dog.
I don't know. You guys gotta go back and watch Stand By Me.
This is the
Stand by
first,
me.
Same
first
year with the
appeared in a
Plutos.
thing called the Chain Gang in 1930 from Disney.
Is that crazy? The same year, though?
Not really.
You don't think so?
Yeah, you could. I mean, from mainstream perspective, they could say, well, they discovered this planet, and then Disney decided to do a little homage to the planet thing and calling their dog character Pluto.
Could be. Also, you'd have to look and find out how many dogs in that age were called Pluto. Was it a thing? Fido or whatever the hell else people call him.
All right, we're just going to
Back
put
in
this in
time.
the coincidence list with all the other fucking coincidences.
I like how when I Google Pluto dog, it like in the first page of images, like right on the main page, it's got a picture of the Pluto planet with the dog in it.
That's probably got to do with your searches. I didn't get that. I looked up Pluto character, but let's see. Just Pluto.
I typed in Pluto dog.
Okay.
It's from a website called Dogster, which is all about dogs. So it's not even about a NASA line.
Look, have you ever looked at Pluto's tail? Tell me that's a dog tail or a mouse tail. It's a mouse tail, dude.
Okay. What kind of ears are those? Those mouse ears?
Yep.
Those mouse legs?
Definitely mouse teeth.
You got some Pete Shea level pareidolia going on there, dude.
Well, I understand, Moyak, you're skeptical about these things, but I think sometimes it feels like it's like those like tech support scammers that call you up and they pretend to be Microsoft. They want you to go get gift cards or whatever. It's like sometimes it's like trying to like I feel like telling you guys this stuff. It's almost like trying to convince somebody who like calls you up. They're like, dude, I got a call from Microsoft. They're gonna fix my computer. I got to run to the store and grab these gift cards, man. I'll be back in 20 minutes. And you're like, no, stop, dude. They're scamming you.
That's how I look at it with you guys believing in flat Earth.
The person's like, no, dude, they said they were Microsoft. They said they're legit. The guy sounded, they're like trying to convince you that it's legit.
Yeah, but I see the same thing happen on the flat Earth side. It's like, oh, look at this guy, Jay Tolan. He gave this great evidence. It's like, no, he's scamming you.
Well, I've looked into all Jay Tolan's work. I don't see any scams or con artists at all in his work. He's taken good photography. He's analyzed them to the best of his capacity. So yeah, I don't think I've never detected any.
So you're saying he's incapable?
I did not say that. I said I have not seen any evidences of deception or indications that he's doing anything deceptive. That's what I said.
Again, let's give him a case of wicked pareidolia and let him go. Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe he thinks that that's what that lake looks like or that mountain looks like, but it is about the height of incompetence when you get down to it. The Baja is the only one that I really went into in depth. Then recently I went into the Florida one. And the Florida one is completely in keeping with the globe model. So he strawmans the globe model. He even seems like smart enough to understand some of this stuff. So I go for it being a con.
I mean, would he get a couple things wrong? I've seen some of this guy's stuff, but
every video I've seen of his where he makes extreme range claims, he either misrepresents the globe model, what you should expect to see, or he misrepresents what he's seeing as something it isn't.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm pretty dang sure about that.
Every video.
The ones with long range observations where he claims to see 1,200 miles and 700 miles and stuff like that, yes. The ones where he claims more rational numbers, like 180 miles, the Florida one, that one seems like he's right. It does show that. And coincidentally, he also is wrong in that that the model says you should be able to see it, or shouldn't be able to see it. He says that the model says you shouldn't see it, but in actuality, it's exactly what the model says you should see.
What happened?
I don't know about this guy. The only time I even use observations is when you guys say, hey, let's forget refraction. And then I debunk your globe. It's the only time I use these observations. Like I just did it with Slim Jim or whatever his name is. Shawshank Redemption. Stingray. Yeah, we were in the middle of an argument. He said, all right, let's forget about refraction. And I was like, all right. And we debunked your radius with the Black Swan.
Actually, the Black Swan debunks itself.
If you can't use refraction. If you can't use refraction, your radius is debunked.
Can't use refraction for either of them. It doesn't work in either model. Now you can only fall back on, well, we don't know what's happening. But it doesn't say it's not a globe, and it doesn't say it's not flat.
That is correct.
Black swan is a big nothing burger unless you start to analyze it.
Until you want to get rid of refraction, and then the black swan debunks your radius.
Until you want to give up the fact that half of that fucking thing is missing behind a clear, crisp horizon.
If you want to get rid of refraction, I have an image that totally debunks your radius. So you never want to get rid of refraction with me. Trust me.
I don't
Well,
think
neither does
anybody
flat
wants
Earth.
Depends on
though.
what you're trying to talk about.
Well, I mean,
Any scenario long range where we're going to pretend refraction doesn't exist, your globe's debunked.
Okay.
If Stingray was just trying to have a conversation with you and says, let's make it simple and just forget about refraction, do you interpret that to mean that he says it doesn't exist?
Yeah, you want to forget about refraction? Cool. Here we are
Okay.
forgetting about refraction. We're at the black swan. Your globe's debunked.
All right. In that case, I have to say that it's not possible to have a reasonable conversation with you then, Jeremy.
wait, why would we want to forget refraction? I'm confused. What is the context
Exactly.
for this?
If you forget about,
what is the context?
It's a conversation that Jeremy was having with Stingray, and Stingray apparently made a comment. Just forget about refraction for the moment.
Oh, Jeremy, come on.
We were having a conversation. We're having a conversation about what happens in the very far distance on the ground level of Earth. Stingray wants to get rid of refraction. I said, okay, if that's the case and we want to forget about refraction, I have an observation that we can forget about refraction with, and your globe's debunked.
I think you're missing the context.
I don't believe that's what Stingray was trying to do, Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy, I think you're missing
That's
the context.
exactly what he was doing. He had no, you're missing it. You weren't even here. First of all, Armbar, don't tell me I'm missing the context.
Well, I think you're missing the context. I don't know for sure, but from the sounds of it, he's not going to say get rid of it completely. I'm pretty sure he's aware that there are observations where refraction is a thing, and like with black swan, if you don't mind, can you tell me the full thing so I can kind of analyze this better?
We're making an observation of what's happening miles and miles and miles away from us at on the horizon. He wants to say, let's forget about refraction for this. Say, okay, I have something. If we're forgetting about refraction, I have this thing that debunks your globe.
Why did he say forget refraction? Do you remember why he brought that up?
Because because you guys want it both ways.
Doesn't it debunk your flat Earth?
You want it both ways
as well. If you get rid of refraction, doesn't it debunk flat Earth?
You worried about debunking flat Earth or your radius value, which you absolutely cannot live without?
Now, Jeremy, you're talking to Stingray, and I know that he had to be talking about one of his models. Stingray doesn't usually, I don't think I've ever heard him talk about an actual photograph.
We were talking about an observation that's made on Earth, long distance at the horizon.
Was he relating this to his model or not?
Sure, he was relating it to a model, but when we were talking about forget about refraction thing, hold on, Blue. When we were talking about when he said forget about refraction, we were talking about the observation that's made long distance at the horizon. There was no model involved at that point. We were just strictly talking about the observation. I know you guys want to twist shit up. We can't have it both ways. I'm sorry.
I think you're the one doing the twisting, Jeremy.
Well, to be fair, no one here is Stingray, right? So, I mean, we could probably move on because we don't really, none of us is really arguing that anyway.
We know you like to take things out of context.
Yeah, until we have the full context with Stingray, I think it's kind of pointless arguing this anyway. Me personally, that's
Then when you said that, did he say, "Oh, you're right"?
If we're talking about, yeah, he did. He said he almost said he absolutely agreed with me. Then he said he'd change it to I partially agree with you. Because if you want to talk about observations at the horizon and you want to say forget about refraction, that's when your globe got debunked. Because we have an image where if you forget about refraction, we have an image of when you forget about refraction, your radius value is way debunked. You worried about flat Earth debunked, or if
Well-
we live on a sphere the size that
Well,
has
actually,
a
I don't know
radius
if-
value
I
of
don't know
like
if-
2 million miles?
I don't even know if it would debunk the globe. It would just, now you're ignoring refraction. Now you'd have to get out measurement gear to decide whether it's still dropping to the horizon, because it would just say that refraction varies, or it would say that your view is varying of it, but it always indicates curved, or almost always curved, except for the
Well,
one time you found George Natchuk one time found something for you.
Okay, Ruhif has it at infinite over 7R, or infinite over 6R. So if you want to do the math for that, for what the radius would be at the Black Swan, go ahead. Let me know what number you come up with.
Well, hold on. This doesn't make, this is sort of like a paradox. If we say refraction doesn't exist, right, and you bring up the Black Swan, what about all the other times where the horizon isn't as far? I mean, obviously something is going on with the horizon. Are we going to assume the Earth is just getting bigger and smaller as a ball?
It's breathing. It's breathing, and there's a hill forming in front of you.
That's what happens if you try to get rid of refraction. You now have a changing sphere where at one point has a 3959 radius. Sometimes it's convex.
And you have a flat Earth with a mountain forming between you and the object.
Yeah. So Jeremy, we don't even have.
So sometimes we're in So when you forget about refraction, sometimes we have concave Earth. Sometimes we have flat Earth. Sometimes we have Earth with a radius of 3959. Sometimes we have Earth with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles.
Yes.
So if you forget about refraction, your whole heliocentric model is out the door.
Everything's out the door. We don't know what the fuck the Earth is at that point. that's a fucking weird.
That's why you don't get rid of refraction, right?
You would never assert it's flat, though.
You would never say, "Oh, let's forget about refraction," because now we don't know what the fuck's going on, right?
Nobody's trying to forget about refraction, Jeremy.
Except for the thing that Stingray just did, where he was making an observation at the horizon. He said, "Well, let's forget about refraction for this one."
Something tells me that you are misrepresenting him, but I would have to hear his.
It's all been recorded, dude.
I don't care if it's been recorded unless you post it. Hasn't been
Everyone
recorded.
can go back. This is all
an unknown time
for posterity. This is all being recorded for. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, when was it recorded? Date, time.
It was like a half an hour or an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
I thought we were talking back in history.
Yeah, we're making an observation at the horizon. He said, "Let's forget about refraction." Okay, cool. Your globe radius is debunked. We now have no idea what's going on. I pull up a George Hanachuk picture, and you got concave Earth. We're forgetting about refraction at the horizon, right? That's what you want to do.
Nope. Well, I didn't forget about refraction.
I know, that's why you would never say that.
Refraction, no matter how you slice it, 100% exists. Flat Earth or round, refraction exists.
That's why Stingray just got bodied, because he tried to forget about refraction.
He was probably making a bigger point that eluded you.
It didn't elude me. You ain't going to make no point when you're on a breathing concave, sometimes convex, sometimes flat Earth. Infinite over 6R. Just Ruhif gave us the math for that Black Swan day. Just figure out what that shape turns out to be.
Anything but flat.
You don't. What do you think infinite over 6R comes out to be?
Infinite over 6R. That would be a pretty rare condition.
Geometrically. That's the Black Swan condition.
It could be concave. Could be concave.
With infinite over 6R, it's concave?
Oh, I'm trying to think what infinite over 6R means.
What makes you say
you gotta check with Ruhif on that. Ruhif's on some crazy shit. You gotta get up for him.
Are you sure infinite over 6R isn't like something else? Like it maybe seeing your butt at that point? Maybe that's infinite over 6R? Maybe that's what he was maybe on about? I don't know.
We'll have to check with Ruhif. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, until then, maybe you
I
should.
have an idea. I have a good idea.
Now,
It means flat. So
infinite over 6.
I'm pretty sure I've heard Ruhif describe that infinite over 6R as flat. So I mean,
Yeah, but that's not the Black Swan isn't flat though. It still cuts off at the end though, so that wouldn't even be close to infinite over 6R if that is
I
the
don't know what to
case.
tell you. This is Ruhif's numbers, bro. This
No,
is Ruhif logic.
Okay, but I'm just saying if this infinite over 6R, right? If this is flat, then the Black Swan doesn't show that because the Black Swan still ends at a point. There's still a cutoff.
Okay, so
Doesn't it?
Ruhif got something else wrong. Great, we'll put that in
No,
his file.
I'm pretty sure the context was like, if assuming this is even correct, that infinite over 6R would be, you would see the entire like surface of the Earth like flat right in front of you. You know, you could probably see your ass at that point,
That's what we
probably,
see.
if I had to guess.
We see
that would
flat all in front of us. Yeah, that's what we
You
see.
know what we added to Ruhif's file the other night is that straight line segments can't be extended once established. Just add that to his file too. Why would you listen to him about anything else if he says that one statement?
I need the context for that. All right, you guys sometimes say some weird shit.
Dude, you keep y'all following the same script. You blamed it on Jeremy. Don't trust him. Probably misunderstood.
But I mean, it's Ruhif saying this, right? So shouldn't I hear from his mouth? Like, to be fair,
you were probably there defending him.
I don't know if I was.
Yeah, maybe you didn't understand him or get.
Yeah, you were there. You were his backup.
In any case,
backup dancer.
In any case, I should hear from his mouth. All right, to be fair to him. All right, that's
Get
the best way to
Ruhif and Stingray in here. We'll straighten all this shit up.
Yeah, we'll hear from them, and I'll hear the context, and I'll be like, "Oh, see, that's where you got it wrong." You know.
I'll give you the context of what we were talking about, and then you can say, "Well, Ruhif is wrong." Is that good?
No, I would want to hear from Ruhif. It's his words. Let me hear from him.
Let's move on.
Imagine if Ruhif did that to you, Rakia. So he said you said this, and then it's like, no, he totally got it wrong. You wouldn't like that, Rakia.
Okay, there's nothing to do but wait until Ruhif comes back in so he can back his infinite over 6R and all this other bullshit that he says up. So.
Fair enough.
Don't forget, Arma.
I mean, Stingray got bodied like an hour ago. You guys should roll that back.
I won't forget. Don't worry.
Infinite over 6R is like a weird way of saying it. It's saying the radius is infinite is what you're saying there.
What shape would you get on that?
Infinite radius would be appear flat. Hell, 20,000 miles often can look flat.
Yeah, infinite. Yeah, because if you had an infinitely large sphere, yeah, that surface would be, for all intents and purposes, flat. That would have a flat surface because it's fucking an infinitely large sphere. Like you couldn't even define that like properly.
So much for
some kind of paradox.
Flat.
Well, yeah, I mean that infinity is like a paradox. When you mess with infinities, you get a lot of paradoxes. So that goes without saying. Yeah, you'd have a paradoxical paradox. Sphere. It's crazy.
Yeah, I still think Zeno's. I think Zeno's paradox is easily explained in that you start moving at essentially infinite number of halves. So you have infinity over infinity.
Yeah, but by the way, Zeno's paradox only works if we assume like infinite resolution for like time, and by that I mean like we assume there isn't a smallest amount. So Zeno's paradox assumes there is no smallest amount of time, right? But at least in the globe model, we have like what do you call it? Like Planck lengths and like Planck. What's the one for seconds? Whatever. It's like Planck second or some shit like that. So we do have like a smallest amount of time and distance, whatever, right? This paradox only works if we have like an infinite, like like no smallest amount. Because then how could you define the first step, the first action or whatever? Like
All right. Okay. And so in reality, when you're going to a point, there's always a halfway point between you and the final destination point, right?
Well, not if you assume Planck lengths, because then the Planck length would be the smallest amount of whatever. Once you get to that point, you can't divide that in half. The Planck length is it's kind of like, it's like being like, oh, half a pixel. Like if you're making a video game, it'll move half a pixel. So, I mean, like you can code it and I guess it can kind of work, but like visually, like you can't really move half a pixel or whatever.
So if I'm one Planck length, okay. So if I'm one Planck length away, there's not a distance between me and the thing.
If there's one Planck length away, it would only be the Planck. The Planck length would be the smallest amount of distance.
Yeah, so there'd be one Planck length distance. So mathematically, though, you can cut that in half mathematically.
I mean, sure, but it doesn't mean anything though.
Well, it does mean something. It means math's not reality.
Well, math. I mean, if you really look at math, at least the way I dissected it, I mean, it like assumes like infinities, like because like whenever you like, or I mean, like whenever, like at least that's how I see it. Like whenever you like divide like a number, like where you get like the infinite, like thingy. Like for example, if you divide 1 by 3, you get 3, 0.3333, and it goes on infinitely, right? That assumes an infinite resolution for that one. Like if you have like one apple, and you divide it into 3 parts, you're assuming you can, that apple has an infinite like resolution, where you can perfectly divide it to where you have. I can't really fucking put it into words though. But yeah, I mean, math is just sort of like a tool when it comes to
There's
like
a point when you're cutting the cell in half and it's no longer an apple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're cutting the individual cells in half.
Yeah. So sometimes math matches reality. Sometimes it doesn't.
I mean, once again, it really depends on how you
describe non-real things.
It depends on how you apply it. Because
you try and apply it. Make
just
your
period.
point.
Sometimes it matches. Just it's a period fact. Sometimes you can make math match reality. Sometimes math formulas and things won't work for reality.
Yeah, if you use it wrong, I mean, I guess, yeah.
I'm not using anything wrong in the Zeno's paradox. There's always a until you
actually Zeno was using it wrong.
Until you reach the point. Until you reach the point you're going to, there's always a halfway distance between you and that point.
Yeah, but this paradox assumes you could then move. Okay, like an example where we're Planck length is the smallest amount. Zeno's paradox would be like, oh, now let's move half a Planck length. That doesn't happen. You just move a Planck length.
You're always moving You're always moving half the distance, even when you're moving. When I'm traveling, you can only go half the distance at once.
Okay,
there has to be a point when you're moving where you're half the distance between you and the point.
Yeah, but you can't move half a Planck length though, so that's when the paradox ends, at least in reality. Assuming that whole science.
When you're
I think that's technically the correct answer.
When you're 1 Planck length away, start to move. Do I not have to move halfway and then the whole way, or do I just move the whole Planck length?
No, I would imagine you move like.
Do I time warp instantly faster than the speed of light, 1 Planck length?
It'd probably be like a screen, like like you're playing like a game, like pixels and shit. Or the pixels just jump from one pixel to the next. I'm pretty sure it'd be like that. That if it's the smallest distance and it's the smallest distance,
faster than this. Okay, so it's faster than the speed of light.
No, because
you're just jumping forward and through space. You're not even traveling that distance.
No, it's not faster than the speed of light because you also have a time frame in which it's doing that jump, whatever. Like you can kind of think about it, like like if you, but no, that's not how it works.
Dude, we're 1 Planck length away. Does my hand instantly warp cross that, or does my hand have to travel through space that distance?
I get it doesn't. It's not really warp. I mean, I get where you're getting at, but it doesn't really warp. It's like pixels when you have.
Okay, so my hand has to travel that. Okay, so my hand has to travel that length.
No,
right?
It doesn't travel. No, it doesn't travel that length. No,
it warps.
If it's the smallest distance, and it is the smallest distance. If you can go smaller than that, if you can travel between 1 Planck length to another, then it wouldn't be the smallest distance. All right.
So things are.
It's like pixels.
Warping.
It's like pixels. All right. Okay, hold on. You ever play like an old game like on the Game Boy, whatever, right? Where like the characters like they're pixels and they look to be moving, but if you actually look at them, it's like they're jumping between pixels and shit. Like that's what it is on the small
video
scale.
games aren't real life. I know.
I'm just giving you an example, but go on.
Well, when we go back to the statement that I made,
you either have to have.
Where you're moving, let's say 1 mile per hour or whatever you want to call it. And I'll half the distance for the first mile. I'll do that in 30 seconds. Then I will half the distance again in 15 seconds. Then I'll half the distance again in 7 seconds, and so forth and so on. By the time we get down to these minute halves that are a micron thick, I start going through them infinitely fast. So I think it falls into the infinity over infinity.
Yeah, infinitely. So you're 1 Planck length. I'm not even interested. It's
I get what you're saying, Drew, but that doesn't work though. Okay, you don't. No, yeah, you jump from one to the other, right? Yeah, you teleport if you want to call it that, but that doesn't. It's not faster than the speed of light though. It's how you define it. All right, like I'm pretty sure you could probably define the speed of light through like Planck lengths or whatever. And at that point, you can't really argue with that because, let me see. Hold on. So speed of light.
If my hand is 1 Planck length away from something, does my hand have to travel the 1 Planck length distance to get to the point? No, it doesn't.
It doesn't travel the way you think it does.
My hand
doesn't
warps through space through that Planck length. How long does the warping take?
It takes about a Planck second, if I had to guess, or no, not Planck second, a Planck, whatever it is.
And a warp.
The Planck thingy, the Planck time, whatever it's called. Well, hold on. What's the smallest amount of time? It is the a zeptosecond. What about the Planck second? What about the Planck thing? Oh, Planck time and Planck. Okay, yeah. So it would be like a Planck time, wherever the fuck it is. That would be the smallest amount of time. It would take that much time to travel that much distance. Yeah.
No, my hand's not traveling that distance. It's warping through space over that distance. If it's traveling that distance, my hand, there would have to be a point where my hand is halfway in between where I started to where I'm going.
Okay, Jeremy, do pixels
have it warping? You have to have my hand warping over that distance, not traveling through space.
Okay,
in order for what you're saying to be a real thing.
Okay, when you're playing Mario, right, and you move your character, right, with his pixels and whatnot, is he warping from one place to another, or is he just changing pixels?
Well, I'm not worried about Super Mario Brothers.
The point it's analogous, I think, because the point is, there is no smaller unit than a pixel on your screen. Okay, it's the same thing. There isn't a smaller unit than the Planck length, or whatever. So if you were to move from one position to another, right, you would do that through Planck lengths, whatever, kind of like with pixels, whatever, right? You can't move half a pixel, can't move half a Planck length.
So it doesn't move, it warps. So you're saying it
warps.
Sure,
yeah, let's call it warp, yeah. Sure.
Teleportation through space. It doesn't actually move through space.
Sure.
Teleportation, you're going with.
Sure. If you want to call it that.
I mean, you'd have to prove that actually happens before you could say that.
Actually, no, we don't. We just have to assert it.
Just assert it, but baseless assertion fallacy.
Jeremy,
right,
you don't understand.
Like the horizontal azimuthal grid of vision, we could just assert it.
Have you heard me arguing that?
Yes, and it's dumb.
You've never heard me arguing that.
No, not you. My bad. Not you.
I don't even agree with them, guys.
My bad.
I don't even agree with that.
That's good. At least you're rational on that.
Fair enough, Jeremy. But Jeremy, listen, Jeremy. Here's the thing, though. You're saying pretty much that the world is paradoxical from the start, right? Because you're saying, okay, well, if we have, if we have infinite, resolution for, distances, right, where you can just move, the tiniest of distances, right? Then there's a paradox, right? Because Zeno's paradox happens. But if I say now there's a resolution to things, right, where you have the smallest distance that does exist, right, then you're saying that's also paradoxical too. So you're pretty much, I'm trying to solve this for you, and you're just like, no.
Either way, yeah.
Yeah, we're fucked either way. What? Like reality just doesn't exist now because it doesn't make sense to you? That
no, he's saying that math is not reality. So his main assertion is that mathematically you can prove that there's no way to reach a final destination because of Zeno's paradox.
That's so silly. Jeremy, if math, that's why I'm trying to bring up this pixel example. All right, Mario. I wouldn't say Mario teleports, whatever. He just moves from one pixel to the other. All right, when he's moving. All right, it would be I imagine it's a very similar thing. All right, with Planck lengths. All right. It's the smallest distance. It goes without saying. You're not gonna be moving smaller distances from one Planck length to another. No, you would be literally jumping from a Planck length to another Planck length of distance, and that's it. We'll just have to, I don't know, agree to disagree, Jeremy. But like, I don't know, it makes sense to me.
Fine. You want to go with teleportation? That we don't actually move through space. You're teleporting, then that's fine.
Well, it's not though.
If you're actually moving through space, though, there's going to be a halfway mark from wherever your hand is before you hit the point. There's 2 points. There's always going to be a half a distance. If you're moved closer, you can't move towards the other point without going halfway.
Well, hold on, Jeremy. You're also forgetting, right? Because you're thinking that there's also infinite resolution for time. All right. If there was also an infinite resolution of time, then that would also be paradoxical. But the thing is, we're also saying there's a smallest unit of time as well, right? So if for every unit of time, right, for every smallest unit of time that passes, right, we also, we move a Planck length, right? Then that checks out, all right? Like you would have to think about it like okay, think about it like an animation. Think about it like a cartoon, right? A lot of cartoons are animated, 24 FPS, sometimes, on twos, which means it's like kind of like 12 frames a second. Point is, right, there is frames. All right, there are frames for the cartoon, right? And it's not like, like when the character moves from one, pose to the other, right? I mean, you could think of it as them, teleporting or to the next pose, whatever. But like that's the smallest unit of time in the animation is one frame. All right, that's the same thing for reality, where the one frame for us would be the plank time, whatever the fuck it's called.
Becomes a step function.
In reality, though, we move through space. We don't teleport.
You don't know that. You're seeing that on the macro scale. You're not seeing that on the Planck scale. Jeremy, no,
you do have to agree with me that you would be moving infinite halves as you get closer and closer to that point, right?
If you have 2 points and you want to get them, you want 1 point static and the other point's moving to the other point. There's always going to be a halfway point unless you invoke this teleportation.
But won't you start? Won't you be hitting those half points at infinite, at a relatively infinite number? Like the closer I get to it, the halves are going to get shorter and shorter to sub planks, quarter of a plank, a millionth of a plank, a trillionth of a plank. And that's going to happen. If I'm walking, if I'm driving 60 miles an hour, that's going to happen. And it's a function that would look like infinity over infinity, isn't it?
Mathematically, I could show you that it'll never happen. So,
but Jeremy,
mathematically, wouldn't it look like infinity over infinity?
Hold on.
Mathematically, it would look like the 2 points would never meet because they can never get there because you always have to go halfway.
Well, he conveniently leaves out any kind of velocity in that analysis.
Which it doesn't matter. Move as fast as you want.
Well, no, it does. It does matter because it becomes an argument of infinity over infinity, which would be 1.
At light speed.
No, not
Jeremy.
Infinitely fast. Infinitely number of halves.
Jeremy,
there is an infinite number of halves before the 2 points meet. Would you agree?
And you're crossing those at infinite speed.
So faster than light speed.
No, you are crossing the number of halves. The number of halves are incrementing at approaching infinity to exceeding infinity.
Okay.
What does infinite speed mean?
Well, it's the fastest.
Okay.
Light speed.
I have a half. The first half took me a second. The second half took me a quarter second. The millionth half took me a quadrillionth of a second.
Yeah,
it's going up towards infinity.
Times in half too. Either way, it's not helping you because you're never going to get there on paper mathematically.
When it becomes infinity over infinity, I think you do.
Jeremy, first off, this isn't.
Hold on a second. You think when we get to infinity over infinity, we're there?
That's 1.
I'm going to need you to show your work on this one.
Well, hold on. Jeremy, you're saying something about light speed or something. You understand that wouldn't even be close to light speed? You understand what speed is, distance over time, right?
If you have us teleporting, okay? At least Moyak doesn't have us teleporting yet. He's trying to work a reasonable way out of this.
This is my way is reasonable too. If that's the smallest amount of time you have, the smallest amount of distance you have, that's how it would work. I mean, think about, have you ever did a little like flip book animation where you like flip the pages and whatnot, and you have like a little animation playing, right? In the animation, that the one frame is the smallest amount of time that you have, right? I mean, like, I don't really see like what's so like paradoxical.
You have physical matter teleporting through space. You don't see what the problem is?
No, you have to think about it like frames in an animation. It would just be like that is the smallest amount of time we have, the one frame. Just think about it like an animation, like a cartoon. Just think about it that way.
Absolutely not. No.
Why not?
Because we're not in a cartoon. We're not in a video game. This isn't Duck Hunt. I actually think we are in a video game. I think this is a simulation.
Then why are you arguing?
I actually think this is a simulation, possibly.
Well, there you go then, Jeremy. Like, jeez Louise.
Yeah, but it's nothing like the video games we make. We're actually moving through space in reality.
Well, okay, and the video games, you're doing the exact same thing. The frame rate is just way smaller, right? The frame rate that we have in a video, but then again, also that's video games are a little bit weird because you do have a frame rate, but I know there's sometimes there's also like sub frame calculations where it's like you're making calculations even inside that frame. So I don't know. Point is though, right? Just think about reality as a video game where the frame rate is like bajillion times larger. All right, it's not 60 FPS.
Listen, you better work on this infinity over infinity math because the thing you're saying with the teleportation, physical matter teleports through space, I don't know. I'm not buying it. I don't know if anyone else is going to buy that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that's how it is with the whole Planck length thing. Because I mean, if it isn't, then that why even bring up the Planck length? That there's a reason why it's the Planck length and it's the Planck time, and it's the smallest unit of these things. You know.
If I cover a distance, let's say I cover 36 inches with each step, one of those steps is going to cross over that halfway point. It's going to be larger than the halfway point.
This is barely even a paradox.
You always have to move your foot, though. They're still gonna, no matter where your foot is, your foot and the point you're going to, there's going to be a halfway point
In 1
between.
second, it's going to be 36 inches ahead of where it was.
Here, Jeremy, maybe I should post a little like sprite, you know, from like a video game, maybe, and then I'll post.
I mean,
it.
you're arguing with me that this math reality is modeled off of having to move halfway every time doesn't match reality. I agree with you. That's my whole point.
No, my goodness. All right, check this out. Let me find something real fast. I need to find something smooth, though. Otherwise, my point isn't really going to be coming across. Let me see. Here, you know what? I'll just pull up something real fast. Oh, nope, that's not. Okay. All right, Jeremy, you ready? Look at this right here.
I'm not ready, Armbar. I'm not ready.
Here, I posted a picture of Sonic the Hedgehog. He's dancing. All right. He's moving, right? It's nice and smooth, but if you actually pay attention, right, he actually has to jump from pixel to pixel. All right. You can still have movement, all right, with this jumping. It's just, you know, I guess it's more jumpy on the on the Planck scale, but on the macro scale, it's fluid motion that we see, that we see, naturally, whatever. Let me just move my hand in front of me, and yeah, But there you go. Look at him. He's dancing. Look how cool he is. He's like doing a little dance. Isn't that cool? Look at that. It's a little fucking dance. All right. Anyway, I'm just talking to myself at this point. So
everyone loves Sonic. That's great. Life's not a video game, though. For all we know, we definitely could be in a simulation now.
Yeah, but if we were in a simulation, I think you'd have to agree though that that's how it would work. That the Planck length thing, right?
Teleportation.
Sure, let's go up teleportation. It'd be like pixels almost. That'd be. I mean, I guess it wouldn't really be pixels in that case. In that case, it would be probably something closer to like the because I know that in video games you have like a floating point error if the scale is too large or whatever. So probably something closer to that, I guess. I don't know. It'd be something though. You'd be dealing with something though, but
it'd be some kind of teleportation, right?
I wouldn't call it that, but
listen, just work on the infinity over infinity math. That's your best shot.
I think it'd be teleportation if, right, you went from one place to another place, right? In, let's say, yeah. So I think if you jumped more than a Planck length, that would be teleportation. But if it's only one Planck length at that point, it wouldn't be teleportation. That'd be moving at that point. But if you were to jump a Planck length, let me see. No, because I guess you would have to jump Planck lengths. I'll have to think about that because I'm trying to think. If you have faster speeds, then you probably are jumping like Planck lengths.
The speed's irrelevant, dude. This halfway thing goes forever. It never ever stops. You have all the time in the world. And the math, it doesn't match reality, dude. You have an infinite amount of time in the paradox with the math. Time's not even an issue, nor is speed. You can go as fast as you want. You can go as fast as you want, and you have infinite time.
Whoop. No, the paradox only happens right when you have these things with infinite resolution. All right, like if
or you can be moving at the speed of light. You could be moving at the speed of light with an infinite time. In the paradox, it's not going to matter. You're still never going to get there. In the math.
No, you're not.
That's why it doesn't equate to reality.
No. You don't understand. I'm saying, let me see. So if let's say, for example, time there's a smallest amount of time, but not a smallest amount of distance, which doesn't make any sense because I feel like the two have to kind of be related. smallest amount of time.
Bro, in the math,
know,
you
it's
have
not-
infinity time and you're moving at the speed of light.
No, okay. When you say infinity time, okay, no, that's no.
Yes, in the math, in the paradox, Zeno's paradox, you have infinite time.
No.
There's no time. You can keep going forever and ever for
No,
infinity and beyond, Buzz Lightyear.
I'm pretty sure the paradox is not so much that it'll never. No, I'm pretty sure. No, that's not how the paradox works. Because the idea is that you're still traveling at a speed. Like if you're traveling 2 miles an hour, it's not going to take you a bajillion years to get to a point. That's not what the paradox is saying. The paradox is saying there should never be a point where you end your action, or there should be no point. There shouldn't be a point where you actually start your action, because there'd always be an action before that and an action before that. So there would never be a first action, and there would never be like a last action. But you know what I'm saying? I think that's where the paradox
Dude,
lies.
the paradox is you go halfway.
No, that's not.
Then you got to go another halfway. Then you got to go another. And there's always these halfway points forever and infinity till the end of time.
Yeah.
There's always a halfway point, and you could be going at the light speed. It doesn't matter how fast you're. Time and speed are irrelevant for this paradox. It doesn't matter. You have all the time and all the speed.
That's fine.
You're
But once again, though, I'm like a bajillion times positive this paradox only works when there's an infinite resolution for these things. All right. But
It doesn't work
I'm
when
saying
you have a destination A, B, and then you have a C. You're gonna get to your destination. When you pass up your destination, you're not halfway to it. You've already gotten there and gone past it. It's just theoretical nonsense to do with the math that deals with infinity.
Well, yeah, no, because like I said before, like when you're doing like math, right, and you divide an apple 3 ways, whatever, like if there's infinite resolution, because it goes 0.33333, and that's assuming that's assuming infinite resolution.
But
But if
that's
you actually
not
divide
reality.
yeah, I know, I literally am agreeing with you, but I'm saying
Right, that's what I'm saying though. It's not reality. Cutting
But
an apple or getting to a destination, always being halfway there is just a theoretical mathematical nonsense thing.
yeah, okay,
Like-
but you can make the math into like more realistic though. So for example, let's say we know the amount of atoms
More
in the apple,
realistic,
right?
but still not reality. Not
No, I would say practically reality at that point, because if you let's say we
Not
know
really.
the amount of atoms in the apple, right? And then we say, okay, let's
No,
divide the apple.
Stop. Use the distance. It's easier for people to understand, because as soon as you say you're dividing or cutting the apple, you limit yourself. But if you do a distance, A to B, destination, you're not always halfway there, because at one point you're going to get there. If you're only looking to travel a foot and you move 2 feet, you got to your foot destination. You didn't always you're always being halfway
yeah.
there. No.
Mathematically, I can show you how you're always halfway there, like Bon Jovi.
But
Okay,
it's just
But in
theoretical.
reality, we're not always
Yeah,
halfway there.
like what's the distance between birth and death?
What?
Measure that.
No,
Do the
no one's-
math on that.
Wait, no one's talking about that though.
Well, yeah, kind of.
Well,
we
you can do
are,
the math
like
on
a
everything
span or
else. Why can't
distance.
you do the math on that?
Okay, so what's the question again?
What's the distance between birth and death?
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Distance is
Yes, it is. Birth is your starting point A. Death is your ending point B.
But that's not. No one uses distance in that way. Like distance is usually like a three-dimensional.
We're just trying to get you to understand. I agree that
Yeah,
no one really
yeah.
uses
No,
it.
but
It's
that's-
just theoretical nonsense.
No, that
Yeah,
could do that with
right.
anything. I'd be like, okay, square or circle, whatever. Like none of it's nonsensical. You got to give me the actual thing to work with.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what we're telling you. That's the world you're living in.
Yep.
Nonsense.
No,
Non-logical.
No. It's logical. The shit that you guys were saying is not logical. All right, there's no distance, all right, between birth and death, unless you want to treat
Oh,
time
there's
as a distance.
absolute
Then that's fine.
There's
No, it-
absolute distance.
What? Listen, if you want to treat time as distance, then that's a different thing. Then we could do some math.
Well,
whatever,
let's
but-
treat distance
No,
as
there's
distance
time
with
and
my
space
example.
and everything else that you just mentioned between birth and death.
But if he doesn't
All
understand that,
your
that's fine.
reality
You can use
exists
this.
between birth and death, but you can't mathematically calculate it out. So therefore, I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you want to define that. So if you're saying, oh, the distance between where you were when you were born and then where you died, we could do that. Or if you're saying like the distance as in like, oh, like the time between birth and death, we could do that. You have to kind of define your variables. Otherwise, you're just kind of talking bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
See
You
how
can't-
much he's taking this and running with it because you gave him an out. He doesn't have an out with.
It's not. There is no
traveling
out
from-
because I was never
Will you
fucking
let me
struggling to
finish?
begin with.
You don't mind?
My
A
bad.
to B distance. If you travel from A to B and you go past your destination, you're not halfway there anymore. So that
Okay.
theoretical nonsense ended, right?
Okay. Well, first off, I was never disagreeing with that, and second off, Jeremy was the
So
one having.
right. So you agree, right?
No, because okay, so the whole paradox that Jeremy brought up, right, assumes infinite resolution, all right?
You notice
I'm
how they're
saying
giving you more time now to speak?
what?
No, it was okay.
Yeah.
Go on, Armour. You're doing a great job, man.
All right. So what I'm saying is the paradox only happens if you're dealing with infinite resolution, which, yeah, a lot of the times when you're dealing with math assumes infinite resolution naturally, right? Because if you divide 1 into 3 parts, yeah, you get 3 repeated, whatever, which is, kind of ridiculous. But with reality, at least in terms of the globe model, we claim that there's like a Planck length and a Planck time, whatever, right? Which means there is a smallest unit of time and a smallest unit of distance, which means this paradox disappears because once you get to the Planck length, you can't divide that in half. That's when the paradox ends. So yeah.
No, that's when teleportation begins.
Whatever. If you want to call it that, go ahead. It's not teleportation.
The bending of space and time.
We are moving through space in that one Planck length. We
No,
have
you're
to move through
not.
space. So teleportation.
No, it's not. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, I will say this. Right? From my knowledge, Planck length and Planck time are technically the smallest that we can measure. It is possible that there could be smaller stuff. I mean, because I haven't actually studied this, so this is from what I know. So it is possible that there are smaller units, but we can't measure it, or whatever. But I don't think there is, and it makes sense that there would be a smallest unit of time and distance or whatever, because otherwise, yeah, you're going to run into this weird paradox where like things are just like when is the first action?
When you bend space and time back on itself, and that means you're traveling back in time.
I don't know about that. But yeah, basically, if you have these if you have like a frame rate, or you have like pixels, whatever, if you have like these quantified, smallest, units of distance and time, whatever, then you don't have to worry about that anymore. The paradox is solved. This is what you have. This is, it's concrete, And Jeremy, you just keep wanting to say teleportation. It's not teleportation though. You see Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Is he teleporting? I mean, if you want to technically define him as his arms teleporting because his pixels are jumping from one pixel to another, then okay, go ahead. But he doesn't look like he's teleporting to me. He's having a good old time
But
dancing.
you're saying if you're saying we're not moving through space towards the thing, what else is there? Warping, teleportation?
Is Sonic teleporting? Is he
Are
warping?
we going through a green pipe in the Mario Brothers game?
But is Sonic right there dancing? Is he teleporting? Yes or no? Is his arms teleporting? Is his body teleporting?
If you got close enough, yeah, it would be, obviously, yeah.
Well, there you go. That's all I'm claiming, Planck lengths to be, is something like that, probably.
Like Pac-Man, when he goes in one door and comes out the other immediately, no time passes.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But like Sonic dancing though.
Traveling in a different direction, also.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. But yeah.
You got something against Pac-Man, bro?
No, I like Pac-Man. I actually really do like that game. But it's not what I was referring to though, in terms of this whole, pixel thing. Pac-Man is a fun game though. It definitely is. You can actually, I mean, I'm pretty sure most Pac-Man players know this maybe, but you can like fool the ghost. Like if you go down one like aisle, right, and then you go out of it and then go back, and go to another aisle, some of the ghosts will actually follow that aisle path because they think, like they're programmed to be like, okay, let's go, to go down there or whatever. And I figured that out. I was like, oh shit, you could fool these motherfuckers, So that's a pretty cool it's a cool little thing. Yeah. With Pac-Man.
Fool the ghost?
Yeah, you can fool them. Did you know that? Like you can go down like a little, yeah.
Teleport?
No teleporting, no. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but the math can't fool anybody, right? Because
the
math is true.
Well,
Math.
I mean, if you use it for, if you use it incorrectly and you're trying to deceive people, then sure, I guess you could fool people with math. But if you're doing the math correctly, then then it's good. It's at that point it's the truth, whatever. Like if I have 2 apples and I add another apple, 3 apples, or 1 + 1 is 2. Like that's the truth. I mean, it just depends on how you want to use the math.
Yeah, if you want to teleport into a plank. Yep.
It's not teleporting, but whatever.
Well, I mean, that's basically what you're saying, though. Even though you don't call it that, that's technically what you're saying.
I mean, if you want to call it that, fine, but I don't see it that way though, because I mean, like I deal with a lot of video games. Like I make a bit of a bunch of video games for myself, whatever. And I also animate. I like to draw, make little cartoons and whatnot. And in those things, you have the smallest unit of time, whatever. I don't think of it as teleporting. It's just the smallest unit of
That's
time.
not reality. We don't live in a video game.
Yeah, but we
so
don't.
That's not reality.
Yeah, but you also don't. You can't really. I mean, I guess it is sort of like hard to disprove or prove whatever, but like it could be that way. You know what I'm saying? I don't see why it couldn't be that way. Like if it was that way, we wouldn't know. We could not know because it would be too small of a difference to see or whatever. Because when I was younger, I remember looking at my hand or whatever, just kind of waving it back and forth and being like, yeah, how am I able to move my hand? Right? Like there should be like, like if you can keep on dividing time in half and half and half, how is there even a first action, like a first moment, like where I'm moving my hand, right? And yeah, it is kind of crazy to think about in that way. Like the Zeno paradox is something like puzzling if you think that there's an infinite resolution.
Yeah, but it's pretty simplistic in my opinion, because your actions never end. Because from the time of your birth, you're always moving. Even when you're sleeping.
Yeah, that's a
you're
good point.
breathing, you're moving, and you're moving through time.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But I mean, yeah, but I feel like that's sort of getting away from the paradox. The paradox is not so much that, you stop moving, whatever. It's just a matter of how do you get from one point to another, right? Like if I take a walk to, a store.
Yeah, but you just do. I think that mathematics complicates the whole situation. It just is.
Okay, but
you're always moving.
Okay, but I feel like you have like, what's the word? Because you're like a lady. I was gonna say a hate boner, but I feel like you have like a, you hate or like you dislike math or something. Like math is pretty useful and powerful. I mean, I don't see why.
No, I'm not disliking math because a lot of the math is provable, but a lot of it's not. That's all I'm saying.
Well, which math specifically?
Just because you believe one apple 1 + 1 apple equals 2 apples doesn't mean that nanotechnology and all the other, nanoparticles and protons and neutrons and plus this and plus that exist.
That's fair.
There's a line that you have to draw of,
I guess,
of this reality itself.
I mean, all right, that's fair enough. I guess when it comes to like either like theoretical or like the really like nanoscopic sizes, like like atoms and all that shit. Fine, I'll give you that. It's really hard to prove that for for a single person, whatever. And if you want to believe that, and this is not me trying to be rude or whatever, but if you want to believe like like they're lying or something to us, whatever, then fair enough, right? But I'm not really arguing like about for that. I'm not arguing about like warping space and whatever. Like whenever I argue math, it's strictly like, oh, like the Earth curving, whatever, like it's like 8 inches per mile square or some shit, or some kind of trigonometry. Like that's all I really argue. I don't try to argue warping space time because personally I don't know enough on that anyway. So I'll give you that. That's fair. That is fair.
Well, I'm just at a point where, yeah, math works on a lot of aspects of it, but it doesn't work on a lot of other aspects, and I think that's what Jeremy was saying earlier.
Yeah, but that's why I also brought up my whole argument where it does work in this paradox, whatever, and it's not really a paradox because if you have it this way, right? If you have it where you have a smallest unit of time and a smallest unit of distance, then the paradox goes away, right? The paradox only works because we assume, like there is no first, action. There's infinite resolution. There's always a halfway point, whatever. if we assume there's an actual concrete amount of distance that you can travel, like the smallest amount of smallest amount of distance, smallest amount of time. If we assume that, then the paradox is done. And that's what I was just saying. Like sure, at the end of the day, this paradox and all this talk is just kind of like like it's just for fun, I guess, because we can't really prove it per se. If I don't know.
Right.
But
I
but yeah,
agree. We can't prove it, and I I think, I mean, it's fun to talk about sometimes or whatever, but I mean, it's not reality. It's theoretical.
all right. Well, like I said, all I was doing is just attacking, Jeremy's whole little argument because I disagree with it. Obviously he disagrees with my whole thing. Like I said, I just have to disagree. I just have to agree to disagree with Jeremy on his little paradox because personally, I don't really see the issue.
Well, let's just be clear. I'm disagreeing with teleportation of physical matter.
Okay, and I disagree with infinite resolution for time.
It doesn't even make sense. My thing had nothing to do with time. You had
Okay,
infinite time in my thing.
No, your thing requires an infinite resolution of time and or distance. Actually, it goes without saying. If you have infinite resolution of time, then you have infinite distance. Resolution for distance. I think because at that point you can kind of yeah. But anyway, yeah. Your paradox requires that. That's why I keep bringing it up. Like you need, infinite resolution for the time.
Or we have a distance, speed, and time. You have infinite speed, or you go the speed of light, and you have infinite time to do it in. Now all we have left is distance.
Okay, yeah. So in this
mathematically, so mathematically I can have that distance every time.
Yeah. So once again, this assumes
you'll never get there.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. This assumes an infinite resolution for distances, whatever. You're pretty much assuming there is no smallest distance. All right. So your paradox does assume that there's there's infinite resolution for one of these things, whether it be time or distance, and assumes it for
hold
distance.
on. I'm assuming matter doesn't teleport because that's what you need for this.
Well, technically, a Planck length isn't really matter. That's what matter is made up of. So I guess actually I don't even know what that would be actually. I don't even think Planck length is actually what this stuff is made out of. Actually, that's not true. All I know is that Planck length is the smallest amount of distance. So technically speaking, I guess you could argue maybe that the matter would be traveling Planck lengths, and then you could maybe call it teleporting, whatever. I still don't think that's the case though. But what was the point I was making?
So you think your hand does have to travel through space that whole distance of one Planck length?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't travel. I mean, it travels in the sense that it's moving from one Planck length, whatever unit to another Planck length unit. But it doesn't do what you're thinking it does. It doesn't move half a distance between that Planck length and then get to the Planck length. It doesn't do that.
While you're moving, there's got to be a point where you're halfway.
And I disagree with that.
So it's teleportation. Fine.
All right. Well, yeah. So where do we go from there then? If it's teleportation, what's the issue with that?
Bro, you made up teleportation to win this argument.
I didn't make that up. That's what it is with Planck length.
Matter teleports through space. I got it.
No, whatever, man. You're just trying to. You're trying to, what's the word? Strawman me or something? You're not taking my actual argument and whatever. I'm not saying teleport. I'm not saying
Bro,
that.
we're one Planck length away from this thing. Okay, do I move through this space to get to the thing, or do I teleport?
You jump to the next Planck length.
What do you mean jump?
Like a pixel.
Like teleporting.
Yeah, if you want to call it teleporting, sure. It's like jumping to the next pixel, the next Planck length. That's all I gotta say, man.
So jumping through space.
Sure.
But we don't
like
see
a
this
wormhole.
in reality.
Well, I mean, you
Right,
couldn't because it's
but
too.
we
It would
don't
be.
see-
It would be too small. It'd be too small, like to literally make it out. It's kind of like saying when you're watching a movie.
So if I go from where I'm at now to my kitchen chair, I'm going to have to reach a
You
halfway
basically
point,
teleport.
and then
You're
I'm going
basically
to have to
teleporting.
reach another halfway point.
Mhm.
Then I'm going to have to reach another halfway point. But
Yes.
in no way, shape, or form am I pixeling out or teleporting. Just saying.
No,
I mean,
you're teleporting
you
the whole
don't. I
way.
mean, you can't really know that at least because this at this scale it'd be impossible to really tell. It would be. It's a very tiny amount of movement. It's kind of like when you watch a movie and you see the character, the people moving around and shit. Like it's the movies. Movies are usually run on like 24, frames per second. You don't really notice that until you start going frame by frame. Like, oh shit, yeah, their arm is jumping from one
Okay,
spot to
we're
another
not
spot.
in a movie and we're not in an animated anything. We're in reality.
Okay,
So,
and I'm
Tell her
telling,
about Sonic. Maybe tell her
but
about Sonic or Super Mario.
yeah, well, I kind of already did. Look, point is, all I'm saying is that if it's the case, right, that Planck lengths are a thing, then the paradox goes away. I'm also saying that if this Planck length thing is a thing, we wouldn't be able to see it with our naked eye because it's literally that tiny of a movement. But anyway, look, Jeremy, let's just agree to disagree because this isn't really going anywhere,
Yes, I agree to disagree because I don't believe in teleportation. Yes.
All right. And I don't really believe in
well,
infinite
I mean,
resolution. Although I guess it
you,
wouldn't be impossible.
I don't even think any of that matters because I've listened to both of your arguments and I just know that when I go from point A to point B, I'm not teleporting. I'm not pixeling out. Doesn't happen in
Did you show her the
reality.
Sonic thing?
I mean, it's up in the chat if she wants to scroll up and see Sonic dancing. I mean, I don't want to spam.
I mean, I would love to be like Sonic.
But did you see it? I posted a little Sonic dancing in the chat. I'll post it again. Hopefully, it doesn't count as spam. There he is. Those are pixels. Those are pixels moving.
Did you post it again?
Yeah, I posted it again.
Please don't spam.
See, that's exactly what I just fucking. Okay, whatever. Anyway.
This is ugly.
Yeah. But there he is. He's having a good old time. He doesn't look like he's pixeling out per se. Obviously, if you zoom in, then sure. But, he looks pretty fluid. And now imagine if you do this with a bajillion pixels, right? Or even a trillion pixels. Actually, no, bajillion is probably bigger than trillion. Because, yeah, okay. Point is, if you do this with, a crazy amount of pixels, right, then you're not even going to notice it anymore. It's like, oh, shit.
How much is a bajillion?
I imagine a bajillion.
Fucking...
A bajillion is probably greater than,
can you just spell it for me?
Yeah, it's it's a BA. Is it? I think it's J because I think a G would be a bagillion. Yeah, so BAJILLION, a bajillion.
That's a real number, or
it's not. But it's one of those large numbers. It's kind of like a zillion. That's not a real number either, but it sounds large. Zillion.
So we're using fake math now. That's good.
I don't know when did we use fake math? What are you talking about? What math are you talking about? Oh, because the bajillion, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it was a joke, but let's see.
No, I'm with you. I'm cool. You can talk about whatever you want. I'm cool with it. I'm gonna argue with it, but
just remember, ma'am, every time you go to your kitchen table, you're teleporting there.
That's so stupid. Come on.
Well, I mean, that's your thing, Aro.
So what do you
teleporting all over the place?
So what do you suggest the solution to this is? How are we moving from one spot to another? How do you solve this?
My solution to this is math doesn't match reality, and Zeno's paradox is bullshit.
So then,
put one foot in front of the other, and that's how you get to where you're going. That's reality.
Okay, but if I was Jeremy, hold on. If I was to divide the time in half, and the time in half, and the time in half, and the time in half, if I was to do that, then there would be no starting point. We're just like infinitely.
This has nothing to do with time. You have an infinite amount of time to do these steps in.
I know. I'm saying with reality right now. If I walk, out of my room, whatever, right? If I was to record this, all right, with like a really high speed camera, whatever, right? Let's say like the best, like let's say like this hypothetical camera where it has like this is the fastest fucking high speed camera ever, right? To the point where when you start recording and you start looking back through it, right? We're like, okay, let's try to like go slower and slower, right? You're saying there wouldn't be like a smallest unit of time or a smallest unit of like movement. We're just like infinitely like I guess like infinitely like what would you even call that? Like how do we even move then? Like it's just beyond our comprehension. Is that what it is? When I go to move to my kitchen, it's just we can't. There's no way we can know how that works.
Yeah, film the glitch and the teleporting. I would like to see that, honestly.
I mean, according to him, it's constantly happening. Every plank length you move through space, you're just teleporting. So you're just constantly teleporting.
Well, what's wrong with that though? If that was the case,
what's wrong with teleporting?
Yeah, if that was the case, what's wrong with
I mean,
that?
if you're on some Star Trek, Star Wars shit, no, it's dope.
It's happening on such a tiny scale. I mean, it's just whatever, man. I don't see the issue.
I mean, I'm sure Kosho can rectify this teleportation thing somehow for you.
I mean, I'm probably wrong, honestly. But I mean, I don't think I'm wrong though, because I mean, if plank lengths are what they supposed to be, then I'd imagine that's how it would have to work. But yeah, I would hope maybe Kosho can help me out. I don't know if he's even on, because I think he's away from his keyboard or phone or whatever he's using, which is unfortunate. Because it'd be nice if he could help me out.
Kosho had to flex tape. I think he had to flex tape out last I heard from him. Because I killed him so many times in here, he turned into a zombie and he's trying to reattach his arm with the flex tape.
I just think that at some point science and math interferes with logic. So
Wait, Xanax in the chat. I guess he doesn't want to. Why is no one here to help me out? I need someone to help me because I could
No,
be.
you're all on your own, Arma. You're all on your own. This is what you got to do.
I mean, I don't think I'm wrong once again, but on the off chance I am wrong, I would like someone to potentially correct me.
So is the logic here you don't think you're wrong, so you're going to appeal to someone who already agrees with you to see if you're wrong?
No, just to double check my work, whatever. Because I mean, like I haven't actually studied, like plank length and all that. So if someone knows about it and actually studied it, then I would like to hear it from them. That's the logic.
But doesn't Zanuck just like Google things and then repeat what he sees?
You what now?
You never heard of Google?
Oh, he Googles things. I didn't hear that word. I was because it was kind of low when you said Google. I mean, it depends on where he's getting his information from on Google. I mean, if he's, if it's correct. Well, if it's correct information, it's correct information.
Yeah, but Google thinks men can get pregnant, bro. I don't think it's a valuable source.
Like all I know is that I want someone to double check my work. I don't see what the issue is with that. That's pretty logical.
Well, I mean, now you're.
You want someone to check your teleportation math?
Yeah, just to double check to see if.
Now you're switching from what you originally said, which was, "Is no one here on my side?" quote unquote.
Yeah, is no one here on my side to help me out? That was the full context. I wanted someone here on the globe side to help me out with my argument to see if if I'm just talking bullshit or if because I'm pretty sure I'm saying the correct things.
Bro, they don't have to be from the globe side, dude. There's people on my side that don't agree with what I'm saying right now about the Xenos paradox thing.
Well, hold on, back to Crypto though, because he likes to jump in a lot all the time and somehow show how I'm saying something wrong. So, what am I saying wrong here, Crypto?
I think I already explained it, but I can do it again. You initially said that you wanted someone on your sides to help you out. And then when I challenged that, you said, oh, anyone can help me out, which would have been fine if that was what you said originally. But now you're acting like that was what you said originally, which isn't what you said originally.
Wait, when did I say anyone can help? I mean, I feel like, I mean, that would be a better, thing to say. Yeah, anyone can help me out. But did I actually say that? Maybe I did.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
No. Otherwise,
Okay.
I wouldn't have bothered listening, would I?
Okay, well, you're overcomplicating it. I just want someone to double check my work. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with someone double checking my work?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. You always come in all the time trying to point out that I said something fucking wrong when I'm just fucking talking casually. It is literally the most annoying fucking thing, all right?
Oh, you got annoyed. Isn't that a shame?
Yeah, because it's every time. I'll literally be saying something that's like fucking logical or whatever, and somehow you're like, oh, well, you did this though. And I'm like, what the fuck did I literally was just talking. Like, I don't get this shit. Like, it is, I don't get how every
watch
fucking time
the
I say
F-bombs, will
things.
ya? Watch
My
the
what?
F-bombs.
Why are you getting so upset, dude? Like,
Because
you
it's
said
every
something.
time.
We're
You
trying to
literally
clean
just
our
come in
act
just to
up
be like, well,
here.
Alma, you did this. I'm like, okay, what? What did I
Let's
do?
get up in your feelings about this stuff. Like, fucking hell, man.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Get up all in your feelings about nothing.
Anyway. Fast, do this.
I mean, you can't expect me to interpret something that you didn't say. Like, I have to.
Because I didn't say anything wrong. I literally just said, can someone double check my work? That was basically what I was going on about. But you wanted to interpret it differently or whatever. I was literally just saying, can someone help me out?
Oh,
There's there's no like fallacy, no contradiction. There's nothing fucking wrong with what I just said. And it's like, well, Oma, you did this. I'm like, I didn't. I'm like, Jesus fucking
You fucking did
Louise.
do what I said you did. You did what I said you did, and now
What did
you're
I
up in your
do?
feelings.
Say this again. Maybe I misheard. All right, what did I say? I want to hear this argument
You said,
again.
you said, is there someone here on my side that can double check this?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
That's different to saying, can anyone double check it?
But what's wrong with someone on my side checking?
I've already explained the problem.
Well, explain it again, because I don't see an issue with having Globers check my work, all right? When I already see, look, here's the thing, right? I think the Flat Earth, the credibility, right, for Flat Earthers, for me, all right? I think that they aren't really reliable, all right? Granted, sure, if there's a Flat Earther that knows it, then I'll accept their help. But I was just asking someone on my side to help me out because I feel like they're a lot more responsible with the information. I feel like I can trust them more. All right. So there's nothing wrong with that. All right. To ask for help on your side.
I don't know you or anything, but I just want to tell you that I'm not a flat earther.
Is this? Are you gonna be like, oh, I'm like a stationary earther or something like that? Is it one of these things?
I'm not any kind of earther. I just know we don't live on a globe, and I question it.
Yes,
and she knows we don't. And she knows we don't.
I don't know where
teleport.
we live because they've lied to us from day one.
All right, fair enough. You're
Yeah,
not a flat earther, but I mean, in any case, I still didn't say anything wrong with what I said earlier. Asking help on my side is perfectly fine. If you want to,
She's a non-teleport earther.
Dude, you can keep just asserting that there was nothing wrong and that I leapt in for no reason. But I've already explained my reasoning. If you don't like it, you don't have to get up in your feelings and continue this.
All right,
on for 10 minutes.
let me real fast go back into the live stream and see what you said exactly. All right, because I'm pretty sure. Let me see.
Yeah, but this is all. This
Earth
all means
Awakenings.
nothing about the arguing. It's.
Hold on, be right back.
Well, no,
I mean, the math doesn't solve the problem. That's all we're saying.
No, look, there is an issue here because what they will do is they will use sleight of hand with clever language constantly, and if you don't call it out, you just get run rings around. So you have to be on it. Sorry that that's the case.
All right, I'm back. All right, so here's your argument, Crypto. You literally said, I'm going to quote you right now. You said, hold on. So the logic here is you don't think you're wrong. So you're going to double check with someone who already agrees with you, right? So yeah. So that's not really an argument because I'm literally just trying to double check if the theory, right, on how Planck links work is how I was explaining it is how it actually works in the theory. All right, there's nothing wrong with that. All right, because if the people that I'm asking help for, right, know the theory, all right, then I'm going to double check with them. All right, it's like if I want to know if I was explaining the rules of chess correctly, right, I'm going to go to a fucking chess master or someone who plays chess, right? The same thing with this here. I'm not saying that Planck lengths or all this is real. I'm just saying if I was explaining the whole Planck length thing correctly. All right. This is why your whole argument is bunk, because it's irrelevant. I'm not trying to prove that it's real.
Cool. You can keep talking, or you can wait for me to respond. It's up to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So the problem is that people who already agree with you aren't going to point out any potential pitfalls with what's going on because they agree with you.
Okay, then that's what I want, because I'm literally trying to see if I was explaining the theory correctly or not. You see what you're doing here? You're just trying to find arguments where there isn't any arguments. I'm literally trying to see if the rules of chess that I was explaining is correct. I go to a fucking grandmaster or I go to someone who plays chess to see if I was correct. That's perfectly logical. You're coming out of nowhere just wanting an argument.
Poor analogy to start with.
No, it's not a poor analogy. I want to know if I was explaining the theory correct.
I mean, you're just asserting things now. You're just if I assert things enough, then crypto will be wrong. Cool. I mean, anyone can play that game, but my initial argument still stands.
What? Hold on. No, your argument was. Let me fucking play it again.
You're still wound up about this thing. Just take the L and move on.
No, it's not an L. You take the L because you literally said you don't think you're wrong.
Give a shit.
So I'm going to appeal to someone who actually who agrees with me. That was your whole argument. Basically, is going to someone that agrees with me, whatever. So that was never the argument. I was never trying to say I was right about Planck lengths being a thing. I was saying if I was right about the theory.
Still don't get it. Fine,
yeah, you don't get it. Take the L. Thank you.
Yeah, all right,
yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
So no and no viewing doesn't work.
No, that's exactly what you did because you don't understand the argument. Tell me what my argument is right now. Tell me what my argument is. All right, and then tell me how it's wrong because I bet you can't.
I've made an argument, and then you
no,
said,
you can't even fucking address my argument. You can't address my argument because if you address my argument and you actually logically go through it, you realize you're wrong. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing.
Dude, this is just pathetic. This is like
really this is cringe. Pathetic on your side. I literally asked, hey, does anyone here on my side know, if am I saying this correctly or not? And you wanted to somehow come in saying, oh, so you want to pretty much, confirm that, you're correct with people who already agree with you. That was never the argument. You're strawmanning me. You were literally strawmanning me.
You so wound up, dude.
Because you always do this. It's fucking funny. I'll say something and then you somehow strawman me with some other fucking argument. I'm tired of this shit. Every fucking time I come in this fucking server. Every time.
Here's how I know I have a point, because you're wound up.
Go ahead.
If I was saying something stupid like grass is blue, you would laugh and just move on. But the fact that you're wound up proves that I have a point. You are
that's not
about being wrong.
That doesn't prove that. That doesn't prove that. First off, that doesn't prove that. All right, you're just making that claim. First off, right? You can believe that if you want. All right, if we're gonna do this, all right, you can believe it if you want. That doesn't prove anything. Second off, yes, I do have a reason to do this because you do this every single time I come to the server. You always do this shit where I'll say something and then somehow you have to point out somehow that it's wrong when it wasn't. That's why I'm doing this because it's getting annoying.
Dude, you just have to get over it. If you think I'm wrong, just get over it.
Yes.
It's that simple. If you think I'm wrong, just get over it.
All right.
Well, that was simple, wasn't it?
Who the fuck is this truther person? So, dude, you're triggered. Regroup your energy. You can't control others, only yourself, and yourself needs... Dude, shut the hell up. Who even are you? Anyway. I'm not dealing with that fucking bullshit.
I'm gonna relax with the F-bombs. You're too triggered right now. Relax.
Okay.
All right, let's get back to it. What do you got? What do we got here?
On topics?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about? What's your specialty, Armbar? Because every time we have a conversation, I feel like you're lost in the sauce.
Math, a lot of mathy stuff. But although I'm not going to say very limited math when it comes to at least geometry and stuff math. like usually like the geometry of things, like the 8 inches per mile square kind of thing, Yeah. Whether we would see 50% of the celestial sphere kind of thing, Yeah. So like very trigonometry.
We should see more than 50% on a globe, ain't it?
you would see like 50.0, no, about 50 point, let me see. I think it would be, yeah, it'd be like, hold on. Yeah, 50.004, I think. 0.04, yeah, 50.04 of the sky, of the celestial sphere, technically speaking, because the surface would only take up, or because remember, with the ball Earth, you have a dip, all right, of 0.04 degrees, all right, so you would add that onto the sky. So actually, technically, it would be 50.08, actually, now that I think about it, because it's on both sides. Okay, that's a little bit complicated. I'm not going to get into that. Now that I think about it, that's actually a little bit weird. I guess if you're only doing one, if you're doing like a circle, then it'd be like, yeah, 50.08, yeah, of the sky. But I'm sure there's more math to that because we're talking about like an actual sphere, so it might be different. But yeah, we'll just do the circle. What's up?
Circle, okay. This reminds me of some weird shit. Back in the day, we were reversing this, pretending we were looking at a ball in the sky. You know, no matter how, you can never see half a ball.
Yeah, because the idea is that if you're infinitely far away, then you can see exactly 50%, but that's obviously literally impossible. So you'll always get close to.
Infinitely far away. How far away is that?
Well, that's why it's like a math thing. I get that. Yeah, that's literally ridiculous.
Okay, keep going. Let me know when you get there.
All right. So here's the thing, though. Right? Here's the thing.
This is another way math doesn't equate to reality. You can never get infinitely far away from the ball.
It's when you. I think it's tending towards when you. The idea is that the farther you go, the closer you get to 50%. So the idea is that if you tend towards infinity or whatever, or maybe I'm using that word wrong, but basically if you go towards infinity, right, the amount of the sphere that you will see tends towards 50%.
So you can never see 50%.
Yeah, you would never truly see 50%, unless there was some kind of
until we get to infinity.
Yeah, until you get to infinity, unless there's some kind of
never happened.
Yeah, there you go. What is your point?
This is just another case where math doesn't equal reality.
No, because I'm misapplying it. That's what are you talking about?
I thought you said this was your specialty.
It
Why
is,
are you
but
misapplying it.
Okay, I mean misapplying it in the sense that we're bringing it towards infinity. Obviously, we can't have an infinite distance. I'm just saying if you go towards infinity, right, the amount of sphere that you would see tends towards 50%. All right, it'll get close. All right, you'll never actually hit 50%. But the idea is that if you were to keep going, all right, to infinity, then it tends towards 50%. All right, this is not hard to understand.
I could hear such hesitation in your voice at the end of that. That was funny.
No, there isn't hesitation. There isn't any hesitation.
Cute. Everyone heard it.
What are you talking about? That's literally the math, though. I don't get what you're on about. Like, this is so silly. Like
the hesitation in your voice when you were saying it just now. It was funny. I caught it. I don't know who else caught it.
Okay, so what does that hesitation do for us?
I don't know. I was just pointing it out.
Pointing out. There you go. All right.
There's no infinity. You're never going to get infinity away from it.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
So why did
Tell
you bring
me about what happens when we get infinity far away from it, though?
I won't. But why'd you bring it up for? Why'd you bring up this whole like 50% of the Earth, whatever? What was the point of that?
I don't. This is something you brought up. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere.
Oh, this reminded me of the thing when we were looking at the ball. That's all.
Yeah, with the celestial sphere, that is effectively infinitely
we
far
actually
away.
debunked the moon one day using that ratio, the percentage of how far we are away from the moon. I can't remember. This was like a year ago.
I'm pretty sure.
Does anyone remember that?
No one debunked the moon. I'm pretty sure Bacon did a good job like explaining because I'm pretty sure Bacon was doing the math or something on how much like the moon you should see or whatever, and then some other stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure he did a good job on that. But
we debunked the whole moon with that. I remember that day.
Okay.
You guys took a big L that day. Not that that's different from any other day, but
if you say so. Past the poles, standing at the equator. You see a couple of degrees past the poles, standing at the equator. I don't know about that. It's a mechanism for such a conceptual fraction motion distance. All right. Anyway, but yeah, you would see 50. You would see a little bit more than 50%, yeah, of the celestial sphere. We're talking about like a smidge amount though, a smidge amount more though, of the celestial sphere on one side of the Earth. Yeah.
A smidge? That sounds really scientific. How much is that?
When I say smidge, I just mean like a really, like tiny amount. I'm talking
Alright.
colloquially.
Is
Come
that
on,
what-
like I can't be a person. I can't be like, we can't just talk like people.
I don't just like it.
But yeah, like a little smidge amount. And by the smidge amount, in terms of, because I don't know the 3D math for this, but I know that the 2D math, so the circle for it. In terms of looking all around like a circle, like okay, so looking at the horizon, then up above at the sky, and then down, to the horizon again, and then down to our feet. The sky would take up around like 50.08 degrees. But 3D, I think it's a little bit more because you're dealing with 3D. Or maybe it's a little bit less.
You mean percent?
Might be less actually. Yeah, percentage.
You mean
Yeah,
percent?
yeah,
Oh,
percent.
yeah. You said 50 something degrees. Yeah,
Yeah.
get you.
Which makes sense. Although,
Yeah, I mean
Yo, now
yeah,
that
if
I
you're
heard
talking about the
Bacon's
area.
voice. Hold on, Bacon. Now that I heard Bacon's voice, I remember when we debunked the moon. It was a solar eclipse, and with the amount of moon we could see, for how much was blacked out or whatever. Wait, I'm gonna have to rethink this. I'll get back to you.
Okay. But yeah.
I think he's referring to like when the moon is approaching the sun. The lead part of the moon should still be visible.
The lead part of the moon should be visible.
Something like that.
But it should be. I mean, if it is, I imagine it'd be like a. I'm gonna use the word again. A smidge amount. Probably not visible to the naked eye. Probably.
Yeah, of course. I mean, anything that close to the sun is very hard to be seen. It's very hard to be noticeable by the human eye, by the naked eye.
Yep. But yeah, I don't know. There was an argument, the debate yesterday that Whitsitt joined in. He said we shouldn't see 50% of the celestial sphere, and then I said, "Can you show us?" Like I think he made the claim, like he straight up said, "We don't see that." It's one thing to say, we shouldn't see that, or there's no evidence for that, but he literally said, "We don't see that." So I asked for evidence, and he says, "You don't like prove a negative or something," which is very silly in this context. Very silly in this context because it's not like.
Well, you know how you could actually check that? You could have two people go on, one person be anapodal to where you think they would be anapodal on your globe, and then see if they can see half the shit.
Well, one's daylight, the other's nighttime. That's not that easy.
Yeah, you would have to. Well, I mean,
you could do two people on the equator during an equinox.
It would have to be. Well,
so either is daylight for one and nighttime for the other, or they're both during sunset or both during sunrise.
Well, you could do it during the.
Person can't see the sun anymore.
You could do it towards. You could do it towards the winter though, because the winter isn't like the nighttime like longer than the daytime. So like, you could do.
That doesn't change it.
Oh, although like,
the
equator though. So you might have the equator. So you would have to.
You get two people on the equator on an equinox.
This has been done before because a guy in Canada talked to a guy in Australia, and they were looking at the moon and the same face of the moon at the same time, even though it was different times. One was night, one was day.
Yeah, well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like how much of the sky you can see.
Wait, hold on, Bacon. How come that doesn't work though? Hold on. So if so because obviously during the wintertime the day is longer, right? If you have someone, I mean, does that happen at the equator, or does that not happen at the equator?
No, the thing is, if you're dealing with two antipodal positions,
yeah,
it's either going to be either the sun's going to be on the horizon for both, or one's going to be at nighttime while the other person is at daytime. Doesn't matter the season; they're always in opposite seasons.
Oh, okay. You mean antipodal? Okay, so they're on the poles, is what you're saying?
No, not necessarily in the poles. They have opposite coordinates, like completely opposite coordinates on the Earth. The center of the Earth is right between them.
Okay, I guess they make
a chord line between them goes through the center. That's what it means.
Okay, but what happens at the equator though? If let's say you were to do antipodal at the equator though, so both people are.
All right, kiddo, we gotta take a tubby time.
Same thing.
But like, isn't okay? But I thought like, okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but I know like with when the north is in the winter, obviously that the south is in the summer, and then vice versa. But at the equator though, that doesn't really happen though, right? It's just there is no like seasons, right, or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that regard, hold on, I need to look this up. Hold on. I need
I know we're getting in the tubby right now. Your hiney's all red.
Yeah, I'm a real fast guy.
It has like 2 summers and 2 springs.
2 summers, 2 springs. Yeah, me
something like this.
I'm probably wrong. I'm just trying to double check this. I'm just trying to understand this real fast because I know the whole tilt thing kind of makes this thing a bit more difficult to kind of visualize. If I try to get my model out, then maybe kind of work with something. Okay. I'm gonna make it here. Let me see. The hell? Why is there a fucking disc in the Earth like that? Okay. Okay, dokie. Trying to figure this out. So, okay, we have the equator. Where the fuck is it? $90. Okay, let's do 0. So we're at the equator, and my little model here is okay. Actually, I don't know what the hell I'm doing right now. Hold on. Zero. Okay, so we're at the equator. Let me look at the daytime. So when you say summertime, you said the equator. We said 2 summers and 2 springs. You said.
Yeah, the way seasons work at the equator is something like 2 seasons and 2 summers and 2 springs.
Okay, so spring would probably be like because with the summer, I imagine it's like, I guess, is it also longer days too for that? I mean, and if so, let me see. I imagine, right? I mean, it would have to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure this.
Think. I don't think so. I think the day length changes at the equator. I might be wrong, but the way I'm visualizing it should be the same the whole year.
All right. I'm just gonna. What's the word?
Yeah. I think at the equator, the day length is the same the whole year. Because you always have half of the equator lit and the other half dark. Because it's a great circle. The equator is a great circle. So always half of it is under sunlight, the other is nighttime.
That bothers me though. I feel like shouldn't the tilt have some sort of like role in that though? Because like if you tilted the planet, let's say instead of 23 degrees, let's say we tilted it 90 degrees, right? Then wouldn't that be like on the equator really that'd be practically like all day and all night at the same time.
Yeah,
What
but
would that be?
it would be constantly sunset. It would be sunset forever at the equator.
Yeah. And then obviously if you take the tilt away, 0 degree tilt, then that's also that's also 12 hours for the day. So
Yeah, the only case in which it wouldn't be half would be if you tilt 90 degrees. That's the exception of the rule.
so what happens if you tilt a little bit less, like 80 degrees? Would it be like that's what I'm trying to figure out. There has to be like an in between. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I feel like the in between
No.
would be like a sunset from a decent amount of the day, a little bit of day, and then a little bit of night. I don't know. I have to let me try to mess with that real fast because that's kind of throwing me in.
Yeah, the sun will, if it's 80 degrees, the sun will be very close to the equator all the time. But half the time would be the middle of the sun will be above it, the other half the middle of the sun will be below it. I mean, assuming no atmosphere.
Okay, I think
Further
you're right.
refraction
Actually,
that changes things.
yeah, I think you're right on that. Actually, let me just. I think you got a point on that. I'm just like having a bit of difficulty trying to visualize that, but that's starting to make sense now. It's starting to make sense. Me real fast. Also go to that. Here we go. Where's the sun at? Okay, there's the sun. Wait, why is it going backwards? What the hell? I'll just count it as 8,520.
I'll be right back.
All right. $8,520 to 9,290. 770. Two, 5 to 3 divided by 60 minutes. Okay, so those are minutes then. So 770. Hot mic? In what regard? As in just kind of talking in the background, kind of hot micing, or like hot micing, like I don't want to hear you talk, kind of hot micing, like you're just being sarcastic, you know. Okay. Hmm. Right. Okay. I did look it up. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, at the equator it is 12 hours. So it would be really hard to see both sides of the celestial sphere. Yeah, doing this thing or whatever. It took maybe longer than it should have, but there you go. That's the whatever. But in theory, though, all right, if there was no sun, all right, then you would be able to see, yeah, the full celestial sphere on opposite sides of the Earth. And you know, you could still get. I think you could still get like 90% or 95% of the celestial sphere, even with the sun there, because then you just have to wait until the sun sets for the other person, and then you'd still get the majority of the celestial sphere. So, if I had to do the math, it's probably the amount of celestial sphere that you're probably missing is probably close to the sun's angular size, because then once the sun sets, then you can start seeing the stars roughly. So, yeah, if I had to guess, you're probably missing out like what is it? Probably about like a degree or two, maybe. I don't know, something like that of the celestial sphere. But yes, there you go. Jeremy or whoever the fuck it was that was saying that. Oh no, he's muted. Why is he muted for? Who muted Jeremy?
Fucking Geo keeps pranking me, muting me. What's up?
Oh, I was just doing. I just kind of looked at the whole I was just doing the math or whatever. But yeah, it is 50% of the celestial sphere, and you would have to have no sun in order for you to really get the full 100% of the celestial sphere with two observers on opposite sides of the planet. If there is a sun, then you might get like closer to like 99 or something, because you have to wait for the sun to set in order for you to see the stars. And at that point, you're missing like, a small chunk of the celestial sphere, when you have two observers on the opposite side of the planet. But yeah, close enough. You would essentially get 100% of the celestial sphere with two observers on opposite sides. Yeah. So,
Yo, does the ISS ever travel directly over the equator?
I think it does. 'Cause I think, because I feel like I've seen. I mean, we'd have to, because if it's in an orbit, then it would be taking whatever that's called, and that would have to at some point intersect at the equator. So yeah, I guess it would. Why do you ask, Jeremy?
I don't know. I was just wondering.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think it's called the Great Circle, whatever the fuck. What is a Great Circle? It might be. I think that's the word.
Yeah, you don't know what a great circle ride is?
I mean, I kind of do. I just want to double check to make sure I'm not, Okay, so yeah, great. Yeah, so I mean, I might be using it incorrectly here, but the ISS would be taking something equivalent to a Great Circle, route or whatever. Assuming that's
Is one of those routes over the equator?
That goes without saying. I think once you take a great circle route, you would have to at some point touch the equator because there's no other. You can't. That's not how spheres work. You know, what I'm saying you would have to touch the equator at some point. You can't like. There's no way you can orient a circle any other way to where it's not at least touching it at some point or intersecting it. Yeah.
No, I'm saying, is there a point where it just stays over the equator for like a whole circle?
I mean, I guess the orbit would have to be like shifting, I guess. So I don't know. If the orbit shifts, then I guess at some point it might, maybe.
Well, it has to shift. There's Coriolis effect, right?
I don't think that's not how that. What? That does it? I don't think that applies to orbits or some. I don't know.
Its path. It applies to its path over the rotating body.
That's not how that works.
Okay.
I don't think.
Like, is this like the teleportation thing?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Do you think
ISS
Coriolis
teleporting?
I'm not doing this. All right. Listen, do you think the moon experiences Coriolis, whatever? I don't think that's.
It does, yeah. The sun, the moon, anything where there's a rotating body and something else, there's Coriolis.
That's not how it's. I don't think that's how it's defined. I'm pretty sure that's because it's an orbit.
Bro, this is one of Kosho's best proofs. He's gonna be so disappointed when he hears this. This is one of Kosho's best proofs for Coriolis effect is the ISS path.
I mean, maybe you are correct. I just don't know enough of that. It just doesn't sound right to me because, from my understanding, like I said, I never actually studied any of this. So I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not gonna say I'm right. But that doesn't sound right to me though. I never heard of an orbit doing that. Because an orbit's unrelated to, you know.
I'm a little bit confused actually because I thought that the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn were great circles. I thought they were defined as
No.
great circles.
The great circle is when you don't move left or right.
Yeah, but that, do you mean north or south?
No, left or right. You just go straight around the sphere, not turning left or right.
Left or right doesn't mean anything on us in a sphere.
Well, it can't be north or south
Sure it
because
does. You're going forward and you don't go left or right. And you just keep going forward and
Yeah,
you come back around yourself.
Go ahead.
You could follow a certain latitude line on the Tropic of Cancer, for instance.
You have to turn though. You have to turn left or right to do that.
Yeah.
How would you know you were doing that?
I don't know how you would. I mean, knowing physically, but in order to do it, you'd have to be turning a little bit.
Okay. Well, maybe I've got the definition wrong, but I thought the tropics were great circles as well. Oh. Well, I could be wrong.
The equator is the only latitude line that is a great circle route on the globe.
Fair enough.
Every longitude line is one there.
Every longitude, yeah. That is correct.
Yo, you guys ever see Star Trek: The Next Generation?
And that Star Trek, yeah, with Picard. That was the best one.
Yeah,
That was the
my
best one,
favorite.
baby. Hell yeah.
Yeah. You know who Arma reminds me of?
Oh, God.
The green dude. Wait. Who?
No. Don't do him dirty. Come on.
Who's he remind you of?
The ensign, the young ensign.
Wesley Crusher.
That's the one. Arma Clark.
I mean, I haven't
That's a
seen
compliment, by the way. That's a compliment.
Thank you.
Armbar wasn't born when that was out.
I know he has no clue. Yeah.
I mean, I know of Star Trek. I just, but yeah, I wasn't born.
How old were you in the night? Were you born in the 90s?
Yeah, 97.
You should remember Star Trek, man.
Yeah, I mean, I know about it, but I never actually watched it though. But
You're actually as young as I thought you were.
Hey, Arma.
21, 22-ish.
Arma, would there be a horizon on a flat Earth?
I guess it depends on the depends on the what we're dealing with. I guess if there's no atmosphere, you would have a nice clear cutoff. If you have an atmosphere, then it would kind of do a weird. You would have a weird fadey line of a horizon.
Why?
You mean like what we see in plains and on mountains and all over the place?
Yeah, well, I mean, but even then, I feel like those, even though they fade a bit, they still cut off so it's like a fade, and then it's like a weird cut still. So it's not quite exactly that.
See, you see how they just blatantly doublespeak? So on a flat
It's not doublespeak. I can show you what I'm talking about.
The horizon would fade in, and then I said, "Oh, like we see on the Earth." Oh, well, that's just a fade in, but there's still kind of, sort of, like a cut in it.
Well, I could show you what I'm talking about.
Hey, do you agree that the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we were on a flat Earth, would we have a sky and a ground?
Yeah, that's why I said if you don't have an atmosphere, then it would be a nice cutoff. But if you have an atmosphere, right, assuming no refraction and whatnot, then you would have this like fade. It would just start to fade. You never have you probably wouldn't have a cutoff, really. Probably, if I had to guess. No, you wouldn't actually. Yeah, you wouldn't have a cutoff. No.
Why would that be different than a globe Earth?
Because the globe Earth, right? The fade would the cutoff happens way faster than the fade does. Like it would probably fade a little bit, but it's going to cut off faster before that, basically. But with the flat Earth, though, because you'd be assuming no refraction, you would be able to, and assuming no atmosphere, you would see pretty much towards the end of that surface, whatever. But if you have atmosphere, then you don't. It just kind of fades out. So it'd be like a nice.
Really,
like
where's the
blur.
fade off happen? Where's the fade off happen? You just said it would be way further than on a globe. Where does it happen? Right? You guys said we could see forever.
Well, no. So with the atmosphere, it acts kind of like a fog, right? Like, yeah, if you have those long distance pictures, whatever, you see the mountains kind of like start to like fade a bit because you have like that, they start turning like bluish, right? Because you have like the atmosphere in front of that, and the farther you look, the more that kind of, what's the word, compiles, whatever, or, starts to, add and add and add, whatever. So I imagine it would have to be quite a bit. It would have to be quite a bit. Maybe like 500, 1,000 miles. I don't know. It would get to the point.
So like basically, to be a glober, you can just literally make stuff up constantly. Like, is that how this goes? So
I'm not making it up. I'm just guessing. I don't know how far it would actually be.
We couldn't see. You say that we can see forever. You say that there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. You make up that it would always only blur. And then I ask you why it's different. You say it would be longer than the globe distance. I ask you how far would it be. You don't actually know. Then you start making up numbers. So are you saying that without an atmosphere, we'd be able to see forever on a flat Earth?
If without an atmosphere on the flat Earth, we would see the hard cutoff, which essentially would be the end of that surface. We would be like, we wouldn't be able to make it out, but we would see a hard cutoff, though.
So you think we'd be able to see across the entire Earth?
We would, once again, we would see a hard cutoff. We wouldn't be able to make out what's at the end of that, but we would see a hard cutoff. We would see ground and we would see sky. Although I guess at that point it would be the night sky or something.
It would be the entire Earth.
Yeah, it'd be entire Earth, but you can't make out what's at the end of that, though.
Okay.
Why? How are you even making that assertion?
Because geometry. I'm going based off of geometry.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm amazed that you actually, because I was going to point out that you just said that you could see to the end of the surface, and I thought you'd get triggered like you did last time. But you actually said it twice. That's absurd.
I don't see why not. Using trigonometry, it would make sense to see towards the end of it. I mean, you're not going to make out what's at the end of it, but
Well, you are missing out one thing he did say. He did admit that he doesn't know and that he is just guessing. He did admit that.
What was he guessing?
I was guessing the numbers. I said I don't really know if it'd be like 500 or like 1,000.
You said you didn't even know. You said
who white knighted for you what you were guessing, because he said that you were guessing. What was he guessing?
He doesn't know.
What does it matter? Because I did say I was guessing. What does it matter? Because he was right, though.
Because now you're white knighting each other, right? And
that's what they do. It's like a cult.
This isn't a stim chat.
No, but this is the thing Witsit does. He comes in and he asks people questions that they're not experts in, and then tries to demolish them because they don't know.
But what was he guessing?
No.
Can you explain what he was guessing? Yeah, you don't fucking know. So I don't know why you left in.
Well, he was right though. I was guessing. I literally did say that I said I don't really know for
What
sure. I
were
said
you
probably
guessing?
around 500, 1,000. So it's
armor,
irrelevant whether he knows or not. He was right.
It's not irrelevant armor. This comes down to actually what's being said and whether it can be taken seriously. I was listening to you when you said you were guessing the numbers. When he came into White Knight for you, he said he was guessing. I asked him and he goes silent because he doesn't fucking know, because he wasn't listening. Very frustrating.
But he wasn't wrong though. I did say I was guessing.
When you guys started asking what was he guessing, I thought you were actually asking him what he was guessing.
Why are you interrupting?
Just going to keep on carrying on until I get to finish. So the obvious point here is that he wasn't really listening. He just wanted to White Knight for you and waste our time. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, and then as soon as you called them out, what they always do, every Glober, once they're like backed into a corner where they're wrong, they literally just go silent. And then in the text, they literally just stop responding and they wait till it blows over and they jump back in on the next topic. They'll do it like incessantly in a repetitive cycle.
He admitted that he doesn't know and he was guessing. How was that him being wrong?
No,
how was that him being wrong?
What was he guessing?
Crypto, why is that relevant?
Doesn't matter what he was guessing. He could be guessing anything. The fact is, he admitted during the conversation that he was guessing and that he doesn't know.
Yeah, Crypto, why is it relevant whether he knows what I was guessing or not? Why is it relevant?
Yeah. Well, if he doesn't fucking know, then he doesn't know what's relevant, does he? So what was he guessing?
This is so relevant. We know the context. We know what is relevant. All right, like, you're just trying to be that guy for no reason.
You're White Knighting for him.
No, because we're getting off track. We're getting off track. That's why I'm doing it. We're literally getting off track. Let's go back to what the actual topic was.
You don't have faith in him to basically make his own arguments. That's what you're demonstrating, right? So what was he guessing?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you don't fucking know. So why did you say anything?
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter what if he
Arma,
knows.
it does matter. Arma, why do you keep doing that? He made the point very clear. He's like, this guy jumped in to derail the conversation and White Knight for you, but he wasn't even listening to the conversation.
But he was right though.
Disrespectful and ignorant. No,
he was right though.
He didn't even
So
know.
I don't see the point of this. He was right. I was guessing.
Yeah, you were guessing about everything that you said, but he couldn't even specifically say what was said because he wasn't listening.
And that's irrelevant because we literally
it's not irrelevant. That
yes, it was irrelevant. He was right. I was guessing.
Oh my
you guys
god,
want to point for whatever reason. You guys want to win for no reason.
You guys are goofy, bro. Like,
Jeremy
anyway,
does have a good topic.
This guy, he just jumped in. He didn't even know what was being said. That's the actual point. And so this is the better point. This is the better point. Is that you guys all say the same mantras, right? You say there would be no horizon on a flat Earth, that it would just blur, there'd be no hard cutoff,
Depends.
And you make up all this nonsense about how you know what geometry is, or you know what perspective is because of geometry, as if geometry is like a physical, tangible phenomena or something. Because you guys know how to do 7th grade geometry and draw cartoons with lines coming out of people's eyes. You think you know how the world works and can tell us definitively what we see in the distance. It's just a joke. So whenever I ask you specifically about it, then all of a sudden you don't know, you're making stuff up, you're just guessing, you just think so, I don't really know. But if someone asks you, can there be a horizon, you'll say no. If someone asks you why do things drop in the distance, you'll say it has to be because the Earth's a ball. But when it comes down to it, you just repeat mantras. That's the whole point. If I take a time lapse of the clouds from a high distance at a high elevation, if I take a time lapse of the clouds that are further away from me are going to look like they're dropping down in my view. They're not curving around a ball, though. They just look like they're dropping down due to perspective. Okay? And so if we know that the horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet, then on a flat Earth, you would have both the sky and the ground. So they're going to start to converge towards each other. So you're going to have a horizon on a flat Earth, or you would either have to have all sky or all ground.
Yeah, they've switched their argument to not a clear, crisp horizon now. I just observed clouds that were right near me where the tops of the clouds were lit up, but the sun was way, way lower in the distance. How does that happen? Maybe it's just the sun that's further away that's not actually lower than the clouds that are closer to me. The sun is actually high in the sky above the clouds and lighten up the tops of the clouds, right?
Just funny. You can look at all 4 of these pictures I posted, right? And so you can see all the clouds look like they're going down the distance. And the bottom 2, they're going to claim the clouds are going behind the curvature of the Earth. So it's crazy. Once it gets to the horizon, all of a sudden, it's the curve of the Earth. But then in the top 2, because they're actually screenshots from videos, they'll admit, oh, well, yeah, the clouds look like they're going down because of perspective. So when does it switch over from it goes down optically because of perspective, and then all of a sudden it's curving around a ball?
When it gets cut off.
Over?
When it gets cut off.
Yeah, I knew you had to say it.
But this is what's so funny. It's a trap, though, Ricky. It's just such an easy, simple trap. He said when it gets cut off. So that means it wasn't bending around the curve of the Earth until it got cut off?
No, it was still bending, I guess. But I mean, like a very
checkmate.
How is that a checkmate? I literally answered you. It literally okay. You have it above you, right, and then it keeps going. It keeps going down in the distance, right, and once it gets to the point where it's far enough, yeah, it'll start getting cut off. I mean that's how the ball works. How is that a checkmate?
Yeah. Armour, you're not really maybe understanding the point. That is how a ball would work, but it doesn't prove that is a ball if that's what happens.
Who said I said it proved it?
Well, then why are you even making the point?
No, he was literally saying that. They would say this. All right, I'm saying that's how it would work on a ball. You would see we would see the clouds getting cut off like that. All right, I guess.
Oh, wait,
I guess you could make.
Could this happen on a flat Earth? Could we see this on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you're dealing with. If you're dealing with like maybe some kind of refraction or some kind of maybe sure, I can kind of see that.
So you see what I'm saying, Crypto? So like Crypto, that was the point. I brought it up, but he is actually gonna obviously and inevitably make a claim that it's exclusive to a globe. So you are the one making a positive claim. You're claiming that when we see these globes or these clouds on the horizon, this can only happen on a globe. Do you not know how ignorant that is?
On both.
I mean, what I'm saying basically, if we're just using strictly geometry, then that makes sense. But yeah, if there's some kind of refraction going on, then I guess it could work on a flat Earth too.
Why do we need refraction? If I'm looking at the distance and I see clouds look like they're going down, because of perspective, why would that suddenly stop?
It would literally. Here's the thing. It would pretty much tend towards the horizon, right? It would never actually go below the horizon, right? If you actually know how perspective works, it's not going to go below it. That's where the issue is.
It goes behind it.
Yeah, behind it. That doesn't make any sense either, though. Behind or below it, that doesn't. It shouldn't be doing that.
Further away than the horizon, and the sun is even further away.
Yeah, and that's where we have to.
So then it would be blocked by the distant cloud, right?
Yeah, so that's where we agree. We have to agree to disagree. No, that's where we agree to disagree because I don't believe perspective does that.
You can do it in your yard or your kitchen, dude. The same.
Wait, yeah, but this is funny. He said, I don't believe that perspective did that. But that's why I started the conversation by asking you the specifics where you kept on bumbling around and saying you didn't know. Because you basically invoked a limit to perspective. And then you had to switch it to say that if there was no atmosphere, we would see forever. So basically, everything would converge down in the distance, but we would be able to see forever.
Yeah, the thing is, if you had a surface that was, really, really large, like the Earth, and you had no atmosphere, you would see pretty much the hard cutoff between the sky and or I guess it would be like the lack of sky. I mean, it'd be like maybe the stars.
So the atmosphere calls perspective now?
No, the atmosphere basically would do the fade out. It would start to fade out the horizon, whatever. But you would get the hard cutoff though if there was no atmosphere. And you would basically see you wouldn't be able to make out what's at the end of the the Earth, whatever. But it would be there though. It would technically be right there in front of you.
So this is what's so funny. Think about what the Globers do, right? So they know how to regurgitate like 7th grade math, and they try to scoff and mock at the flat earthers as if they don't understand their math, when it's like literally 7th grade level. And it's just draw an orthographic view of a person, draw straight lines out of their eyes, and draw them infinitely. And then say, just baselessly, that we can see forever. So do you have any actual evidence that we can see forever?
I mean, in terms of like the ball model, I guess, we would have like the stars up there though, but I guess you want more like down to earth example. I don't know. I mean, we do have where we're on top of mountains, seeing, mountains 200, miles away, whatever. I mean, that is farther than what you guys claim to see at the surface, whatever. I think you have to prove that we could see farther going up for whatever reason on the flat earth. That doesn't make any sense mathematically.
See, so like the thing, they're just lost. This is crazy. I think this is what we should just cram this down their throat, because when normal people hear this and then they have the audacity to pretend that they have like intellectual superiority and they're like scoffing, it's just very see through.
I try
They're
and
trying
do
to
it
claim
almost
they're being
daily,
right.
but I get shut down.
Yeah, it's just
I
crazy. Like
actually
I like.
get shut down by Jeremy and others that don't want to talk about long distance observations for some reason.
Well, see,
I
it's
just
very
feel like
important to
Armour's,
understand what we see in the distance. Go ahead.
yeah, I just feel like Armour's trying to, he's seeing perspective in a 2D sense, like in order to not see X, then Y must be in front of it type thing. Like, but that's not how perspective works. Like the angle gets too small and then you can't resolve it. It's the whole
I mean,
point,
that's
right? It's angular. It's angularly resolved.
I mean, that's how Blender and a lot of video games calculate or whatever, and they do a pretty good job representing reality.
Why did you talk over me?
My bad.
Okay, so the whole point of it is that it's angularly resolved. It's not blocked physically. This is a massive difference, and you just ignore it.
Exactly.
No, but that's the thing. You literally have mountains, all right, lower than they should be, all right? Like, remember that one picture? I mean, maybe you weren't there for that, but there was a mountain, though, where it's literally cut in half, and there's missing mountain below that, right? It is literally lower than where it should be, all right? It's not just, it's not resolved or something.
Lower than what it should be according to what?
According to just like using like logic and whatnot. I literally made a paradox. I made a
Logic
paradox
of
for this.
what?
Yeah, I made a paradox for this. I was saying if you have a gun, all right, and you level it, right, because the horizon comes up to eye level, right? If you level it, the horizon will be at the gun's, leveled point. If you aim it, it's going to be lined up with the horizon, right? Now, if you shoot that gun, right, because the mountain is halfway, you only see half of that mountain. If you shoot that gun at the horizon, right, are we going to shoot, where that gun is pointed at on that mountain, or are we going to shoot somewhere else, right? Here's the thing.
1,000 feet above sea level at one point and 1,000 above sea level at another point, which is a mountain, is still 1,000 feet. It's a horizontal line.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if our gun is level,
slow
right?
down.
Let's say,
Slow down.
yeah. So if our gun is like, I don't know, like 3 feet, above
Let's
the
say
ground.
it's 1,000 feet, and you're shooting at 1,000 feet target, which the mountain appears lower or higher because you're looking at optics now.
Wait, who
But
said
the
we're
gun
talking?
is still, if the bullet doesn't drop because of gravity,
Hold on.
I'll just say gravity so you don't freak out, then the bullet is going to hit the target that's 1,000 foot above the target. It might not optically be there.
Hold on.
that's
Are
where
you
the
saying the
bullet
gun is
gonna
now
go.
1,000 feet above sea level as well as the mountain?
Dude, just use 10 feet, whatever you want, since you're seeing so confused. You can't follow along remedial stuff.
Okay, so yeah, let's say 3 feet, because 3 feet makes more sense,
Then it's going to hit 3 feet above the ground, no matter how far away. If the bullet flies true,
but we're aiming
above sea
at
level.
like halfway up that mountain. Remember that mountain is literally halfway.
It doesn't matter. You're optically viewing the mountain. That's not whatever.
So
dude.
the mountain is physically lower than where it should be, or not physically, but visually, it's lower than where it should be.
Exactly, visually has nothing to do with your scope is right there, but the mountains, however far you've put it away for it to be that low or that high, because sometimes it's above the crosshairs, right?
Okay,
it's higher than what it should be. Sometimes
if it's visually lower than where it should be, right, then we're not dealing with straight lines. We're dealing with some weird shit right there. All right, that doesn't make any sense.
It's called optical illusion.
Okay, so optical illusion, but that's not how perspective works, though.
Or something. We're not talking about just perspective now, are we?
We were literally talking about perspective.
Oh
we were just
my
saying,
god!
Okay,
so you just want to talk about perspective? Go ahead.
Because with perspective, right, where you aim is where you would shoot, right? But obviously, if you have refraction, if you have the Earth curve, whatever, then there's different variables, and then now it's not so simple, whatever, right? But if perspective, if we're dealing with just perspective, where you aim should be where where you shoot. There is things being lower, all right, because of perspective. That doesn't change anything. You could still aim and hit it. All right, you could draw a straight line to it, and you'll hit it. All right. That's where the issue comes in. You guys are trying to say, well, perspective, that's why things are lower than where they should be, though. But there's no straight line to that, though. Like it just doesn't make any sense. You're breaking like a lot of things. All right, none of this makes sense.
You're talking so fast, dude. It's like you're trying too hard. It's
just
okay,
how I do
man.
it. That's how I do.
I know it's okay. I get it. I get how you feel. You're just wrong, man. You need to see it the other way. Well, you haven't proven anything to yourself. You definitely haven't gone out and done anything. You just keep trusting people that you seem to be right. Like that agree with you, that you like more than me or Witsit.
I trust the math that seems to be very reliable. All right, I've seen the math, done. It makes sense to me. All right, I haven't
It's
seen.
provably not reliable. We have scientific studies that show it's not reliable. We have robotics that have incredibly precise mapping of optics that are required for the efficacy of robotics. And it proves that you actually cannot simply use a linear relationship of Euclidean visual space. It won't work. It's incredibly off when it comes to the precision. So they have to use hyperbolic space to actually have like efficient results in robotics.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah. So when you say it always works, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It always works. Where does it work?
From the stuff that I've seen.
Like what?
Yeah,
like just
it
doing
would
trig,
be
for example.
nice.
If you want. What?
No, go ahead.
I was saying, yeah, in terms of like trig or whatever, the stuff that I've seen, like, if you want to like measure the distance of like, like a tree or something, or I remember when me and Bacon did that one little thing with like the moon, like we took like the moon's angular size right into account, and then we figured out how far away those people were in that picture, and it checked out. We literally got like, pretty close to what, the distance was and whatnot. So like from what I've seen, yeah, trig works really well. That's the math that I at least use.
So it can work decent based on the different limits of view. So what you guys do whenever we start to get closer to this limit of view, you guys say, oh, well, all the curving is because the Earth is curving, right? So whenever we start to see things that go off of these straight little fairy tale cartoons that you draw with straight lines coming out, right? You guys say, oh, well, yeah, but that's because the Earth's evolved, right? And then whenever it doesn't match your specific dimensions or curvature rate, you say, oh, well, that's because refraction. So you guys have created an unfalsifiable narrative of begging the question, right? So you say we see in straight lines. Oh, well, it doesn't look like we see in straight lines. Well, that's because the Earth's evolved. Oh, well, it doesn't match my ball prediction. Oh, well, that's because the atmosphere always bids it to be whatever it is I see. It's hilarious. And then you come in here like
it would be nice to have a bit of more details into the examples where the way we treat perspective, like using Euclidean geometry, doesn't work. If there's an example that we can look into, it would be nice.
Yeah, well, I'll drop a source when I'm not in the store, man. Yeah, there's a lot of sources. Why don't you just look it up?
Or have you looked into the example?
Why are you always somewhere when you're doing these fucking debates?
Buddy, I just did a 3.5 hour debate in front of 1,700 people live a second ago. Well, you think I worked for you or something? I had to go to the store.
No, you're right. But I'm just saying, this happens a lot, though.
I dropped more citations in here than any Glober ever has. If you take all the Globers and combine them, I've dropped more citations.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, we all know I'm right. So why do you guys do that?
Why'd you make that comment?
Citation count. Nice.
Well, it's just funny. You guys act like I never support anything I say, but I've dropped more citations than anyone else in the server.
Well, first off, I wasn't saying that. I was literally just saying, like, you have a habit of being somewhere when we ask for something. You're like, oh, I was literally just strictly saying that.
We're out doing stuff, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Armour, that I tend to come in here when I'm driving because I don't like to have my spare time wasted by Globers. So perhaps Witsit has a similar opinion.
Fair enough.
Yeah, like if I'm ever at the house on here, it's because I'm also doing something else on my computer for work or something.
Yeah, but I mean, when that's the case, it's a lot easier to make claims like perspective doesn't work. Like if you don't have to cite anything.
Oh my god,
You're
dude.
making
You're
these kind of
oh my
things.
god, dude. You ever had like a
Trying to figure out where you're at.
pretzel? You remind me of like those big pretzels you get that are freshly baked. They're like super soft and doughy, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at it from across the counter, it's like, oh, these may look hard, but you get there, like, oh no, it's soft. You just act so hard on the internet. Now you're basically just backhanded sliding me, like, oh, I intentionally bring up
hard.
You just backhanded sliding me, where like, oh well, whenever I'm out in public, I can make up false claims tactically on purpose when I can't support them.
I didn't say that.
You literally said it's easy for you to make claims when you're out and you don't have to support
Yeah, I
them.
didn't say you're making them up.
You literally just insinuated that.
It was heavily implied.
Yeah, you can be very well. No, not necessarily.
I don't, dude.
You can
I know that I'm coming. I know that I'm coming through clearly tonight. I've been talked over by you. I've been talked over by Armour. I've been talked over by the Scottish guy. Why do you guys not just wait for people to finish? Seriously.
Actually, when I was talking over you earlier, right, you were actually, your mic was really bad and you were really breaking up for me. So I didn't actually know you were talking.
That's not true.
Okay, well, that's
Yeah, well,
That's
addressing
not.
the point,
Were
I
you
said it's
sitting
easier. Not s-
listening
I still didn't get
to
to
what was coming out of my
I
phone?
didn't actually get to make my point. I still didn't actually get to make my point. I just told you guys not to talk over me, and then I knew that there was a reply coming, but it wasn't really
I'll make her a
welcome.
point.
Well, now I've forgotten my point, which is even more annoying. But please don't talk over people because then they forget their points. It ruins the whole conversation. Please.
Yeah, well, my current connection has around half a second delay. It's gonna happen sometimes. It's just unavoidable when you have a delayed connection. Once I noticed you're speaking, I just stop. I did that when I spoke and I heard your voice. I just stopped.
Well,
I never move on. If I start talking and I hear someone else also talking, I just stop.
Well, here's the real question. When I show you guys all these citations that show that the Euclidean perspective assumption didn't work and it falls apart in certain scenarios, are you guys going to still just keep coming back and saying it and using it for all your diagrams and all your arguments? Or are you going to change them?
Oh,
I think the context
if it backs up your
matters.
claim, then no.
So, Larry,
Yeah,
I
if
knew
it
you were
backs
going to not
up,
answer.
Well, hold on. Well, the
if it
context
backs
matters.
up your claim, then yes.
Sorry.
But it often doesn't.
Yeah, because I was
Oh,
going
can
to say.
you name a time I didn't?
Almost every time I open the
Well,
time you
to be
send
easy
me
to
a whole
name one
lecture,
time.
I watched an hour of that. Oh, that was
Yeah.
the last time it happened. The last time you
Well,
sent me a
actually,
whole
that was
lecture,
talk.
and it didn't.
Yes, that was talking about how we would view through hyperbolic space. That is, and then what you wanted to say, because I actually mixed up two of the lectures, which I ended later showing you. It doesn't matter. That one also explains how we would see things from a hyperbolic perspective. And then you're like, this doesn't say perspective is hyperbolic. I'm like, okay, well, you were arguing about the specifics of how it would affect our vision. And I gave you a professor. You denied that a professor even existed that said that. So then I actually found you the other lecture,
What?
and I cited it word for word where he specifically talks about how we would see in hyperbolic space. And then you just never say anything.
No,
You said,
one link you
"Oh,
sent.
well, yeah." So you just got
Yeah,
executed on that.
yeah.
What
Well,
else
when
you
you send
got?
me a second link, I went to watch that. It wasn't a video. It was a playlist of 15 or 20 videos. I don't remember. I wouldn't go through 20 videos of an hour each just to find
No, that's not
one
what happened.
sentence you were quoting. I
No,
have no idea where you quoted from.
I cited it
Yeah, in the
specifically.
first.
Okay, you're just gonna lie. So
Okay,
whatever.
let me address what. Oh, you said you made a bunch of claims. I'm trying to respond to them. And the other video, it wasn't about how we view stuff. It was about how to project a hyperbolic space into a flat surface. It had nothing to do with how we view stuff.
It
That's what
literally
I'm saying.
did
If
talk
the
about how we
citation,
would view through it. It literally talks about how you would view through the hyperbolic space. It actually
yeah,
describes
that's called
different
projection.
positions with it. Okay, so you were arguing about that, and then I specifically said, okay, well, that's just one of the other ones. Here's the one I'm talking about more so. And so, yeah, you watched an hour. It does explain the specifics of how it's describing hyperbolic space and how you would see it from different positions. And you denied every single bit of it. And then you denied that there was actually a mathematical or mathematician professor that would be covering that or think that. So then I showed you a different one, and I even quoted it. I hand typed out the words as he said them to show you exactly what he was talking about. And he was talking about us seeing through visual space that was hyperbolic, and I cited the exact terminology that he used. Yes.
Not through visual space that is hyperbolic. It's if you were staring to a hyperboloid, right? So if you're staring into this three-dimensional shape, and you're dealing with the two-dimensional surface of this shape, which would be a hyperbolic space, that's what he's referring to. It's not about how we view stuff. It's if you're staring to that
now
shape.
you're wrong again. So he said if we were standing on a
That's
plane,
what a projection is. The whole thing about
he says, imagine if we're standing on a plane looking in all directions. If we do a 360 and look in all directions, there's a plane all around us. We're standing on a completely flat, infinite plane extending in all directions. And then we look out in front of us. If there was hyperbolic space, this is what we would see. And then he proceeds to explain it.
Yeah, it's that space projected into that plane. Like it's how you would view that, not how we view things in reality, not how we view 3D space. How you view hyperboloid projected into that flat plane. It's that's that only explaining, like if you get a physical hyperboloid and look at it, that's how it would look like. It's not talking about how we view 3D things. It's how you'd view a 2D surface of a hyperboloid. Like context matters. That's what I'm saying. If
No,
the
what you're
citations
talking
back up
about is
your
how we
claims,
would
the,
view hyperbolic
the
space. That's
first,
specifically what
one
we're
of
talking
the
about.
first
This is
things
where
he said
Highlander
was
has no idea what he's talking
imagine.
about, but he's going to pretend he knows what he's talking about.
No, because right at the beginning you said imagine. Yeah. So everything you're talking about is imagination. Yeah.
Buddy, that's how. That's what
Imagine
you
you're
think it is when
standing
you make
here.
little cartoons of
Imagine you're looking this
orthographic
way.
vision.
Imagine you're
Hey,
seeing this.
hey,
Yeah.
Highlander, what do you think you're doing when you draw little orthographic cartoons of people with lines coming out of their eyes?
Math.
See, you don't think hyperbolic visual space is math?
I don't know. I mean, it is, but maybe that's like imagination math, though.
Oh, so the PhD from an Ivy League who is taught at multiple schools, all of a sudden your appeal to consensus doesn't matter, and it's make-believe math. Hyperbolic
said it
math
doesn't
is
matter.
make-believe math. That's crazy.
All I was pointing out was
Hold
the
on,
first
give me a
thing you
second.
said was imagine. Yeah. That's all I'm pointing out was you
This is
said
all boring.
imagine.
Oh, the
This is
whole
boring.
thing is just like if you take a picture of a sphere, right? The sphere gets projected into that picture. The picture is analogous to the flat plane, and the sphere is analogous to the hyperboloid. It doesn't mean the camera has spherical geometry space. That the space of the view of the camera is spherical because it's taking a picture of a sphere. No, the sphere is ending up being projected into the image.
No, see, what
because
you're doing
that's
is
how you would
tactically
view a
dishonest.
sphere.
It's tactically dishonest.
Why are you calling me?
Let me just
ad
clarify
homs,
real
all right.
fast. Let me clarify real fast. No, it's not an ad hom. My argument isn't an ad hom. Okay. So
Yeah, okay, not
what
an
we
ad
were
hom,
talking.
personal text.
This is what. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's right. I think that you're being intentionally deceptive. I'm about to explain why. So we were talking about how we would see if we see in hyperbolic visual space. And as I described the effects and that flat plane shapes would appear distorted in the distance based on hyperbolic visual space, you said, nuh-uh, that doesn't make sense. That's not how it would work. And then you said that's not how we see. I said, well, we have circular eyes, so I don't know why you think that we wouldn't see like that. But this is how it would work if visual space is hyperbolic. We would see flat plane shapes become distorted in the distance. They would begin to converge into a curved limit of view. And you said, no, that's not how it would work. So then I told you, well, this is what the PhD professor says that it would happen. This is the math behind it. This is exactly how it would. And so then once I showed you that, you denied that's how it would work if visual space was
That's not what
hyperbolic.
they're saying.
You denied that's how visual space would work if it was hyperbolic, right? And he says word for word, flat plane shapes would appear distorted. That's word for word what he says. You said that that's not how hyperbolic visual space would work. And then when I showed you that it is how it would work, you changed it to say
I never said how it would work because I have no idea what that means. That's a lie.
You're interrupting me. You changed it to say,
Yeah.
oh, he's not saying that's how we see. I said specifically he's explaining how you would view hyperbolic space. You denied it. And I said the proof that we see in hyperbolic space is, for one, that our eyes are curved. We see with a curved retina. We see in a curve, right? So of course visual
It's
space is
completely
curved.
irrelevant to but how your eyes work is completely irrelevant to that point of the lecture. The lecture was talking about how you project the hyperboloid into space. That has zero references to your eye. You could use any optical device. It doesn't matter because it's just a projection of the hyperboloid into,
You see, he just did it again.
into a flat space.
You see how he just did it again?
It wasn't. And I'm not finished. And it wasn't talking about if we view in hyperbolic space, but how we would see a hyperboloid. Not how things would look if our vision was a hyperbolic space. I don't even know what that means. I never denied it
So
because I
you
didn't
don't
know what that
even
means.
understand it, but you're pretending. So that's right. Hey,
I understand your claim. I
listen
understood the
carefully.
lecture.
Listen very carefully. If visual space is hyperbolic, then would we be viewing in a hyperboloid?
I have no idea what that means.
See, and I'm stupid. So you just don't understand it. So stop pretending. Why would you bring it up? Why would you bring it up months later? You still don't even
Because
understand it.
you asked an example of a citation that didn't back up your claim. And the lecture you sent, I understood the whole lecture. I watched the whole lecture. It wasn't making the claims that you were, so it wasn't backing up your claims. That's one example that you asked it for.
This is why I have to keep, and if I do this 15 times with Bacon, he'll keep doing it, right? So what you're doing is tactically merging the two, as if I said, what this professor said was, in fact, we see in hyperbolic space, Euclidean geometry is wrong, and this is how we see in hyperbolic space. And in reality, what happened was I said, yes, if we see in hyperbolic space, it would make flat plane shapes appear distorted. If we're looking out in hyperbolic visual space, that's how it would work. And then you said, no, that's not how it would work. I said, well, this professor says that's how it would work. The math is how it says it would work. That is definitely how it would work. You said, no, show it, cite it. So then I give you the professor specifically explaining us viewing out in hyperbolic space. And now you're saying he doesn't say that's how we see.
A hyperbolic space.
He says that he doesn't say that's how we see. He doesn't say, yeah, he literally does. He says, what would we see?
No, he doesn't.
What would we see?
Yeah,
What would
a
we
projection. How you'd project a hyperboloid into a flat plane has nothing to do with how humans see things.
Oh my God. He's saying if we were looking out at a hyperboloid, this is how we would see it. This is what we
he's
would
explaining how you get a projection, dude. You didn't understand the lecture. You have no background for the basics of the lecture.
Oh my God. So if it was hyperbolic space, then would that lecture apply?
I don't even understand what visual space being hyperbolic space mean.
Okay,
And
see,
it
so
certainly
I
has
promise
nothing
it's
to
not
do
that.
with 1 second, dude. I wasn't
Yeah,
finished.
I don't like talking to you. I'm
And it
disengaged
certainly-
because
and
if I want to talk for
well,
5 minutes
you
while
asked-
driving, you come in and make a 5-second conversation become a repetitive 30-minute, drawn-out, really slow,
It's
redundant.
not my
but not
fault if you don't back up your claims, dude. It's
I
not
just
my
exposed
fault if you don't back
just
up your
exposed you.
claims.
You didn't expose shit.
I feel so exposed.
Oh, Army, you
Okay,
think
it's
he's
not my-
right right now?
It's not my. It's not my issue.
I have a
It's not
lot
my
of trust in
problem.
Bacon. He's
Your
a
claims
pretty
aren't
smart
backed
dude.
up.
Oh, so you don't understand it, but you know he's right. Gotcha.
Well, I mean, I don't know for sure,
Actually,
but I
Armand,
think he's probably
actually,
right.
Yeah, I wanted to. The thing is
Yeah,
that,
I'll tell you one.
sorry you had to waste your time with that, Witsi, but I wanted to ask you a question. You used the term imagination maths. I was wondering if you could define that for me.
Imagination maths? I don't know, just like using math, for an imaginary scenario, I guess.
Okay, maybe flesh that out for me.
I don't know, like trying to, math out how maybe Superman does his shit. I don't know, like how he flies or something like that.
So how does imagination maths differ from, say, reality maths?
I guess reality math would be math that applies to reality, while imagination math is math that applies to imagination, like things that don't really exist.
Okay, so if we remove the context, what's different in the actual maths itself?
I mean, it's still math, I guess. Yeah, it's still math.
Yeah. So what was the point of saying it was imagination maths earlier?
It was just like a joke mainly. That I mean, I will admit, like, I mean, I'm sure you could apply, this hyperbolic, thing to something, or whatever. But it was mainly a joke, though.
Oh, to me, the point was obvious. Yeah, the guy was just in the lecture was about something that doesn't really exist. Right?
Yeah, no, I understand that was the point. I understand that was Armour's point, but I don't think, so you guys say these things, and they're always like,
You're cutting out.
back. I just want to oh yeah, no, I'm just saying that you guys have this tendency to do like backhanded insults instead of addressing points, and it's really annoying.
I mean, I don't really do that. That was like a one-time thing. I normally don't like post memes and do shit like that. That was just me being like a, just cause. I don't normally do that. But
cool.
Everyone has their breaking point, and I just thought it was fitting to, throw a little shade, just to, be a little mean,
You know what?
What I don't understand was what was the whole point of that? Because the beginning of it was imagine, then every sentence what's it said started with if this, if that, if we viewed this. Well, so what was the point? It's all imagination and ifs and buts.
So you the Scottish
that's
left
fine.
lane, not engaging on the deep level. The whole point is to do a thought experiment to understand what would happen if you were seeing in hyperbolic space, right? So that was the point. So if you don't even have that conversation,
So is it just me he's cutting out for?
He's cutting out. He's cutting.
Don't know
because when I pointed that out earlier, somebody said, "Oh no, he's not cutting out for you."
now that he knows that I cut out. Right. Okay.
Yeah, you keep cutting out.
The point. Okay, but now you know that. Maybe wait for me to come back. So
fair.
the whole point is that you need to know what the logical conclusion to the hyperbolic space would be in order to understand if that's logical to apply to reality. If you don't have that basis, you have absolutely no reason whether to say it does apply to reality or not, because you simply can't know. That's the point.
Right, and I haven't seen the lecture. So in the lecture, does the professor come to the conclusion that he can apply this to reality?
Well, the lecture's not about that.
No, he describes. No,
The lecture's not
he
about that.
describes models to. Yeah.
But he has an
describes, I think,
interview.
two or
He has
three
an
models.
interview, but he has an interview where he specifies that all of perspective math and the Euclidean assumptions are built upon fundamental postulates that have never really been re-examined and require fundamental assumptions that people just overlook. And he said that I suspect that in the coming future, we will soon realize that a lot of these assumptions are actually incorrect.
That I could see being true.
Yeah, that's why I brought him up. But I sent Bacon the lecture to show exactly how we would be seeing to understand the meat of the subject. Because if you want to actually, or if you're actually interested in truth instead of just desperately looking for a way to dismiss it. Because basically the way he's going about it is like looking for an appeal to authority. He needs the authority to say exactly what I'm saying, right? The point is, if this is how it would look with hyperbolic
not
visual
really.
space, if this is how it would look with hyperbolic visual space, let's take it and let's compare it to reality and let's see if it's not viable or not. Like, why is that not what you did?
I think.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, fair enough.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't just asking for citations. Actually, my first response to whenever you bring this up is to ask for an example, so we can examine this, we can look at this, and then you mention those lectures and those articles and those whatever. Then I ask for the citation for those. But my first answer is never to ask for citations; is to ask for an example so I can understand what you're talking about, and then you link me those lectures.
Okay,
and I watched all of them.
Examples. Do you understand how ignorant of a question is to say, okay, how about this? Can you give me an example of Euclidean perspective?
Sure. Get the tutorial for any renderer. All of them uses Euclidean geometry to
so
get
just use a program
perspective
that assumes Euclidean geometry, and that's a physical
I didn't say
reality
use a program.
example.
No, I didn't say use a program.
Render?
I said any renderer tutorial, like how to build a renderer, right? How to create your own renderer. The way you end up with a perspective projection is using Euclidean math.
Oh, are you saying that we can't do that?
I
with
never found
hyperbolic
any
geometry?
different one.
Are you saying
Sorry?
that we can't do that with hyperbolic geometry?
No.
Oh, can we
no
do
one
it with
does
hyperbolic
that.
geometry?
I don't know. I don't even understand how you'd use hyperbolic geometry to do that. That's why I'm asking
Okay,
for
so
an
you
example.
don't understand it. Okay, dude, that's what I'm saying.
Sure, fair
Your
enough.
example, dude, listen, dude. Your example is that people have assumed that perspective is Euclidean. So here's a bunch of people assuming it. That's my example. Or then you turn around and be like, look, if you look down a road, you're going to see the mailbox get smaller. That's an example. You're just begging the question. That we have the same data.
Yeah.
The question is what is actually happening in reality? How do we actually view visual space? In reality, we have curved eyes. You just claim that has nothing to do with how we see. The fact that all optics is
I
curved, that
never
our
said
eyes
that.
are curved. You literally did. You said that the fact that the eyes are
I
curved has
never
nothing
said
to
that
do with
it has nothing to do with how we see. I said
said
it had
it.
nothing to
You
do with
did.
the electric.
I was actually, I
No, I
remember you
said
saying that because I was going to respond to it. I was going to say,
I was talking about the electric.
I was going to say to you, can you name an optical device that doesn't have a curved lens? I remember wanting to ask you that because of what you said.
Yeah, a pinhole camera. Yeah, a pinhole camera have no
You said
curved lens.
it.
Yeah, but I
this
didn't say
pinhole- so
that.
now-
1 second, dude. Can I answer to one thing at a time? I never said that the fact that we have a curved retina has nothing to do with how we see, or the curved lenses are. I never said that none of that had nothing to do with how we see. I said that those things had nothing to do with the electric. When the guy is talking about how we would see a hyperbolic space, he's not referring to anything about how eyes work or how our retina is bent. None of that is relevant to the electric. That's what we're talking about. Just conflating two things.
No.
That's not what I heard either, Bacon.
Okay, so what did I say?
I heard exactly what you were accused of saying.
Yeah,
That
I said we
the
view
shape
it
of our
very
eyes has nothing to do with the way we see.
Yeah, I said we view
The what?
in a curved
Say that
visual
again?
space because we have curved retinas, and then you said that has nothing to do with it.
Yes.
Yeah, with because I was talking about the lecture. It had nothing to do with that. Being what it was referring to in the lecture, which is how you project a hyperboloid into a plane. Yes, that has actually zero to do with how human eyes work. I stand by that. But I'm not saying that because our retina is curved, it has nothing to do with how we see. Of course it does. Those are two different subjects.
No, they're not. Not in the context.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly. The
how you
context is very
how you
obvious.
project the hyperboloid into a flat plane and how human eyes work are two different subjects. When I say
Bro,
one has to
really?
do with
This is
curved
why I
retinas,
responded to
the
that.
other
And
doesn't, it's
I
because they are
responded
two
to that already.
separate subjects.
I know I
Wow.
responded to that already. I said if how would we not see in curved visual space if our eyes are curved?
I don't understand that question.
Yeah, you do. You just don't want to answer it.
No, I really don't. Like, yeah, human eyes have curved retinas, but what would you call? What do you mean we see in curved space? Is that a question? I can't even remember what the question is.
How would we
Our
not
eyes
see
fill
curved
in what
visual
we.
space?
Oh, hold on, hold on.
You're
Right.
joking right now, baby.
Yeah, one at a time. What was the question?
Wow.
How would we not see in curved visual space if our eyes are curved?
I don't understand what curved visual space is.
Okay, that's why I sent the picture, because he describes how you would see a hyperboloid in front of you. I literally sent you the lecture so that you'd stop
that
saying you
lecture
don't understand what it means.
that doesn't answer the question because that lecture, seeing how you would see a hyperboloid, has zero to do with how the human eyes work, has zero to do with curved retinas, has all to do with how you project those into a plane. So that's what I'm talking about. That has zero to do with
And
human eyes.
seeing has
And I
nothing to do
stand
with
by
how
that.
it projects into a plane? No, dude.
How the human eye works and how you project a hyperboloid into a plane has zero to do with each other.
I disagree, and I think you're being really weird right now.
Yeah, the eyes
Right.
fill
You
in
use your
what we don't
knowledge,
see.
right? And what?
The eyes fill in what we don't see.
Oh, you mean
It's
the
just a
brain?
natural phenomena.
Kind of
No, the
claim is
brain. The
that?
brain fills in what you don't see.
Yes.
Yeah, not your eyes. The brain.
Well, the brain.
Now
the
we're talking about
eyes,
perception.
I mean, yes.
Well, the brain is
The
the
third
entire
topic.
processing unit. So is the argument that the image is processed in the brain, therefore what? Like, I don't even know what's the argument being made there.
I think this is more or less
I don't know.
relevant to
The lady.
previous
The lady just said the eyes fill in the blanks or the things that you can't see. But I was just saying, well, actually, it's not. It's the brain that fills in the bits that you can't see.
Here's Stanford explaining hyperbolic visualization. And I'm pretty sure I've already sent you this. So the truth is,
Right.
you don't want to understand it.
That's not true. If I didn't want to understand, I wouldn't have watched the more than 1 hour long lecture you sent me.
Then why haven't you read this? I've sent you this from Stanford explaining hyperbolic visualization.
I never saw this webpage before.
Okay,
But
well,
I'm
maybe-
looking at it right now. Okay, let's read it then. Mathematically consistent alternatives to Euclidean geometry have been developed over the past 100 years. The non-Euclidean geometries can be distinguished by the behavior of parallel lines. In Euclidean space, there's exactly one line passing through a given point. Okay, this is all just defining Euclidean
Yeah,
geometry.
get through the
In this
AI
area,
rendering. And,
What?
and it sounds
the
like an
simplest way to draw
AI.
3D hyperbole. AI? I don't think it's
Yeah.
related to AI.
You think that, but just read the
No,
article.
it doesn't
Read all of
mention
it.
AI.
Don't skip through it. Read all of it.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, the article doesn't mention AI. What are you talking about?
Doesn't have
Okay,
to
no.
mention AI.
It's talking about hyperbolic space.
Okay, so it's about AI when it's not mentioning AI.
visualization. Here's another one, visualizing hyperbolic space.
Okay. Yeah, I'm reading the last one you sent.
Okay. You said you wanted to
Can we
understand
do one
it
at a
while-
time?
No,
Yeah, I
no,
mean,
dude.
you can just
Dude,
you can
not
keep
sitting here.
you can keep sending links that mention in the title the thing you're talking about, but that doesn't mean they will back you up, right? You gotta read them. So if you read
Okay,
them,
I've already
and
read
you
that.
go to specifically where it
The whole
backs up
entire
your
thing
point.
is explaining hyperbolic
Right, the whole
visualization
entire
technique.
thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Right. Okay. I also have like a 380 page textbook talking about it. I don't know where it's at right now.
Oh, you read the whole thing? You should be able to come
I
up
have
with an
not read the
example at
whole
this point,
thing.
right?
No, I haven't had time to read it.
Right, but I mean, if you're so confident those texts back up your claim because you read them, and
That's
it
what the whole
shouldn't be
thing is about.
difficult to come up with one example, right?
What do you mean one example? I just covered that. I'm sorry that you don't excel in logic, but
wait.
you don't know how
One
incredibly
second.
illogical and fallacious it is to think that if we see an observation and then you have an explanation for the observation, that is actually exclusive to your theoretical explanation.
Never said it.
Okay, so it's not evidence for the fact that we
That's
see in
never my
Euclidean.
point.
So what's your evidence that we see in Euclidean space?
That's what everyone uses to deal with any type of projection.
Oh, so appeal to consensus is your evidence?
No, I'm saying that's what we have. If you might have something better that works best, I'm not disputing that. I'm just asking you to show it. I'm never arguing that because we use Euclidean geometry right now, that's the only way it can work. Sure, maybe you'll find a better one, right? But then you should you should be able to come up with an example where Euclidean one fails. It shows if Euclidean one was correct, we will observe this. It's not correct. We observe that, and that is best predicted by hyperbolic vision or whatever. If you have an example like that, it would pretty much back up what you're saying. But you never brought one of those. You just brought citations that have what you're talking about in the title.
Well, this is
and
what you
expect that we
understand. So
follow the
Euclidean
conversation freedom.
geometry, in the base postulates of Euclidean geometry, it claims that, of course, parallel lines never intersect. Right? So if we're just going to take it, now what you guys do is you create a transform. That's what you do. Use an inverse tangent function to create a transform away from the physical, tangible reality of what you're calling Euclidean, and then pretend
Don't
that
use an inverse tangent.
pretend that it is
that.
replied to our perspective. So what Euclidean geometry says is that parallel lines never intersect. Now, when we look at parallel lines with our eyes or any optics on the Earth, we see them appear to intersect.
Yeah, I mean, that's easily explained with exclusive Euclidean geometry. Like
No, but
ever
Euclidean
ender.
geometry says that that's impossible.
One second. No. Euclidean geometry doesn't say that when you project two parallel lines from 3D space into 2D space, they will still not going to intersect. That's not what Euclidean geometry says. You're conflating geometry with projection. Like when we're talking about what we see, it's what we see is how the 3D space we are looking at gets projected into our retina or to the back of a sensor
I'm
on
the
camera.
one that's conflating projection geometry, but it was Arma who just said it's just geometry. All the ballers for 7 straight years have always said it's just geometry when we're talking about perspective. But now that's a conflation. It's not just geometry; it's projection.
Well, it's geometry, but I mean, you're also.
I was specifically parallel lines.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
the postulate
compartmentalized.
The postulate that parallel lines don't intersect is not a postulate about projection. It's a postulate about the geometry itself. And when you're seeing something that is not just geometry, that is a projection, right? So the postulate is about the geometry, not about the projection. That's where the conflation is.
Dude, you're
At the
claiming
moment, we're
that.
down.
Sorry, go ahead.
Can I just get quickly? Sorry, just quickly. At the moment, we're down a rabbit hole we don't even need to be down because Witzer asked Bacon, "What is your evidence that we see in Euclidean space?" Right, that was the question. And then the answer was basically consensus, as Witzer pointed out. And then you proceeded to not admit that therefore. I didn't finish. You then proceeded to not admit that is therefore not evidence for the claim, right? So it's a waste of everyone's time. We're now discussing something that could be true or could equally not be true, which was an answer to a question of evidence that you didn't provide.
Yeah, it's not a appeal of consensus. When I say, for example, that it's what we use, it's not that just we assuming it. Like those things aren't being compared to reality. Well, they are. If you go to your room, you're taking measurements of all your all the objects in your room, the distance, the sizes. You model that on Blender. You put a camera on Blender, where a physical camera would be. You take a picture of that. What you get on Blender is pretty much the same positions, the same size you get if you put your physical camera in the same place, pointing in the same direction. You take a picture from that. You get the same thing in both cases, right? So it's not a appeal of consensus. I'm not saying everyone uses this
You don't have
without
any
ever
evidence.
checking reality. No, we do.
Right, you don't have any evidence, guys.
We do compare this stuff to reality.
So you don't have any evidence. So here's computer science, computer vision, and pattern recognition, machine learning from Cornell University explaining. Metric learning aims to learn a highly discriminative model, encouraging the embeddings of similar classes to be close in the chosen metrics and pushed apart from dissimilar ones. The common recipe is to use an encoder to extract embeddings in a distance-based loss function to match the representations. Usually, the Euclidean distance is utilized. An emerging interest in learning hyperbolic data embeddings suggests that hyperbolic geometry can be beneficial for natural data. Following this line of work, we propose a new hyperbolic-based model for metric learning. At the core of our method is a vision transformer with output embeddings mapped to hyperbolic space.
Okay, can you explain what all that means?
Yeah, dude, I just did. Did you not?
No, you read it, but I didn't understand what that means. Can you explain what we're talking about there?
For computer programming and pattern recognition in the utilization of visualizations and machine learning. So for programming of visuals, they are now putting forth a hyperbolic visual space model.
Can you? Well, where is this thing you're reading from? Because the last link,
I already
can
dropped
find
it.
it on the last link. Where
The
does
last
it
thing is the code.
Not the
I
last
actually
code.
dropped the source code. So there's a source code because I know you love your source codes. So there's a source code. If you were actually interested in this and you love to model things out, you should actually try. So the source code for that's right above, and then the paper's right here, which is the second time that I've actually dropped it. And this is from Cornell University, and it's computer vision and pattern recognition machine learning.
Yeah, how is that backing up that how we see, how we people see, or how we take pictures of seeing things it is related to visual space being hyperbolic.
Now think about how funny this is, right? So this is about a program to map out how we see more accurately, shifting to hyperbolic geometry instead of Euclidean distances. And
It's not
how is
saying
this?
to map how we see.
Shut up. He said, how is this evidence? But literally, he just invoked computer programming and how we try to map it out as
I don't
evidence
think it's
for
saying what you're
Euclidean
saying.
geometry.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'll read it.
how
No.
about this then? Like,
Where did you read it from? Show where you read it from. I
just
want to read it
dropped the link.
too,
It's right
because
there.
that full sentence is very hard to parse, right? It has many words that you're talking about. Doesn't mean it agrees with you.
Wait, does it specifically say that it's going to move away from Euclidean geometry to hyperbolic visual space for its programming? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't even remember how this whole sentence. It was a very long sentence and very
Oh my God.
complicated
Does it
to
say that
parse.
it's going to
That's
be?
why I'm
Does it say
asking
that
for the text.
hyperbolic? Does it say that hyperbolic space will be very beneficial for natural data?
Do you have hearing problems? I just said I don't remember the full claim. It was a very long claim, and it was a very long and complicated sentence. I'm trying to get where you read it from so I can read it too, because it was a very long and complicated sentence that I couldn't parse.
it wasn't complicated at all. It was actually very simple.
Yep.
It's a very simple sentence. Like,
Okay,
I
where is the
understood it
text?
the
Where
first
is?
time. Like,
Well, Crypto-
I understood it the first time.
Yeah,
and
let's go
it's
slowly,
getting
right?
really annoying that you're still talking about a sentence that was said 3 minutes ago. Clearly, what's going on is that they're using some kind of programming algorithm, whatever they're doing, and they're utilizing hyperbolic space because they think that it's going to be more accurate than Euclidean. Really
Correct.
obvious that that's what he said.
Now, here's another example that I just dropped a link for. Euclidean geometry is widely accepted as the model for our physical space. However, there is not a consistent model for our visual space. There is evidence that our eyes work to make pictures and images of the physical space using a hyperbolic model. In this paper, we are going to explore hyperbolic geometry and hyperbolic models of binocular visual space. In hyperbolic geometry, all of the axioms of Euclidean geometry hold except the parallel postulate. The models of hyperbolic parallel lines explain how we perceive parallel lines as curved, such as how railroad tracks going off in the distance appear to converge. We will show that binocular visual space may indeed be best explained by a hyperbolic model.
Okay, that's something.
Yeah, you just got dumped.
Yeah, I'll take a read of this.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so the obvious question there is that if Euclidean is superior, why would they be wasting their time with anything else? Obviously.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is superior. I'm just asking for a backing up that that there's a difference. Like there's a if you're whatever that means, having a visual space that is hyperbolic, that is more accurate than Euclidean. I would like to see an example there or a backing of that. That's all I'm asking for. In case it wasn't clear in the first 4 or 5 times that I said it.
My wife came in here. I wasn't listening. I just dunked on you, so I kind of didn't feel the need to follow.
On you.
Yeah, she,
What is dunking?
The
Wow.
bench, son.
She said to the bench, son. Even to give you a gift. This is a visualization of our conversation, Bacon.
Wow, is that how you feel? Well, imagine how you feel if you came up with an example.
I just gave you like people in the real world, like specifically updating their models to hyperbolic and explaining why it more accurately depicts. And I've never even read this, by the way, and it specifically uses the exact example I told you about. It's common
What a
sense.
surprise.
Oh my god.
No, I think I came across this article already. It's just from it was just in a different link. I think I even have it downloaded.
And then you're still in here pretending that it just has no merit.
Yeah, because once you read it, it doesn't really have any impact on, like, say, where directions would be. Like, so many of your claims would have be zero impact by this.
You can always fall back to the trusty nutter, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, like you're now changing the subject completely. Now, I get that you don't understand the azimuthal grid of vision, but that's not what we're currently talking about. So just like I explained to you, right, Euclidean geometry says parallel lines never intersect. Well, when we look at railroad tracks, we see they intersect. So what that proves to us is that we do not see imperfect straight lines of Euclidean geometry. What we see is different than Euclidean geometry.
That doesn't require curved lines. Okay, that's one thing that it has nothing to do with, like, this paper you're quoting, right?
What?
Because that's an effect of projection.
That as an example.
Right, but this is an effect of projection, right? This is not an effect of which geometry you're using.
Yeah, it literally is. It literally says it. Do I have to read it again? You're just gonna lie now?
You can
Now we're
read
just
it,
gonna lie?
but that's not saying that we see railroad tracks converging because we don't see including geometry or something.
The models of
because
hyperbolic parallel lines explain how we perceive parallel lines as curved, such as how.
Yeah, but those aren't curved, are them?
So
Wait,
wait,
which-
this isn't talking about how we see?
Wait, which paper is this?
Wait, is this talking about how we see?
Okay, this is not making sense here.
Okay,
because
okay.
it's
Now
saying
you're
that,
changing the subject. You said it's not talking about how we see. Would you like to admit it is talking about how we see?
I said it wasn't talking about how we see.
Yeah, you just
I
said
say
that.
it's not saying that we see the lines converging because the geometry isn't Euclidean.
It literally does say that. So
Because
I'll read it again.
Well,
So
what paper is this?
Euclidean
well,
geometry. I'm
how
not
do
playing this game with
renders
you guys.
how
You
do
guys are getting
renders
dunked on tonight. So Euclidean geometry is
answer me this
widely
question
accepted
then.
as Euclidean geometry is widely accepted as the model for our physical space, i.e., all the globers regurgitating it ad nauseum. However, there is not a consistent model for our visual space. They've already laid out that they are establishing, in their opinion, that there's a problem with what you guys pretend is definitive. There is evidence that our eyes work to make pictures and images of the physical space using a hyperbolic model. In this paper, we are going to explore hyperbolic geometry and hyperbolic models of binocular visual space. Hyperbolic geometry of visual space. In hyperbolic geometry, all of the axioms of Euclidean geometry hold except the parallel postulate. The models of hyperbolic parallel lines explain how we perceive parallel lines as curved, such as how railroad tracks going off in the distance appear to converge. We show that binocular visual space may indeed be best explained by a hyperbolic model. And if you actually understand what it's talking about that that when you reach out towards further and further away from you, visual space is curving, so you have an optical convergence into that curving point. And that would be what actual curved visual space is. That's why I sent you the lecture, so you would understand what hyperbolic visual space is and how we would perceive it. And then you've just gone on to say it has nothing to do with it.
Okay, if what you just read there is actually saying what you're saying, right? That railroad tracks converge because visual space is an Euclidean. Then how do renders that use exclusive Euclidean geometry still have those parallel lines converging? If it's required non-Euclidean geometry for them to.
And it transforms
No,
it.
no, they don't. They don't.
Yes,
you don't
it
have
does.
to use inverse tangents.
Yes, it does.
No, you don't. You have how many renders have you wrote?
Hey, listen carefully.
How many renders have you wrote?
Does Euclidean geometry? So basically, what you do is you take Euclidean geometry and then you
You're
make
not
a
answering my
little.
question.
You make a projective exception of it and say that the base postulates don't apply to how we see.
No, you don't say anything. You just project the 3D space into a flat surface using Euclidean geometry, and you end up with the parallel lines converging. There's no curved space there.
Do you think
Where's
I
the
don't
curved
know that
space
we
in
come up
renders?
with a construct to try to explain perspective using Euclidean geometry?
No, I'm asking you a question that you aren't answering. Where's the curved space in renders that still have the parallel lines converging on the screen?
They assume Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Oh my God. And so this is back to, listen, Bacon's back to saying that since certain programs use Euclidean geometry, it proves it. And I just explained to him, that there
not
are
the
people
point.
that are making more advanced, more precise models that are specifically saying that hyperbolic visual space is superior to it. And he said, just because they're making a program, that isn't evidence for it.
That's a straw man. I didn't say because the software is used, then it's true. I'm asking you to explain if what's caused the railroad tracks to converge is non-Euclidean geometry, then how softwares that use exclusively Euclidean geometry end up with the same effect.
Because they're claiming there's an exception from the physical, tangible reality of Euclidean geometry in how we see. They're claiming that we see.
So the softwares are claiming an exception? Is that your
It's
answer?
built into the Euclidean understanding of perspective, Bacon, because Euclidean geometry claims that parallel lines don't intersect. So if we look at railroad tracks and we apply Euclidean geometry to them, then we would see two railroad tracks parallel to each other in physical, tangible reality going forward. They would never intersect. In physical reality with Euclidean geometry, those parallel lines can never intersect or converge towards each other. But when we look at them, they appear to. So that means that what we see, what we see is different than tangible reality.
Sure, it lacks one dimension, but that doesn't mean it's not Euclidean. And that's the whole point that I'm asking you. If it means it has to be non-Euclidean for that to happen, right? It can't happen on Euclidean. Then where is the non-Euclidean math of renders? Because that happens on them too.
No, what I'm saying is that you guys are assuming that we see in Euclidean, but actually the evidence on its face shows us that we don't. It's exactly like a hyperbolic geometry is more precise, and that using basic logic, our eyes are curved as are all optics. So it would stand to reason that we would be viewing the world through curved visual space. You're claiming that we view the world through curved retinas, but that we see everything in Euclidean geometry. So
okay, if that text is backing up what you're saying, if it's saying what you're saying right now, right, that those railroad tracks converge because of non-Euclidean geometry, where's the non-Euclidean geometry in renders that have the same effect.
They are just now being built. So I just gave you a source code for one of them.
No. The ones that use exclusively Euclidean geometry. They don't use. They only use.
I just gave you a source code for one of them. I literally gave you the source code.
I don't even know what that does. Do you know what that software does?
Yeah, it projects visual space with hyperbolic geometry, Bacon.
Does it project a hyperbolic space into an image? Does it project space into a hyperabolic space? What exactly does it does? Like you're using those words as if they mean something.
Geometry. Okay, look, dude, this is incredibly
what is visual space
laughable at this point. So you said that why don't the programs use it? This is what the whole point is. They're saying, look, the programs work for intents and purposes
not the question that I asked.
For most use cases, but there are inconsistencies with modeling it that way. And this paper highlights some of them. I'm going to go find the robotics ones that show specifically where Euclidean falls apart. So what we've discovered is that if we use Euclidean, it works on larger scales. And for a lot of it, when it comes to needing actual accurate precision, it isn't accurate. So hyperbolic geometry is more accurate. That's why I just now dropped Cornell University and Stanford telling you that.
You just answered a question I didn't ask. I didn't ask why they don't use it in softwares. I'm asking how the softwares that don't use it. I'll try to make it as clear as I can because that's like the fourth time I'm asking this. The software that don't use it, they use exclusively Euclidean geometry. How they have the railroad tracks also converging if they are only using Euclidean, right? That is the question. I'm not asking why they don't use hyperbolic. That is the question you ask as if I was asking. That's not what I asked. Can you answer what I asked, please? Not what you're asking.
You've already, in your paradigm, you convert it over into 2D, and then you remove an entire dimension, and then you basically just throw the base postulate of the base parallel postulate of Euclidean geometry out the window, and then you claim that that's how we see in Euclidean still somehow.
No curved space then.
I already said that. This is like the 50th time. Dude, this is what ballers do, right?
So that contradicts your interpretation of that.
This is what ballers do.
What you just...
It makes you smart to argue from archaic, outdated, rudimentary understandings as if they're definitive and can never be challenged. This is what you guys do with gravity. Mass attracting mass. That's retarded. It's been debunked, but you'll keep saying it. This is what you're doing with Euclidean geometry. Now, what I'm doing is I'm showing you, no, actually, sure, people have used that construct for a long time. It's easy to conceptualize. It's what's been taught and accepted for a long time on a base layman term level. But when you look into the depths of it, you get to the intricacies of it, mass attracting mass doesn't work. Newtonian emptiness of a vacuum doesn't work. Euclidean geometry of visual space doesn't work. If you guys want to keep on regurgitating the 7th grade give to the dumbed down masses nonsense, that's cool, but don't pretend it's definitively accurate. Don't pretend it has some type of like efficiency that other alternatives do not. It's very annoying. You just keep saying it over and over. I gave you papers. If you actually wanted to look into it, you would. But you're just trying to win an argument. I don't care about winning arguments with ballers. What I care about is showing people the truth. And the truth is we have curved eyes. We view life through curved visual space. If you want to deny it, go ahead.
I'm not denying that we have curved eyes. That's not the point. I'm asking for an example where if you use Euclidean geometry and use hyperbolic geometry, you get different results, and the one you get from hyperbolic geometry is more accurate. I mean, you're claiming and quoting articles that say stuff related to that, right? But I haven't seen an example that you have shown yet. And so far, we have used Euclidean geometry for all those things, and the things you're saying it wouldn't happen in Euclidean geometry is happening, like the converging of the railroad tracks, right? So unless you show an example that back up what you're saying, instead of just quoting articles that talk about it, then you're not backing up your claim yet.
At a basic logical level, why would they even bother with the second type if the first type was like perfectly accurate?
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously, answer that question.
I don't know. That's a great. Yeah, you should read those things and see exactly what they're doing with it.
Claimed
to
you
make
read them,
sense
so
out of
why
it.
can't you answer?
You want? No, I didn't say I read it.
It doesn't matter what I read. Like, this is a logical, very basic question. Why would they bother with the second one if the first one worked perfectly?
Well, I'll answer it. I'll
Because it
answer it
depends on
logically.
what they're
Hang on,
doing.
I'll answer it logically. You surely heard
But
me
it
talk.
wasn't asked to
For the
you.
first time opening my mic, you surely heard me say I'll answer it.
Yeah, the question
Right?
was
Right,
directed
Bacon?
at me. But go ahead.
Well, you tried to answer it once before, so that's why I said I would give my answer. To try and make it more accurate.
Oh, isn't that an interesting idea?
Wow.
Interesting
Yeah,
I wonder
there's
why
certainly
that
what's
didn't
being
take that long.
suggested.
Now Bacon's sure
Yeah,
talking
that's
again.
Yeah, because the question was asked to me. I'm still trying to answer it.
Now think about guys. Think
So
about this
if
in the real
you,
world. Okay, go ahead.
I still can't answer it.
Yeah, I didn't know you. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, you don't know if what they're doing is just replacing how you predict something. Okay, let me rephrase this. You don't know what they're doing is trying to predict how something would look like once you take a picture of it, for example, right? So that image or that 3D space gets projected into the camera. They're replacing any Euclidean geometry there by hyperbolic geometry and showing that the observation is more accurate. If that's something they're doing, then you have something.
They
But
told us
if
in the
you're not reading
paper
those
what they were
articles, you
doing.
don't. I'm not finished, dude. If you're
Wow,
not reading
you
those
so
articles,
wrong.
you don't know if that's what they're doing. This is an article about machine learning. You could be using hyperbolic geometry by a lot of things that have nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
So you've not answered my question.
Well, I just
They're
want to
trying to improve how they see for the robotics, right?
I just want to point this out.
That's
In
what I
the real
heard.
world, think about this in the real world outside of the flat Earth conversation, right? If you were talking to someone like, "Look, dude, here's Cornell and Stanford. Here's some robotics papers. They're apparently we think we see like in these straight lines, like we were taught about perspective, but it turns out like we don't, and like we see in curved visual space. And look at these people trying to work it out, and they said, look, it works better than these straight lines. In a normal conversation, it'd be like, oh, that's pretty interesting. It'd be kind of boring, but they'd be like, that's it. They need this narrative for their globe claims. So they fight it with such rigor and devotion, like it's like religious.
Yeah, I don't care. I just heard the article what it said. It says trying to improve the way we see. They're using it. They're going to use it or try and use it if they can figure it out in their robotics. But they think this is how we see, so that's why they want to use it in their robotics. So they're researching it. They're writing
Look at
papers
the results
about
of this. Yeah, well, right. But what it says is they're using. They said that they see it's beneficial to use this in machine learning. I mean, it could be because it's more efficient in machine learning. Could it also be that they said that this paper is about them testing it also. And I don't see the results here. So I don't know if.
Well, the last one I just dropped shows all kinds of stuff. Go ahead.
Sorry, Witsit, just quickly. Coach, maybe you can answer the question because Bacon dodged it. Why would they bother if the previous one was already perfect?
Well, it's not about being perfect. It's about, in this case, about efficiency, perhaps. Maybe it's about. I mean, it could be anything. They don't really say what the metric is. They just say that it suggests that hyperbolic geometry can be beneficial for natural data. So I don't know if that's because of efficiency or because they're easier to train.
Well, no, because previous quotes that Witsit said is that they actually.
So my
think
answer was you have to read it.
Oh my! I was like 20 words in, dude.
Yeah, you attacked me before you asked the question, so I think I had the right to respond to that. You said I dodged it.
Yeah, you did dodge it. So Witsit actually talked about.
That's why I'm answering you right now because you attacked me when you asked the question.
Just shut up, man.
Well, if you don't want me to join,
No,
then
just
don't
shut up.
mention me
I want you
when
to
you're asking
shut
something
up.
to someone else.
Is
come
there a
on,
mod here
too
that
bad,
can
Rakia.
control this guy
Well,
before
Kosho
I just destroy it?
To be fair to Kosho, he actually tried to address what I say. I don't really think he answered the question, but he actually attempted to. So that's fair.
I said you have to read it. That was basically my
Oh
first
my
answer.
god!
Wasn't terrible,
Oh
right? Like
my
he's saying, what he's saying is maybe when they're trying to teach the machine learning, like use it for machine learning, maybe it's just better at training it or whatever. It doesn't really follow logically. Like they want the machines to be
That is what it's.
They want the machines to be as precise as possible. But if you read the last paper I dropped, and I haven't even got to the robotics one, by the way, But if I'm just going to read this one real fast because this is so point blank. So it says, if one were to ask what geometry best describes binocular visual space, most people would immediately reply Euclidean geometry. We do not often ask if the world we perceive by sight, with normal vision in both eyes, is congruent to the physical world around us. And yet, daily experiences suggest that these two worlds are not congruent. For example, from the time a person is a young child, he probably notices that parallel railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. Also, in contexts where we may take physical space to be unbounded, visual space is bounded. Thus, the sky appears dome-like, and astronomical objects like the sun or the moon appear to be at relatively small distances from the observer. In this paper, which is based on Chapter 14, we relate the results of experiments in binocular vision to geometric models to arrive at the conclusion that the geometry of binocular visual space is non-Euclidean, and more specifically, hyperbolic. Certain experiments in binocular vision indicate that the way in which objects are located and described by physical measurement differs from the way in which objects are perceived in visual space.
Okay.
Could
Well,
that be
the
more
paper that
blank?
yeah, I'm not sure. The paper that we were just talking about, though, they do say explicitly it is for the purpose of training it. They don't explicitly say what the reason is.
Okay, but if you're trying to train machine learning, you want it to be as most precise and accurate as you can. And so, like, explain.
You can make that assumption. You can make that assumption if you'd like, but
Yeah, sure, because you can't offer any logical alternative.
no, I can. That's what I'm doing. Is I'm not making assumptions. I'm telling you that it doesn't say explicitly, so it'd be nice to read it. However, all it says is that it's beneficial. It doesn't say if it's beneficial for training time, for efficiency. It's for anything.
Dude, it cites this paper that I'm currently reading, which says specifically that experiments have shown it to be more accurate. Its first citation says that it's more accurate. Okay, so it's pretty obvious what it's saying. So and right here, what it says is to discuss in 1902, Hillebrand, who was aware that physically parallel lines are perceived as converging in the distance, conducted an experiment to determine the physical configuration of two lines which appear parallel to a person. To discuss this experiment, we specify the position of a point P in physical space by XYZ, with an associated Cartesian coordinate system fixed with respect to the subject. The subject is positioned so that his left eye, L, is at +1, and right eye is at 1 on the y-axis. With this orientation, the XZ plane is the median plane between the eyes, and the XY plane is the horizontal plane containing the eyes. In what follows, we are primarily concerned with the horizontal XY plane. In this plane, the x-axis is the median line between the eyes. Hillebrand instructed the subject to help arrange a number of lights into two rows flanking the x-axis, such that the rows were perceived as parallel. To eliminate other visual cues, the experiment was conducted in a dark room. The subject's head was held fixed, but he was free to vary the point of fixation of his eyes. The results of this experiment are consistent among subjects and are typically of the form shown in Figure 1. Physically, the curves are neither straight nor parallel. In Blumenfeld modified Hillenbrand's experiment and conducted in 1913, as they are often called the classic alley experiment. As before, the experiments were conducted in a dark room and the subjects had fixed. However, the experiment, he fixed two light sources P and Q symmetric to the median line in the horizontal plane of the eyes and used two sets of instructions. As other lights were introduced in pairs at points near to the subject and flanking the median, the subject was instructed to adjust the lights until the two rows of lights appeared to be straight, parallel to each other, and parallel to the median. With only the fixed lights P and Q left on, set successive pairs of lights symmetric to the median and at the same apparent separation as the two fixed lights, the rows obtained from the parallel alley while those obtained from the distant alley. In the construction of a parallel alley, all of the lights were left on while the subject completed the experiment, whereas the construction of the distance alley, only P and Q and one other pair of lights were on at one time. The typical results of the alley experiments are shown in Figure 2. These curves, as well as those in Figure 1, are adapted from number 10. Note first that the parallel curves are not the same as the distance curves, and secondly that the parallel curves lie closer to the collapse. So this is built on specific experimental observations. That it shows right here. Note first that the parallel curves are not the same as the distant curves, and secondly that the parallel curves lie closer to the collapse. So it's whatever. You guys can, look into it or not, but you got to admit it's kind of weird that you're fighting it so bad, right? I mean, that is just because you would have to maybe stop saying some of your flat or globe Earth talking points or something?
No, it's because I've read people who assess Thomas Reed's his thoughts on non-Euclidean geometry and vision and stuff like that, and they're actually proponents of this thing. I remember them saying explicitly that what Thomas Reed provided was an alternative way of viewing of describing how we view things. Because like when you say non-Euclidean geometry, Euclidean geometry, it's not that one of those is correct and the other one's not. Those are just two different geometries. So the people that I saw were claiming that you can it's valid to use either geometry to describe sight. In some instances, it's beneficial to use one over the other. I'm just trying to find that paper because I forget what their conclusion was on the actual, actually determining which geometry we see in. But yeah, from what I remember, it was saying that it's basically down to choice.
That's referring
This is
to
explicitly saying
perception,
120.
isn't it?
What?
This is explicitly saying
That's
one's
referring
more
to
accurate.
perception,
That's a
isn't
big.
it?
I can't remember exactly what it was referring to. I think it was referring to. I had some of my history. So hold on.
Like what I think is relevant is any of those those ideas that would impact either directions, like the azimuth and the elevation or something, or if it would impact how it will look on a photograph, right? If it doesn't impact how it would look like, it doesn't impact on azimuths and elevation angles, and I think that it's pretty much irrelevant.
Well, I don't care what you think about it being irrelevant. So,
Sure,
well,
yeah,
we're all
I mean-
shocked that now that the papers have explicitly contradicted your baseless claims, now you've come to the conclusion
What claim?
that it's not relevant. And how about this, Bacon? Why do we
What claim
see
is
the
it
sky as a
contradicting?
dome? Bacon, why do we see the sky as a dome?
Why don't we see, or why do we
Why
see?
do we see the sky as a dome?
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean? What do I mean? What could I possibly mean by that?
Well,
you're
we see
laughing
things
at
in
me.
all
You don't
directions. If
understand
that what
the
you're...
basic. What the?
No, I didn't say your question.
Why do we see the
Yeah.
sky as if it were a dome?
Well, I don't see, like, when I look at it, it doesn't look like a dome to me. So
Oh,
speak for
really?
yourself. Unless
Really?
you mean something more
if you
objective
go
than
out
that.
to your backyard, Bacon, and you look directly above you, can you see stars?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, there's not. Just get all the semantics out of the way, all the diversions out of the way, all the pedantic bullshit out of the way. You're in a field. There's no trees. Clear view of the sky. You look straight up. You see stars. Now, if you start to look to your left, going down away from the stars, can you keep seeing stars?
Sure.
Just a sec. So then if you go all the way down to the horizon in all directions, and you're going down away towards the horizon, then what are you seeing the sky in?
I'm seeing the sky around me in all directions.
Just a second, I'm talking to my wife.
I mean, that's just the sky, though. I mean, shouldn't you? What about a room, like a boxed room?
I mean, if
I asked why do we see the
that'll
sky
be
as a dome?
my response, because like, if you exactly, but I can have that same experience standing on a room if I put dots on all the walls and on the ceiling. I'm going to see those dots in all directions that I look at. Doesn't mean this room is presenting itself as a dome just because it has stuff in all directions that I can look at. Mic check.
Yeah, your mic's working.
I'll send you this paper too because it's I found it finally. It's a pretty good assessment over Thomas Reed and his philosophy. Thomas Reed's basically the first person that come up with this idea.
Yeah.
It's not really like it's like I said, it makes sense that in the machine learning thing because it can be useful in some cases. So we really have to look at the details and see what exactly First of all, if they found that it was more beneficial, because we'd see results. But let's say it did, whether it was faster training, uh, less or more accurate training. So it's all interesting, but it also depends on what they're training it for.
I don't like just a word to the wise in here when it comes to true earthers. Obviously, don't turn to the globers as to your final assessment here. They're only looking for a way to make sure that they can undermine the importance of this because the implications are drastic. In this conversation, these implications are huge. To the people doing it, they're just trying to make sure that they get it accurate. They're just trying to make sure they can build technology with the most precision possible. But in this realm, they need Euclidean geometry, and the most ground that they will concede is to say, oh, well, you can use some here, some there. What Coach was saying is not entirely inaccurate. They're trying to find the best geometry, right? That's the overall best for perspective. And that based on certain limits, sometimes we just default back to the Euclidean because it works good enough, and we haven't created enough hyperbolic models. So he's not entirely wrong when he says that, but it isn't because they're both equally valid and sometimes one works, sometimes one doesn't, because visual space is just visual space. It doesn't just change, right? So there's one accurate depiction of how we see. So there's currently a pursuit in the last decade or so that's really ramped up, and more so even in like the last 7 years, towards realizing that it seems to be better suited, described via hyperbolic geometry. And it's going to take some time. We have decades and decades or centuries assuming Euclidean. So, but this is a huge deal in this conversation, right? Like the reason we see the sky as a dome is because, well, we have limited visual space. Just like that paper said, we have limited visual space. We cannot just draw
Well,
lines.
What papers say we see the sky as dome because we have a limited visual space?
All papers?
All papers say that.
You just asked me what all papers say?
No,
I mean,
I thought you said all papers say that.
No.
I mean, the
I'm
paper
asking
that,
which paper
that I
say that?
read, the paper that I read,
Read out loud.
the one that he sent earlier, it really seemed to be going on about how basically, like, how like you have cameras that have like fisheye lens or whatever, like the warping, whatever. It was kind of just going on about from what I can tell that there's a little bit of warping in our eyes or whatever, but that doesn't. I don't know how that really like I don't really see how that supports your point. What's it?
Oh, so if you guys say that we see in Euclidean straight lines and we have no limit to our visual space and we can see forever, and then I say, no, we actually see in curved visual space and there's a limit to our perspective, and then these papers say exactly that, you don't see how it would support what I say.
I mean, the paper that I read, whatever, didn't really. I don't think it was saying there was a limit to how far you could see or whatever. It was just saying it's like
well, the paper that I read out loud says that or whatever, like
Does
word
it?
for word or whatever.
Well, hold on. We'll fast find the paper that I just read. Hold on. It was
I don't care, dude.
It was the hyperbolic geometry and binocular visual space. That one didn't really say any limit. It was just saying how there's like a warpiness, like yeah, if you draw on paper, right? Like perspective in art
Now
class.
you're gonna teach me
that
about
doesn't
it.
that doesn't really include like like
Are you gonna pretend you're teaching me about it now?
No, I'm not teaching. I'm just telling you what I read. But basically, it was saying that like in art class when you're doing like straight lines and whatnot, that doesn't account for like for example, if you were to try to do like a fisheye lens, projection or whatever, right? Like that's not really being
Just
accounted
made
for
all
in this
that up,
picture.
bro. Where does it say art class or fisheye lens?
Right around it was 3.1. It says the curves world, whatever. There's pretty much a whole section where it's like, oh, in art class they pretty much teach you to use like these straight lines or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it says in art class it teaches you to draw straight lines or whatever.
Let me see. So perception of parallel. We have been taught for a long time that we see these straight lines as we must use a lot of effort to fight against this. The most famous and commonly accepted methods for depictions of parallel lines in art are the properties of Leon Battista Alberti. Yeah. So I mean they're pretty much on about that. Yeah, and they pretty much show like a little picture. They show like the lines and whatnot.
It's not about art and fisheye lenses, okay? It's explaining that the way everyone's taught perspective is not an accurate depiction of actual visual space.
Well, I never said it was about art. I was just saying that they gave an example. They were saying like in art class or whatever, we just kind of just use these straight lines or whatever, and pretty much later on they pretty much say that there's like this warping, this distortion. There you go. How we might see distortion in a wall. They show like a picture. Where is it?
The straight lines. The straight lines drawing assumes a rectilinear projection.
Yeah.
Which is not the case of our eyes. Like our eyes don't see like the rectilinear lenses do.
Yeah.
Which is fair, but like that doesn't change.
Oh my God, you guys act like you're the arbiter of truth or something, and you just denied everything the paper said. Now that I brought the papers up, now you know what all they say.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I did skim a little bit through it though, but from the gist of it though, it was pretty much saying, we don't see that rectilinear, whatever, that rectilinear like lens projection.
No, it says we see in
curved
curved visual space, and this is why we see the sky as a dome. And although some people will claim that we can see forever, we have a limit to visual space. That's literally what it says.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question.
The sky's a dome. It says that in there.
Yes.
If it's talking about stars, not
I'm looking up. I typed in find. What is it? Control F, whatever. I typed in sky.
Multiple papers, Armor. Look at the second one.
I'm talking about the one that I fucking was reading.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I don't care. I'm talking about they're all different papers as describing different aspects of this, different use cases of this. And I read a paper out loud. Of the two papers I read out loud, one of them specifically said that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Bet.
So is it wrong for people to say that the horizon appears to rise to eye level? Doesn't it sometimes appear to rise above eye level?
Probably because there's like refraction or something.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about, right? Like how we see.
No,
well, the atmosphere would exemplify however we see. Right? This is the big trick, dude. They took how we see. They took hijack perspective, and they said the Earth's a globe. So say we see in curved visual space, right, Rakia? And then you add the atmosphere on top of that. That's like looking through a magnifying glass. It's going to exaggerate the effects.
Yeah.
So not that it's unrelated, but it's not the primary cause. Yeah.
I guess perspective would be the horizon appears to rise towards eye level, just due to perspective. But when you add the atmosphere, the horizon can actually be above eye level.
Well, in hyperbolic visual space, right? Flat plane shapes will appear distorted, and you will have a convergence where what's above you will appear to decline optically, and what's below you will appear to rise optically towards the curved convergence point. And that's what we see in reality, right? Like if you take time
which under some conditions could be above your eye level.
Yeah, exactly where that convergence point is going to be. Okay. It's going to change based on the atmos because that's the lens. So it's going to be based on your height, what angle you're viewing through, because you're looking through basically magnification effects through an additional lens. So it's going to change exactly where you perceive that convergence point. This all makes perfect logical sense.
Hyperbolic visuals.
What?
Could this hyperbolic visual space change azimuths of things we're looking at?
I don't think it would have a huge effect on azimuth. I think that, because azimuth would be horizontal. Like there would be slight fluctuations to horizontal. I mean, I don't know everything about this. This is a much more complicated subject than people want to pretend. So
right, because if that's the proposed explanation for the sky or stars or whatever, there are several degrees to be accounted for there. Right?
No, the azimuth. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Yeah, azimuth of celestial bodies.
Like what?
Like you get two celestial bodies, compare their azimuths, that gives you the azimuthal angle between those two celestial bodies. You do that for 3, you end up with several degrees exceeding what should happen on the flat surface.
Well, that's what you say, yeah. But because the truth is...
No, we can go to Stellarium and do an example.
You're saying that because you're drawing straight lines out to places and then taking what appears to curve and saying it's because the Earth is curving.
No, I'm saying if you just pick the measurements, you get the azimuths. just add them up. The azimuth angle between stars. You add them up, doing that from three ground positions, you get more than 180 degrees. That's not me adding up anything. It's just
It's like you just didn't even listen to what's said or something.
Yeah, well, you said because I'm drawing lines. Well, you don't have to draw anything. I'm not saying you have to
I
draw
never said
anything.
drawing lines.
You just get the angles, you add them up, you get a lot more than 180 if you're doing that with celestial bodies. So you have to have the azimuths changing on a flat surface.
Azimuthal grid of vision, dude. You'll get it, Bacon. You'll get it. It's going to be a rough next year or so.
Okay. Yeah, oh, we've been hearing this for a long time. Because it matters 0% if all this hyperbolic visual space doesn't have any impact on those directions. We're still stuck with the same problems.
I'm consistently like talking to my wife. I find this boring. You guys aren't open to new information that counters your current worldview.
So we're not open to like
the same.
to like weird, like magic, like azimuthal grid of vision. That doesn't really make sense.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, it doesn't make sense. Oh, Armor said it doesn't make sense. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Yep. Thank you.
Hey, wait. I think my wife has a question for you guys.
So
Why are you guys so obsessed with flat Earth? Get
we're
a
bored.
lot.
I'm bored at least. I'm bored. That's why.
funny. That was
It's
good.
great. I mean, aren't we all?
I don't hear any answers.
Oh, trying to
boys.
become one.
I literally just said because I'm bored. Did no one hear me?
I said it was great. Yeah. And I
That
said,
flat
aren't we
Earth
all-
is
aren't
great.
Aren't we all partaking in the same conversation?
Yeah. Well, hold on. What a weird question. And why is Witza so concerned with these fucking chats? He was literally in the fucking grocery store or
'Cause
whatever.
he's a
talking
flat
to us. Like,
earther,
I'm not
dude.
that obsessed where I'm like at the store also talking on the phone. No, I wait until like okay, I got free time to just debate or whatever. Why is he so obsessed?
It is so funny that you would ask that. Like you don't see the difference here. Like I'm in a position where I'm like, whoa, they lied about the Earth. I went out and tested it. What they said doesn't add up. Whoa, the Earth is something different. Let's figure out what it is. I'm obsessed with figuring out what it is. You think you were told the truth with cartoons at 5 years old, and you obsessively want to talk to the other people when you think they're provably wrong.
No, but you've plenty of times said that you're wasting your time with us anti-flat earthers. So why are you wasting your time with us at the grocery store if we're like literally chopped liver?
Dude, I was at the grocery store, so if I had to be out of the grocery store, I get on Discord to kill time, and I bring up arguments in here, and I try to talk to other flat earthers about what's going on to figure out where we live. You
Yeah,
guys
well,
are just kind of like the uninvited guests at the bonfire.
Well, I'm killing time too. I'm actually doing something while I'm talking. So
I think we were all invited, and for I enjoy Bacon's
Earth,
company
I don't even care this
as much as
much.
I enjoy others. Yeah, I enjoy Bacon's
I'm a
company.
flat
I love
earther and I
Bacon.
don't even care this much.
who's saying that?
Someone
It's
is
a valid point.
But anyway, I mean,
I guess some people care about dogs and they're playing with dogs all day. I mean, people care about different stuff. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's fun. I mean, the reason we're all in here is because we're all interested. So, I don't
We're
know.
talking about dogs.
It's a weird criticism. It's a weird criticism.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. It's a
All in the
perfectly
same
valid
place.
criticism. I've been making it for years now. It's like if there was a server where people think there's 4,000 genders. Well, I think that they're provably wrong. I think that you can scientifically prove them wrong. I think that everyone knows for all recorded history that they're wrong. So I think they're confused and deluded. So you guys could say that about us. So would I go to a server about that and obsessively mock them and scoff at them and tell them how stupid they are and just read biology textbooks over and over and over and like, no, I would never do that.
It depends. It depends.
very-
If
There's a big difference too. There's a big
It's
difference between. Hold on. There's a big difference between somebody trying to spread the truth and somebody trying to come against somebody spreading the truth.
Yeah, sure.
Very,
Which one are
very
you?
true.
Which one are you guys?
Oh, and when we get here, we get to talk about a lot of subjects that you don't talk anywhere else.
Exactly.
Like where am I going to go if I want to talk about celestial navigation? That's the only. This is the only place. There's nowhere
Yeah.
nowhere else where I can get to talk
Yeah,
about
and you're
this,
going to
which
learn
is
that it only
one of the
works on the
subjects
flat
I
Earth. So when you talk to us, you're going to learn and understand that it only works on the flat
What
Earth.
the
If you don't like
fuck?
reality, if you don't
Yeah,
like
They
the
can.
truth, if
They
you don't
can. We'll
like
never
real
learn
answers,
that.
if you want to
Though.
just talk
That's
all over
fine.
everybody,
We're
No,
not.
you'll
We're not
learn that it
asserting.
works
We're
on the
not.
ball
We're not.
only.
We're not
All right.
asserting.
Thank
We're
you.
not
keep
asserting.
whining. Keep whining.
We're not
Ass. Go
asserting.
ahead.
We're not asserting what you guys are asserting, right? So what you guys are claiming that we're asserting, we're not, but you guys are, ironically, right?
Yeah, you guys
So you
do it
guys,
actually every single day,
you
all
guys are
day,
acting the part that you're claiming we are. Me and
every single
Bacon both
day,
just said
all
the same.
day,
Me
all the
and Bacon
Glovers
both
and
just said the same thing. We're just
yeah.
I
part of this
get
conversation.
just like
We're part of this conversation, the same as you guys are. This isn't a
generally
flat Earth
though.
server. It'd be like if there was a
It's
server
not.
where they talk about gender, and there's some people there who believe in many genders, and there's some people there who believe in two genders. But the server is just about genders, so it's not isolated of one belief, and then there's people who are non-believers.
Or Coach, are
You
you
know,
really going to sit here and not acknowledge that there's a major difference in the two positions of flat
of course,
earther
there's
and globe
a
earth?
major difference.
The flat earther thinks what we were told is a lie, and we're trying to discover the truth. You guys think what we were told is completely true. NASA's completely transparent. We go to space and take pictures. It's provable the Earth's a globe. I can put a stick in the ground. It proves it. Oh, look at where the sun's shadow is. Oh, look at how fast the stars move. This all proves it. So if you think it's so provable and that celestial navigation proves it and that flat earthers just can't understand basic concepts and they're denying objective reality, it makes much less sense for you to be obsessed with a conversation when we obviously have a justified reason to be obsessed with the conversation. We're literally on, we haven't accomplished the goal. We haven't reached the conclusion. We're trying to figure out where we live. You
Why are
guys
you
think the
whining?
conclusion was given to you on a silver platter in the form of a cartoon at age 5.
Why are you
Listen, if we were making
whining for?
honest assessments about the other, what I would say would come across as offensive, even though I'm not trying to be offensive, right? So we're not making assessments about you guys or why you're here. But me and Bacon both just said, Armor just said why we're here. So I don't know why you have to straw man and make up other reasons.
Dude, I
But,
just asked
yeah.
you if you can acknowledge that there is a significant difference in the two positions, and then I outlined why there is a difference.
He said yes.
I said yes right when you
Okay,
answered.
okay. So you agree that it seems more understandable and reasonable that someone who thinks the Earth is flat would be obsessed with the conversation, right?
I did not say that. I said there's a difference between us. That's true.
No.
What
So
that
you're not
difference is,
answering.
I don't agree. I don't agree with your assessment of what that difference is. No, because
That's
there's
so
different
weird.
people who are here for different reasons. So we're just here. We're here to be a part of the conversation, and that's what we're doing. So it's not like I don't know. It's not some evil scheme or something.
All right, wait. She's got something else she wants to say.
Oh, I just want to say there are hundreds of thousands of flat earthers who know it's flat and they don't even care about talking about it every day. They just go about their life. But then you have like these same globers who just can't let it go. Very weird.
Yeah,
Oh, just
yeah.
it's not about letting it go. It's just that we like the subject, right? Like it's
You know what's
She ain't
just
buying
like
it,
to talk
Bacon.
about the
Try hard. I
subject.
don't know,
This is
man.
the place to find.
you know what's interesting? So I met my girl online, right? And like I was really kind of hesitant at first to talk to her about flat Earth because you never know, like people like the ridicule and the mockery and stuff. But she heard me, on Discord, and she was like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's a server. We talk about like science and Earth and stuff." And she heard us talking about flat Earth, and she didn't say anything. She just kind of like went, "Wait, you guys talk about it?" And at first, I thought she was like against it. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm actually been on here like for years now. Just kind of like I get drunk and just come in here. It's fun." And she's like, "But how do they not know that it's flat?" I was like, "Oh shit! Like I'm gonna marry you. Like I'm done. That's a wrap. Like that's fucking pretty cool." She's like, "No, honestly, like I've never questioned it. Like I even in school, this is her telling me. She said that even when she was in school and they used to talk about like space and stuff and science, she always just like ignored it but she would listen to get the answers right for the test. You know what I mean? Just to pass that class." But she said that her mom has always taught her like the biblical Earth. So, but they didn't even call it flat Earth back then. It wasn't even called flat Earth. She just knew that it wasn't a ball spinning in space the way we know it today. And that's my girlfriend. That went on.
Yeah, Pokerful.
Yeah.
It's a lot nicer to hear you when you're sober. You should.
Hey, I am
do it more
sober
often.
right now.
Yeah,
Hey, you sound
slightly sober, right?
That's much better.
Come on.
Come on, Parker Fine.
But anyways, I'm just saying, like that was cool.
That's a real love story, man. For real.
Right.
I mean, especially because if you guys didn't know that, if she didn't know you were a flat earther beforehand, it's kind of.
Yeah, no, she didn't. And then she looked at it as weird. She looked at me being weird as of like, why are you even talking about it? Like, how are these guys even fighting that? Like, almost like, hello, that should be common knowledge that we're being lied to, and they're lying to us, and the moon landing is fake, and all that stuff. It was just really, really cool to meet somebody like her. Never met anyone like her.
Yeah, we all like talking to each other. Bacon, I mean, now there's different people here for different reasons, but Bacon said the same thing I always say. It's like, this is a concentration of the subjects that are particularly interesting to me to talk about. So, it's just what we're into. I don't know why it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing. It's just very weird. Like if I thought like a certain group of people, like let's say, I don't know, if I was like anti-Mormon, I wouldn't be in a Mormon Discord server all day long.
Regardless of what certain people say, I don't think that. I know I'm not an anti-flat earther. I don't think out of the three of us, I don't think any of us are anti-flat earthers. There are probably anti-flat earthers, but.
See, Bacon had to jump in and say anti-nonsense, right? So basically, when it comes to push yourself, like you guys act like you have some like virtuous reason to be here, like you're like the vigilante of truth that has to come and counter disinformation. Kosho, you are an anomaly. Kosho, I believe you when you say you just have built friendships with the people here and you like to talk about the different subjects. I actually believe that, but the vast majority of anti-flat earthers here, that's not why they're here. They get off on like trying to slam dunk on flat earthers every day, but what I'm trying to understand is like why? Like why though? Because like if you do prove a flat earther wrong, what happens? Oh, everyone's still told the same thing they're all told. Right? So now if we make a difference, everything changes.
I think I know why they do it. I think they try to convince us, but really, in doing so, in other words, if they convince us, somehow it becomes right in their head. And I'm not talking about the trolls. The trolls, we know why. I'm talking about the ones that are in between. I think if they can convince us, they can convince themselves, I think, somehow in their mind.
But like, what flat earther has ever been convinced of anything from any global or anti-flat earther?
I know it's futile. I know.
That can't be the goal, right? They must know. They must have other goals.
Well, if they know, what other goal is there? It's either they're getting paid. What else?
Well, for me, it's like a puzzle. You know, I like puzzles, and realizing that some of the arguments just don't go through. It's like, well, what other way can I reword this argument to where it could, click in their heads? So for me, it's a puzzle.
I said that
you're young and still learning.
Together his own model.
Yeah.
Your own model hasn't clicked in your head yet.
If you say so.
No, it's not if I say so. You just admitted it to me just 2 hours ago, right? Like,
what did I say?
When we came down to this whole entire idea of perspective and what we see and what the horizon is, you're just a bunch of I don't knows. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
What specifically it was that I didn't.
Yeah, I said if you admit that things drop optically due to perspective towards the horizon, then you claim that it's actually because the curvature of the Earth that's blocking the cloud. When does it switch over?
What do you mean? When does it switch over? If it's far enough, it'll start succumbing to the the roughly 8 inches per mile square. I mean that's just kind of how it works.
Won't perspective still be happening at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it's dropping because of the curve and because of perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's doing both, but where it's actually lower than it physically should be, like if you're doing trigonometry and it's like physically lower than where it should be, that's where it's curved.
Right, and this is right where we got into me just slam dunking on your little claim about trigonometry, right?
You didn't
But this
slam
is what I'm
dunk it.
saying. Wait. So I'm saying, so you're talking about that it's both of them, right? And that's why I was asking you specifically, like, where's the shift or where's the math that you're accounting for the optical declination based on perspective, and you're also accounting for the curvature of the Earth. And the follow-up is, since you just admitted that it's both of them, then if we took curvature out of the equation, then you agree that things would still drop down optically.
They would drop down optically, but they wouldn't be lower. We have an expected value to where they would be, like expected, like whatever they would. We know where they should be, and
How?
then trigonometry. We literally just do the trig, and we'd be like, okay, this is how much it should be, lower down.
So you agree that if your interpretation about the way that visual space is described with geometry is wrong, then your entire argument is wrong?
No, because visual space, that whole visual space thing, I'm pretty sure that's a projection. That doesn't change like the angles in which these things are. The angles assume like straight lines for
Okay, so
light or whatever.
Dude, you're claiming perspective of Euclidean, that is a projection.
No, wait, what?
It's that hanging out with flat earthers is way more fun than Globers.
Yeah.
No,
there you
hold
go.
on,
That
hold on,
sounds
no,
more right.
hold on. Let's go back to that for a second. All right, I'm saying if the whole visual, thing or whatever, right? That's only a projection. So projections, they don't really like the angle between objects, they stay the same even on a projection. The angles are set. All right, it's the projection only kind of maybe like I want to say distorts the image per se, but that's visually it looks different from one.
See, so Bacon, we just see what happened, Bacon. So your whole argument, Bacon's whole argument was that, well, they converge because you go from 3D to 2D, and that's a projection. Now Arm is saying it's not a projection, and that it's real, tangible reality somehow when he brings up geometry. But so this is why it's a boring, redundant.
Oh, he's saying that the
object.
angles
You
don't
haven't pieced
change.
together your
That's
own
still
position.
true. Yeah,
It
he's
is
saying
true?
the angles don't change, which is still true.
Oh, is it a
Yeah,
projection?
like,
Yes or no? Is it a projection? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so Arm is wrong then.
Wait, what's a projection?
What is he saying is not a projection?
He
Like
literally
when
when
you
we
get
use Euclidean
the
geometry to
3D
describe what we see.
when
Yeah,
you get a
so he's
3D
wrong.
space
So let's
map
go back
to
to
the
Kai's
surface,
question.
that's a
Wait,
projection.
what did I say? Hold on. What did I say? Hold on.
I don't want to debate with you guys. I'm tapping out.
He don't.
Thank you.
He doesn't want to do.
Glover, Bacon, can you just
He's gonna
admit that
drop the
hanging
bomb
out
and run away.
flat Earth-
Okay, just a second. Sorry, they were interrupting you. Bacon, if you want to pretend I'm running from you, I could Chuck Jameson, get run over by a truck, get drugged behind
do that all
a
the time.
horse, and still
Just-
debate you. Please
doing the
stop
same
pretending
thing.
I've dunked on you so much. I'm tired of playing basketball. So we're just gonna let her talk. Also, she never comes in here. So if you don't mind, just like letting her at least say a couple things, so you can all have a conversation with her, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's bring your wife to work week. Okay, Bacon, question. Can you admit that hanging out with flat earthers is more fun than Globers?
I never hang out with flat earthers.
Come on, you do it
Where
every
are
day.
you?
You're here.
Where
What are
are
you
you
talking
right
about?
Are you
That's a
talking about
tricky one.
Discord? Oh, that depends
know,
on
flat
what are
earthers
the flat
right now,
earthers
yes
and
or
what are the Globers.
Kai's starting to get how it is in these rooms. Like you gotta like fight them to get basic conversation. So
Okay,
she,
well, just
I
ask
mean,
another
depends on the
Glober.
flat earthers and depend on the Globers. Like there are
Just try
many
not
flat earthers that I like
interrupting.
to hang out with.
Try not interrupting, guys. It's a lady speaking.
yeah,
Oh, I
she
didn't hear
literally
you
said like,
speak.
"Are you hanging out with flat
Makes a
earthers right
difference
now?
somehow?
Yes or no?"
Oh, we were before you brought up this geometry thing again. We were actually hanging out, and then it turned into
So
a
it's
debate
more
again.
fun to hang out with flat earthers, right?
That wasn't the
Maybe.
answer.
You won't answer
You
the
can't-
question.
Are you scared?
I did answer.
Just
That's not
admit
what
that you
the answer
you don't
was.
have to. That doesn't mean that the Earth is not a globe. If you like hanging out with flat earthers, just admit it.
It's
Oh, I
not
said it
contagious,
depends on the flat
Bacon.
earthers. Some
Yeah, it
some
kind of
flat earthers are
depends.
actually nice to hang out with, and some
Yeah.
are definitely not. And same for
You're
Globers. There are many
actively
Globers that would never want to
choosing.
hang out with them.
You're
Oh, I
actively
was
choosing
speaking.
to hang out with flat earthers over a bunch of Globers.
That's a tough one.
Can
No,
you
actually, there's a
admit that?
bunch of Globers here.
But you're selectively
Actually,
in
there's
the
a bunch
flat
of
Earth
Globers
server,
here.
right? If you just wanted to hang out with exclusively Globers, you would be in a Globe Earth server, correct?
Actually, no, because the Globers that are not in flat Earth servers don't talk about the subjects that the Globers that are in flat Earth servers talk about. And I'm here for the subjects. That's why I'm here.
Why don't you go to gyms?
It's not that
then?
complicated.
Why are you here?
That's mostly Glovers.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
mostly.
they
I was
don't talk
just gonna
about.
say Gems
Yeah.
is a swinging place.
Yeah, the
I want them to
globers in
admit
gems are
that
not the
they
same globers that
actually
we
like
find
hanging
here.
out with flat earthers over globers. I just want them to admit that because it's obvious.
It's
I think
tricky
it's a very
because I
good
mean, in
point.
some instances I would say that, but some instances I'd be like, like it really depends.
No, this is the
Maybe on
facts. If
average, maybe on
everyone
average
left
there's
this
a slight
server,
edge, maybe,
sorry,
but
I'm sorry. I'm saying if everyone left this server today and they went to a different flat earth server, it would take a couple days and you guys would find your way over there. You guys would follow us.
It's so weird.
Isn't that what happened?
You to admit
Well,
it.
not really. If the
All
people
flat
the people I
earthers
like to
left
hang
the
out with,
server and it was only globers, you guys would actively go pursue to find flat earthers.
that's
I mean,
what
if
That's
he
a
said.
fact.
It's not what we're saying. I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that.
You
If there
just
was
did
a
it. You did it
server
to
where the same.
Tartaria.
What?
Dude, you did it to Tartaria.
Yeah, but there are globers there too. You're not proving your point because the same globers that were here.
There are globers
go
there
too.
because they tracked down the server, just like with anti-disinformation, right? So, like,
No.
say we just said there was a period of time where Zanuck was just going a million miles an hour for 8 hours a day. It was like the Zanuck channel. Sometimes I just need a breather, right? So, but then I'd go there and like slowly over time, globers were there. Like you got to admit, the globers are gonna always seek out where the flat earthers
Hold on.
congregate.
No, that's wrong because
Well, I
first off,
can
I
speak
was
for other
actually
globers.
a lot of globers, including me, were actually given invites, okay, to a lot of these servers. All right, that's
You
why we're there.
actively choose to join.
No,
It
well,
makes you go.
we're actively given these fucking like invites. I mean, I get your argument, but like you're making it seem like we're really like hunting this shit down. No, we're literally given the invites. We're like, okay, there's chances gonna be more debate there, so let's fucking go there. It's fun, Like I was given an invite. I mean, I wasn't like hunting this shit down.
To actively choose to come.
Which is
She's just
perfectly
saying, just
fine.
admit,
By
don't
the
make
way,
it weird.
I
Just
can't.
admit that you like hanging out with flat earthers.
Yeah, we do, but I don't know if it's like better than that's a
So-
tricky one.
I think I heard I do
You
before the
prefer it. You
denial.
prefer it over
Heard it.
exclusively globers.
I think maybe I can maybe give you that.
At least
maybe,
you're being
maybe.
honest over bacon, so you get a gold star.
Look, there's 4 NASA channels right now
You
live.
know, where Calamity zones exactly?
When?
You just wouldn't
Why
just
is she
straight up
calling
admit
me
that
a
you like to
zonist?
hang out with flat earthers over
Okay,
globers.
but so if you're saying that I don't admit because you already know the answer that what I do and what I don't like, and if I don't answer what you think I should answer, then I'm being dishonest. So you know
Well, look,
better than me
if
what
you
I
don't
like,
like hanging
and
out
you're
with
going
flat
to
earthers over globers,
you're going to
why-
assume, and you're going to assume, that if I don't give the answer you expect, then I'm being dishonest instead of you not actually knowing what I like.
Okay, man, that was really, really cool. So, what we're saying is, if you really preferred to hang out with globers over flat earthers, why don't you guys just go make a glober server where you just constantly talk about flat Earth?
We answered this
Pop
already
balls
though.
all day.
We answered this already though. But when you do that though, I mean, sure, I guess you could still have some of the similar topics, whatever. But I feel like you're still missing that aspect of the actual like. Well, I guess for me it's the debate. I guess it depends on other people, but for me it's like the debate. Like you're not gonna really get that if you're just talking with other globers,
For you guys, there is no debate in your mind, right? Like you think that there's no that like it's just a ball, right?
Well, no, there's no.
Or
'Cause
is
for
there
me-
like 1% of you that is like just waiting to be convinced?
No. For me personally, it's whenever I hear an argument, I'm like, oh shit, how do I take that apart? Like, how do I destroy this argument? Because it sounds like it might be possible, but there is something logically wrong with it. Like the azimuthal grid of vision, I totally disagree with that. And for me right now, that's like a huge puzzle for me to solve. I'm trying to figure out how can I 100% prove that this is just bunk.
Well, you might want to start by disproving sun calc.
Yeah, first disprove time and date, stellarium, and sun calc. That'll be the first step.
Well, I'm talking about like the stars, like the southern rotation. I'm not talking about like the whole looking 360, but that's another time though. Let's continue this other discussion though. But yeah, for me, it's the puzzle. It's the puzzle aspect. So
So if you like the debate, is there a part of you that you can admit to this, that you're just waiting to hear an argument that will be strong enough that'll make you go to the fun side?
no, I mean, I mean, if there wasn't,
so if you're dead set on a globe, then why debate
once
it?
again, it's the puzzle. It's the puzzle. It's just fun.
So are you gonna see? I won't put you on the spot. Like a lot of us have kind of realized that in reality, this is our opinion, right? Obviously, and the odds of even if this was the case of you publicly saying it's pretty low. But what I think is you guys are actually very interested in the conversation. You know that flat earthers come up with pretty brilliant things, that we hone in on a lot of the biggest question marks that are unanswered in all of physics, whether the Earth's a ball or not. We find the holes, we talk about them, we try to figure out what's going on, we think outside the box, right? We're very innovative people. Like we're very creative, right? We figure things out ourselves. We think for ourselves. And it's an interesting conversation. It makes tons of progressions. And I think that you guys enjoy it. I think you guys enjoy like, oh, wow, I do wonder what's up with the magnetic field. Wow, you start to realize that we have good points. And so in order to keep up to date with the conversation, but never have to deal with the public humiliation of being in the position of a flat earther, you can come in, be a glober, and that way you always get to be involved in the progression of flat earth without actually having to deal with any of the kickback.
I mean, it's a nice little theory, but I mean, you know,
Kind of like
that's
Demon's
about
Track.
it.
You guys would have flat earth withdrawals. Like if the CIA came to your house and said, you cannot be on Discord, you cannot watch anything flat earth related for 2 straight years, you guys would have withdrawals.
Yeah, maybe. No, that's not true. That's not true. I was actually out of the debate for quite a while. I'd probably just find something else to do, hobby wise.
But yet, where are you now?
Well, yeah, right now I am, but sometimes I do take breaks. I'm just like, okay. There was a time where I hadn't like touched like the the debate or whatever for like months. I was like, eh.
But did you watch
But
anything flat earth related?
no, I didn't. I literally haven't touched. I didn't like touch it for like months. I was like, this is kind of boring. Whatever. I got other things I want to do, and then I just came back because I'm like, okay, well, you know what? This
Because
is
you're
exciting
addicted.
again.
So like you were able to kick the habit for a couple months, right? And then you relapsed because you're addicted.
No, not addicted. It's more just like you have a hobby, right? And then you kind of get bored of it, so you switch to another hobby, and then that's kind of like what I do basically. Like sometimes I like to do games. Like right now, the hobby is this right now. Like I haven't touched making video games in a long time. Like I just haven't.
Can you admit that flat earthers are pretty smart?
Smart?
Pretty smart.
I mean, I don't. I mean, you're kind of pushing it now, right?
Yikes.
You're kind of
Hey, that's the funny part.
They know. They know that being a flat earther is way more fun, and they just want to observe the cool kids. They can't take the plunge. It's okay.
Yep. You want to sit at the lunch table, but you're never invited to the lunch table. Which technically we're inviting you, right? I mean, it's open to everyone, but in the analogy, you can't sit at the lunch table. So you get real close to the lunch table and you listen to what they talk about. Someone starts beating on their pencil, like, yeah, I'm just chilling here to beat and kill it, right? We're like all having fun at the lunch table, and you guys want to sit there and like listen to it.
It's like the hall monitor. Like, how dare you guys have fun? But I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna
watch you guys the whole time.
I'm gonna tiptoe down to the corner and make sure I listen to what you guys are saying, and that's what I genuinely think it is, right? It's okay though because you can sit at the table, you know, like we'll be cool with you. You have to sit at the end though.
I see.
Yo, but if you can jump on the beat, you know, you can scoot over towards the middle of the table maybe.
They get triggered. Don't want us to know that we know.
That we know that you know that we know that you know.
She knows.
She knows. I know. She knows. So, is that a pretty accurate assessment of you guys' psychology?
Nope.
Of course, see, denial is, of course.
We'll see. I'm credentialed in it, so I'm
Not
allowed
agreeing with you is denialism.
No, hey, a
Or
pill to
feeling-
credentials is your freaking forte, dude. So she's allowed to talk about it. She,
Yep.
yeah, she has a degree in this.
I never appealed to authority.
Oh, you have to listen to her. You have to listen to her. She has a
no one
degree.
else, unless you have the credentials.
I never
you
said
can't.
it.
I win.
Are you saying you're smarter than all psychologists?
I never
who's
said
saying
that.
that?
It feels pretty ridiculous to be on the
Pulling
other
a lot
end
of
of that,
things
doesn't
out of
it?
your ass right now.
It feels really ridiculous to be on the other end of that, doesn't it?
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that.
I think you're just making shit up.
Hold on, your wife's a psychologist? Bow, guys.
I mean, I
Bow
already gave you.
before
I already gave
a higher
what-
authority.
Bow down. Whatever she
On
says
your
about your
knees.
guys' psychology must be true.
Kiss the diploma.
Uh-huh. How do you like that, guys? You don't like it, huh? When somebody pulls a diploma on you.
Have I ever made an
Speechless.
argument against that or for it or whatever? I don't know if I've ever made an argument like
This
that.
is
so.
called cognitive dissonance, my friends.
She would know. She would know. So I think it's a pretty accurate assessment, but it's cool. It's cool, man. Like you guys, like for example, you guys say that I'm just gonna talk about me because I'm me, right? Like you guys will say like, "What's this crazy, wrong about everything, stupid about everything," and then you'll be like, Well, Austin, so what's it? If light is what you think it is, and how does this work? And what? So what do you think about electromagnetism? Well, what do you think gravity really is? Well, what do you think the ether is? Okay, well, how does this toroid work? Well, what do you think that space is then? Well, why would you want to know all of my opinions of the most confounding, cutting-edge questions in physics? Now, it's a generalized thing, right? But I frequently get asked this by Glober. So just as an example, when she asked you, can you admit that flat earthers, there's a lot of flat earthers that are smart and make good points? You couldn't say it. You couldn't acknowledge it.
Well, I said I don't know about that. I was like, you're kind of pushing it. Like, I don't personally. I mean, there's some good, decent arguments, but I wouldn't go as far as say like real, like, smart. Like,
So there's no flat earthers that are real smart?
I mean, I don't know. That's kind of pushing it. Like
Isn't
I
that
said,
a typical Globy response? I mean, come
Damn.
on.
There aren't any intelligent flat earthers. You've never heard an eloquent point articulately put from a flat earther. You haven't had anything. You've never learned anything from anyone has argued with you and hear about it. Really?
I've learned the arguments, but that doesn't mean I think they're like good or anything. I've heard a lot of like weird arguments where it's like that doesn't logically follow.
Like, do you think you could debate,
Dude,
for example,
you
do
are
you think
a
you could debate
true
me about
anti-flat earther, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think you could debate me about light, electromagnetism, or magnetism, electricity, any of that, or the ether?
I mean, okay, I guess that's a fair point, but I mean, like, does that make you really smart or does it make you knowledgeable? Like, what's the difference? Like, how do we define smart though?
Oh my god.
It's so hard to admit. It's like the
What
girl
if-
in middle school that doesn't want to admit she has a crush.
Yeah, it's like Helga and Hey Arnold.
What? What if you learned all those things from him, but he wasn't a flat earther? Would it
Well,
make any
well-
like really?
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, if we say knowledgeable, then fine. I'd say you're pretty knowledgeable. There are a lot of knowledgeable people here. But if you're defining smart as something else, like I don't know, like
How do you define intelligence then?
me personally, I mean, I don't know, just I guess mostly logic, like mostly
Logic.
Yeah, mostly.
So you think that Globers have more logic than me?
Yeah.
Really? Have you ever watched the person that literally taught logic at university break down my debates?
No, personally, I guess I haven't. No.
So he's not a Glober. He's not a flat earther. He remains publicly neutral. And he taught logic in university. And he breaks down the debates. And say when I debated Professor Brian Myers, right? He got like hundreds of fallacies. And I got a couple. And he's not being biased. So isn't that how you would determine the use of logic?
I guess so. Yeah, because I mean, fallacies. The whole point is that it's like it's fallacious. It's not really logical. So I guess that's a good point. Yeah. But
So we got knowledge and logic. What? Okay. So check. What else? How do you define intelligence?
Oh, okay. We're still doing this. I thought we were gonna. Okay. So
Yeah, because I want you to admit to her question. I want you to admit that there are flat earthers that are smart.
Well, no. Okay. That's why I said. Well, because I think I said that because you said that. Oh,
Yes.
you think flat earthers, or do you think like? I think you said, do you think Globers are smarter than me or some shit like that?
No.
Oh, well, I thought
She said,
"Oh my god."
Because you
That's what
can't.
you said.
He
No,
hears
Witsit, you
it
said
that way because he's so. Here, just admit it. Just say yes.
no,
Why
because
is it
Witsit. I'm pretty sure Witsit said something. Oh,
No, because Witsit.
Arma.
Talk about what Witsit said, because Witsit
No.
said, I'm pretty sure, like, oh, do you think Globers are smarter than me or some shit like that?
No.
Hold on,
He
let's do the last
said
real fast.
that.
Hold on.
Arma, just take a
Earth
breath. It's okay to admit
awakening.
stuff, right? Arma.
Hold on,
He
look
did
at
say
I looked
that.
at the chat real fast. Hold on,
Yeah,
be
but
right
you
back.
still never. Oh my gosh.
Look at the chat real fast. I can't answer.
Yo, get this man some oxygen. Yo, this is what I'm saying. The only time I brought me up was because I was like, I can't speak for everyone, so I'll just give you a personal example, right? And I'm like, you guys, a lot of flat earthers say I'm like the stupidest person in the world and all this stuff. But then they want to know my take on like the most like confounding subjects in the world. I was just making a point. Like, can you just admit that a lot of flat earthers are very smart and have good points and interesting insights?
Yes.
Yes, or otherwise, why would you like to hang out with us all the time? I mean, that's just
I mean,
silly.
I can agree.
Exactly.
And
Easy
hi,
on that.
Kai. How you doing? And Red for Bear. Hi.
Hey, ladies.
All right, I'm back.
I'm
Okay,
the
so
cat.
Witsit said, do you think Globers have more logic than me? That's what he said specifically.
I said that, yeah, in the debate, do you think that Globers use more logic than me? Yeah.
He said, no, well, you said strictly, do you think Globers have more logic than me? That's what you strictly said. And I said, yeah, I was saying on average, like, sure, maybe that one debate that you had with the one guy, maybe he wasn't more logical than you,
No,
but I
every
think on
debate.
average, though.
Name one public debate that the Glober used less fallacies than I did.
Well, I wasn't really going based off of that. I was just saying on average, I think Globers are more logical. I don't really know for sure. I think though, I think they're more logical than you.
Okay, well, see, this is the truth. The flat earthers actually kind of they've learned fallacies way more so. This is all a generalized conversation, but what we like to be a flat earther, you have to understand logic. So you have to be like, whoa, these are a lot of affirming the consequent, begging the question, reification fallacies, appeal to authority, appeal to consensus, conflation of correlation and causation. That sounds like a bar. So like we had to learn that to be a flat earther. You guys still don't understand the importance of those fallacies, generally speaking.
Okay, but you did. Okay, but that just because you know the names doesn't mean you always properly use them though. Because like actually recently, I think it was yesterday. Actually, yeah, it was yesterday where you told me that because I was saying because you pretty much said, oh, we don't see 50% of the celestial sphere or the sky, whatever, right? And then I said, okay, prove it. And you said, don't prove it. Prove a negative, whatever. You're not supposed to prove a negative, whatever. But you still also have to back that up. You can't just say something like, "Oh, that doesn't," like proving a negative works when it comes to like, for example, let's say leprechauns. All right, if you say leprechauns don't exist, well, what is your reasoning for that? Well, we don't have evidence. All right, now if I said, prove that they don't exist, that would be like, yeah, that'd be proving like a negative. Like that's fallacious because they could be hiding. All right, and it may be impossible to find leprechauns because they're just that sneaky, right? So in that case, proving leprechauns exist would be the best way to solve that, whatever. But when it comes to like the fucking sky, though, like you can literally measure that. Literally, the sky is above us, right? There's nighttime happens literally like the other half of the day, right? Happens every day. Like it's very easy to prove whether the sky is whether there's 50% of the celestial sphere or not up there.
So wait, just to clarify, you think that from one single position on the Earth that you can see 50%, you can see the entire sky that the entire dark part of the globe sees?
Celestial sphere. Celestial sphere was the specific thing we were talking about.
Yeah, but like, that would be either 50% of the globe or it would be the azimuthal grid. But wait, I think Kai has a question.
Yeah, I want to know, or Matter, I don't know how to say your name.
Yeah, that's it.
Isn't it pretty illogical to hang out with a bunch of illogical people?
No, because it's a puzzle. I already told you my motivation. It's a puzzle. I like puzzles.
Just keep saying puzzle, but you just need to admit it.
No,
just admit it.
I told you already.
You
It's a
love
puzzle.
flat Earth. You love it.
Yeah, to some extent, it is pretty fun. But
Okay,
I already told you that. Yeah, it's a puzzle. Sometimes the argument is like, how do you tackle that? Like it's so like vague and up in the air. Like you need something concrete. So I try to like go at it and see where I can take it apart and whatnot. Because I did that once with like Lemon's. I think what's it called, Perspective, whatever, or Lemon Vision, whatever. I remember I took it apart. I literally said, okay, what if you do this? What if you do that? Like, and it was fun because I literally got to like, figure it out, and just like, I don't know, it's just fun.
Long way of saying yes, Arma. Kind of zoned out.
It's
okay,
good.
cool.
Wait, what the hell is this? The eye to see, take back the sky, trails and sky. Okay, that's, I don't know what this person.
Yeah, you definitely want to watch those if you can handle it.
Why?
I posted something for you, Arma. Livestream text 1.
Opposite of logic is nonsense, silliness, unreasonableness.
Wait, did you ever admit that a lot of flat earthers are really smart and have interesting insights and good ideas and make good points?
I mean, okay, I guess you could have some smart ones and just maybe, yeah, I guess you can. Well, I mean, once again, that's why I was saying that maybe like knowledgeable. I guess you could have a few smart flat earthers that are just sort of like maybe deceived or something, But I think they're more knowledgeable than they are smart, though.
Why are you trying so hard to qualify it? Why not just give a simple affirmation?
Okay, you know what? I guess to really simplify this, yeah, I'm sure there are some.
You think you're simplifying?
Still had to
this.
qualify
okay.
it.
Okay.
I just want them to admit it. Like, I don't even care about them admitting the Earth is flat. You'll never get that from them. But if they can just admit that they love flat Earth,
You guys love it.
love it. Just admit it. All of
Yeah,
them. All of the ones that are, especially the ones that are in here all the time.
It is pretty fun. Like I said, puzzles are.
Oh, see, that was easy. You could have started with that.
I already said that. I said puzzles are fun, and this is a puzzle for me.
No.
Especially like even the ones like what's its debates and stuff, the people that are like, get a job, word salad. Like I want them to admit it too. Like they love it. They love flat Earth.
Yeah, think about this, Arma, right? You like, okay, if 99% of Globers have all said that I use word salad for 3 to 4 straight years, and every time, literally hundreds of times, I've asked them, okay, can you name one specific time that I used word salad? None of them have been able to provide one single answer for 4 years, but they all say that all I use is word salad. Now, isn't that weird? Like, what's the psychology behind that, in your opinion, Arma?
I guess it's just like whenever start like, explaining something, whatever, you sort of just like, use words, I guess, that we don't usually understand. I guess you could make the argument that, okay, that's on us. But I also feel like, if you're gonna argue with people, right? Don't you think you should argue to like the best debater is one that, can get through to the other person, even if they have to dumb down their language. You know what I'm saying? So like, I feel like maybe that's what they mean by word salad, is that you're just kind of using
Oh,
like.
so they're stupid and don't know what word salad means? That's
Well,
your response?
that's not stupid. That's ignorance. Once again,
Ignorant, yeah.
that's why I
Well,
made it.
well,
That's why,
if you're
hold on.
corrected 500 times and then you continue for 4 years, wouldn't that spill over into being stupid?
Maybe.
Like, or
Okay.
like
Yeah, maybe.
maybe
But
just ignorant, or I don't know.
that's why I made a huge distinction between knowledgeable and smartness, though, because I do think if you're ignorant, that doesn't make you stupid. It just makes you ignorant. You didn't.
But it would
You
be
didn't know about it.
stupid to just keep saying it once corrected.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, once again, I think the context is important, though. But yeah, I guess given if it was if they never like learned the words, whatever. But I mean, like, also, I don't even know if like the words. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they do. Do
They can never answer the question. They can never give a specific example of word salad. Word salad is a phrase of incoherent, jumbled up mess that doesn't make sense. It's actually defined as like typically like incoherent ramblings of a schizophrenic person, right? Like I've never done anything like that. Okay, I would love to simply break down concepts and to convey it really calm, but in these debates, I get incessantly interrupted. So I've had to boil my arguments down to like 3 concise, hyper-specific, like centrifugal divergence, conjugate geometric expression, light is the excitation or perturbation of the background. Because if I begin to try to explain the entire thing, I will never get through it. But anyway.
But I feel like you kind of have to, because if we don't know about those things, then you're not really making an argument per se. Like you're like like you could be, if we knew what those were, but because we don't know what those are, you're not really debating like with us per se. You're really kind of just like talking to.
You're saying that you should
wall or
always tailor your arguments to the dumbest person in the room? Like that's your argument? Like I don't know.
Well,
I
how do
just
you argue with someone
explained that
then?
I can't do it because if I try to calmly explain it in really simple terms in these public debates, I always get interrupted to where I have to say really fast phrases where it efficiently and concisely makes the point, and that requires vocab. And by the way, vocabulary isn't like the devil, Arma. It's good to kind of like increase your vocabulary.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
actually a sign of intelligence.
That's fine, but the thing is, once again, you still have to. If you're going to argue with someone, right, you need to actually like argue with them, right? So if I'm going to argue with a Chinese person, I'm going to speak Chinese, right? If you're going to argue with someone that doesn't know the words, you're going to want to use words that they do know, or at least explain these concepts or whatever, because otherwise it means nothing. We need to know what you're talking about.
Okay, I have a question. Sorry to change the topic, but I have a question for the Globers, not just Arma, unless Arma's the only Glober that's going to talk.
Probably.
Why do people stalk people? Why would a
I don't
person
know.
stalk
They're
somebody?
stalkers, I guess.
That's it?
I guess.
Any other Globers? Can you answer that? Why would someone stalk someone?
What is this? This is okay.
Out of some probably deep, unplaced personal need of some unfettered emotion, I would think, right?
So, why do people stalk Whatsit?
I could not tell you.
Because I feel like there's a lot of people that stalk him. Like a lot of like prominent Globers. They actively stalk him like McToon.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you personally.
Why do you think that a lot of
does it for
Globers
money.
stalk
That's easy.
flat earthers?
Say that again. With whatever your name is, I don't know your name.
Mrs. Gets It.
Gets it? Oh, Mrs. Wits it? Wait, what?
Mrs.
Gets
Gets
it?
It.
Mrs. Gets it. That's great.
Mrs. Gets it. Okay, Mrs. Gets it. All right, there you go. Yeah, because I didn't want to say Witz's girlfriend or whatever or wife or because that just sounds kind of
Wife.
yeah, or wife. I mean, I guess I could say wife, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like okay, whatever. Mrs. gets it. All right, yeah. So, what were you saying again? Because SE kind of came in for a second and I kind of missed your point. The stalking thing. You said something about stalking.
Yeah, I just want to know why people stalk people.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't stalk people, so
Don't you
I
think it's
couldn't
weird
tell you.
as like you're a member of the Globe community, so you should be concerned about your community? Why are members of your community stalking flat earthers?
I mean, yeah, I guess that could be weird, but I mean, like, I don't know if it's. I mean, that's sort of like okay, I get that. Like, it's a community thing, whatever, right? But like, also, they're also their own person, whatever. So I mean, like, I guess like, you know, could be like, hey, don't do that, whatever. But I don't really know these stalkers. I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really look into this shit. I'm just here to debate. So if that is happening, that's messed up, you know.
Can you admit that in the Globe community that is a problem?
Maybe it is. I guess it is. According to the information I've been given right now, I guess it is. I haven't really, you know.
You didn't know that? You didn't know that Globers stalk flat earthers?
I mean, maybe like if there was like one person, then I'm like, okay, that's one person. If it's like, a huge thing, then yeah, I guess that's like, okay, but I never really knew, if that is the case, then that is a little weird. I'll give you that. We need to kind of chill out. But
And why do they do that? Why would they do
Um,
that? If flat earth is so stupid. And they say it over and over that flat earth is so stupid.
I could not tell you. Wait, aren't you like what would you say, like a psychologist or some shit? What'd you have? What'd you say? You got a degree in what?
Psychology.
Psychology, yes. Why are you asking me for?
Well, because you're a member of the community, so I'm asking
Yeah, well,
I'm asking you to speak on behalf of your community.
Oh, well, it's not like this community is like a hive mind. I don't know what goes on in their heads. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really don't. They're
Would
the
flat earthers agree that Globers definitely stalk flat earth?
they agree. They don't. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's weird. They got to stop doing that. The Bloopers have to stop doing that. There you go. I'm trying to do this fucking thing right now. I'm trying to. But yeah, that's fucking weird. Yeah, I'll give you that.
All right, so I got an idea. I want you guys to really soak this in, and then maybe me and Kai can tell you because it's like our perspective of life, right? Because I think this is what you guys don't understand about flat earthers. Okay, here's like an idea, and then I'll let Kai give her input, or you can respond or whatever. But this is how we look at life. We're like, yo, we have a 3-month-old, and like we don't want her to be brainwashed the same way we were. We want her to be taught how to think, not what to think. We want her to be able to figure things out herself. We want her to understand logic at a young age. We think a lot of children are being brainwashed and the curriculum's getting progressively worse and the indoctrination is getting more powerful. We think that we were being misled about a lot of significant truths. And so when we sit in our personal life, we sit here and we talk about these things in like a genuine vibration, like, wow, the world's being deceived and let's figure out how to try to make it better. So that's our perspective in this conversation. And that's why we're so passionate about it. Does that like elude your guys' grasp or something? Have you ever thought of that?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know, man. Yeah, sure. I guess.
I know as the Globers are running away, it's kind of funny.
Well, because we're not doing the debate. That's what we're here for. We like the debate, and we're.
Because you don't like to hear the real stuff.
No, because
I came in here and brought it to a real level.
Because it's boring.
This is how you jujitsu the Globers.
This is
You
like
debate the earth, you just go within.
This is boring.
this is like sunlight to a vampire. This is what's happening right now. Two
Yeah, it's like
normal
pulling the
people.
mirror out.
Yeah, the holy water. You're throwing holy water on them.
Arma, I want you to really take in what I'm saying. Like, think about that. Think about that. There are millions of people. With the last survey in 2022, it projects 37 to 38 million in flat earthers in the United States alone, and that's probably low. And there's tons of closet flat earthers. Then you have Brazil. You have all these countries, right? You have hundreds of millions of flat earthers. And what these people think is, wow, we want to make the world a better place. We think that we're being deceived, and we really look at it as this serious, important truth. And we think that our world is kind of falling apart and that our children are being lied to. and about many things, not just the Earth. So do you understand like how real and like profound of a motivation that is from our end compared to what your motivation is? Is you like puzzles?
Yeah. I mean, okay. I mean, that doesn't. So what? I mean, I can still like my puzzles. Like, I get it. You guys have legitimate whatever, but I mean, I'm still gonna love puzzles.
I'm not telling you not to like puzzles, Arma. What I'm saying is like, I think intellectual sparring is good, right? So it's whatever. I'm just saying, have you ever really thought of that? Like, have you thought about it? Like, I think if you guys, for example, if you had a camera and you got to see like me and Kai chilling in the living room and talking, like, you would feel bad.
Bad.
Yeah, like you would like feel bad for the way that you guys behave in these environments.
Yeah, maybe. But like, I
Well,
mean,
see, this is why I don't even debate like flat Earth, like the main points. Like now it's the thing of vision or whatever. Like, I just want to debate like the deep stuff.
Like the meta.
Like why are
because
you
people can
here?
get so lost in
What are you
the
getting
numbers.
out of this? Yeah, that's really important.
Yeah. You can go forever.
Yeah, because people can always just say refraction. You can't say refraction with your feelings.
You got refraction, gravity, and reference frame. And you're just gonna say those three things anytime you can't answer.
And bendy light.
Bendy light rays. We should
We
make
have
a
a new
song.
one now. We have a new one. Level at a point. Single point geometry. That's the newest one.
Yeah, locally flat.
Oh, shit, sometimes they meme themselves, huh?
Just let them talk, bro. Just let them talk.
Dude, when it gets real, you guys go mute.
I'm not mute.
I swear, next debate, you should just go like psychoanalytical on them. Don't even talk about like
Just
8
bring
inches
you.
per mile squared.
All he has to do is bring you along. Just bring
Yeah,
your wife along.
dude, we talked about that. We actually talked about like doing another debate together. Of course we have
Need
Aaliyah,
that.
so she needs to go to sleep. But like, where Kai's just like the mom.
Exactly. Okay, Tony. Use your big words, okay? Don't call names,
Yeah.
Tony. That's not polite.
That would be terrific.
Yeah, like
you
she
guys should do
literally
that.
just like moms it, and then she's like, wait, you're interrupting, and wait, that's a non sequitur. Can you calm down? I think it would be so funny to have Kai just like mom them.
Definitely do that, Kai. We need to hear you more.
Yeah, that would be very disarming because they're usually very aggressive and defensive towards you, so she would probably balance that out, man.
Yeah, even though MC Toon was still like that with her.
Yeah.
And she smoked MC Toon. It was really funny. Dude, do you remember that? The Eclipse thing? Yeah. He had like no answer.
You know, that's the worst thing for them, huh? It's one thing getting done in by a man, but getting done in by a woman from these, I don't want to insult them, but we know what we're talking about. It's like, it's almost like an Islamic soldier getting shot by a woman, right? They think they're not going to go to heaven. It's almost like that for them.
Really?
A lot of ballers they like cuck to their women. Like they think that's like they're like 20 years behind, so they think that's still the cool thing to do.
Way to do.
Yeah. Dude, she doesn't even come in here and she knows.
I'm not gonna say which anti-flat earther it was because I don't want to give him clout, but he had his wife like on his YouTube videos just letting him like run him. And I'm like, that this is so lame now, right? Like not cool anymore to let your woman like run you.
Of course it was never cool, so. Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of virtue signaling that goes on. Right. So like MC Toon, I'm like, would you like to admit that the corrected column actually isn't just a base average and that's just ridiculous? And he's like, bitch. And then and then he's like, I'm like, bro, like he's like, and I don't even cuss, bro. I'm like, yeah, what you did was really lame. You took me out of context and blah blah blah. I'm like, a lot of the stuff you do is dishonest and frankly pretty gay. And dude, he went full on virtue signal. Oh, did you use gay as a derogatory term? What's wrong with gay people? Oh, I'll be more like Jesus and accept them. What do you like? Just it's a lot of virtue signaling. Well, usually when I ask Globers like, why do you guys do this? They're like, because you guys are lying to people. You're lying to children. You're spreading misinformation. Like you're virtuous to be here. Like your morally degenerate behavior where you personally attack people is actually virtue.
But see, then you just gotta have them admit that they love flat Earth. That's it. Just
Arma
give
already
them
did.
that
It
they
took him 10 minutes, but
love
you
it.
got him to say he loves it. Yeah.
I think most people in here probably would too. She does not maybe know, but like, so I would say Zanuck would quickly admit it. Kosho would always admit it. But it's funny because she came in, Kosho dropped, Bacon deafened.
Bodies. Bodies.
Yeah, let the bodies hit the floor, bro. Just bring Kai in.
Weak men are afraid of strong women. It's as simple as that. Doesn't get any simpler. They're afraid. They're afraid of you.
I ain't afraid of Sky, Kai, or whatever she calls herself. Bring it on.
There's the Frenchman. There's the Frenchman.
Whatever she calls herself.
Yeah, whatever she goes by.
Wait, what's mine?
Glober or
Mrs.
not,
Gets-
like
it's Mrs.
whether
Gets it to you, buddy.
yeah, Mrs. Yeah, I really even Globers, right? Like if they have a strong relationship, if the woman's set in her way and the man is strong, I'm happy for him, right? Like it's so weird how people here are so different. Even myself, right? Like I find myself being so different when I'm on Discord than I am in real life. It's weird. So I know they're got to be doing the same thing, right?
I remember that. I made that.
There's no way they're talking to people like this on the street, right? Like,
Bruh. Bruh, not even a chance, man. Like the only couple Globers that came out in real life, bro, they were shaking, nervous, like it was super funny, right? It's just yeah.
Dude, the one guy brought his mom. And his mom was like so disappointed in him because he started being aggressive. Now, Tommy.
Tommy, calm down.
That was in Houston. That was so.
Peach
Wait,
cobbler for
that's-
you, Tommy.
Is that a real thing that happened that I have to go watch now? Oh my god.
Was that Houston? I think it was
Oh my
Houston.
god.
So he flat smacked the cops.
Oh, you were there.
Duh.
Yeah, she was with me. Yeah, we flat smacked the cops, and then this guy who's like, I don't know what, like 60 something, brought his like
Hefty.
his elderly mom out. And dude, it was so funny. She was like so embarrassed. He's like, you can tell he's like, there's this crazy flat earther. He's gonna be in Houston. Let's go see him. And then he just starts getting like destroyed in the debate. And you
Wait,
can tell she
wait.
got so
He was
embarrassed.
out with his mom, or he brought her there to see you.
Yeah, he like clearly he brought her to go out and see me.
I didn't know that.
Everything
I
about
thought they just walked up.
No.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he like knew everything about me. He's like telling her all about me, and she's like, "What am I doing?" Like, you could tell she was so embarrassed.
They came back, actually. They left, and then they had to come back.
Yeah. And then the cops tried to shut me down, and I was like, "Oh well, get your supervisor, my guy." And then I ended up flat smacking all of them, and they were like, "Yo, I like this guy," and they were super interested, asking questions, shook my hand. Yeah, they were asking about flat Earth.
It's an interesting topic no matter what, right? Or do you mean you believe the earth is not a sphere? I'm like, no. It's worse than that. I've measured it not to be a sphere. Like, I know for a fact they're lying to us, dude. That it's all right. I mean, we can handle it. We're grown men. But what you need to realize is maybe you need to do a little of your own research. And most people, when you approach it like that, they're like, yeah, man, I felt something. They always come in with they knew, right? Like, I always knew they were lying to us about other stuff, but I didn't know they would take it this far. Stuff like that. That's the real world reaction.
Did you ever
For
like
the most part.
wake up any cops with the other stuff you were preaching about when you were on your tour? Like,
Well, like I
shots
said,
and
the
shit?
cops were asking where to find more information, and we're like asking questions. They're like, "Oh, whoa, that's crazy, and that's very interesting, and I really like this guy." And one of them believed in the scriptures, and I started talking to him in relation to that in context. Would I ever know if I truly woke them up? I mean, I don't know, right? You know how flat Earth is. Like, even if you hear it in a way that is like very intriguing, you still have to go like wrap your mind around it.
It's a lot of cognitive breakthrough. All you can do is plant seeds, dude.
Yeah.
If Kai wasn't there, dude, they would have thrown your ass in jail.
Nah. I
We
never
need
got
to-
in trouble in any city. It was just the national parks. I guess they think they're above the law.
You know what I'm saying? We need like flat Earth cheerleaders. You know, these hot chicks that go around. Man, he's with a hot chick. This flat Earth might be something to it.
Dude, that's what Kai said a long time ago. Said that the thing that flat Earth is missing is like a bunch of like decently attractive females that are like vocal about it, or at least like put up to the front. Just use them for aesthetics. Yeah, I'm kind of joking, but
That's how it would be like become mainstream.
So we need like a Vanna White of flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like a bunch of them.
Are you suggesting flat Earth babes?
Yes.
Well, that TikTok girl was perfect for it. Right?
That'll
She was
work.
eloquent. She was
I'm
well
for
put
it.
together. And then they all attacked her for being a hot girl that talks about flat Earth, and then now she's no more.
Exactly. That's why they don't do it, because it's most men couldn't deal with what some public flat earthers have to deal with, right? Like if a lot of men saw the stuff that I get, they would be like, "Oh my god, I'm out of here." But like women, they take it much more personal, I think, right? And
Because
yeah.
they're attacking their like everything, like their looks and everything.
Yeah, like Kyle usually more obsessively read the comments, for example, if she's in a debate. Like females are just like that. Jaren said his wife was like that, and they just like, I don't know. There's something about them where they take the internet trolls serious to an extent, So
No.
like she knows they're trolls. I don't know how to explain it. Just like it's like the personal insults I think will affect women a little bit more, and it's such a vicious level in this realm that I mean most men can't handle it. So that's the problem. Like that Jenny girl, she comes out, she talks about it, making cool TikToks, going viral. Dude, they just freaking destroyed that girl. Like destroyed her life. Like tried to ruin
Yeah.
her entire business.
Yeah, see, but like, what's gonna stop that from happening the next time someone tries to make that move?
Yeah, exactly.
It's so sad.
Intimidation. This is intimidation tactics. They know if they do it to one
Exactly.
person
That's all they
publicly,
can do. Because they know that they can't prove the globe, so they just have to they just have to try other ways.
yep. Imagine having enough vitriol and hate. Of course, if this is not somebody paid doing it, calling somebody's job or calling somebody's church, or it's despicable behavior.
Yeah, I'm about to drop a video. It's so funny when me and Kai were debating with Tyrion. It's so funny.
Well, this is also why like they like to say that flat earth is dangerous and it's hurting people. But if you can get them to admit that they love it, then everything bad they say is discredited.
That's a good point. I never thought of it like that. Like, make them understand that they're taking pleasure in harming other people, type deal.
You guys got to check that video. It's so fun. Let me I'll share my screen real fast. It's so funny.
It was not even planned.
I got. All right, look, I'm gonna share my screen. It's like a minute long, but it's worth it. It's pretty funny if you've never seen it. Like the context is, this is when I was first bringing up electrostatic gravity a lot, and so he started to like bring it up, and I'm like, we can get into that, but I promise you're not ready, bro. And then yeah, check this out. It's pretty funny. It's so
I
fun.
remember it now. Oh.
Like it's like we planned it. We literally opened our mouths at the same time.
Right? Because I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. But you're talking about an optical observation proving it. Oh, I got it. Stupid.
Then she absolutely crushes him on causation versus correlation.
Yeah, yeah.
It was nasty.
And then he goes on to like get smoked by her.
Dude, the whole night, that whole debate was brutal for him.
Yeah, some say that he's never been the same since.
I love when he brought up the Antarctic Treaty. And he's like, what article? After he didn't talk for like an hour straight because he was already beaten. And the one thing he brings up, he calls you out. He's like, all right, where does it say that? What article? And you reply immediately. And then he just shuts up for like another half hour.
Dude, because Kai embarrassed him so much, there's like such a basic line of logic.
Yeah,
Loves
dude, he was really bad.
I
She
need to
got
ask
she got him on. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, I
She was
just
saying-
oh, sorry, guys.
Well, it's kind of hard. Like I'm pressing the push to talk, trying to time when she's talking and stuff. So it's interesting.
I was just gonna say I have beef with McToon because he's got a crush on my husband. He needs to back off. Talk to him about
We should clip that. We should clip that.
Kai, you got him on the Selenelian real bad that night too.
Yeah, that's funny because like that's just a bad look, you know. Like Kai just comes like strolling in. McToon's been like feverishly making anti-flat Earth videos for years, and she's just like, "Do you not understand causation and correlation?"
It really was. It was so simple, but made like the biggest impact. It was crazy.
I just want to know
He
how many
had no answer.
I just want to know how many pictures he has of Witsit on his computer. It's pretty.
Well, they have whole soundboards built around you, and like they have meetings about you. So there's probably like a Witsit fanboy club. Dude, I'll bet like he's like the president of the club is probably what it is.
That dude sent me a present for Aaliyah's birth, and he like, it's just weird. He said he built entire programs to sift through all of my videos to find different things that I say on repeat, and puts them into the soundboard.
Wow, that's obsession at a level that's like worse than your first crush in middle school. Holy fucking shit!
Exactly.
Like
if
you
McToon
say
was
that,
a girl, I'd have to like
throw hands.
fight her. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
like I'm sure he would say that like it's not a lot of work, but it is. That's a lot of work.
It was so cringy when he was playing all the clips of you talking about refraction. That was so cringy during the debate. You couldn't even tell like if you were talking or not. I forget who the moderator was, but they were like confused as to what was going on. It was so cringy.
Yeah, and my connection wasn't very good, and I was like lagged, and I was getting incessantly interrupted. And oh, that was the one with what's his name? You know what's crazy is I don't know if you guys ever saw it. I debated on McToon's channel with McToon as the moderator, as a favor to my friend Trevor, and because his cousin's like an atheist Clover, and yeah, bro, he was like, I promise I'll never interrupt. I promise I won't jump in the debate. All this stuff, right? Just to convince me to do it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it like just because of my friend Trevor. And he literally mutes me the whole time, which he promised he would never do. Interrupts and then starts to debate every single time I get to do on the ropes. He jumps in and debates and then mutes me and then keeps muting me. It's like,
Yeah,
dude, you people suck. Yeah. If you're a
Well,
moderator, the number one thing you can't do is wait till the guy can't answer and then jump in and answer for him. You know, like that's insane.
you definitely can't insert your own opinions and your own answers. That's not what moderation does, dude. That's
The
hilarious.
balls to actually do that in a
Right.
debate is insane.
Well, dude, imagine how many flat earthers he made that night using those ridiculous, dishonest, and obviously transparent tactics.
Yeah.
I wanted to debate McToon, and I need him to confess that he's in love with Witsit.
You don't need the confession. It's clear and evident.
Like when he made this video of Witsit where it's like, I don't even cuss, bro. And like he had to go through all of these videos to just find like the 3 times he ever said like,
Yeah, it's so weird.
you know?
He's such a weirdo.
Yeah, and what's even funnier is in the context, right? I'm not saying that I literally never say cuss words at all or anything. I'm saying I'm getting censored about subjects that aren't even censorable on a channel that I don't even cuss, bro. I'm like, I don't even cuss, bro. Like I'm explaining like why in the world am I getting censored? You know, I don't even cuss on my YouTube channel. And so he takes that and then he finds he's on Discord over here, wherever he can find me like saying damn or whatever. He's like, got him. He said he wrote
And
a
they
program
accuse-
to do it.
And they accuse
Probably
you of
listening
cherry
right
picking.
now, actually.
Witsit lied. He says he never cusses. Look, here, listen to him. These 3 times cussing. Blue does the same thing to me. Like takes things out of context, then clips out a video, you know, making me look like a liar or whatever. And I'm like, dude, what the frick are you doing? You're an old man. Like
Yeah, it's
enjoy
crazy.
retirement. Do whatever. I don't know.
Is he retired?
No, not McToon.
Oh.
He's not
Blue
McToon.
is.
Oh,
I'm talking about Blue. Blue Marvel Science.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they know that they're tactically pulling something out of context, spinning a story that isn't true, intentionally omitting details and lying about. So that requires intention, right? If you do something like that. So that's what's so crazy about this whole thing. It's like if you're so confident that you're the ball, why would you ever need to do stuff like that?
They're literally paparazzi. That's what they are.
Yeah, they're like Globe TMZ.
One bad picture of you, and it's like the thumbnail.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's true. Paparazzi, flat Earth.
Yeah, like I used to have a chipped tooth, and like Kai hates the chipped tooth thing. Like
Didn't help the cause.
yeah, like I got my tooth like chipped when I was like 11, right? But I had a fake tooth for like my whole life, and when I knocked it out with the bottle, and I was like, yo, I'm gonna prove I don't care what I look like, that I don't care about that stuff. So I just rocked like a chipped tooth right in the front for like ever, dude, so long. Anyway, so I was on tour like that, and so when I would like turn, I was wearing my cowboy hat, like because I was in Texas and I was wearing cowboy boots. Yeah, and I turn and smile real big at one point at the camera, and you see that big chipped tooth, and I'm looking all goofy, and he uses that for the thumbnail of everything he covers regarding me.
Day.
You should get those
Recent
buck
video
teeth,
is that picture.
like those Southern style buck teeth, as a joke. And just wear
Yeah,
that.
I'm like, he'll be like, I got a cowboy hat on and everything.
It didn't really help though. Like the Earth's flat, y'all.
I was talking like that too. we had Kai like be the reasonable person, and I would be like, well, if the Earth is flat, why don't I fall off the edge? And then let her answer it. I'm like, there ain't no way. Look at all the other planets; they're round. I was
Yeah,
like,
you were the Glover.
But you're like, it's like in Kentucky style.
oh yeah, that's the best I got.
I left the marina earlier, and I had to come home and go to work in the morning. And the marina owner and the wife came up to me right when I was getting in the truck. The first words out of their mouth, dude, were, "How's that flat Earth thing going?" Like, I know they've been looking at it, you know what I'm saying? And now they're asking me. I'm like, yeah, it's going good, man. Getting interesting. I think it's going to be a cool year again, you know? And they didn't ask me anything about it, so I didn't press it. But this dude's like, owns all these car dealerships, owns horses. And first words out of his mouth, him and his wife basically are smiling. We hug each other. How's that flat Earth thing doing? Like it's a hobby or something, you know, like car racing. I'm like, yeah, it's all right. People are coming around though. Like it's easier and easier to talk to people on the street, or you know, everyone's heard of it. Everyone's kind of interested. I think they get it, right? Like it's either you know the coolest fad or it's truth, you know, and they want to know about it.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, and I think a lot of it too is a lot of people had heard about it a long time ago. Like they just heard the term, you know, and then they turn around 5 years later and it's still here. They're like, wait a minute. Like, why is this still a thing? You know, like that's what's tripping people out where they're like, oh, wow, like these intelligent people are still flat earthers after 5 years. Like, I know that's what's tripping my parents out.
I thought it was an internet thing. You know, like, that's what my son, you know, brought to me. Like people say anything on the internet. Look at this, saying the Earth is flat, and now it's like we joke about it. Yeah, we're just on the internet saying the Earth is flat.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question, totally unrelated. It appears I've been out of the loop. Let's say you want to throw a birthday party. It's your wife's birthday party, right? And you invite people over at a restaurant. You pay the bill for everybody, right? Am I wrong on this, or am I out of the loop?
100%.
Okay, I just got into a big fight. Well, not a fight, an argument with a friend of mine. And apparently times have changed. Now, when you invite somebody for a party at a restaurant, they pay for their meal. And I'm going, what? That doesn't sound right to me.
I've never heard of that. You'll never
Okay.
go to a restaurant with me and pay the bill. Like we'll go other places and you can buy me stuff and buy my family stuff and whatever. But when we go out to eat, birthday or not, I'm paying for the meal, but definitely on a birthday. Like if you invited them, you pay. That's the way I
Yeah.
feel.
Okay, thank you. Apparently it's different over here. And everybody knows it. And I'm telling them, what? I don't know this. What are you talking about?
Might be a Canadian thing.
Yeah, it's got to be a Canadian thing. I don't know. Okay. Sorry to derail. Back to the convo. Sorry about that.
Hello, everyone. I've been studying toroidal fields.
Don't get sucked in.
Uh-oh.
Get it? That was a good joke. Studying vortexes. Don't get sucked in there, partner.
I just need some buck teeth and a funny voice.
I wasn't smart enough to get that up first.
I was checking to see if Dice Low was here. He would have already got triggered. Widget is playing it cool.
I'm smarter than I look. Prove me wrong. So is SC. He is way smarter than he looks. Hey, what's it I heard earlier? Bev's turning into a Glober? Or were y'all joking?
He's doing some globjig. You probably heard that.
Oh, okay. I haven't been over there in a while. I was at the pool and I was like halfway listening and doing whatever, and I heard y'all talking about Bev being a Glober or something like that.
Nah.
So what you know about toroidal fields?
They spin. They move.
He already left? Dude, that was insanely quick.
I thought that was one of y'all just being a voice. That was actually a guy asking that or
I don't know.
saying that.
That dude is weird.
Oh,
He
okay.
announces himself all the time with like a weird thing, like he just did. Like,
I
greetings.
honestly thought it
Announce.
was you. Like I thought it was someone like you or you saying that in a voice. Like, you know what I'm
Now I'm offended.
saying? Sorry.
Xanic's in here. Uh-oh. Xanic. So I saw this video, right?
Okay.
Of this guy, this wrestling from like 20 years ago. It turns out it was you, and you whooped the other guy's ass, and it was badass.
You're funny. That's just
Seriously. It was cool,
That's
man.
never happened.
It's not a rumor. Come on.
Don't even remember that far. I can't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday.
You remember 7th grade physics?
That I do remember.
You were saying something about statistics the other day, like this, that, and the other. I can't even remember what you were saying. And I took stats in college. I was like, I don't know what the frick he's talking about. He goes, if you don't remember this, you didn't take stats. I'm like, well, I guess I didn't take
statistics.
it. Yeah,
The R square value.
yeah.
Well,
You were saying, Brian, you didn't take statistics because you didn't know that, and I'm going, I don't know that, and I took it.
You took statistics. You don't remember the R
I don't, dude. I
square
don't.
value is? Seriously?
Hate it.
I believe you
don't.
too. By the way, I mean, we all remember certain, different things. I mean, I can't really.
I just never used it afterwards. So it's been 30 years. I mean, I'm 53. I was,
Well, no, that's why I hated that class so much. I know I'm never going to use this ever.
Right.
Why am I having to learn this? Why is this homework so painful?
I can remember the building, the desk, like the classroom, the teacher, the students, but I can't remember any of the information. Isn't that weird?
Not really, because I think if I really, am I honest? I mean, I know statistics and certain things, but I don't remember any of the things that were in that class other than the R square value.
You picked the one thing you remembered it. You know this?
Regression analysis. There were some other ones. We did so many.
I did good in it too, man. I was good in all math, like everything. I did, I made A's and B's throughout college. I didn't have trouble with it. I just have no recollection of any of that.
It was kind of cool, though. I mean, it was a cool subject. The fact that you could have all these data and then these really elaborate. I mean, when you start looking at the statistics books, even just like the symbols, there's not like plus, minus, and division signs. There's all these crazy symbols, all these elaborate equations. I mean, there's no calculus in it, but it's pretty daunting when you first start. Then you realize it's all just, kind of like averaging on steroids.
My son took it too, and my son took it in his. I don't know if he took it in his master's program or just in regular college, but he would. I can remember him coming to me with all that, all kind of stuff. I was like, yeah, I remember doing that, but I can't help you.
I know, right? I kept all those books, and then when it got time to what books am I ever going to look? I kept the physics books. I kept a couple business books. I kept a couple astronomy books. And then statistic books, I had like 3 of them. They went right in the garbage can. I will never, ever look at this again, I'm sure.
Keep any of my books. I started a business while I was in college, and it just took off. And then I was also controller of my family business during college, like the last 2 years of my college. And I was like, I'm never going to use any of it. Like, I just hated it. So I just went to class, passed the test, got my degree, and moved on.
Start rolling. Yep.
Yeah. I never looked back. I've always worked for myself, and then my family business that I was controller of actually went bankrupt. So I didn't have to do that anymore.
Well, maybe if you had remembered everything you learned in school, you would have been bankrupt.
Yeah, no, it wasn't our fault. We were a startup company and had it was during that time where the economy went down, and it was commercial work, so doing plant work. Two companies in Texas didn't pay us, and it killed us.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
Usually, if you're going to be managing things and running things, usually you got the grunts doing all that statistics work. Go run a regression analysis on this data. Get back to me tomorrow, otherwise you're fired.
Yeah, it was pretty. I mean, we were rolling too, right at the crust, of
That was a
turning.
family business or the business you started in college?
No, that was family business. The business I started in college, like, it rolled, like it did good in it, sold it.
Nice.
But my dad owned a construction business, insulating fabricate. It was called Gulf Insulators. It was the first non-union insulating company in Louisiana. And then we
attic insulation or
no
commercial insulation?
Plant, yeah, in plants, pipe insulation, refractory, that sort of stuff.
Got it.
And then we started pipe fabrication as a separate company, and that one, it was just right at the verge, right, of making really good money, like. And then the economy kind of
huh?
Yeah, two big jobs that didn't pay right in a row, and that drowned us. We paid we had the other business that was able to pay everybody off, but we still filed bankrupt just wasn't worth dumping more money into. But it was probably another year or two if we make it. If we get paid on those two jobs, we would have probably another year or two we'd have been set. But it takes a while to get going and get established. Just get.
Fired your controller.
Yeah, get a better control. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Everything rolls with you in control. The controller's always at fault. Well, whatever. It's the controller's fault. Fire him.
Yeah, it was.
Doesn't matter. We're all fired.
Yeah, we all got fired. Believe me, they didn't blame it on me. They knew the deal. But it was fun. Like, it was a big learning curve. And
rolled you into what you do now. So it sounds like you're doing well now. So that's good.
Yeah, I love what I do. I love to work. Drove home tonight. Everybody's still. They're probably still by the pool right now. So.
I think you'll do well. I mean, I'm sure you're doing well too. I'm sure, as long as you don't run into something where you have to actually confirm the shape of the Earth, you're going to probably be on top of the world.
Yeah,
flat around.
As long as I just keep measuring locally. It's funny because some of my contractors are flat earthers.
Really?
Two of the three that got called like 3 years ago were already flat earthers before me. So that was pretty funny.
And they all got to be conspiratorial minded, don't you think? I mean, are they all? September 11th was fake. We didn't go to the moon. NASA's trying to throw the wool over our eyes. They have to really think like that, don't you?
I don't know. I mean, I have other contractors that believe in aliens, but don't believe in flat Earth. You understand?
I got a friend that he's a total conspiracy guy. He swears up and down. In fact, they started sending me evidence like, yes, these lizard people are what they call the Greys. They mate with dogs, and then they have their offspring, and they're living amongst us. And we found a dog that was, by this veterinarian. I was over in Davis, and here's the pictures of the actual alien that we pulled out. It's a big tumor. I mean, I say it's a tumor. He says it's an alien, but they get the picture and it looks like a big bloody tumor. But that's the alien. And of course, I can't. Don't show this picture to anybody because that guy, that veterinarian, will lose his license because the FBI has been over there and they're trying to hush it. And, oh my god.
Maybe. I mean, come on. The government's coming out and saying that it's, kind of leaking out now that there's UFOs and aliens and all that. Who knows?
Hey, oh, sorry.
And he thinks there's people on the dark side of the moon.
Hey, Zenny.
Yeah.
What? Just quickly, what implications on the globe Earth position understanding do you think would result from visual space actually being curved and hyperbolic as opposed to the assumption of it being Euclidean? What kind of impact on the conversation do you think that would have?
Well, how we see is, I don't know how. I don't know. I never heard put it in terms of Euclidean or non-Euclidean. We see what we see. Perspectives is a part of the registers of the objects and the angles to the objects and differential angles to other objects that we see in our eye. It has to be. We see what we'd actually be able to measure.
It has to be what, Euclidean?
Well, I don't know if it's. I don't know if you could call it Euclidean. I've never heard of vision being Euclidean.
What? That's what perspective. What? Okay.
Let's see. If I'm looking
Holy.
over a curved surface, I'm using. If I wanted to calculate and maybe do a simulation in a computer to do this graphic, I would be using non-Euclidean geometry to project and to predict certain motions of objects that were thrown or launched from a game or something.
All right, I'm going to read this intro, okay?
Okay.
So if one were to ask what geometry best describes binocular visual space, most people would immediately reply Euclidean geometry. We do not often ask if the world we perceive by sight with normal vision in both eyes is congruent to the physical world around us. And yet daily experiences suggest that these two worlds are not congruent. For example, from the time a person is a young child, he probably notices that parallel railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. Also, in contexts where we may take physical space to be unbounded, visual space is bounded. Thus, the sky appears dome-like, and astronomical objects like the sun or the moon appear to be at relatively small distances from the observer. In this paper, which is based on 14, Chapter 2, we relate the results of experiments in binocular vision to geometric models to arrive at the conclusion that the geometry of binocular visual space is non-Euclidean, and more specifically, hyperbolic.
That's
There's a couple key parts there, right? Where it says,
well, you don't need binocular vision. Doesn't matter. I can have one eye, like our friend Jeremy, and he still can see railroad tracks converging. He can still see curved surfaces. He can see the effects of curved surfaces as well.
Okay, totally not.
Yeah, and he doesn't see like you and I do with two eyes either.
Well, yeah, parallax. We have ability to have better depth perception.
Just distance, and even like if you close one eye, like you have something in front of you and you close one eye, something in the distance will appear left or right depending on which eye you close.
Yeah, you ever do when you were a kid? You close one eye, then you open the other eye, and the thing would move left to right.
Right.
Yeah, you can still do that.
Yeah.
So
Jeremy
that's
doesn't
how you
have that.
determine your dominant eye.
Pardon me?
That's how you can determine your dominant eye. Whichever one is the closest to what it looks like with both eyes is your dominant eye.
I don't think that I have any preference on either eye.
Okay, it's not about preference. It's if you hold a pen in front of your eye, okay, and you just look at it with both eyes. Then you close one eye, it's going to move. Close the other eye, it's going to move. If you have one eye that moves less from the original position, then it's the dominant eye. Now, if you have like 20/20, then it'll move the same amount. Anyway, I just want to point out this out. This is the important part that Arma was denying for some reason. It says that he said it didn't say this or whatever, but it says in contexts where we may take physical space to be unbounded, visual space is bounded.
Well, how is it bounded? In what way?
All right, so because there's hyperbolic visual space that converges and curves into that convergence point.
Why are you calling it? What do you mean by hyperbolic?
Okay, well, before we get on that, the point is that's why it says, thus the sky appears dome-like. So do you agree that the sky appears dome-like?
Yeah, somewhat.
No, there's no somewhat, it just does.
No, somewhat.
No, it does.
Not to me, because I understand and have measured certain distances to objects that would preclude you from.
You haven't measured any distances?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So if I look up at my zenith, I see a star right above me. And then I look and see as far out as I can see stars in all directions. I'm going to go all the way down to the horizon in each direction. That's going to create a dome. That's why when we take measurements to celestial objects, we get an azimuthal grid.
Well, your azimuthal grid is a little different than what you're making it out to be, because you can actually have an angle to everything, your zenith angle to any object in the sky, your angle from zero. And so that just means you would angularly have, if you were going to draw this out on a piece of paper, you would have a dome. but you could have a dome if everything's the same distance, but it wouldn't be a dome if it was not the same distance to everything. If you wanted to sort of flat observation platform, and then equate that to things you see in the sky, you could, and this is done even the military videos of I think Koana Racer quoted that one admiral that
Okay, come on.
going over it. He talks about things. He just draws it out to be flat when that's not what he really meant. And he had some really just guessing abstract numbers didn't really make any sense either. But that wasn't the point. The point was just to kind of give you an idea of how we use the sextant.
Okay, so back to the point here. This is, of course, a paper from Ball State University, and it's explaining this specifically. Now, I have a paper from Cornell, published by Cornell. I have a paper published by Harvard, both explaining that for machine learning, they're actually migrating to a hyperbolic visual geometry for increased accuracy and precision. I have a paper regarding robotics, actually integrating a hyperbolic coordinate system of visual space because it's more accurate and more precise. So why is that? If Euclidean's so perfect, why would they be investing so much time and money into updating it?
Because in robotics, so that was my field actually for many years. So in robotics, that makes perfect sense because I have an arm, and this arm has a fixed length. And if it's a fixed length, it will have a dome of vision, a dome of control, a dome of touch. It will not be able to go any farther. It's called a radius, and that radius will, by definition, make a sphere, but it can move in all directions. So that's
So first of all, it's so funny, right? Like you're saying.
Why is that funny? Why are you making fun of me? You're
I'm
laughing.
about to explain why it's funny. Because now you're saying it makes perfect sense, but like less than 2 minutes ago, you were like, "What does that even mean? Hyperbolic? What does that mean?" Now you know it makes perfect sense.
No, I want to know how you're using. I know what the word hyperbolic means. How are you? It has context too.
How did you just say hyperbolic visual space makes perfect sense if you don't know what it means?
I didn't say that. You
just
said
did.
that. No, I know what the word hyperbolic means. I want to know the context for which you're using it in. Please, like if I'm one of your students and you say, "Well, I'm raising my hand. What do you mean by hyperbolic?" What would you say?
No. See, this is not what we're doing. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
No,
You're having a
I just
conversation. I
exposed
was really
you.
curious as how you what do you mean by it, but you're not going to tell me. You're going to keep it a secret.
See, this is what you always do, right? When you get back into a corner, you start trying to flip the tables and start acting like you're asking people questions. Like you do it every single time, and either you gaslight me if I don't take the bait and pretend it's because I don't know or something, or you just keep on repeating it over. Or I do take the bait, and then we completely lose the point. So I'm trying to understand why you just did that. You just said hyperbolic visual space. I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean? I explained that robotics is upgrading to hyperbolic visual space models to increase precision. And you said, oh, that makes perfect sense. I used to work with robotics. So yeah, it makes perfect sense for that. So you do know what hyperbolic visual space means or you don't?
I want to know what you meant by it. You're regurgitating something you read on the internet. Okay, great. That they're in robotics, they're trying to optimize these the coordinate systems and the software with hyperbolic visual space. I guess this dome point coordinate system, which they've always done. I don't know why it's any different than anything they've ever done in the past. So I'm curious, maybe the hyperbolic visual space means something a little different. That's why I was asking you.
Okay, so what's the difference in Euclidean and hyperbolic geometry?
Isn't just the ends getting further away from each other? This seems ridiculous.
It seems ridiculous.
It seems ridiculous because you had all he did was ask you what you meant and you didn't answer it. So, I mean, it's not difficult. If you knew what he's talking about, you'd answer it. Because I had to go and Google it.
I've already
'cause I had no
explained
fucking
in
clue what it was.
excruciating detail tonight, Tony. So
And
the
you
point is
say
that
he said 2 sentences.
No, I'm calling Zanuck out because he just said hyperbolic visual space. What does that even mean? That doesn't even make sense to me. And then when I brought up robotics upgrading to a hyperbolic visual space model, he said, "Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Of course they would."
I understand what they were doing in robotics because we're talking the context. Remember, it's all about context. Since you earlier were talking about we have a azimuthal vision, a grid of vision or something, and I kind of put the pieces together and thought, oh yeah, in robotics it makes a lot of sense that you would do that for the coordinate system because you have a radius. The radius makes sense. All it can go out is in a dome or a sphere from a center point. That makes total sense, and the software is written as such. So, but you just throw it out there. This hyperbolic, this, that, and the other. I want to know what when you say the word hyperbolic, what do you mean?
Okay, yeah. So hyperbolic visual space would have an optical convergence. You would have it would curve into an optical convergence point away from you. It could make straight lines appear curved. It could distort flat plane shapes because you're actually observing reality, tangible reality, through a hyperbolic distortion where things are actually have a curved pattern, hyperbola, right? Yeah. So it's a hyperbolic coordinate system of visual space that curves into a convergence point into the distance, and this can cause flat plane shapes to appear distorted and straight lines to slightly appear curved relative to the distance to the observer.
Look, don't talk to me like I'm a freaking 2-year-old, all right? That's insulting, and it's a little bit disingenuous.
You're asking me to define hyperbolic.
Well,
so
no, but you forgot about the double right circular cone with a plane that cuts through both halves of the cone. I mean, come on. Now
you mean
hyperbola. I mean, that's just, come on. You accuse me of doing this to you, and now you're doing it to me? Come on.
Well, you guys just like, it's weird.
No.
And Tony, when you said it was ridiculous, like, what do you mean?
No, hyperbolic visual space. What do you mean by that?
I just said what I meant by it.
No, you read it from a dictionary.
I didn't read that from anywhere. You think I just read that?
Yeah, yes, I did.
See, so that's just like projection.
Okay,
you always read.
I'm sorry. Then I believe you. I'll take everyone as their word as truth until they prove otherwise. So if you're telling me you didn't read it, and that's what your understanding is, that it's a hyperbola. It's curved planes of vision, or curved. What did you say?
Yeah.
When two curves go away from each other, like I don't know how they come back to each other, but the only definition I saw was when they separate and go further away.
That's what I thought too. That's why I'm kind of confused.
No, you guys don't understand it. So,
well,
like, it would actually there would be an optical convergence in the distance if you view things through hyperbolic visual space. This would explain the relationship between the tangible parallel railroad tracks and then the difference between that and what we see. And what we see is not congruent with tangible reality. We see through curved visual space, through obviously curved retinas, curved optics, and we see something that's not congruent with what tangible reality is. So
why do you think the lens is curved?
Wait. How would it only be explaining things moving away if it directly predicts and explains the optical convergence of railroad tracks?
I can explain that and prove that with just what do you think the curved lens is doing? Do you understand why we have I mean, I'm sure you do, but I'm just kind of rhetorical.
See, I don't want to play this game. What I want you to do
I'll tell you
is admit that the highest level universities, for actual technology purposes, are now upgrading to hyperbolic visual space models because it's more accurate.
Why? Why is it more accurate?
Because when we look at the great distances, then we see that just a basic assumption of Euclidean geometry doesn't match the natural data, right?
No, that's not true. No, not right. We can.
So all these universities are wrong when they're making actual technology with it.
Okay, now you told me what I do. This is what you do. You read things, you get citations, you cobble together what you think they mean, and then you make a statement based on your assumed conclusion. No, that may not be what they're doing.
That's what they say they're doing.
Well, you don't know what they're doing because I don't think you understand what they're doing, what they're saying they're doing. That's what I'm saying. I don't mean
you haven't even read it, but you understand it.
No. I just say that we can actually. The reason that railroad tracks converge is Euclidean. There's nothing non-Euclidean about it. You don't need curved visual space. You don't need azimuthal vision, grid of vision. You don't need anything but geometry to explain why the railroad tracks converge. And it's not an apparent convergent. It converges from
all right. So no, it's just an apparent convergence. So here we go. Euclidean geometry is widely accepted as the model for our physical space.
Okay. So
however, there is not a consistent model for our visual space. There is evidence that our eyes work to make pictures and images of the physical space using a hyperbolic model. In this paper, we are going to explore hyperbolic geometry and hyperbolic models of binocular visual space. In hyperbolic geometry, all of the axioms of Euclidean geometry hold, except the parallel postulate. The models of hyperbolic parallel lines explain how we perceive parallel lines as curved, such as how railroad tracks going off in the distance appear to converge. We will show that binocular visual space may indeed be best explained by a hyperbolic model.
They don't curve though. They don't curve to the center. I'm asking you this: if I'm looking down, let's break down those basic elements. Don't say, "Oh my God," just real quick. I'm going to be brief. I promise. We look down at our feet, and we're an angle. It's close to 90, but it's not really 90. It's like maybe 89, 88 degrees, looking down to our toes. And then we look out in the distance. This is a straight line. We're on a flat plane. It's a straight line. But to see further, why do we have to look and change? This angle gets less acute as we get further and further away. It's not because we have some kind of crazy vision characteristics or non-Euclidean. It doesn't really matter. The angle changes via trigonometry, just the laws of trig. That if you're looking down and you're only 1 foot away, this is the angle. If you're looking from 6 feet, if you look 100 feet away, here's the distance. Here's the angle. That's in the distance even further. That would be a different angle. And those angles are real angles to those objects. The line's still flat. It's still parallel to another line above it at your eyesight, but it would appear to converge. The angle would actually make that point in the distance go up, and that's perspective. That is basically just trigonometry, pure and simple.
Yeah, I just dropped a paper you should read, but have you ever heard of the alley experiments?
No.
Okay, so Hillebrand and Blumenfeld conducted 2 separate experiments called the alley experiments to investigate how we perceive parallel lines as curved. The most famous example of our misperception of parallel lines is railroad tracks appearing to converge at the horizon. Hillebrand and Blumenfeld both put their subjects in a dark room and told them to arrange different lights in 2 lines that appear parallel. In Hillebrand's experiments, the participants lined up lights into lines that appeared parallel. The subjects' heads were fixed so that they could not move, but they could freely move their eyes. As shown in Figure 7, the points L and R are the subject's left and right eyes, respectively. The curves represent the lines of light arranged by the subjects. These curves are neither straight nor parallel. Blumenfeld conducted, if you want to actually see it, it's on page 7, Figure 7. But Blumenfeld conducted a similar experiment. Instead of having all of the lights on at once, the lights appeared in sequence. First, he told the subjects to adjust the lights to appear straight and parallel. He called this the parallel alley, with results shown by line P in Figure 8. Next, he told the participants to arrange the pairs so that the lateral distance was constant. He called these curves the distance alleys, and they are shown by line D in Figure 8. He found that the lines were neither straight nor parallel, as you can see from Figure 8. The fact that the parallel alleys fell inside of the distance alleys was an important result, as we will discuss later. So mathematicians can use these results to show that our binocular vision allows people to perceive parallel lines as curved. They can also use these findings to show that our binocular vision does not function according to the rules of Euclidean geometry, raising the questions of if there exist forms of geometry that better describe these functions. So I'm not asking you to say that one is right or the other is right. I'm asking for you to concede that there is an ongoing debate about which geometry is more accurate of a depiction of how we perceive the world.
Yes, hyperbolic geometry is a real concept, and it has real meaning, and it's correct for many of the things that you're alluding to.
Do you agree that this could have drastic implications on the conversations that we have? And
No.
Susanna, do you agree? Like, say that me and you met, and you weren't like big into flat Earth or anything. Okay, you're not a good example because you can't pull yourself out of flat Earth mindset. But say that just 2 normal people are having a conversation. They're in a university. They have nothing to do with flat Earth.
Right.
And then they start to look at some of these tests, and these tests show that parallel lines can appear to curve. They can actually curve out of position, not just converging like railroad tracks, but they'll actually convert or like curve, right? And drastically. That maybe that visual space is hyperbolic, right? Like 2 normal people, either they would just find this to be, incredibly boring, or they'd be like, wow, that's pretty interesting to look at it. But in this paradigm, the Globers have built all of their arguments upon boldly stating they know that for a fact that this geometry is objective, irrefutable, can't be disputed, and that we know, that we see in these depictions of orthographic view where someone draws a line from a person's eye and infinitely extends straight lines and says you can see forever. And that if they do not have that assumption to build all of their arguments upon, it would drastically undermine what they've been saying for many years. So therefore, they're going to immediately try to dismiss it, use the genetic fallacy, use red herrings, avoid it, say that, oh, well, there's no proof of that, blah, 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 right? You agree that there's clearly like a motivation from a globe proponent to try to dismiss this that wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the flat earth aspect?
Well, there's things you can assert in hyperbolic geometry that you can actually dispel by doing certain tests and measurements. You can actually see whether this the negative curvature or these divergent convergent lines that are supposedly parallel are actually the way they're measured or the way they are. You can do certain tests. I don't think we see in hyperbolic geometry. I think we see in Euclidean geometry and we also can see in non-Euclidean geometry for some shapes. Our eyes are only a curved lens so that it focuses whatever's around us at a 120 to 130 degree range of field of view to a focal point at the back of the retina, so it's in focus and upside down. It doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. It just tells you what you see. And Jeremy, with his one eye, can look at any object in the distance and say, "That's a guitar on my wall." I can, because I know its size, I can relatively tell you how far it is away, and I can tell you where it is. And there's nothing curving. Matter if I turn my head and see it in the side of my eye, center of my eye, or top or bottom. Nothing changes angularly.
So in this paper, they actually use the results from the Alley experiment, and then they apply it to a Euclidean model. They apply it to an elliptic model, and then they apply it to hyperbolic model. And the hyperbolic model perfectly matches the results, while the other two do not.
I'll have to read that. That's interesting.
Yeah. So, and this is what I'm saying. I'm just actually trying to figure out what's going on. So, just like the other paper said, which was published by Cornell University, right? It's explaining that, like, in places where we would assume infinite in physical space, so in most people's understanding, like space itself is infinite, right? For intents and purposes. So, like, when in places like that, we would assume infinite. And it's boundless. Like, we actually do have bounds. And so this has drastic implications, right? I mean, you guys claim that we can see forever. Flat earthers have been saying forever. Like, that's intuitively, we know that's just ignorant. Like, it's just a baseless, ignorant claim. No one's ever proven that. Everywhere we've ever looked, we haven't been able to see forever. You guys just baselessly claim that we can see.
I think the theory is not so much we can see forever. If something was bright enough, if it's the further away it gets, the brighter it gets, it will see it forever. But I think in actuality, we all would agree that we can't see forever. We only can see very far. I mean, trillions of miles away.
You don't know that anything's trillions of miles away.
Oh, sure we do. Oh, that's easy to prove.
No, stop. I don't want to talk about that. Like, admittedly, they just changed the distance to Polaris by over 100 light years, dude. They don't know the distances to the stuff in the sky. It doesn't matter how much you want to pretend they do.
How far is Polaris?
Okay, it was originally over 434, and they've changed it to like 323.
Right, a little closer.
That's 100 light years. That's over 30% difference.
I know, but if they were talking like quantum eraser and his understanding of pressure and 10 to the 17.
30% difference.
Well, if you had a vacuum, it's actually analogous to what quantum eraser talks about. It talks about pressure. 10 to the 17 torr versus 10 to the 10 torr. Both are almost absolute vacuum. Both are.
What's the percentage difference?
Hold on. My God, we're talking about 7 decimal places. That's trillions of times.
What's the percentage difference?
Trillion, hundreds of thousands of a percent different.
Oh, wow. Thank you for making his point. Yeah. So, like, accepted margin of error in science is like what, 1%?
Oh no, you're not thinking. If I
Margin of
say,
error
I
acceptance is
measure,
not 30%, Zenek.
no, hold on. If I measure something in a vacuum with my tools and I measure the vacuum 10 to the minus 10, and then later on we say, no, you measured 10 to the minus 17, special tool. You're an idiot. Why am I an idiot? Because you're 7 decimal places off. So every 3, it's million, hundred thousands. That's hundred thousands
Not
of millions,
analogous.
trillion, almost trillions, a
Not
billion.
analogous.
So, but we're billions of times off.
That's
But
not
does that mean you're an
analogous.
idiot? If that mean you're an idiot? No, it means your tool was a little bit off, but it made a huge percentage difference.
But that's not analogous. Like
It is analogous.
no, it's not, because if you come up with technology that's able to more precisely measure, and then you get a difference, right? That like say you thought it was this small, but then you get a better measurement tool, and then you can see it's smaller than that. That's not the same as claiming to be able to see something significantly further away and
It's
then
exactly the
updating
same.
it. Then no, it's not.
Of course it
No,
is.
no, you're claiming to
I'll tell you
have the
why.
tool that can already see way further than that, and then claiming that it's actually way closer. It's not the same as like capping your pressure measurement because your tool's not precise enough, then getting one that can measure even smaller amounts and then saying, oh, it's actually smaller.
Well, here's the thing. We can actually measure absolute zero. We actually can do that. You can be in space and put out and measure with these tools and say there will be a zero pressure. There'll be
There's no such thing
collision
as absolute
any-
zero pressure.
No, absolute zero pressure. Yes, absolutely. What do you think happens between these collisions?
There's no
In
such thing.
between, it's absolute zero.
No.
Walk us through it. Zanuck. Tell us how they got the measurement to the sun 93 million miles. Just step by step. Walk us for kindergarten explanation.
No, I wasn't going to go there. I was going to talk about how
Tell us how you measure the distance to the sun.
these are statistical measurements for pressure. You're measuring the collisions. These are pounds per square inch.
They're not measurements then. They're statistical calculations.
No, they're statistical based on probability
That's
and
not a
actual
measurement.
and physical measurements. They actually have measurements. They can have impacts. They can actually
Okay,
measure.
cite the physical measurement of absolute zero pressure.
No, so I'm not. Did I say I was going to measure the absolute zero?
So you can't measure it.
You can measure it because if you have readings that happen every period, in between those periods is absolute zero.
You gotta see what you do.
There's no reading. It's zero. The reading is zero. But they can't say it's zero because we have a reading that shows a force a short period of time later. Then they can actually extrapolate that and say how far apart these particles are that are moving around randomly in space. And they have some distance, miles, yards, meters, whatever apart. That's the average distance apart that these particles are, these molecules, atoms. The whole thing is based. This is why when you learn about statistics and you take these, you understand probabilities, you understand how these things actually are calculated, then it makes sense. When you don't understand, it's like I don't get that. It makes no sense to me, so it can't be true. That's
Not a measurement.
That's being just incorrigible. What?
Not a measurement.
It is a measurement. You measure. There's actually a device that measures the pressure.
Objectively not a measurement.
Oh, so a sonic sensor that measures pressure is not a measurement.
No, like when you say that you make calculations based on statistical assumptions, that's not a measurement.
How do they
dumb.
how do they measure the entropy of water versus air?
I mean, how do we quantify a concept we have?
A concept? What kind of concept?
Entropy is a concept.
No, it's a measurement.
So we directly measure entropy?
Oh my God, yes.
Really? So how do we directly measure it?
We take the heat, we divide that by the temperature in Kelvin.
Okay, so we have two direct measurements, and then we have a concept we use to describe the relationship between the two.
No, entropy is that value.
Right. We have a construct called entropy, and so we have direct measurements. We have direct measurements.
Okay.
We have direct measurement.
It's a construct. I'll give you.
So how is that analogous to allegedly directly measuring absolute zero pressure?
Same thing. We take a
Oh my
measurement.
God.
Oh, dude, you're making out like everyone's just a bunch of dumb blokes.
No, it's just insane. It's just boring
No,
now.
it's
Like
not.
I just
So
admit that visual space is curved, dude.
Entropy is measured by taking the heat in joules and dividing that by the temperature. That's one way. You can also do it, which is interesting. You can also do a statistical measurement of entropy. Like Clausian inverse Boltzmann are very different, but they come to the same conclusion. But they're very different calculations, very different values with different units of measure. They come to the same. They come to the same answer. but that is a measurement. I mean, you can measure it, and it's useful in chemistry. It's a fucking fundamental foundation of chemistry, entropy. So you do the same thing with pressure. It's a simple calculation. And then the Boltzmann constant, that they use that in gas law. That's also derived from those type of calculations as well. Densities and temperatures and things. If you look at the Boltzmann equation, it'll look very similar to things that happen in fluid dynamics, gas law, etc. We're measuring these things, so it gives us really credible answers, and they're useful too. We can predict things with these measurements. So it's not like it's just it's a construct. We're going to make something up, throw this over that, divide it out, and whatever number you get using these units to measure, we'll just call that something that we can use for whatever we think we can use it for. We really can't because it's just made up. I mean, that's just being incredulous.
Okay, I'm bored.
I know you are. You don't like being called out.
No, be called. No, I want to talk about how visual space is curved, but you can't have direct conversations. You're literally allergic to them.
No, because I try to equate things. You're reading things and you're making some dangerous assumptions along the way, and then you make some conclusions I think are incorrect about how we see things.
I specifically just told you they did the alley experiments and they applied 3 different type of geometries to it. Only one of them actually matches it.
Okay, so you're backward engineering the fact that, you know what, the world has to be flat. This sky we see, these things aren't infinitely far.
That's not what I'm doing.
In a spherical dome, and the only way that works is if I start looking up things like non-Euclidean geometry or hyperbolic geometry and apply that, and then suddenly this flat observation platform makes sense to me.
No, we have actual observations that are more logically explained by understanding that visual space is actually hyperbolic. Like we have intangible reality, we have railroad tracks that are parallel to each other, but they appear to converge. So what that shows is for a fact that there's a difference between how we perceive the physical world and what it actually is.
That is the way it is. If you do the calculation, trigonometry is not a made up, conjured up ratio. It actually tells you what things would be physically. If you were going to shoot a gun, or if you were going to lay something out in front of you, if you have something that's either side of your eyes, or either side of your head, and it moves out in the distance, it will appear to converge. But that appearance of convergence is perspective, and it is physical, because something that is farther away will move toward your center. It's not hyperbolic geometry. It's not Euclidean. It's not any kind of, well, it is Euclidean geometry, but it doesn't matter about anything else because that's exactly what it's doing. It's not any kind of,
If one were to ask what geometry best describes visual space, most people would immediately reply Euclidean geometry. That's what you're doing. We do not often ask if the world we perceive by sight is congruent to the physical world around us. And yet daily experiences suggest that the worlds are not congruent. For example, from a time you see a railroad track that converges in the distance. Also in contexts where we may take physical space to be unbounded, visual space is bounded. Thus, the sky appears dome-like, and astronomical objects like the sun or the moon appear to be at relatively small distances from the observer. So we use the experiments to conclude that the geometric models to arrive at this conclusion that the geometry of binocular visual space is non-Euclidean and more specifically hyperbolic.
Okay, so you say, you say I'm boring sometimes when I get off topic. When you start reading, and we don't have a conversation anymore, it becomes boring to me. So let's keep it more interactive.
Well, you keep on saying that they're not saying what I'm saying, and I'm reading into it.
Well,
so then I
you're
have to
not,
point out you're just patently wrong.
I will. So we go into a planetarium, and that you would agree that there is a dome above us that they construct. They make a dome, and they have projectors that present these objects that represent what we see day to day at night in our skies on that ceiling, on that domed ceiling. Now it works for the reasons you're saying. That we see things, they're closer than the stars. Obviously, they're just as high as the ceiling is. But all these angles from our visual space all work out to represent what we see in real life. So does that prove you right that these objects are closer than we think they are in real life because we can simulate that in a planetarium? Certainly not. It's a simulation. And it falls apart once you start doing some basic simple tests in either spherical geometry or Euclidean geometry. For example, if I'm under the Big Dipper in the corner of this this room, representing maybe I'm in Hawaii, kind of geographically, if we're on the floor of this planetarium room, where the Big Dipper is very low in the sky, and I'm in, and the other guy's in California, your friend's in California, and it looks much higher. Well, no, everybody sees it the same way. So that kind of shows that this doesn't represent what we see. Because when I look at the Big Dipper in Hawaii, it's low in the sky. When I look at it in California, it's up about 45 degrees, and it rotates about the North Star, which it would still do in the planetarium. But you move around the room, it doesn't change. That's a problem.
Oh man, dude. Like, either you're gonna read the papers or you're not. No, like, to be honest, I was reading something else because, like, I don't even know why I brought this up with
You don't
you.
want to listen to me.
No, I
You know
don't
what?
want to listen to you because
I know
I
you
know
don't.
you haven't even looked into
Listen,
it,
I get
and
it.
you just have to you have to
I know,
keep
I
your
get it.
narrative because if not, all your globe proof gets destroyed and
You know
shredded.
what? I wish you would do. I wish you would steel man me more, because I know when I start talking, you tune out. Don't want to listen to me because you're going to say, "I already know your argument. I know your argument better than you do." That's what you're going to tell me. You're that arrogant.
You're not actually even addressing what like the actual
No, I am.
citation, the
So
experiment.
I know you're not.
You're not even
So
addressing the
I'm
experiment.
not going to argue with you. I'm not going to call you names. I know you're not. I know you're bored with my
You're not even addressing the
responses to
experiment.
you. Let's have an experiment. We do an experiment
We
together.
already did one. There, it's in the paper.
Where is it? Let's see it.
I already dropped it, so go look at it, please. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look up other papers. Like, I'm.
48 hyperbolic geometry and binocular
Do
visual
you
space.
agree that this? Can you answer my question? Do you agree that this would have serious implications on the flat Earth, globe Earth discussion? Yes or no?
Tell me the implications.
Okay, well,
I don't
this would create the optical illusion of curvature, where actually there are straight lines. It would also give us a limited, bounded perspective or view of things that are significantly greater in distance than our bounded view. This would create the sky to look like a dome. This would create a limited perspective that appears to converge and curve.
But we don't see in curved lines.
No, wait. I asked you, would it have an impact on the flat Earth, globe Earth discussion? You said, how so? I just said why. Then you reverted back to debating whether or not it's true. Do you agree that it would have serious implications on the flat Earth, globe Earth discussion? Yes or no?
If it were true, okay, yes, I get you saying. I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood what your question was. If we saw in curved lines, if we saw in hyperbolic geometry, yes, of course, it means we wouldn't be seeing what we think we're seeing. Completely opposite of what we'd be seeing.
Wait. Did you? Can you wait?
If we-
Would it have
if we
serious implications
saw-
on the discussion? Yes or no?
Yeah, it would absolutely. If we saw like you think we saw, if we saw like you think we see things, yes, everything we see, we have to. We can't trust our eyes anymore because our eyes are fucked up and wrong.
No, dude. We could never trust our eyes to some extent, just like we have anti-crepuscular rays, and there's not a light source over there, right? Like, there's all kinds of optical illusions and that are byproducts of perspective, regardless of how you want to define the geometry of perspective.
Well, I don't know. You're telling me that those anti-crepuscular rays, like convergence and divergence of certain lines that you see, either coming towards you like crepuscular and going away from you like crepuscular, would now you wouldn't see them that way if you were seeing in hyperbolic geometry.
No, you would see them that
analyze
way. You would see them exactly that way.
Oh, you would?
You would see them the exact way we see them. Will you look at my screen share if I share it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, look at my screen. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, you need to understand the thing about me, bro, is I just want to figure out what's actually going on. Okay? I don't care what other people think. This archaic, dumbed down, layman terms examples of stuff. I don't care about that. I don't want to hear about mass attracting mass because I'm not stupid. I know it's not correct. I don't want to hear about Euclidean geometry. It's what we teach 5-year-olds. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yeah, got it. I got you.
Okay, look, these are anti-crepuscular rays, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you see that they're coming out this way. You're going to look across the sky, come back down. It's going to look like it's curving down. Do you see how it looks like it's curving right here?
No.
You don't see how it looks like it's up above us, and then it's curving back down to look like it's converging at the... How do you not see that that's curving?
It looks like it. What I see when I've measured that, you can't see a curve there. right above you, it'll be an equilibrium, and then it'll start angling. It'll be a distinct angle, not a curve.
How is it going to be go from one horizon up above me and then back down to another horizon without being curved?
Because it has a sharp angle. I mean, it doesn't look like a sharp angle because it's so subtle, but there's a point where it stops. Angle, it's perspective, like a railroad tracks in the distance. They don't just curve away from you; they actually angle away.
This is so you're saying it's like a V?
Well, that looks like a curving line, but that's not what.
Thank you. Okay, this is crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays.
No, they don't curve though. That anti-crepuscular rays is reflecting the shadows or blocking light due to the clouds, and the clouds are different altitudes there. Go back to the other way. Go back. That area. See how they get the jagged areas there? That's all.
That's where the sun is, right? Okay, look, that's the sun's in that direction.
Look at the dribbles of the shadow. It's not
relevant.
It's totally relevant.
Dude, Janet, look, that's where the sun's coming from, right?
Why is it jagged? Why is it jagged at the bottom? It's jagged because of
the clouds. That's irrelevant.
Right. Well, that's why it's making it appear like they're there.
Buddy, look, that's clearly curving down. That's clearly curving down.
Okay. Now we're just having an argument. See, I know
this is what's so insane.
Rays. It is just like a railroad track. There's no difference.
This is what you think it is. Okay? That's what you think it is in both directions. But in reality, it's not. It's curving. Okay? In reality, they curve over top of our heads. We have an outside view of it to prove it. Boom. Oh, is that curving?
I don't know what that is.
Is that curving?
That whatever it is, drawn on the screen, it is curving. I don't know what that is.
Though. Drawn on the screen. This is a picture, dude.
What is it? Whatever it is we're seeing on the screen, that looks like a rainbow. I don't know what that is.
Okay, so it's curving, right?
You have reflections and light behaving in a way that looks like something is curved. I don't know what that is curved. We have things like sun.
Whatever, dude.
Okay, you have things that happen around the sun. There's certain things happen in the sky that happen all the time that have. That doesn't mean that we're seeing a hyperbolic geometry.
Now, okay, now is this dome right here hyperbolic?
I don't know what that
is. Is this dome hyperbolic?
I don't see two.
Is the reflection in this dome right here hyperbolic?
I don't see two opposite shaped funnels.
Is this hyperbolic?
Is there two of them?
Dude.
Hyperbolic.
Oh my god, dude.
Two cone shapes. Two cone shapes. They're intersecting.
Oh my god. You make everything so difficult.
Go ahead.
Do you not agree that this clearly is coming from what? Say you apply this to the sky, this would be the horizon. Goes over our head, back to the other horizon. Okay? It's the same thing we see in the sky, dude. We see like this. Okay? We have a zenith, we have our horizon, we take altitude angles 360 degrees around us. And then that's how we get our azimuthal grid. This is how we map the sky. Okay? In reality, we know that perspective causes things to go down in the distance. Like these clouds look like they're going down. They're not going down because the Earth's a ball. They're going down because they're further away. Just like right here, the clouds.
Well, hold on. Well, they go down for both. So if you measure if you do the angle, actually, if you had really big thunderclouds in it, you see the heads of them in the distance, you can see things are 200-300 miles away.
Why do these clouds look like they're lower than these clouds?
Because I didn't say things don't go, they're above you. Why they don't go toward your level line? The question, the devil's in the details with it. How far they come down makes all the difference.
So back to this, you agree that geometry of perspective is a very important detail in the discussion about flattened globe.
Geometry is incredibly important.
Okay, so if we actually see in hyperbolic geometry, that has drastic implications on this conversation, right?
Well, now you're saying, implying that we see completely different than we know we see. You're saying that everything we see, we trust.
This is how we see.
Why do you think we see like that?
And we live on the plane right here. Because we can't actually see underneath us, right? So we only perceive the top half, which is why this is literally how we map the sky.
Why do the lines curve? Why would our
You,
vision?
you agree this is how we map the sky?
It's one way to look at it. It's a simplistic way.
No, that is how we map it. Look, I have
It's
actually
not
the
how we
picture.
map it, because if that's mapped correctly, then you would not be able to have that one-to-one relationship between distance and
Watch the GIF. Tell me if this is
surface
how we map the
and
sky.
no,
Watch
you
the
can't
GIF.
because yeah. So
Is that how we map the sky?
loosely, it's not
Loosely.
accurate. No. Which we know this because if you have a
I
little
guess you got to
guy,
throw sun calc out.
no, I can't throw a calc out. All you have to do is move that guy and see if the see how far it is away from his GP. His
Okay, can you
GP
hear?
will not.
Sorry.
What's it? His GP will not correspond with change angle based on your.
Hey, can you hear the sound? Right click if you're on a computer, you can drag. If you right click on the screen, you can drag the volume up. I'm gonna play this, okay? This is a news station meteorologist covering anticorpuscular rays, okay?
One second. Lost it. I clicked on it and it did something on my screen.
Are you on a computer?
Yeah.
Right click on the video and then it'll give you a volume option to drag. Because normally it starts off low. See it?
Hold on, I got. It's not letting me see the small version. No, when I click on it, it goes to all the people that are here in the chat.
Can you hear it?
Oh, I hear that. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it.
Got it.
All these crepuscular rays. Now here's the thing, where did they come from? Well, we can look at something called the sun calculation angle and see where did the sun set? And apparently it set from our vantage point over towards Ohio. Now last night there were actually storms ongoing over Ohio right around 8, 9 o'clock between our sunset times here in DC, which is what cast those shadows 237 miles away. So essentially, we were seeing the shadows of distant thunderstorms more than 200 miles, so like a 5-hour drive away. Very cool stuff. And my buddy Andrew, who was in Athens, Ohio, actually took this picture of anti-crepuscular rays. So he was looking east. These are the same shadows that cast all the way to DC. So very cool stuff. A little bit nerdy, but you're learning something new today. Right now it is 81 here in the nation's capital, 81. Now last night.
Okay, this is the important part. You see this depiction from suncalc.org?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is how we see in reality, dude. In your own model. This is your model's explanation for anticorpuscular rays. This is suncalc.org. This is why when I showed you those pictures, when I showed you these pictures, peep what it says at the bottom right. Time and date. This is your model.
But you're not understanding what you're.
Time and date. Time and date.
You're not understanding
Time
what
and
you're
date.
looking at. I understand. They have simplistic
Stellarium.
Click on that real bright crepuscular rays slide. Right, the pink one. Yeah, that one. Now, what do you think we're seeing there? Is it?
That's 180 degrees away from the sun.
Right. But why is the ones right above us going straight? And why are the ones angled away?
They're all angled.
Why are they converging? Why are they converging?
Okay. Yeah, because it's as it goes towards your limited perspective, just like your own model says with the suncalc.org depiction, it's going to begin to reach the limit of optical space, which is curved, and so there's going to be curved convergence, and so it's going to look like it's going to a central point. Now, in reality, there is no source of light at a central point over here.
You know it.
Right, and even in your model, when we see them come from the sun themselves, you claim they're actually parallel.
They are parallel.
I get that's what you claim, which is why in your own model you must invoke a 360-degree field of view where things appear to converge.
How do you know that there's lights?
How do I know what?
How do you know that there's no?
You're really low, dude.
I know.
How do I know what?
That there is not a second light there.
Because there's only one sun.
Yeah, but it may be like Rahu or Ketu reflecting the sun. Or
I say you're just trolling.
no, but seriously, if Rahu and Ketu are like these things that flat earthers believe in, maybe we should take that as a no.
Well, we actually just know that in a dome of vision, this is what you see, right? Just like right here, this is what you see. Just like right here, just like right here, and just like in your own model. So both models claim these are a product of perspective, and that you have a
Those are like
360
railroad
degree field of view.
tracks. Those are parallel lines, and they're like railroad tracks. And you could call your buddy. You could easily make the test if you want to. You always talk about wanting to learn something, know something. Sorry, you're not trying to learn here. Just you think you know something. Maybe you are trying to just understand something. If you went and called somebody 100 miles away and said, "Look, because that's a nice sky. It looks like it's going the eastward direction." So you go in the eastward direction, call somebody that's directly east of you, and say, "Hey, look at what do you see?" And they might see the same thing. I mean, right above, they're all spaced apart, but then they're converging away from you too. So he sees them really wide, but you see him converging over his house. So that doesn't make sense because unless they're parallel, what I'm saying. So they're not converging. It's just perspective, and they converge for the same reason that a railroad track would converge.
Yeah, you think the railroad, dude, Jenny, do you think I don't know what your model says?
There you go again. I know
I
you
put it
think
in
you
the
understand.
look. It's in the PowerPoint,
Right.
so you know I know what your model says.
Right. So if I wanted to shoot an arrow or to
But it doesn't work, Lori. That's why.
It doesn't work to shoot an arrow.
No. The railroad track explanation doesn't work in reality.
It does work in reality, absolutely.
No, it doesn't. I just showed you. Here we go. So these are actually curving back down. These are curving
It's a
back
wide angle. It's a wide
down.
angle.
Now you're saying it's wide angle. Oh my God.
Of course it is.
This is because it's a wide angle.
Let's clarify.
No, the first part of that is because you have clouds at different altitudes. And it's distorting. You have jagged borders of the shadow.
Oh my God. I'm about to pull up paint. I have to pull up
space.
paint with you guys. It's insane. So insane.
You have a picture. Pictures have respective. This why that is. We talked about
crazy, bro.
pictures with star trails. Why the star trails look like why they look like they're diverging. These angles the stars are diverging. It's not due to reality. It's due to perspective of a picture.
All right, we're about to go through this like we're 5. Okay, we got 2 dots. It's insane to me. Okay, now we gotta get a horizon. Or it's not the best thing to use. Whatever. It's a horizon. Because it's locally flat, right? Okay.
Locally.
Yeah, you guys claim everything's locally flat. So, all right. So
the
here is.
Angle down to the horizon is going to be the same, 360 degrees around.
Hey, buddy.
You. So that
pay attention. Pay attention, man. Pay attention. Pay attention.
Are you going to teach me something?
Yeah, pay attention.
So you're going to teach me something. Why do you pretend like you're going to teach me something? You always do this. I know your model better than you know your model.
That's pretty funny. At least you're occasionally funny. Okay. So here's a stick figure.
Ja kun tei Razer Sound.
That's our observer, okay? All right, so you're saying that the rays are parallel. So if they appear to converge right here, right? And then they appear to converge at this point, right? Right?
I don't quite understand what you're saying. But
Okay, well, you're claiming, say that this is west. And that, well, let's say this is west and this is east, because that's how it looks on a map, right?
Okay.
Okay, so this is west, this is east, right? See if there we go. west, right? So that's where the sun's setting. Right?
Okay.
All right. And this is east. All right. So the sun's setting over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we're going all out here. Okay. Now we're going to have divergent rays. See, I'm gonna it's kind of annoying that I have to do all this. Here we go. This is how we perceive them, right?
I'm not sure if that's correct.
What do you mean that's not sure if that's how we perceive the divergent rays?
Well, streams paused, so maybe it's.
Says you minimized your application.
What? No, I didn't.
No, it says it.
Oh, no, no. You
There
see
we
it
go.
now?
Yeah.
That's weird. Okay. So you see it, right? We have the sun setting in the west, right? We have these circles just being the optical convergence points. So we have the anti-crepuscular rays looking like they converge over here. We have the crepuscular rays looking like they converge over here. We have the observer right here, right? You guys are claiming that these are parallel like railroad tracks.
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to. Okay.
We know this because we lateral that object in the distance called the sun doesn't move.
Yeah, you agree that this is what you think happens? Right? So technically it would actually be the other way. This is what you think happens, right? Right?
Well, no, not from this perspective. It'd be going straight, but from the observer's point.
Okay, so to the observer, this is what it looks like?
So we're looking at it what the observer sees, but not what the observer sees from this particular vantage
We
point.
would actually see it like this, though. Because we see them angled up, right? Right.
Getting out there on actually seeing orthographic view on the side. Let's just draw what we see. Let's just draw a guy looking westward and seeing railroad tracks coming at us. So then we talk about what we actually see, rather than like this, like that.
Okay, so this is what we're seeing. This is depicted by this.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so you guys are claiming that it's actually like this line right here. That it's actually straight. It just looks like this. Looks like
Of course.
Okay.
Of course it is.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. I'm glad we're on the same page.
We can do tests to show that's the case. All you have to do is move laterally a mile, and watch what happens. I posted those videos and GIFs thousands of times here. You not been paying attention? No, you're too
Can't
busy
even control the
making
curve.
drawings.
What a ripoff. Whatever, this will work.
I get it. It's interesting you're trying to find.
This is
explanation for
hilarious, actually, that I have to draw it out. So, okay, so you think that there's right, and that they just appear to converge. So directly over our head, what would we see?
Directly overhead, we see a point which that light either blocked or reflecting off something.
If there was a railroad track that was 30 feet in the air and we're standing underneath it, we look in the distance, we see it converge. We see it converge. What will we see if we look straight up?
The tracks would be parallel right at the point above.
Right. So it would be parallel, it would be straight right above us. And if we look out, it would appear to converge up in the air above us, right?
Well, as long as they're not too far apart on either side.
It would look like it's
Like a real
converging up
light.
above us, though, right?
Well, yes.
Okay. Do you agree the light rays are above us?
Yes, the light rays are all directions, but mostly the ones we're seeing are
Okay.
shadows.
But we see them down here, right?
We see them everywhere.
Well, we see the convergence going down to a point down by the horizon. In fact, we normally see crepuscular rays where it looks like the sun's below the horizon.
No, you can.
Yeah, the anti-crepuscular ray phenomena is normally seen where it looks like the rays are coming from below the horizon.
It looks like they're coming from, but they're pointed in certain direction, which means it would be impossible for a sun that's that far away. That's
That is totally irrelevant. We're talking about what we see.
It is relevant because you're saying it comes from a point.
Talking about what we
That's why
see.
it doesn't come. No, it's all these rays are parallel.
We're talking about what we see. Okay.
If they look from
So
if they were coming from a point, we could actually take that angle, convergence. That angle would tell us how far away the sun is, and that you can't do that. Not even close. The easiest check is just to move the observer and see what happens to those crepuscular rays, the angle between or the parallelity of those rays. You'll see that they don't change.
okay, so in reality,
change as you move.
this is what it looks like. Okay, because we see like there are light rays converging. The sun's setting west. Can't see the sun. We see light rays though that look like they're diverging down to a point by the horizon, west where the sun's setting. We look 180 degrees behind us. We see in the east, it looks like they're doing the same thing in the opposite direction, converging down to a point that we can't fully see the final source. It's all converging down to a point behind us. The sun rays we can follow above our head. So if we draw a point from right here, going over our head and back down to the other horizon, it has to curve. I cannot take this line.
No, it doesn't have to curve.
I cannot take this line, draw it from the horizon, go over my head, and then come back down to the other horizon with a straight line.
Oh my God, Wizard. You are so out there.
You can't even respond. See, and this is what's so funny. I've asked the Glover this 30 times.
How high do you think the sun is above us?
No, but it's about optics.
Yes, it's about optics. It's about how light travels. It's about verifying where these you. And then there's tests you can do that are very simple. The fact that you draw this conclusion, and I know you're a bright guy, but you're just getting so crazy. You're almost too crazy. Good.
It's funny. It's funny. You're now just fully imploding.
It is funny. No, you're falling now. Now this is just getting ridiculous. It's curved.
We're fully imploding now. So here's a picture.
No, but I don't know what that is.
We know you don't know because it's inconvenient for your worldview.
No, because we have all sorts of curved optical effects in the atmosphere that we see. These sundogs and all sorts of other glare. You put a bunch of them the other few slides back, or about 10, 15 minutes ago. We see all sorts of crazy curving, lensing type of effects. That isn't what crepuscular rays are.
Oh, you're saying this is because of the camera?
No, that's not because of the camera. That's you can actually see these things. You see rings around the sun. You see rings around the moon. You see things, all sorts of crazy things. This kind of thing, like the kind of rainbow, is I can't tell really.
Okay, we'll go back to my presentation.
Just go back to the crepuscular ray. Just go back.
No, this is just funny.
I can talk to you. No.
Okay, we're back at the presentation. Here's the video of the crepuscular.
I have to listen to you.
There's converging down at the horizon.
Stop. Just stop.
No, you want to divert about this. So then we're going to come back over. It looks like they're converging down there. The sun's setting in that direction. We're going to follow it over our head. Okay, looks like it's curving up to the zenith. Then we're going to come back down. It looks like it's curving down. Right there you can see it's clearly curving down optically. We're going to follow the curve down, down, down. Boom. Looks like it's converging down at the horizon again. Okay. So the perspective effect right here is causing these rays to look like they are curving over our head and converging onto a point on either horizon. That is a curve, my man. That is a real video of a crepuscular ray. Same thing here. Going over our head, curving back down. See it curving down right there. It's clearly curving down right there. Curving all the way down, curving down, curving down. Boom, back to the horizon. Come back to our picture. This is what we see. We see it look like it's right here, going over our head, curving up to the zenith, then curving back down to the 180 degree position. We do not see a straight line. So what this shows us is, regardless of what's really happening, there's a perspective effect that makes the rays look like they're converging down in one position, curving over our head, and converging back down to the other position. So optics causes an illusion of curvature in your own paradigm. Oh, sorry, I came back to the drawing, but well, since we're still in there, I'm going to come over here again, show the meteorology, and then I want you to let you fully respond, right? But right here, the meteorologist, he shows the corpuscular rays. He explains it with suncalc.org, and it shows this circular effect. And it looks like, look what the sun is doing in suncalc.org. You see the position right here? It shows the line curving over the observer back down to the 180-degree position, even in your own model. Let me come back over here.
Can you go back to that picture real quick?
Yeah.
First part where the sun was with cumulus clouds.
Wait, which one? Wait, you're not talking about that? You don't want to talk about how this is clearly curving from point to
I knew I
point?
was trying to. Well, I got muted and I couldn't ask why you were to see the.
Do you agree that this is curving from point to point?
Can you just go back real quick?
Yeah, sure. So you can divert.
I'm not. No, I'll go back. I got muted and I want to ask a question. I want to grab that picture.
There it is.
I can't see it. Click on it. Just me for a second. Up again. That's not.
Oh, that picture's awesome, Gio.
All right, there we go. Yeah, that one. Stay right there.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Don't move, okay?
That one like really shows all the different light.
That's crazy.
All right, cool.
I might like actually reverse image search this, see if I can find.
Why do you think there's jagged shadows coming from the sun now?
Because of the clouds.
So the curving of that shadow is due to
The jagged edges is not the same as the curving.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it's not.
Okay. So if you look at the cloud, look at where the sun is, you see where the sun is blocked by the top of that thunderstorm cloud. And the cloud looks like it's angled downward. In actuality, it is us. But it could be angling downward.
You're just grasping.
Probably not, though, because usually they have a top that is usually flat.
We could put you out in a cornfield at this point.
Even that little point at the end is what you see as a shadow on the clouds that are above us in this picture. All this curving, it's not straight lines, are due to the shapes of objects that are making. It's like you have a shadow of a basketball on the ground. The lines would be curved. That's what's making that shadow look curved. That's it. I don't know why you can't figure this out.
So there are perfectly distributed clouds that just make it look like it's curving over our head.
Not perfectly distributed. We have a thunder cloud there. You have a cumulus cloud that is a certain shape. Looks like an anvil, and that anvil shape is making that shadow on clouds, cirrus clouds, or other types of clouds that are high in the altitude.
There are clouds right here too, though.
But it's being blocked by the anvil-shaped thunder cloud onto the clouds above you. I'm only looking at the thunder one picture. I'm fixated on that.
Crazy, man. Here we go with the other one.
So am I smoking crack? Am I not making sense? You're
No,
right.
you're not making sense.
We
No.
can't have it. So I'm not making sense. That
No.
curvature. Oh God, it's it. You're ridiculous. Seriously.
See, and this is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like in a normal environment, people wouldn't fight something like this. It's so random.
It is. I would fight
But
this.
in this environment,
It's obvious to me.
Ooh.
It's obvious to me that you are looking at a thundercloud that is a cumulonimbus cloud that has a shape to it, and that shape is projecting a shadow on the clouds above you. Now you're denying this. You're saying I'm arguing because I got to be right or something. No, I'm really arguing because you're wrong on this. It's just simple. Now that curvature is completely different. That curvature looks like you've got a panoramic sequence of a view. I don't know
This
what
is
that
such common sense, right? So, like, even if you cut this in half and didn't have the panoramic view, like, it's converging down here. You have the freaking light rays coming. If it's coming up and it's going to loop back down, it has to curve. That's why I even drew it for you. And this is why you avoided this question.
Because, my God.
Why does it show a curve right here? Why does it have the point right here? So this would be the regular sun position, crepuscular rays. This would be anti-crepuscular rays over here. How come they draw a connection like this right here, where they draw this line that curves all the way over the observer back down? Why does SunCalc on your own model draw that?
What is that yellow shaded area? What's it? What is that actually showing us?
The visible sun.
Why is
Something.
the visible sun where the
You tell me, what is it showing? What is it showing?
I'm asking you. What's it?
It's showing the visible sunlit
Why
area.
is the visible sun not seen the two cities in?
I don't know. Tell me what it shows then. I'm trying to figure out.
You. I don't want to tell.
So you think you know?
I know.
What is it? What's this curve right here?
I want you to tell me what's it.
Or
You don't know what it is.
You think it's the path?
Don't tell me what I think. I want to tell what you think.
I'm asking you because what the guy in the video says that in SunCalc it depicts how we view the rays.
But why isn't the rays overhead of that Pittsburgh City or the Ohio City?
Does it wrap around us and curve? Yes or no?
Does what wrap around us and curve?
The light.
What do you think it is? What's it?
Okay, so
it is funny.
Let's just boil this down. Let's boil this back down over here. Like, I drew a whole picture for you. So if you come back over here, do you agree that if there's an optical convergence down at the horizon here and here, if we're going to connect the two and it's going to go over our head, it's going to have to curve up and back down?
No.
Even if it's just optical. Even if it's just optical.
Yes. Yes, I would agree to that.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even saying anything's doing anything physically. You understand that, right?
The atmosphere is curved and we're seeing a shadow.
Oh, wow. So now the new argument is that the atmosphere is curved.
It is curved. And these
So
clouds
that's what's causing the curve?
And you're
Wow, I guess the Earth is about 50 miles in radius or something?
No, the curvature. You're seeing where do you see a curvature there? Look at that. Is there a curvature? Can you see curvature there?
Yeah, I see curvature right there.
That's not is that a panoramic view as well? I don't know what that picture
I don't think so, but I don't know.
I don't know. The reason you have so if you go back to your picture of the panoramic view, it's very clear why you have curvature in it. Think about it. I did immediately.
You just said it was curved atmosphere causing the light to curve after for 10 straight minutes you denied that the light was curving.
Would make it curve.
For 10 minutes you said the light wasn't curving. Now you're saying that it's curving because the atmosphere is curving.
Because you technically is that light curve or is that shadow curved? The shadow is curved. It's on the bottom of clouds, which are usually about the same altitude, and the bottoms of the clouds are curved as well.
You objectively just double spoke
We're not
for
seeing,
10
we're not
minutes.
seeing, no, I didn't. We're not
Bruh.
seeing curvature. We're not
Then it'd be
seeing
better,
these
bro.
lines curved. You asked me to look at your drawing and is this are these clouds or these shadows?
This is crazy. It's okay. Your model would have to say that there's an optical effect that causes the illusion of curvature.
We don't see illusion of curvature. We don't see curvature at all.
Literally just show the videos of it.
No, we don't. Those are shapes that are being where the light's being blocked by thunderclouds, and those shapes are showing certain types of distortion of the shadow path.
The only thing I'm interested in now is I'm wondering if all the other globers are going to like pick the ball up where you've left it and start saying that, because that's going to be hysterical. If they all start saying that this looks like it's curving because of the
Why
clouds.
does it look like it's curving? It's curving because of the shape of the thundercloud. The cumulonimbus cloud that is actually blocking the light is giving it a shape. Look at how inconsistent.
I'll make the
popcorn. It's not even straight. It has little vibrations on it.
It's curving. It's going from one horizon up over our head
Go back to
down to the other horizon.
Wait, say it real fast. Am I allowed to jump in, or is this like a one-on-one between you and Zen?
Well, if you can just acknowledge that the lights are curving, that'd be great.
Did you bring popcorn?
Who's saying that?
Are the lights optically curving, Arma?
No, who's saying the popcorn thing? Who the fuck's saying that?
Arma, is the light optically curving?
Well, answer my question first. Am I allowed to jump in, like, or is this a
I don't care.
one-on-one?
Yeah,
Okay. Is it curving in this picture?
optically, yeah.
I mean, how do you define that? I mean, I guess it does take up like 100. Okay, so I'll agree it's curving if you agree the ground is also optically curving, because the ground.
Foolish.
No, hear me out. There's a reason why I'm saying this. Because with the ground, right, it takes up roughly 180 degrees of, I guess, field of view, I guess. And the same thing is happening, I imagine, with these shadows, where it's just, if you have something long enough, right, doing the trig, you would expect this thing to, yeah, more or less get really close to touching the horizon, like if it's long enough. It's basically doing what the ground is doing, where it's just taking up a large amount of, field of view, which is close to like 180 or whatever. So I'll agree to that if you agree the ground is, also doing the same thing.
So basically, your acknowledgement of empirical reality is contingent upon you bringing up something else and having me agree.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, because I don't want you to like get the wrong idea, because like I think it's doing the same thing that the ground is basically doing, but we have like like one little beam, so it becomes a little bit more.
This
Like
can't be doing the same thing as the ground's doing in your model, because this would require the Earth be like way, way smaller.
No. Okay, when I say it's doing the same thing the ground is doing, I mean visually, in terms of the amount of field of view that it's taking up, right? Because the ground is obviously large enough to where visually, yeah, it's taking up roughly 180 degrees of, whatever, 180 degrees of angular size. Let's go with that, angular size, yeah. And so these light beams are just really, really long, to the point where they're going to take up, roughly 180 degrees of angular size, if you want to call it that. I don't even know if that's really the correct word, but I think you get what I'm getting at, though. Like, you could actually just work the trig on that. That makes sense if you have a long structure.
Don't go so fast.
In fact, what? This is all chopped up. It doesn't even show it.
Stop right there. Just stop right there. Right there. Stop.
This is irrelevant.
I know it is relevant. These are crepuscular rays as well. It's no different than what goes along the distance. That just happens to be above your field of view. They're above us now. Each one of those rays, are you saying that those are curved?
Did I say that they're curved?
Would you say that any of those rays are curved?
No.
Okay. Now, would you say that if I was at a position to the right on the ground by those trees, and you were in a position to the left on the ground by the trees, would you, if you pointed your finger to the sun, where would you be pointing your finger?
In the middle.
Straight up or to the right?
You said if I was to the right?
You're to the left. You're on the left of this picture. You're by those trees. In fact, you're on a tree. You climbed that tree, and I climbed the tree to the right. You're on the left, and you're looking at that sun. You're following that crepuscular rays.
I'm going to point at different locations.
Where are you saying we point different directions?
You're saying we point at exactly the same place?
Yes.
But there's a nuance here. So say that this is where I've always disagreed with flat earthers that say this. Say that you're at a lake and you see this, right? And you're like, oh, so the sun must be really local. It's right there above us, and we track the divergent rate. That would be insane, because you can go to the other side of the lake, turn around, and see them, as if the sun would have to be like locally over that one lake, right?
Wait, hold on a second.
There we go.
Just it's in the horizon somewhere. It's starting to set. It's evening. It's like 6 o'clock in the summertime. You're on the left on the tree. Where do you think you're going to be pointing your? Straight up or to the right to that sun?
To the right.
No, see, this is why
What? You think if I'm looking at these crepuscular rays and I go all the way over somewhere else, that I'm going to have the same thing right above me?
Okay, this is why I know you're wrong. And just hear me. I'm going to say like one sentence. I want you to think about it really carefully. What's it? You're on the right on a tree, looking at that sun. I'm taking this picture. I'm in the middle. My brother is over on the right-hand side of the tree also. I got a walkie-talkie, both of you guys. I go, both of you guys point to the sun. You think you're going to be pointing the sun to the right. And you're thinking my brother is going to be pointing to the left. and you think that I'm going to point kind of straight ahead and up. No, everybody points straight ahead, up. Everybody does. Think about that. You were absolutely wrong with it about your entire understanding of crepuscular rays. If you were over in that
Well,
tree,
I've actually personally gone away from crepuscular rays, like in Key West, where I saw them incredibly huge over the ocean. And as I changed position, it would change relative to my position.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it did.
No, it doesn't. Whitsit. I'm looking at that sun. I point straight ahead and up. You're on that tree. You're going to point straight ahead and up. With respect to me.
I don't disagree with you that it's going to change relative to the observer. That's what I answered this question by saying. I answered this question by saying the lake thing. Zanik, I answered the question by saying if I went to the other side of the lake, then I could, like, if a flat earther act this is the actual position of the sun or something, then it would show that that's impossible just by going to the other side of the lake, turning around and seeing it, right? That it's relative to the observer. It's relative to the observer because it's not the actual position. I said that immediately in response to you.
No, you didn't. You said you pointed to the right.
I literally did.
You said you're pointing to the right. Literally did.
No, I will say that when you're claiming that it's just going to be like directly straight and above you, that's not true either. It's directly relative to the observer. No, it's all going to be slightly relative to the actual position of the sun.
The actual position is you see it based on took the picture. Now, if I was in a car and took the picture, by the way, and I'm driving, that sun would follow me. And eventually, as I started getting where you're in line with me, you would see that sun, like I told you, would not be going.
The sun will follow me, but it won't look exactly the same at the beginning. This is such a red herring and wasting my time, dude. It's 12:53. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this with you. I already answered your question. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm right. If you think that it would be in the exact same position as you drive down the highway, you don't know how it works. It doesn't. It changes position relative to you as you drive down the highway, but it will follow you to an extent because it's relative to the personal observer. Just like I gave you the exact example of going across a lake, turning around, and seeing the sun. It's relative to you.
Whitsit, you are wrong. Go drive in your car, look at the sun, point at the sun, drive for like 20 miles. You will not change that thing. You will point right at that sun. As you drive, you cross over many, many lakes, all of them showing crepuscular rays, all of them showing a convergence to the sun. It's all a friggin' perception issue. And you don't get it. You are wrong. I'm not wrong. You are wrong.
I just said that it's perspective, personal to the observer.
Those crepuscular rays have no bearing on where the sun is relative to that observer to the right or the left.
So are you saying? Wait, are you saying that we couldn't track these rays back up towards the sun?
No.
Really?
No, they all go to the sun. Yeah, they do go to the sun, straight to them. No, you're right. They do. They go right to the sun. You can't track them from this position, this observer who's taking the picture.
Okay, can we move on, dude?
You said it goes to the right. You said I'd point to the right. You're wrong.
If I drive past the sun, it will slightly change position. It'll follow me, but slightly change position.
Okay, I think Zanik. Hold on, Zanik. I think what you're trying to say, Zanik, is, or may not word it that way, but I think what you're trying to say is basically the sun keeps its like angle like the same. Like, okay, so for example, it keeps its azimuth the same, right? And it also keeps its elevation angle the same relative to you. Obviously, it's moving. Visually, it's moving with you. I guess like it's following you. Like when we're kids, it
doesn't change at all. If we had a compass and we were at equinox, we would be pointing west. Everyone in the whole Earth,
of course,
no matter where we were, and these crepuscular rays could be all over the freaking map, but it always would be west. And no matter,
yeah, you guys are talking past each other. That's what it is.
I know, and that's why I'm trying to move on because I've already answered the question.
You said you point right, and it moves slightly.
It does. When you move away from the sun, it slightly changes position relative to you.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so it doesn't change actual direction. It changes relative positioning. I'm done talking about this. If you want to pretend that you're right, I don't care. A 5-year-old can understand it. You can go drive on the highway and see the sun. Okay, can we get back to the actual point? Can we get back? Out of all the presentation, you found they threw one little shot of a crepuscular. You want to pause it there, just like you want to talk about the clouds here, right? In reality, it's about the fact that this curves down, right? And that this right here curves up, then curves down. So optically, we have the effect of it curving. That's a fact. That's just a fact. Just like this. It looks like it's curving. And like this. You guys want to say it's just because of wide angle view? That's ridiculous.
Well,
as a
I mean,
joke.
yes.
Now, there's no doubt that wide
Like
angle
it's a
view does
panoramic
impose
view.
curvature on things, and if it's closer to you in the foreground and below you, like the further away from level it is, the more it's going to curve.
What's
Right?
it?
You can do this with a GoPro.
What's it? Real fast. I actually sent you a link. What do you call it? I pinged you in the live stream one with the railroad tracks. Like, obviously that's wide angle lens. That's a wide angle lens thing. Whatever, getting both sides of the railroad, whatever. But I think a similar thing is happening with this picture, obviously. But that's why I said I think the sky is curving as much as the ground is, because I do believe with my picture here with the railroads, it's doing the exact same thing. It's taking up 180 degrees of angular size, if you want to put it that way. So naturally, it's gonna.
First of all, it's not doing the same thing, and secondly, that doesn't explain I just explained that when it's closer to you in the foreground, it's lower, it's going to curve more. You can do it with a GoPro. I literally just explained that. But if you look at this, it says here. What does this have to do with the wide angle lens? What does that have to do with the wide angle lens?
Go back.
No. What does this have to do with the wide angle lens?
Look straight there, and then keep going. I mean, it's only with the context of like moving across like the camera. Like otherwise, it looks straight. And I guess you could argue, that's kind of the point. But I mean, I feel
You guys know damn well it looks curved.
That's
That's what's
you have certain
frustrating. That's
the
what's
shadow is the shadow is being shown on clouds that could be altitudes, could show a change in direction. I don't think there's any curving going on. We're seeing you're showing shadows on a rough surface. Have you ever shown shadows on rough surfaces like a car or even a street? Won't be perfectly straight. The thundercloud in the first part of that, if you go back to the origination point, the sun's being blocked, you can see that anvil of this cumulonimbus cloud is affecting the shape of the shadow. You're latching on to something like goddamn pit bull on a bone, and you're wrong, Winsett. You couldn't.
Like, dude, first of all, everyone in the room that's honest can see that it looks like it's curving. Second of all, you denied that it looks like it's curving for 10 minutes. Then you said, yeah, it does look like it's curving, but it's because the atmosphere is curving.
I can. I might actually agree that it looks like it's curving, but if you actually say you take a ruler tool and you put it, like you stop the frame and you put it anywhere you want, that looks like a straight line. So to me, it seems like you're arguing that straight lines actually curve.
No, first of all, this is good.
Which is quite interesting to me.
First of all, this is so simple, right? And if you think that that's somehow gonna like defeat my position, I don't think you get it. But it's just like this. It's just like this, right? Like we see the sky as if it's a dome, right? It's the same thing.
Yep.
Now, this is why you guys have to go against it, because the reason you claim that we see the Earth as a dome or the sky as a dome, because the Earth is curving. So you
Sure,
can't
I'm
just
even
turn
going
around.
against it though.
You can't acknowledge that this is
Like I'm
curving.
literally agreeing with you that
I
yes,
know.
straight lines curve.
I appreciate that you're actually you're being honest about the video. Just you think you got a gotcha, but I'm just gonna let it slide because it doesn't matter. So like the point is the
It
reason
doesn't matter that you think that straight lines curve when flat earthers have been attacking globers over that phrase
no
for
straight
so
lines
long.
don't
And now
actually
you're agreeing
curve.
that yes, straight lines actually do curve.
No, they don't actually curve. It's an optical effect based on hyperbolic visual space.
Says you.
Okay, so if it's
As
just
experiment.
optical, then let's talk about
Says you.
actuality. Is the line straight or is it curved? Not optically.
Straight. Yeah. That's my whole point. So the reason that this does have drastic implications, though, is because when we go out and we map the sky, like right here, like, time and date right here is your own model's construct as well. We get a dome. I mean, it's just common sense. If you go out to your backyard, you look at the stars, you try to see all the stars that you can see all the way around you. You're going to see up above you, the highest point, your zenith. You're going to look all the way around you. You're going to see a dome. Right? The question is, why do we see the dome? You're going to look all the way around you.
You could.
That's this right here.
I would say that you could definitely model it with a dome. I'm not
It is how we model
disagreeing.
it. Right.
We probably do.
Yeah, timeanddate.com.
But there's a thing called relative observations.
Okay, yeah, that's actually my point. I'm saying that this is an optical effect. The problem is the globe claims that perspective is purely Euclidean straight lines, that there is no limit to perspective you can see forever, and they take the optical curvature that we see in the sky and they say it's actually the ground curving. Well, unfortunately for them, we have evidence that that is not true because we see in curves, just like this effect right here.
Well, real
Just like
fast,
this.
I think if you were to record like train tracks similar to the way that person recorded that sky with the with the curving above them, whatever, right? I feel like you get the same effect as so long as it's the same, I think, angular size. So, I mean, I don't know if that supports your position or
It would
not.
only help me if yeah, like.
But I mean,
How-
but that's all explained through trigonometry, though. I don't really get like.
No, Joel, you're saying Euclidean geometry says that if parallel lines go over my head, they're going to appear curved?
I'm saying trigonometry. If you do trigonometry, that makes
Yeah, that's
sense.
Euclidean geometry.
Okay, well, all I'm saying, well, if that is or isn't, all I'm saying is that trigonometry does it. So I guess.
Well, there's some
want to
curve.
conclude that,
Arma.
Right, this is
There's
curved, right? So you guys claim
Yeah,
that
yeah.
these light rays are parallel.
No, that's different. That's not parallel. Those aren't parallel light rays. Those are curved lines from your perspective.
So it's due to perspective makes us see the curve?
No, that's not even perspective. That's just from your perspective. It's how you see things. We're seeing
No, it's
light.
not perspective, it's just from our perspective.
Well, I meant that from your vantage point, not perspective. This is not a
That's
perspective.
what perspective is.
These are not straight objects. Just like the sun is not straight in any way, shape, or form. It is circular. These objects, these light patterns are circular. Do you see a vortex on the 90 degrees opposed from each other?
Okay, look really closely, okay? Do you see how there's a curve, an equidistant
Yes.
curve around the sun?
Yes.
Do you see how at the sun you have this streak going up and going
Yes.
down?
Yes.
Okay, look at this.
You know what that's do? Yes.
Look at this. Do you
yes,
have the streak
there
going
are-
up and down in this?
Yes, these are.
Do you have the curve going? Does it look just like this?
It's similar. Yeah, that is a similar.
Okay.
Because of the shape of the sun. Because the sun is going in all directions. You have circular sun. You have these circular artifacts or
This is perspective.
effects. Not
This is
perspective.
perspective.
Not perspective. These are
It is
actual.
perspective.
Okay.
I'll show you. Look, we have the same thing with
You know what?
rainbows.
You've worn me down with it.
I know. This is bad for you guys, I know, but
No, it's not bad
the
for us.
same thing with
Yes, we
rainbows.
do. It's
So you see we see rainbows like this right here?
Yeah. Why are we seeing? Because circular. How we?
Now are rainbows circles?
Yes, they're circles.
So why do we see them curved like this, like a dome?
Because it's cut off from the bottom. We literally don't have enough.
Because the bottom's cut off.
Okay, so it's because of
It's been
perspective.
good. I'm still going to listen, but I mean, go ahead.
It's because of perspective.
Tapping out.
So
Perspective. It's not because
yeah, you want to tap out for obvious reasons. So when we look at this, the globe
No,
doesn't have an
tapping out,
explanation for this.
You're
Globe
boring.
doesn't have an explanation for this.
We don't have an explanation for that, really.
Yeah, so let's hear it. Say it.
Okay, that's a cool story.
Do you know what the explanation is? I bet I know more about
Do
it.
you?
Yes.
Okay, so if you say that you know the explanation, then you admit that you just lied when you said that we don't have an explanation, because now you say that we do have an explanation and you know it. So you're agreeing that you're intentionally lying with it.
No, the currently agreed upon
Do we have
proposal.
an explanation? No. Do you know the explanation that we do have? Yes, I know the explanation that you do have. Thank you, Witsit. You agreed to lying.
The currently agreed upon
I
explanation
gotcha.
admittedly can't fully explain it.
Admittedly, who
Yeah.
admitted that it can't fully explain it?
Universities, astronomical departments of universities that try to explain it. Okay.
Cool story,
So-
bro.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll teach you what you think. So they claim that this is because of ice crystals.
Yeah, but
Okay.
there was supposedly no explanation.
Yeah, it's a nuanced comment because there's an explanation, but it admittedly doesn't fully explain the phenomena. They don't fully understand.
Okay, citation.
Okay, sure. Just a second. So,
Okay, go ahead.
Arma, do you know how it works?
Well, I was gonna ask you, like, I mean, like, how do you explain it exactly? I wanted to hear your explanation for how you
We
explain
have an
it.
azimuthal grid of vision. We view everything through curved visual space, just like this. You have a hyperbolic visual space personalized to the observer. So this is what you would expect to see.
Isn't that? But the picture you just showed before, isn't that like a physical, like, glass thing or whatever?
It just shows that when you perceive light with a curved boundary, this is what would happen. Same thing with this.
That's curved physical boundary. Why don't we? Where's
Yeah,
that in
it's
real
physical
life?
boundary because we have a physical atmosphere, which exemplifies the curved visual space in which we perceive the world, Arma.
That doesn't even. That's not how that works.
It's not how that works until you guys
Arma,
want to look at fish tanks
can I
and claim
say
that it
can I
explains
tell you
it.
something?
Fraction.
I don't believe in this either, but I'm not gonna go say that he's wrong. He's wrong. He's explaining something, and I'm curious to listen about this.
I mean, sure.
So let's just play the devil's advocate.
Okay.
Even in the globe paradigm, when you guys want to explain like refraction or whatever, you use glasses all the time. You use glasses, magnifying glasses, fish tanks, right? To explain it. Literally, you show a ball, you show a magnifying glass to show how you can see a nail on the other side of the ball to replicate the atmosphere. But all of a sudden, now that's completely unacceptable to replicate the atmosphere. So if you see in curved visual space, you have a boundary, and then you have a layered atmosphere. This would act like this lensing effect, right? It's effectively going to add the physicality of the lens. So when we see this, the globe claims that this is because of ice crystals. Now, we actually see these year-round in all kinds of different locations all over the Earth. We even see them at night. Here's a moon halo. Okay, and we see that they curve up from this point right here, which is one of the difficult parts to explain with the ice crystal explanation, is why they curve up like this. Okay, another problem is they have to assume that all the ice crystals are parallel to a flat surface. That doesn't work on the globe. Like, how far are you seeing from the right all the way to the left here? And so how could these all be parallel to a flat surface and keep equidistant distribution from the center? Okay, in addition, if it's just ice crystals all in the atmos, then like, why don't we have circles everywhere? Why don't we just have like concentric circles coming out from the entire point? And why is it equidistant? And what makes if I take time lapse of this effect, it stays there for hours at a time. So do we have static ice crystals that are parallel to a flat surface that give us equidistant circles around the sun? That's insane.
Can we get that citation though? I'd really like to read that citation you said you were about to get, please. I'm not being an asshole. I just kind of like to read it, please. Thank you. Whoever just asked you for it. Yeah.
The guy that's asked me for probably 100 and never read any of them.
Well, I don't think you've given 100. I don't think you've given one actually.
Really, I've given probably literally over 1,000 citations in this room.
Oh, I need a citation before that citation.
Just a second.
Hey, why don't you laugh once in your life? God dang, you guys are so serious, man. We're talking about flat Earth. It's retarded anyways. And globe Earth's retarded. You guys are both crazy. Make it interesting. I want to see a citation, please. Please.
Well, wouldn't you think it'd be smart if you researched it?
Yes. Well, you said you really. So if you say something and we asked you where you got it from, we have to go research it. That doesn't seem cool.
Well, it's what you believe. But yeah, I just dropped one. There's a lot. I'm trying to find all of them. I mean, there's all kinds of different ones I've read. So it's like I have to go stop everything and start looking up everything for you.
No, just the one that you were just talking about.
I know. I don't remember where it is. I have to find it. In fact, a Glober's the one that dropped it in here a couple days ago.
You know what? The best thing I think to do is if like when you come in here, I'm pretty sure you have like a game plan what you're going to do. Not game plan like you're planning on doing whatever you're doing. I'm just saying you come in with an idea of what you're going to be talking about and how you're going to do it. You should have all those citations ready so when someone says that, bam, you pop it right on the screen and it's right in our face and we can't argue or talk shit.
No, you guys change the subject. That's what you guys do. So I've been through this.
You just changed the subject from me asking you for a citation.
I've already dropped 2 citations, my dude.
Okay. I'm just talking about, in the future, it'd be cool because you have a tendency not to give citations. Then you start talking about shit.
I give citations more than anyone else in the entire server.
Mm-hmm.
It's just search
right.
my name. So
all right, cool. Anyways, thank you. That's it.
I mean, I'm trying to find the specific one. Oh, I think this might be. I think this is it. Yeah. Okay, this last one I'm posting right here.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so that's the one I was talking.
Hey, but I gotta just tell you, I saw you on Audit. You just watched yourself on Audit the Audit, right?
Yeah, man.
That was pretty cool. Still, I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, I'm not talking shit or nothing. I just thought it was
Supreme Court
fucking.
ruling out of context. The very next sentence that from what he cut off says that the government cannot arbitrarily determine forum status simply by calling something a certain name.
Yeah.
He left that part out. That actually, what he showed supports me. It literally says that like just because the government claims something is public or private, non-public forum or public forum doesn't mean it's real. And that's what they were doing. They're just arbitrarily determining which parts of the national parks are public and non-public. So actually that Supreme Court ruling was in my motion. It was literally like in support of my argument. And then the judge ruled, actually, I disagree with the Supreme Court. I think that the government can just arbitrarily decide what's public and non-public. That's what the federal judge did. So that guy's a goober, claims to stand for freedom, and then he gets pissed off about flat earth. So he intentionally misrepresents the Supreme Court case. So anyway, if you see right here, it says very specifically that they have to be like parallel to like a flat earth, basically. If this is the right one. I can't remember. It looks exactly the same though. So yeah.
All right, thank you.
Would the sun be like over the dome inside or on it?
What's up?
Would the sun be like outside the dome or inside?
So I think that this is a product of our personal dome, quote unquote. Like I think that visual space is hyperbolic. I think that there's substantial amount of evidence that actually proves this. So it's a personalized observation. It's not like this giant physical dome over top of a flat earth or anything. I'm not saying there is or isn't one. I'm saying that I think this is a byproduct of us seeing in 360 degrees around us, like curved limit of view. And I dropped some citations a second ago that show that like published through Cornell University and Harvard University, robotics, like high-level robotic, machine learning programs, they're updating to hyperbolic geometry for visual space because it's extremely more accurate, more precise, and more efficient at mapping out the natural data so that their programs can work better. So, and I agree with them. And, you know, just like it says, and it says, this is why we see a dome when we look at the sky. This is why when we see seemingly limitless physical space, like what people think space is, right? Like outer space, that it looks like it's bounded, even though we think it's like basically boundless physical space. It looks like it has a boundary, it has a perceivable boundary. So yeah, so that's my answer, is that it's like a personalized curve limit to your vision.
What about the Polaris or the axis of rotation? Because the further you go down, the latitude changes. Does that account to that?
Yeah, you know, like that's the way that we got latitude was literally that we took angles to Polaris, assuming a flat Earth, and then we put that on a globe, and then we put that into, we turned it into a cylinder, and then we flattened it out to get the Mercator projection. But yeah, with your personalized view, you would get the perfect declination, so you would get like 45 degrees halfway between you and the equator to Polaris, and then once you begin to get further outside and you start looking south, then you're going to see a different like optical convergence point in the south. You get far enough south, just like with anticorpuscular rays, where it looks like things are converging even though there's not actual central source there. So if you spun anticorpuscular rays, you would see them like if you looked where the sun was setting, and then you looked the opposite direction and saw the anticorpuscular rays, they would look like they're spinning opposite directions and that they're both converging around a singular point. So basically, Walter Bisland's model was very accurate, other than the straw man that it would require light to physically bend in crazy ways. Light's not physically bending anywhere. You just perceive an apparent location relative to your azimuthal grid of vision, your curved visual space. And this changes everything. This changes how we perceive things in the distance, why they converge into a curved convergence point. And it's really crazy that it's been so suppressed, because, you know, this has been an argument, a debate for a long time. But I guess now I'm starting to realize kind of why, because, well, yeah, I mean, it has like huge implications. Just that.
I don't understand how it can have implications on the globe model, though.
All I know is that I'm either going blind or I need to hire someone to clean my dome, my personal dome. because it's getting dirty, or I just can't see. I don't know. God damn, I'm gonna try some jokes tonight to see if I can't get you guys to laugh because you guys are a little too serious. But I know that was a stupid joke. I apologize. But it really wasn't, though. It was kind of good. It was good in a shitty way.
Well, I can tell you from my personal opinion that the globe model, star trails, and the latitude angle, which is Polaris, matches pretty well. I don't see how that's an issue. I mean, we are moving alongside the planet, the ground. I know you don't believe that, but
Not really that it's an issue. It's just that we made the globe from the sky. So to claim that since it matches, it proves it would be insane.
well, if it matches, we tend to believe it. Yes.
That's how we made it.
I mean, if you have a better explanation, I'm all yours.
Yeah, I gotta talk to my wife real fast. But they hijacked perspective, the way that we map the sky. Then they claim it's because of the Earth physically curving, and we made the globe from what we see in the sky. So of course it matches, or the globe would have never been made. To turn around and say, "Look, the globe matches what we used to make it," would be kind of ignorant. But I gotta go.
I mean, I personally just drew a circle in a straight line on the top, in a particular line. Well, here's a fact. And assume you can help me out here, or whoever you guys are. The angle in which the stars rising and setting, that has a name. That's complementary with the angle or the latitude angle. So if you just draw a circle in two perpendicular lines, because Polaris is like really just straight up, then it matches. But whatever. You guys even know what I'm saying? No.
Did you kill the conversation, Tony?
Well, I mean, I don't think I killed it. I think I helped it. Sorry.
I mean, I was trying to like talk, but you guys didn't respond.
Did you have a question, or was that a statement?
Well, at first it was a statement, but now it's a question. Because
Yeah,
I mentioned.
Never mind.
I mentioned the angle to at any point you are on the Earth, and this is a fact. The angle between star rising and setting and the latitude angles are complementary. That's to me is proof that we live on a globe. Whatever you define proof, I guess. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't like the word proof. I prefer evidence.
Okay, whatever.
Well, I think evidence is what you use to get to the proof. I think, right? Evidence is the beginning of, I don't know, explaining your proof.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue about the words here, proof or evidence. Let's just say evidence, whatever. Fuck it, I don't care. But do you know what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So whereabouts are you taking these angles to Polaris?
You measure it with the protractor or something?
Yeah, but whereabouts on Earth?
from where you are. And then when I'm talking about the angles between the star rising and setting, I'm talking about east and north. If you look at directly from the east, you can measure that angle as well, and they would add up to 90 degrees as they always do. That is my point there.
That's a good point.
I don't know why nobody talks about that. Maybe
It's
it's
true,
just not
yeah.
one of the. Maybe it's not just one of the regurgitated arguments, and that's why nobody talks about it. But yeah.
So in theory, that'd work with me as well, then, wouldn't it?
It worked with everyone. Dude, you just fucking proved globe Earth, man. Good job, dude. Oh, wait, maybe I spoke a little too soon.
Yeah.
Damn it. I almost thought we had a win there. Fuck.
Why? Because of definitions or something?
I don't know. There's just silence there. I wanted to fill it with us winning, so.
Yeah, well, I don't really care about winning or losing. I just know, that's what I observe. It matches the globe, and that's what I believe. So I'm just gonna go with that.
I like it. You know how hard it is to say crepuscular. Oh my god, how do you say it again? Rays when you're high. Crispy crepuscular rays. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, crispy spucular rays. Yep.
Jason. Crepuscular?
Damn, you guys are good. So I dedicated today to like conspiracy theories. I'm dating a girl, and she's receptive to all like conspiracy theories, like as long as they make logical sense. And it's fun. Like we went through a lot of them today. Pretty good, like JFK, 9/11, Gulf of Tonkin. And she was open to a lot of them. And she was Air Force for like 16 years. So it's kind of surprised me. So I think I love her. Out. And that's why I think the globe is round, or the Earth is a globe. Because of love. And she has a really nice ass. Oh my god. Anyone else like watch Jesse Ventura like back in the day when he had that conspiracy? What was it? Conspiracy theory with Jesse Ventura or some shit? Well, anyways, he makes some good points on some things.
I don't think we got that over here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, look it up on YouTube. It's pretty good. I mean, Jesse Ventura is like, he was a governor and then, he was a professional wrestler. It's like idiocracy over here. You know, he's a professional wrestler and then became governor. Oh, America's crazy. Oh, fuck.
Same
But
thing
he's cool,
happened in
though.
California. Arnold
Why is that?
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, same with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, he was all trying to get him to like change the rules to where he could be president or run for president, or people were trying to. Come on, let me be president.
So you're not saying idiocracy? I can't even say that word. It wasn't a documentary.
It's a futuristic documentary. Actually, it's a foreshadowing or foreseeing, whatever the word I'm looking for is. It's baiting hour, man. It's baiting hour. What was his name? President Camacho. That's great. He's got a little VW bug with a fucking dildo on the front hood. Oh my god, that's fucking funny as hell. What was Maya Rudolph's pimp's name? It was like, god damn, what was it called? What was his name? Talk about no. I'm gonna have to Google the shit.
Look how easy it is to fool you guys. Livestream text 1. All they gotta do is show you a couple of these pictures, lift off, splash down, and you're sold. And you give them millions and millions of dollars a day, billions a year.
Well, I don't trust them because of the pictures. I trust them ahead of time.
That's even better for them because they know anything they put out, you'll buy it.
Right. Because I trust that they're telling the truth.
So now, for real, the picture I just posted, you actually think this is where you live?
That looks like Antarctica, but so I don't live right there, but I think that
Yeah, I was just going to say, I can't even see where I live.
You're down under. You're on the dark side. You'd be where the dark part is, no, Terry?
Well, it depends on when the picture was taken.
Seems kind of racist right there. The dark part, that's fucked up.
No, it's not. I mean, the dark side is just mean it's darker.
Oh, we're talking about Pink Floyd. Okay, never mind. I'm going to bring comedy to this fucking room. I don't care. If I'll say dumb shit all night, I don't care.
So don't you feel like a little bit misguided, Terry? Or easy to accept? Just looking at a thing like this and saying, okay, cool.
Well, the same question could be sent to you. Could you feel easily, I'm not talking shit or nothing, just you could feel easily contrary, like to deny things? It's the same thing, like 50-50, really. Maybe you deny too much stuff and maybe we accept too much stuff. Who fucking knows?
Yeah, well, I've got no reason not to believe it.
Okay.
Well, the government sucks. I mean, there's a reason not to believe anything the government says, but when it comes to like logical shit that you can like realize yourself just by looking, then there's other things in play, you know.
Look, if you believe, you tell me you believe, I can't go against that. I mean, a belief is a belief.
I don't know if belief's the right word though. Like belief is something that I've come to myself, but it's not shared amongst other people unless I have a cult and I've made them believe what I believe. But I think belief is just it's only something you can have, and it's not right or wrong until it turns into something. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but until it turns into like a proof, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
That
well,
made no
there
sense.
is no proof for you guys. You guys have no proof. Have you not? Have you not
Well,
heard?
we have proofs. I mean, like you guys have some proofs. Well, I don't know how many proofs you guys have, but you guys have some proofs, and we have proofs.
Name me one of your proofs.
The globe is. We live on a globe. That's our proof. The sun doesn't. The sun doesn't change.
Right,
We
that's
got
axiom one for Globers. Yeah.
I won. Woohoo! All right, guys, let's go home. We did it.
What's your proof of a globe? Well, simple, sir.
The sun.
His
The
globe.
sun. Oh, see, I know, right? Well, I mean, it's simple. It was a simple one, but I'm simple right now. But the sun not changing size when it goes across the sky, that's an easy one. The two celestial spheres, the easy one. I'm not really into like the pictures of the Earth because I don't trust the government much, so I don't think that could be fake. It could not. I have no. I don't know. I've never been up in the sky that high to take a picture, so I cannot ever say if it is or not. To be
Now
honest,
you're
you know.
talking. You see, now
Yeah, no.
you're using your logic. Yeah, exactly.
SE, man. SE, it's me. We've argued a few times. I'm just a little more calm now because I went through some shit the last year. So, how you doing, by the way, SE? I like listening to you. You're fucking crazy as fuck.
I'm doing good. How are you,
In a good
man?
way. Crazy is fucking a good way. Like,
Yeah.
Things are crazy as fuck. Sorry to cuss, guys. But yes, okay. So we did the sun not changing angular size.
Hold on. Let's take that one. Let's begin
Oh
with that.
man, do we have to do that? Let's talk about JFK getting shot.
I guess we can do that, but okay. From the
No,
sun
I'm
to
joking.
JFK,
I'm joking. There's a flat Earth room. I'm just fucking with you. All right, let's talk about it. That the sun not changing angular size. That is.
So you have an object in the sky that doesn't change size, therefore you live on a spinning ball. Gotcha. Okay.
Well. Okay. The sun example is just. It's not a globe thing. It's the fact that it's far away. So it doesn't really prove that we're on a globe, but it proves that it's far away. It's way further than you guys say that it is. I believe.
How far do us guys say it is, and who is us guys?
Us guys, anyone in here that thinks it's closer than fucking thinks it's close. Close enough to where. Well, anyway, I mean, think about it. Like, if it's closer, you'll see it in a little dot in the distance, and it'll come and get bigger and bigger. I mean, that's logical. It seems. I don't know. Like, I'm not talking shit or nothing. I'm just saying, like, it seems like if we're talking about logic, I hear a lot in here. I mean, when you see a car coming at you as far away, it's tiny. It's a dot, and then it's coming and get bigger, and then it passes you. I mean, it'll do that whether you're up in the air, like fucking 100 feet or whatever. It's still going to get small and then get bigger. And to deny that, the sun is further than I don't know how far do you think the sun is, or do you not know? Which is cool. I don't really know.
I make no claims. I don't know.
All right, me neither. I just know it's far away. Yeah, I just know it's far enough away to where when it moves across the sky that it doesn't change size. So it has to be far. I don't know what that distance is. I don't know what there's a halfway point. There's a point where the sun won't change size anymore when it's traveling across the sky. Whatever that point's called, there's probably a name for it for smart people that know that. But that point right there and beyond. That I think the sun's at that point and beyond. I mean, 93 million miles. That seems like a lot, but I mean, there was a fucking what was it? A Chevy truck that did a million miles or something not too long ago. So it's not like crazy to think that 93 million miles is that far. I mean, it's far, but it's not. It's doable.
Really, bro?
Not in a Geo Metro, but it's doable.
93 million miles. You think that's not far?
No, I'm talking about. I think it's really far. I mean, I'd be dead before I made it that far. I'm sure. I think it took 20 years for the truck to get to a million miles, something like that. I don't know. It was on the news. But if this place we live on has been here for however long you guys think it is, it's not crazy to think like 20 times whatever how long we've been here, we get to 93. I mean, it's doable. It's not unfathomable. Like, it's not like the light. When you get to light years, it's a little crazy. Like light years, like, okay, so the light takes it's so fast it goes around the Earth like 7 times in a second. That's fucking crazy. And then our galaxy is like what 200. What's our galaxy? Our width of our galaxy? Let's say.
You're scattergunning, bro.
No, I'm taking the thought.
100,000 miles. 100,000
Yeah,
miles.
okay, yeah. So a galaxy is 100,000 miles. So we have 2 actual planets in our galaxy, but yeah, it's something like 200 light years or 200. I don't know. It's fucking crazy. 2,000 light years.
Well, let me
100,000 light years. I meant.
Hey,
Okay.
since Matthew's here, can I ask Matthew? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I don't. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Have you heard about the James Webb Space Telescope?
Yes, I have.
You heard about the discoveries of the baby galaxies?
I haven't heard that specifically. Is it something recent that's been in the news?
No, it's been months now when they first discovered it, but then now recently again it's been in the news.
Well, did the James Webb just go up? Like, I'm sorry, you're not talking to me. Never mind.
That's okay. You can jump in.
No, it's fine. I'll tell
Didn't
you real
James Webb
quick.
just come up? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it was launched on Christmas Day of December 2021, I think.
See, and they found baby galaxies, baby Jesus, Talladega Nights. This is all coming together now. Will Ferrell, this is all happening. I see what's going on. I don't laugh. That was a decent joke. I did transition it to good. All right, never mind.
I don't believe we hired a comedian, but okay.
Well, you guys need one. Trust me. I was listening to you guys, and I didn't hear one person laugh for the last 5 fucking hours. So laughter is very okay. Let's just go off the subject for a second. Laughter is very fucking important to ground you into reality. You need to realize that. Oh my God, I've been stuck in this zone for so long. Like I don't even know what funny is or what Which I'm not good at telling jokes anyways, but I'll try. I don't care.
I don't even think I can count on the one hand of how many comedic flat earthers are actually out there.
Yeah, well, I'm a comedic globe earther though. That's why, because globe earthers are funnier than flat earthers. Oh, gotcha.
Well, you haven't made me laugh yet, so you haven't proved it.
Oh, you had the mute button on. You laughed. I know. I can feel it.
So you mind if I ask
Tony?
Yeah, you mind if I ask him a question? If you don't mind?
Yeah. Okay, go for it. No, I don't. Okay, sorry. Yeah, go.
After you acknowledge how funny Wits is, God, that's a comic routine every single.
No, because Matthew's a
Wits is funny.
mathematician, so.
I have an undergrad degree in math, but yeah.
All right, that beats me. Better than me.
Nothing's more funny than the azimuthal grid of vision.
So you're determined to cut in there, right, Zanuck?
That was funny, Zanuck. That was you know what, Zanuck? You're right. That was funny. Oh my God. What was it? What's this? Oh my God! What was this? Hyperbolic. What was it? Hyperbolic space-time continuum or some shit. What was it?
We see it hyperbolic. Our vision is hyperbolic. We see it hyperbolic.
Yeah, but there was
guys,
like
the
4
topics
words.
are
There's
all
3
over
words
the
behind
place.
it.
You guys, the topics are all over the place right now. Can we stick on one thing? I think SC was going to ask Matthew a question. We got to stick on one thing.
Man, you can't say hi to me, man. I've been in this room forever,
What's
man.
up?
How you been? How you been, man?
Yeah, what's up,
Okay.
Tom?
I'll let you go. I'm sorry, man, to interrupt.
That's all good, man. It's just like I feel like
I love you, man. Hey, man, I miss you, dude. I like you. You're fucking great. I missed fucking bullshitting with you, but I'll let you guys go on. I'm sorry to derail it, but I'm going to tell stupid jokes along the way, so get used to that.
Go for it.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. Yeah, man. Good to see you.
So can we get back on track? Matthew?
Yeah, I was just suggesting we got to get on some track because it's been, like a bunch of different topics being brought up.
He's a little bit excited. He's scattergutting, but he hasn't been here for a while, so I understand.
Well, I mean, like, seriously, we're not curing cancer here. I mean, we can have a little fun once in a while. You guys have not been having fun in the last... I've been listening to you guys for like a week, and I haven't heard many laughter, so I want to come and fucking be stupid. I mean, we're definitely not curing cancer. We're not like, no one's like, oh my God, let's see what the flat Earth room is doing so we can get some insight on the world. I mean, we're in here passing time, and because things in our life is fucked up, or things in our life is good, or whatever it is, but we're still in here because I don't know. Never mind. I'll shut up.
It's all good, bro. So Matthew, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so you're the perfect guy for this because you're a mathematician. So I'll be
Maybe.
brief. Well, we'll see. So
No promises, but go ahead.
Okay. So the thing goes like this, right? So the James Webb Telescope discovered 15, but we'll get to that another time. 6 galaxies that were, let's say 2%, 3% of the Big Bang, like all the age of the cosmos, from the Big Bang till now, 3%. In other words, 500 million years. They found 6 galaxies that were fully grown. To make a long story short, the same size, and one of them is twice the size of our Milky Way galaxy. But they found them then. So you understand the implications? They're too developed, too early back.
Right.
Yeah. So what would you say the odds of that are? And the implication. Yeah.
Whenever they have new instruments, they find things that don't fit their pre-existing ideas, and that's exactly what these kinds of new instruments are built for, to kind of see what's out there and see if there's anything new. I think that maybe they haven't figured out why those galaxies are the way they are yet. But by the way, if they were just making it all up, they would just make something that fits their model, right?
No, I'm not saying they made it up. I'm just saying this is what they found. So do you not see any implications, or?
I mean, what would be interesting, sorry if I interject real quick, but it would be interesting to examine by which methods these results are obtained, right? So if we know the procedure, we can maybe look for difficulties there which might be introduced by the method which is applied, but I don't know which it is. So maybe you could expand on that.
Right. So
I believe
their ideas of how galaxies came about and in what timeline need to be changed if they're finding something that doesn't match that.
Wait, let's go through the observations first. The first observations, I believe, were done in infrared. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what the web is all about. Infrared, like we need to bust through our galaxy, because pretty much all the stars we see are just our galaxy. It's hard to break through it at certain times. So yeah.
So now, to be sure, because they wanted to be sure, they did a spectroscopy, and I believe it went through peer review. So one of them was discounted last time I checked as a quasar, but definitely one of them, they say it's guaranteed a galaxy, and they're sure the other ones are as well. Almost sure. But one of them, they're guaranteed that it's a galaxy. So, yeah.
This is what I'm thinking. Like, okay, never mind. I haven't done this in a while. I'm interrupting weird and shit. I just want to say one thing. The way I'm thinking James Webb is like when we first in caves and we were sketching on the wall, and then all of a sudden we've realized another way to take pictures when in the 1800s, and then it evolved. And then you learn more about everything that you're looking at and how that's working as you evolve into it. So we only had the Hubble, and that was that took us to a certain point, and then we invented something else to take us further. And of course, when you go further into something, you're going to find stuff you've never seen before, so you're not going to know what it is. And there's going to be overzealous people out there thinking that they know what it is, and they're going to start throwing out rumors and theories. Well, not theories, but just like whatever their thoughts on what is really going on out there. And then,
did you not hear what I said, bro?
Yes, I did hear what you said.
You
That's
hear
why.
the peer review part, the spectroscopy part. Did you hear that part?
Yes.
Okay, so
How they get the spectroscopy, whatever, man. Whatever spectroscopy right now. I can't even fucking say the shit. Anyways, what I just said, like, it wasn't really far off of what we were talking about. It's just.
You know what I think? I think you're just talking for the sense of talking because you're excited.
No, I'm excited that I've been able to, get on here and try talking. And yeah, okay, there's a little bit of excitement in there. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, what I said was valid. And if there's no one else in here that thinks that what I said was valid, because it might have been like a subject before, but you kind of threw the spectroscopy at us like quick. It was a quick transition. It wasn't a smooth transition. So I was still on the thing we were talking about before. So sorry.
I don't know what to say to that, bro.
Well, of course you don't know what to say, SE. Come on about that.
I love how they always have the number 3%. Is that a rounding off of something after 2.5% or something above 3%? It always seems to be 3%, isn't it?
Yeah, where do you get 3% from, SE? Like, seriously, like 3%, like
3% of the growth, like the age. So it's the galaxy is they say the cosmos is 13.5 billion. Now this event happened at around 500 million years old. So that's the number they threw out. I think it was 3%. I may be off.
Oh, so you were talking about actual time. Okay. No, I thought you were talking about the mass of planets and stars in the sky. See, my bad. Okay, I get it. Okay. It still doesn't make sense, but I got you.
Of course it doesn't make sense. What happened here is they
go for it. Sorry.
Well, what happened here is in plain English, they were looking for a 5-month-old baby, and they found a 13 or 14-year-old. So they're way off here. That's why I wanted to ask Matthew, what percentage is that off, Matthew?
Yeah, so it's off. So their model is wrong.
Yeah, but what kind of questions?
Wow, yeah, exactly, Matthew. Yeah. So you agree to that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if they say the model says that there shouldn't be big galaxies after 500 years, and they found big galaxies after 500 years, then the model is wrong.
Wow, respect. Okay, so what now? What next? What do we do now?
We come up with a new model. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Then we come up with a new model and figure out why they were wrong and try to guess and figure out what's going on.
Isn't that progress?
I couldn't agree with you more. Do you think, bro? Can you stop cutting in, bro? Please.
Well, I mean, we can have more than two people talk. I mean, you and then I can talk and someone else can talk.
One at a time.
Well, we'll let someone else talk after he says something, because we might have something to grow this conversation a little better. If you're just having two people talk, it's not going to grow much further.
Yeah,
I mean, once you get like 5 people, it's too much. I mean, what you guys are talking about is just progress. It's just growth. It's just learning. Learning is steps. When you don't know something until you have made something or figured out something, and then you're like, oh my God, there's this part of the world that I never even knew about. So let me investigate this till I find something else that takes me to the next level. I mean, it's not unreasonable to think that they're doing that with the Webb telescope. I mean, it seems like a logical path. You had the Hubble, Webb. We need anyways, we need a way to look further into the space. So let's make this telescope. They made the telescope, and then we found out a bunch of shit that we were wrong about, or not wrong about, just wrong about. Yeah, because you don't ever learn anything until you realize you were wrong about something. Then you learn it. I mean, isn't that how everyone learns? Or does everyone just get born with all the knowledge in the world? That's just growth. That's progress. I don't see why this is like bad thing. Or am I just fucked up right now and not making any sense? No, I see what's going on here. You guys don't want to talk about the steps that take to getting to actual numbers and stuff. You guys just want to talk about the numbers. Bam. Why are these numbers like this? Okay, I get it. My bad. Sorry, I've been doing.
Actually, I was asking Matthew, what percentage of error is that, Matthew? What percentage of error is like 500 million? They were expecting to find a 500 million year old galaxy, like very premature, like almost in the fetus state, and they found a 13.5 billion year old one.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that they were saying that the mature galaxies that they found were 13.5 billion years old. I think they were saying that it's more fully developed, like our own galaxy.
Exactly.
So maybe 2 or 3 times compared to what they thought. A factor of 4.
What do you mean 2 or 3 times, Matthew? 500 million to 13.5 billion.
I don't think 13.5 billion is what they thought they found.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's exactly, because they think they were fully formed. So the implication of that is they would have to be at least 13.5 billion like ours, because one of them is twice the size of ours.
Is a galaxy ever really fully formed? Like, is there a point? What's the name of that point where it's like it's not creating anymore and it's starting to die out? Is there a point? There's got to be a name for it. I mean, because you came up with the question, so someone had to have come up with a name. Like, there's got to be a time when this galaxy is done growing and now it's going to die. I mean, what's that point called? And why put a percentage on? Why do you wait? Yeah, why do you have to put a percentage on it? I mean, like, it doesn't make the argument any better. That
Again, you didn't understand what I said, bro.
I understand exactly what you said.
Repeat what I asked Matthew. Repeat what I asked Matthew.
You asked me, what's the percentage of 500 to 13.5 billion? What's the percentage?
Okay, so why are you saying this then?
Because
why aren't you letting him answer
it? Why are you not understanding why I'm saying it? Is the real question.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna step out of this convo, bro. You're starting to annoy me.
Well, that sucks. I mean, really,
Tony,
you get a little.
Are you drunk? Are you drinking?
No, I'm not drunk. No, I'm not drunk. Actually, you know what? Just really. Wait. Is there no one in here that's like understanding what I'm saying, or like it's relevant to this conversation? I mean, you're asking. He's asking for. Wait, Essay's asking for percentages because I don't know why. Because percentage of this to that. Who cares? It's how we got there, or what? I mean, there's no argument there. It's a weird question. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so
the guy who was asking, who's the guy that he was asking? What's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew. I mean, really, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why he's asking you these questions.
All right,
like
Tony,
that.
can we just let them finish the combo?
Yeah. So Tony, what's your impression of the last 10 minutes? What percent of the conversation has been you, and what percent
I love you, man.
About the conversation instead of talking about it?
Oh, you're talking shit. Okay.
No, I'm asking if you're self-aware enough to understand how much you've.
Yeah, I'm definitely self-aware enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely. Okay, you weren't talking. Okay, I was just wondering. I'm like, wait, are you on their side? What the fuck? No, yeah, I think. Are you kind of talking shit about the question? Because I think the question was kind of. I'm sorry, I see that it was
Tony, with all due respect, I'm just going to mute you for a few minutes just to let them finish. Go ahead, guys.
Say, I get your question. And I see that the current cosmologists say that the Milky Way is like 13.6 billion years old. And you're saying that these new ones that they found that were 500 million years old look a lot like ours now. So the big picture answer to your question is, I don't know enough about cosmology to understand, what the current theories are, and if this breaks it, and if it does, how badly. But the big picture answer is, if there are errors in the theory that don't match observations, then they throw out the theory and come up with new theories.
Wow, I really like that answer, bro. Good on you. And yeah, that would make the logical sense, right? I would
hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
but surely,
and science should work that way.
Yeah.
Surely if these galaxies were really old back at the very beginning, surely they would be a lot bigger than what you would think, because I mean, galaxies merge all the time. I mean, Andromeda's going to merge with the Milky Way. We know that.
Eventually, that's what they say.
Yeah, yeah. And because Andromeda is so much bigger than us, the Milky Way will just get absorbed into Andromeda, and Andromeda will become bigger.
That's what they say. Yeah, and I don't disagree, but I don't think you understood what we were talking about and the implications of this particular find.
Yeah, but you were saying that the galaxies that they found were much bigger than what they anticipated.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just saying that could be one logical explanation of why it was bigger than what they anticipated.
You're saying a merger, right? You're using logic, but it couldn't have been there, Highlander, because back then they weren't developed enough to merge. You understand? They were in their infancy. They were like little babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so galaxies range in size quite a bit. Some are very small, some are really huge. And so, you know, maybe there were some really big ones even when they were young. The analogy would be like trees. Like there's some really big trees, really small trees, but then trying to correlate size to age might be a little bit like trees. Different types have different growth rates.
Well, you would think so if they were trees, but in this case, no, because your cosmology, right, has a Big Bang,
right,
and has a timeline, has the Big Bang, the expansion, everything like expanded in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second, boom, right, and so on and so forth. So there's a timeline, and this just doesn't fit into this timeline at all. I'm not saying it; they're saying it. They themselves are baffled and, you know, bewildered. So, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's something nobody knows, but and that's a good thing, because then that gives us something to try and figure out.
Yeah, I'm with you. But do you understand the implications, Highlander?
Yeah, but I mean, can you imagine how boring and how shit life would be if the human race knew everything about everything? There was nothing left to discover.
Yeah, boring. Yeah, all the way.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're with me here. You think it's an anomaly, this, right? Or not?
Yeah, it sounds like it's not what they expected. So yeah, it's an anomaly.
So what do you think the chances are, Matthew, that they're gonna do what you say and what I agreed with you is logical? What do you think the chances are they're gonna rewrite the cosmology, the model?
What do you mean? 100%. They have a new observation, and eventually they're going to have to figure out what caused it.
How?
By thinking. What do you mean? How are they going to come up with a new cosmology?
They can't.
Yeah,
they cannot. Well, new cosmology, yeah, but they can't fix it. Are you saying to patch this one up?
I mean, patching it up would be sort of a one way to say it, but I would say like rewrite the part about how galaxies grow.
No, bro, you're not understanding this, bro. I don't think you. Somebody talking? Anyways, I don't think you understand.
Oh, it was me. I was texting and talking at the same time. I didn't know you unmuted me. I'm sorry.
Highlander, go ahead.
Wasn't me that wanted to speak. No. On you go. Wasn't me.
It was me. No, I didn't know you unmuted me. Sorry. My bad, Gio.
So now I don't know if you fully understand the implications, Highlander. Like, I don't think there's an explanation for this. There has to be a rewrite of the whole cosmology.
Well, not the whole cosmology, just the part about the early universe and how galaxies formed. Doesn't mean that suddenly they're gonna like change ideas about star formation, for example.
How about the timeline?
Yeah,
They have to change the star formation. Yeah, they definitely do.
But they'll change. Yeah, they'll change the timeline, but not about how stars form, I guess.
So how are they gonna explain a teenager in the place of a baby? How are they gonna do that?
By revising their ideas about how quickly galaxies form.
Yeah,
so they're
they
gonna
still
make
know.
the baby age faster?
Mm.
Gonna give it galaxy hormones?
Yes.
The galaxy hormone theory.
Yeah, but they still know how a baby is made, though. They still know how we know how to make a baby. There's certain steps. So those things aren't going to change. But the length of time between like ages and what happens, that's going to change, is what he's saying. I think. I mean, unless I'm a fucking idiot over here.
And this is just me guessing. I mean, you'd have to ask a cosmologist, and obviously they're just finding this out, and we'll have to wait a couple of years for different people to think about different ways and for a consensus to come about the most likely explanation for these observations.
That's what I was going to say. The answers to these questions are going to be provided by the really smart people that solve these problems.
I don't think these really smart people could figure this one out, bro.
You think that there are problems too hard for humans to figure out?
Absolutely, and this is one of them.
Hold on a second. If you went back, 300 years and told them about all the science and technology we have now, and do you think that they would be able to figure it out quite quickly? No, you would have to give them time to work out how things work and the process that they would have to go through. So maybe not the people that are alive now, but certainly the human race in the future will figure it out eventually.
Yes, exactly. This is exactly what I just said before, and I got muted for it. Like, this is exactly what I said. You guys are, what the fuck? You guys are talking about it right now.
Fair play, as they say in over in the British. Fair play. Now, let me ask you this, Highlander. Let's say your daughter or whatever, your niece, let you take care of their newly born baby, right? 5-month-old toddler, beautiful kid, you're playing with it, right?
Yeah.
Then they're gone for the day. They come back, and you present them a 13-year-old.
That's not what's going on. That's not what's going on at all.
What's going on?
No, that's not. It's not. That's not what's going on. No, it's not.
I had to put it in simple terms for you guys. Because you think this could be solved somehow.
You don't think that in this vast space and vast everything that's around us, that there are not transitions in between 1, 2, all the way up to infinity? There's many different ways to progress in time, and planets change, galaxies change. And if we can't see the galaxies far away, we knew there was stuff going on far away because we knew redshift was happening, and we didn't know. Now the whole they're going faster than the speed of light. I don't know if I could jump on that because I don't work in that field at all, so I really don't know much about it. But we know that there was stuff beyond there that we knew was out there, but we haven't seen. And then we make a telescope to find that stuff, and then we're investigating it. It's not like all of a sudden, bam, there's 13.5 billion year galaxies that we didn't know. We knew it was out there. We just didn't know how to didn't know what they're about or how they were working. And we still don't know how they're working because we're still infants. We're infants in this whole conversation, really. I mean, what the fuck do we know? We can't even get out of our solar system. But we can make a telescope that lets us see outside our solar system. That's like having a telescope on boat, and we've never seen where we're going, but all of a sudden we see land, and the closer we get, we can find more about that land, and then we tell our crew, okay, now it looks like there's Indians on this land, we got to, or it looks like there's people on there, so let's get ready for this or that, or whatever's going to come at us. And the closer you get, the more information you find out about that piece of information or land or whatever the fuck I'm trying to say. You guys sometimes. Anyways, that hopefully made sense to someone. Probably not. I mean, it seems like logical. I mean, how the hell can we know about something we haven't seen? It's been just theorized. I mean, you can't deny it or agree with it, really, until we have looked at it and worked it out. And that's what the Webb telescope is for.
Yeah, that's exactly what it done. We had these thoughts and these theories about certain things, but then the James Webb telescope showed us that they're actually there, but they're not how we thought they would be. That's all that's happened.
Yes, thank you. But that's a huge thing, though. That's not all that's happened. It's not all that's going to happen. There's going to be more, which is beautiful thing about learning and improving your ways of learning. I mean, that's all we do. That's all. Hopefully, that's what you do in your life. Everyone in here, when you go into a situation that you don't know about, you want to investigate it before you go into it, so you don't go into it blind. I mean, you might have theories about it. I might think that this is going to happen or that's going to happen, but you don't really know about it until you've investigated or been able to see into it and see what's going on and witness it, which is, that's just learning. It's progress. It seems like whole conversation is about progress, which I said like 20 minutes ago.
I mean, my boy came to me the other day. I was watching a TV show about life on other planets, and he was like, well, with all this new technology in space, surely if there was life on other planets, we should be able to detect it. But then I had to explain to him that these stars and planets are so far away that when we look at them, we're looking at them in the past. So even if there is a civilization that's evolved and grown and got to the stage where we are, or even further than us, when we're looking at their, solar system or their planet, we're not seeing where they are at this point in time.
Why do you think that?
Wait, why do you think?
Hello, mic check.
Yeah, okay. What do you ask that again? Why do you think that? Like what you just said?
Why do you think that when we view these objects that we look at their position in the past and not in the present? How did you reach that conclusion, Mr. Highlander? Can you explain a bit?
Because when you look at the stars, you're just seeing the light from the star, and the light from the star had to travel to get here. Yeah? So if a star, if you're looking at a star and it's 47 light years away, then it's taken that light 47 light years to travel to us. So the light you're seeing isn't the light at this present in time. Yeah, that light is old.
Okay, so you are kind of alluding to Einstein's thoughts, giving a finite speed to light, making it travel through space, giving it the light year, giving us the possibility to calculate distances to celestial objects, which dictates from this point of view, if we a priori accept this propositions, that we look back in time. I don't think that's reasonable though, but okay, sure, I understand.
Well, wait a second. Like, give me one example of something that when you engage with it or it turns on, that it's instant, like bam, like when you turn something on, it takes time for whatever you did to expand from where you're at or come at you. I mean, there's nothing that's just
okay,
bam.
yeah, good. Fair enough. Let me answer that with a quote, if possible.
Okay, cool.
So this quote is from Einstein from 1965. It's from Italian literature, but I translated that into English, and Einstein says that the speed of light is practically infinite from the point of everyday experience, which I agree with.
Okay, well, infinite. Okay, what is he saying with infinite? It's just like once it starts, once it becomes light, it's just going to be light until. Oh, I don't know. That's a good. What's he saying right there though?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, I answered that a bit conveniently, but
I like that though. That was a good quote though. That was a good quote though. I like it.
I think he's just saying that from our perceived reality, from that which reality immediately transmits to us, right? That there, like, light always reaches one instantly.
Oh, really?
I'm not making an argument that it is instant, right? I'm just saying that from the everyday experience, right?
Yeah, what you gather from what he said, which is it's subjective. I mean, like, because really, who knows? Because that makes sense what you said, but the way I come at it is, like I said before, I think like once something has ignited or something has become light or become something that is something that you could perceive or something that's part of your world now, it takes time for that to get to you. Infinite, and then once it's to you, it'll stay to you. But infinite, though, the word infinite, though, fucks with me. You're right, man. That word is kind of infinite. Okay, what's the definition of infinite? Infinite is it's always there. It's right. What is infinite? God damn Google. Infinite
Never
is like it's
ending.
all never ending. Yeah. See, so that's a weird thing he said. Like infinite. It's never ending. It's like it seems like he's not talking about speed. He's talking about the actual object
Yeah,
just being forever.
I think what Einstein was talking about there was how light travels. So if nothing impedes the light, then the light will travel infinitely through space.
Ooh, I like that. Oh, I like that one. That's good. I like that. And then when something does impede it, then that's when you get to see like what do they call that when the gravity waves bend the light and stuff like that. Then you can see actual like light, interacting with. God damn, you know what?
Surely surely the distance causes the resistance, the impedance. A bit like a long wire. If you make the wire 10 times longer, it's going to have 10 times more resistance or whatever. It's going to take time for whatever. So although light, we could possibly agree, is an instant, and it happens at an instance, therefore the resistance of the medium between us and it is what's changing the time. Otherwise, we would be seeing it in real logically.
That's you should write poetry. That was great. You had 3 like really good rhyming words together. That was good, and it all made sense. Sorry, I just want to tell you that. That was good.
I mean,
instance, resistance, instance, resistance. That was good. Eminem might need you.
If I may go back once again to my initial statement, which I made to Highlander's statement, if I could add one more thing, which would be that how do I? It's I just want to kind of build a bridge to another point which I often think about, because, for example, I'm not trying to attack you or anything. I'm just trying to, if I restate the affairs differently, maybe you see where my criticism comes from. Because, for example, in the whole geocentric, heliocentric debate, I often witness this kind of antithetical arguments or statements, which, for example, tell you that the Earth is actually moving, although the immediate experienced reality leads you to perceive the opposite. And this kind of fractured reasoning, if I may call it that way, also applies to your statement with the stars that we see right now, but actually, right, they belong to the past. Which is, again, this kind of antithetical argument in a way, as the opposite of what is directly perceived is the case. You can follow so far?
We know
Yeah, I'm
the
following
light.
you.
We know the light that we see from the stars is light from the past, right? This can be done. You can do this yourself. Like I'm on a hill on one of the Scottish islands, right? And I can see a light on the other side of the island. Now, quite often you'll see things go past this light and it blocks out the light for just a split second. But that split second that I see the light disappear and then reappear, the object that was blocking the light has already passed the light and the light starts shining again, although I don't see that light until it reaches me. Do you understand now?
Sure.
Yeah, so the light has to travel to get to us for you to see it. So when you look at stars that are so far away, you have to bear in mind that light's had to travel all that distance to get to you. So even some of the stars that you see in the sky, they could have went supernova and exploded, but we might not see it for another 100,000 years, 200,000 years, 500,000 years, whatever, however long it takes for that explosion, the light from that explosion to reach us.
Yeah, but you don't live in your experience is not in a perfect situation. They can definitely speed up the process in perfect situations, which you wouldn't have.
Is it just me or did he cut out?
He cut out.
Yeah.
You're coming through?
Well, I mean, if scientists have a way of seeing distant stars and planets as they are at this point in time rather than in the past, then I don't know what that method is. Yeah.
Sorry,
I've
can
never
you
heard of
say
it,
that
and
again?
nobody's ever taught me it. Yeah.
What did you just say? What did you just say, bro?
I said that if scientists have a way of seeing stars and other planets as they are now, instead of seeing them in the past, then I don't know what that method is.
Okay, yeah, but that in a way then comes down to the methodology of how these distances to the celestial objects are obtained, right? So I think that the astronomers which look at these objects already examine all this under the paradigm, for example, of the finite speed of light, which leads them then to calculate the distances, and then they obtain them that way, So if the approach to obtain distances would be differently, the results or the interpretations of observations would definitely be different, right?
I just want to interrupt real quick. I put a link in the live, whatever, to an actual experiment where they slowed down light. They did it. You'll have to watch it and see. But there's definitely a point where the light starts and it travels. So there's a starting point, and there's an experiment that shows that. And I just put it in the link for you guys. So I mean, maybe you guys can argue against that, but there's been a few of them experiments where they could slow down light. It has to do with lasers and cold and whatever the fuck they do, magic. I don't fucking know. But anyways, it looks logical. It looks like it works. So, I mean, so there's a beginning point to something, and if there's a beginning point to something, you can measure as it travels. And you can either measure with time or distance or inches or whatever you want. But whenever there's a starting point to something, you can measure its travel or its path through wherever it's going. I wish I had better words. But hopefully that shouldn't have derailed the conversation too much. Hopefully, I mean.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Hey, you're Italian? Not you, but I'm sorry, man. I don't know your name.
No, I'm not. I'm German, actually.
Oh yeah, you sound German. You're right. No, but you said you translated from Italian, so that's cool. Anyways, I'm Italian. I'm German too. Shit, I should have noticed you were German.
Yeah, I don't actually know why I translated that, because all this stuff should be available in the originals in German too, right? But yeah, I just got that from some Italian literature. Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool though. I mean, what's cool is that you're going outside the box to find information to further your investigation on what you're looking at. You know, I mean, which is no one can knock that. I mean, shit. I need to get back on that train. So yeah, that's cool though. I'm sorry, I kind of derail things by telling people that they're doing good and stuff. I'm like, hey, that's pretty cool. But anyways. But yes, so there's a starting point to. I mean, if we're talking about light, there's a starting point to light, and if what this experiment says is true, you can calculate distance with time or whatever, even if it's arbitrary or whatever the fuck people think time is. There's still a starting point, and then that's what they're talking about infinite. Once something starts, or once light starts, it doesn't stop. It just keeps going. Ooh, that's what Einstein was talking about, wasn't it? Well, you already said that though. Yeah, well, I got an example in the thing you guys can look at. Hopefully we can argue about that. Well, not argue, but it'd be nice to further this to where we're not really against each other. We're more trying to figure out things.
I just want to say the things that I say are just my opinions. They're nothing that I say is. Don't take it as absolute fact. Yeah, it's just what my opinions are or what my thoughts are.
Yeah, that's all of us. Yeah, that's understandable completely. Yeah, and you got good opinions too. I mean, they're thought provoking. So both of you guys, and everyone, So that's what it's about, anyways. I'm sorry if I derail things. I mean, I don't think I'm really derailing. I just think I think things in a different, weird way. Maybe one night we should all smoke the same strain of weed, so we're all on the same path, and then we can talk.
We might get high enough to reach another planet.
Yeah, we should have sativa night. We should have indica night.
Well, the easier thing to do would be for all of us to be sober.
That's dumb.
No, it's just that's the way to have smart conversations with everybody, not doing any drugs or doing any drinking.
My conversation is.
I agree.
Pretty good.
Have you seen that?
All the best music in the world has been done with sober people. All the best things have been done with sober people. All the greatest things have been done with people that have expanded their mind. Name me something that someone was sober as hell and fucking there's some good fucking music out there.
Jimi Hendrix, totally sober.
Oh, totally sober. You're right. Never did it.
Johann Sebastian Bach.
Yeah, he was. Oh, Sebastian Bach. He was. What was he addicted to? Fucking a laudanum or some shit. There's nothing wrong with expanding your mind when it comes to things. I mean, if you wanted, whatever. I'm not going to get a drug conversation, but weed is not bad. Because half the people in here, more than half the people in here right now are buying weed, whether you want to agree with it or not.
Isn't it in the Bible?
A lot of them, yeah.
Weed, cannabism.
Ooh, see, you're coming up with you get too scientific on the weed right now. I know sativa.
Matthew Learns knows what I'm talking about, doesn't he?
I don't think weed is in the Bible. You think it is? I haven't heard this before.
It is. You're right.
Also, loosely translated to sweet reeds.
Yep, that's it. Yep. Yes, you're right. That's what you're saying. That's cool.
But they used to make oil out of it and stuff.
Like we do. Oh my God, it expands our mind.
Yeah, we just caught up to the Bible. It's really sweet.
I know, that's sad. Oh my God.
Have you seen that video of the black guy in his car and he's high? He's so fucking funny. He
Dude, that's
says, "Why do
really. That's racist. No, it's just
How is
arbitrary.
that?
It's like, I've seen
How is
many
that
black people in
racist?"
cars high as fuck. I've seen
But
many
yeah,
white people in cars high as fuck.
but yeah, this guy, he's like, "Why do white people make their edibles so strong?" He's like, "What are you running away from?" And then he's like, I just wanted to go to Target, but now I have to call someone to come and pick me up because my car's
Yeah.
turned into a spaceship, and I'm not an astronaut."
That's good. That's good. No, I'm gonna look that one up. Actually, I like Cat Williams. Cat Williams has a pretty good skit about the weed's so strong. You know, why you guys make it so strong? Every 2 weeks it's something different. You know, they all got crazy names like Def and Chronic Cricket
Yeah.
Not Alive. Yeah.
Cat Williams is fucking funny.
Oh, he's fucking hilarious too. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
I don't know. Like, I like Dave Chappelle, and I can't say which one's better though, because they're both. Dave Chappelle's like more intellectual, but Cat Williams is too, but just ghetto, and I like that.
I like Chris Rock's old stuff. Back
Yeah,
when he
he tore.
first came out, he
Yeah,
was really funny back then.
yeah. No, he was funny now. He tore into Will Smith though. He was talking shit the last one, but I like George Carlin. George Carlin, like he was like before he died, he was spitting real truth about the religion, about government. He was insane. Like he was totally telling it the way it is. Jon Stewart too. Jon Stewart is the shit. We were watching. Me and my girl were watching Jon Stewart clips today. That dude's a good dude. He's fucking amazing.
I heard his new show's good.
Do you know who I thought was absolutely fucking brilliant? Robin Williams.
Oh, of course, yes. That New
He
York
was
one was
fucking
fucking
hilarious.
hilarious. Yeah, you hit
He's
a
one of
ball
the-
into a gopher hole. That's a fucking good.
A lot of people don't, or I guess he's the only comedian that kind of does Robin Williams level comedy. Like anybody else that would try to do stand-up comedy, would be like, "Whoa, I need to just calm down a little bit."
Wait, who are you talking
Robin
about?
Williams had a particular style. Like,
Yes,
I don't know. I think he's like one of the top 3 like stand-up comedians maybe ever.
Yeah. Who's the other comedians you like though? I think God, who would it be? Okay, George Carlin for sure. He's up there.
Yeah.
George Carlin. Dave Chappelle is fucking really good. Bill Burr. He was good.
If you have a dark sense of humor, Frankie Boyle is fucking amazing.
Oh, I know I've seen him before. Frankie Boyle. I gotta look that
Yeah,
up.
he's a Scottish comedian, but he's pretty brutal.
That's good.
I mean, he's really brutal. I mean, I was watching this one show with him on, and this guy kept heckling him, right? And he just eventually had enough, and he just turned around to him and said, "Look, mate, see if you don't fucking shut up, I'm going to come down there and fuck you so hard, you'll think I'm your dad."
Oh my god, that's fucked up.
Fucking
You got me like
hell,
a
man.
laugh there. Yeah.
That
Hey,
was fucking brutal, man.
There's a
Like,
Aussie comedian named Jim Jeffries. He's pretty funny as well.
Yes, Jim Jeffries. I was going to say him. Yeah, he's great. Or Joel Coy, that Filipino comic. He's pretty good, but he's not. His comic isn't like deep, but it's. I don't know. It's just like family. I don't know. It's pretty good, but yeah. What you said was he's really good too. Yeah, Jim Jeffries.
Yeah, he's fucking brutal and he slays it.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Who's the big Spanish guy?
Are you talking about the big guy? No, Iglesias. What's his name? Fluffy, right?
Yeah.
Fluffy. Yeah,
He's quite funny.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, he's all right. He's
Well,
too
he's
clean.
not.
My girl says he's too clean.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Oscars, the guy that hosted the Oscars, that dude is a beast when it comes to telling people what's up. Have you seen his clips?
Ricky Gervais.
Yes, Ricky. Yes, he's amazing. He was tearing into those people, like insane, like conspiracy. Not conspiracy, just the reality of the pedophilia, fucking everything that's going on, and he was laying into them. And they panned to the crowd, and they're all like not laughing. They're just like, "What the fuck."
Yeah, that's because he knew it was his last time, and he told them. He said, "I don't give a fuck." He said, "I don't care." You know?
Yeah. It was great, man. It was like
Yeah.
I'll watch those once in a while, just be like to ground yourself because you're like, he knows what's going on. He's in the scene, and he's talking about Weinstein, fucking pedophile island, and he's just calling people out. He's like, you guys have been there, it's. You know what I'm talking about. He says that's what he says all the time. You know what I'm talking about. It's not me. I wasn't there. You guys were there. I like when he says that. Anyways, that's why I think the Earth is a globe. Bam! I turned it all around, didn't I? No.
Jimmy Carr's quite funny, but again, he can be. Some of his stuff can be pretty dark.
What's that guy? I don't know if he's British. I'm going to get the nationality wrong, but he's got long hair. He usually wears eyeliner. It's blondish kind of, and he's on the piano, and he's always makes songs and stuff. What the fuck's his name? God damn it! But he makes good songs, like crazy shit. What the fuck's his name? I just saw him. No. He's like British or. God damn it! What the fuck is he?
Is he the cross-dressing guy?
Which one?
The guy that cross-dresses, but he's apparently.
Oh no, but he's great too. Oh, he's really good. Yeah, he's funny as fuck too. He does his comedy's all about history, which I like, which is cool.
Eddie Izzard.
Yeah, Eddie Izzard. Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, the one I'm talking about, I gotta look him up. I like Bo Burnham though, if anyone knows who he is.
Bill
Bill Burr. I think everybody knows who he is.
Yeah.
No, Bo Burnham. Bo Burnham.
Sorry.
I know. I've heard of it.
Yeah, he does an internet song which I love, but he does all piano songs. He'll sing his jokes, which I like. So, I like anything that someone's put time into. It's quality, Okay, I gotta find this fucking guy I'm talking about. Damn it.
Yeah, musical comedy is a little hit or miss for me.
Yeah, it's got to be political though. It's got to be good or got to resonate. Like if it's stupid, like if it's just like niche-y and stuff, no, I don't like it.
If it's Flight of the Conchords, it's always good though. So.
Flight of the Conchords, yeah. Flight of the Conchords, holy shit. They're not flying anymore.
No. The shows are okay. Their live stuff, I think when I started looking at that, I was like, wow, this is amazing. And then they try to like recapture their live energy in an episode, and I'm like, nah. Your 3-minute YouTube was better than this $2 million episode.
Yeah, right. Right. You know what I like is In Between Two Ferns with Zach Galifianakis. I like that shit. It's dumb. It's dumb as fuck. I've always liked Zach Galifianakis, though. He's not deep or anything.
He's pretty fun.
Yeah.
I think he was kind of like neck and neck with Patton Oswalt for a little while for like the kind of portly funny guy sort of title.
That's a great point. That's a great. Yeah, yes, they're not the same thing.
He's heck of funny guy.
Yeah, you said heck of funny. Oh my god, I said heck of funny back in the day, or heck of something. I go heck of this, heck of that.
From you because I never put those words together.
Hella funny, yo.
I was gonna say hella, but I don't want to offend Matthew Lawrence.
Oh yeah, no, you want to do that?
I'm just messing around.
See, now we're talking, guys. Okay, and that's why, once again, I think the world's a globe.
Yo, but how tall is Matthew Lawrence? That guy must be so tall.
What Matthew Lawrence? I don't know. What's so tall?
I just know that like Mark Sargent's fairly tall, and then I saw like Matthew Lawrence standing next to him, but Matthew Lawrence is like leaning over to try to like.
You know what the best way to find out if someone's their true height is if you can catch them walking through a doorway, because doorways are
like 6'8".
Yeah.
You know, maybe he's just a retired NBA player. I'm not really sure.
I'm 6'6". I'm 6'6". So when I see someone that's like taller than me, I stop what I'm doing, and my girl, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I'll go and like shake their hand. I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" You know, because it's rare. I think it's like, what is it, like 5% of the? It's some weird number. It's over 6'4" or something like that. So when you find someone tall, you're like, "Oh my god, give me a hug, man! Where have you been?" Especially if it's a woman, you're like, "Oh my god, how you doing?" No. That's rare as hell.
Yeah, but even 5% of the world's population, that's a hell of a lot of people.
It is, yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh, now we're bringing up SE's conversation. What's the percentage of it, Bathman? No, joking. See, we're talking now. You know, I'm not an idiot. You know, I might be a little high, but we can talk. But I did derail us pretty good there, guys. I'm sorry. That was me.
Nah, it's all good.
Well, I haven't been on here for a while, you know, like actually like contributed to the dysfunction of all these channels, which is great. Because in dysfunction you find function, you know. That's where you find the cracks that you can get into and work out and fix. Oh God, I am high. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a few months since I've been on here as well because I had to take some time away for health issues. But
Are you okay?
yeah.
Everything cool?
Yeah, everything's all good.
He's
But-
just reading health magazines.
Yeah, right. Men's health, fucking.
Oh, glad to hear you're right.
And the problem is they've swapped out the fucking pictures for words, so now I have to take fucking ages to read the words.
Right. Like, man, my eyesight's going bad. I'm like, Jesus, man, I got to put my glasses on to look at it. I'm like, okay, what are they saying? I hate YouTube videos where they put words on there and they don't read it to you. I'm like, God damn, I got to get my glasses. I got to expand the fucking page, you know? just have a robot read it to me like everyone else does. You know, I'm like, Audible's a great fucking app. Jesus. Well, I got a friend that's blind and he fucking has his phone set up and he works his phone like a beast. Like, it's crazy what they can do, like with phones and, you know, people's problems. Like, you're blind, you're deaf. Well, deaf would kind of be, well, you'd still be able to see. So I don't know. Mainly blind though. That's what amazes me the most. Just like how you can just like through the phone, like just like I would be like you when you're looking at it and you can fuck with the apps. You can do it just by double tapping this and that. I'm looking at it. There's a black screen. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? You know, he's just tapping on the fucking screen. He finds the answer right away. So that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I'm sorry. But anyways, light definitely has a starting point, and it expands from that point.
So we're back on the light now.
Yeah, I feel like. Well, Gio, I feel bad for Gio because I definitely derailed this shit again. I'm sorry. Thank you for not muting me.
Are you trying to wander back on topic?
Yeah,
I
have to be I got to be the responsible one here, guys. No, sorry.
Yeah, it was nice to take a breather from it for a wee while.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. That's good though, you know, because really we're in here just trying to pass time and trying to, you know, I don't know, get our thoughts together. And what I'm here for is trying to get a thought that I've never thought of before, you know, or something that's unique to me. It might not be unique to anyone else in the room, but if it's unique to me, then which everyone in here should be doing, like trying to find something that they haven't thought of before and expanding. That's why I think people nowadays, they say kids nowadays, they're not as smart as people back in the old days. Okay. But hell, they're way smarter because they have Google. Like, seriously, like back in the day, you had a question, you had to go down to the library, you had to get the bus, or I had to ride a bike to the library. And was I really going to do that? No, I'd wait till the next day at school, then I'd forget what I was going to ask the teacher. You know, I mean, now it's just instantly, I go, hey, Google, tell me what blah, blah, blah is. Oh, blah, blah, blah is blah. Oh, well, now I know, you know. It's a good time to be alive. God, this weed is really good.
Yeah, man. It's like a lot of stuff's cashing in, right? From like the last, I don't know, 100 or so years. Technology, politics, you know, whether you like it or not, if it's good or bad, evil, whatever. It's like all that work that's been put in is starting to like trickle out to this pretty new things. I think are going to start to be going on with how we use computers, how computers use us, maybe too. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, because computers are using us too in some way, or the people that make the computers are using us. I don't know, or the people that are throwing out that knowledge. But
Well, talking about computers, do you know what I had a discussion with one of my friends the other day, and he turned around and he said to me, "So how long do you think before Skynet becomes a real thing?"
yeah, that's
And I
cool.
was like, that it's actually a scary thought that could actually happen.
Well, it seems in a way that it already has. In a way, it seems like. I mean, what's that one app that you can get and you can just tell it something and it'll draw you a fucking picture of it? Okay, there was the evolution of man. You tell this app, give me the evolution of man, and it gives you the evolution of like from amoebas all the way up to like where we are now, and then we end up as tubes, like information tubes or something. It's really weird, but it's some crazy shit going on. But it's still all man by men, or
There's
man.
going to be like, I mean, I guess, yeah. I've been bringing up this article. I started to just read. I didn't really read very much, but there's like a petition going around from like Steve Wozniak, and Elon Musk, all these other guys like doing the OpenAI stuff. They're like, we need to put a halt on this real quick. Just because they're not really sure what the performance levels are for some of it, or what I mean? Like it's getting to be very strong, and that's interesting because that doesn't necessarily mean that there can't be off-label AIs,
Yeah. You mean wait, off-label? Are you talking about like other people creating AIs, or the AI creating, or the AIs creating other AIs for? Never mind. That's not what it is.
Because like I mean, like let's say China or whatever, or Russia's like oh, let's just take the shell of this, but like let's do our own like whacked out shit to it that we want to do,
Yeah.
And,
Kind of like TikTok.
well, kind of like probably how TikTok works. Like
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
On levels of like using algorithmic processing to like get what they want.
Yes, and what I think that's a very good point. But what I think it's like to expand on that is that governments are fucked up. Okay. And whenever there's some kind of technology or something, they're going to be there. They're going to be the ones fucking leading the shit, or they'll kill the people and then take it over, whatever it takes. And at this point, it's all about information, like just gathering information of everyone on Earth. It seems like
it's like a nebulous thing for me to just say like algorithmic processing, whatever. But to not bullshit it, it's like if the camera can see I can do eye tracking. Might be able to do some biometrics, you know what I mean? Like know your pulse rate, your excitement, all these things. Like, they start to like tune that algorithm to try to set you somewhere, or try to suggest videos that are going to do things that come back similarly that other people react to that way,
Yes, it's like influencers. Yeah, it's like they are the electron or the algorithmic influencer.
It's like a entertainment pusher.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's what it's about. Not entertainment's one part of it, but
or really, it's dopamine hits. It's just like dopamine hit.
Exactly.
Oh, a squirrel. Oh, dopamine hit. Oh, a milkshake. Dopamine
It was
hit. You know what I mean? So like,
I say that all the time. Ooh, squirrel. Because it's all about we're all living our life, and shit gets monotonous sometimes, and distractions are welcomed because it does hit our fucking senses and dopamine gets rushed.
I don't have any guilt about smoking weed because like
Me either.
really everything is trying to do almost worse things to you than what that's doing.
For real, yeah. And the fact that when I was younger, yes, okay, maybe weed was detrimental to me because I was using it for a different way. But now that I'm older and I know how to use weed and mushrooms, it's different. Like I'm using it to gain, not to stay stagnant. If that makes sense. Well, of course it does, but never mind.
Yeah, mushrooms are interesting. I think that's something like for me. I don't know about like the usage rate, because for me, I really liked going through about 30 little cubes of microdosing, and it just kind of like it changed my shit up a little bit,
Yeah.
Like, because I was definitely like stuck on some stuff that I didn't need to be, and to kind of help me like break out and into something a little bit new, and it was good.
Hey, what?
But like, I don't need that every day, because then I would just
No.
be constantly. I'd be some kind of fireball of crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. That's when you get like just stuck, because then you start getting stuck in that. I mean, it's if you get stuck in something, then you're not going forward. You know, I mean, and if you're stuck in weed or mushrooms
I
or
want to be
whatever.
myself. I don't want to have the. I don't want to be the drug. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, no. It's either drug controls you or you control the drug. You know, and you want like when I do mushrooms, I only do mushrooms like maybe once every 2 years or something. If I'm just okay, I'll be living, and then I realize, oh my God, I'm in the same rut. I'm obviously stuck somehow, and then I'll do mushrooms, and it'll knock me out of that. The night I'll sit there and trip, and I'll think about everything that's happened in the last 2 years, and I'll come with okay, how do I go to the next part of my life? And I mean, I don't know. I don't think it sucks that I need mushrooms for that, but it's something that helps me to the next level, and that's how I progress through. That's how I get through shit. I mean, I'll do it if you did mushrooms every day, you'd be fucking just fried out, And I
I
have
think
friends like
there's a big difference probably between like, I don't know, chasing hallucinations and like what mushrooms actually do, because mushrooms actually have like regular nutritional medicinal values to you anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like you could take LSD and compare it to mushrooms, but like one of them is actually healing you, and one of them is
Yes.
just some chemicals.
Yes, exactly. Like LSD is more like it's more of just okay. Mushrooms, you get shown. You come up with what the problem is in your life and how to deal with it. LSD is like the problem is just shoved in your face, and you're like, oh my God, how do I deal with it now? It's just more intense, and that's I don't know. That doesn't help all that much. I mean, it can, but I don't need to see shit like that. But it's cold out here. Who's in Tennessee? Anyone near Tennessee? It's fucking cold. It's like 30 degrees right now. Shit.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Weird weather fluctuations here. Trending on like, oh, tomorrow's the first day of spring. It's really going to start. To where it's like just real windy and cold the next day. But yeah, I think it's like that air mass is kind of clearing out. So
Yeah. There's a lot of weird shit going on.
That's what I always say. It's just like another couple weeks.
Yeah. Okay. All I know is that there was no leaves on any of the trees around me, and now there's leaves everywhere. I'm like, God damn, seems a little early though. I'm in Knoxville, Tennessee. In Knoxville, like the leaves change here. People come from around the world to come see leaves die or trees die or hibernate at least. It's like, oh my God. It's beautiful here though. It's cold though. It's crisp. Perfect mushroom weather. Hey, have you heard about that? Okay, there's a tree. There's this just a bunch of trees that are all linked together by mushrooms, or not by mushrooms, but by fungus.
You're talking about mycelial mat layers.
Mycelium, yes. Yes, you had the right word. Sorry. I'm like, that thing that happens with the stuff around the thing? Yeah, the mycelial mass. That's it.
Get you.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like all like tubes, and they feed each other, and like they're all working together. It's fucking amazing. And I don't know how
intelligent transport chains that like bring nutrients from one tree to another tree.
Yes, I bet you listen to this. Have you heard Radio Labs? Do you listen to Radio Labs at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I love Radio Labs.
I used to. I found at some point I was like, these episodes aren't good anymore. But the one on emergence is fantastico.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
That's where. And the one on what is it called?
There's one about.
There's one that's so deep, dude. It's sometimes they get really deep. I really like that production style.
I like the one about the asteroid that hit, that supposedly killed the dinosaurs. That was pretty good. I mean, it was pretty good. It was a little lame. It was more for like kids and stuff, but it was, I mean, once it got into it, it was pretty good. But there's one about this 16-year-old kid that he's like a genius, and he figures out that he gets into fly fishing. Okay, and tying flies, and he goes to the museums of like the old birds and stuff and steals $1 million worth of fucking feathers from these like old prehistoric birds or old just old birds that aren't around here anymore, and he goes on the black market and sells it. That's a good one. It's crazy. It doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, but it's a good one.
Yeah, I think this one's called like It's not selflessness, but it's a different word that means the same thing.
And the TED Talks are good too. Some of them.
Yeah.
Some of them are good.
It's the tip of my tongue. I want to talk about this episode. Shit. But
I know. I hate
There's
that.
another one that I thought was really good.
Hey,
Yeah.
Rich needs the laundry basket.
Okay, I get it. Sorry, man. I got to go do something real quick.
Okie doke.
Okie doke. You said okie doke.
Okie doke. I'm sure somebody else will want to talk about Radio Lab episodes, but okay.
No, I'm sorry, man. I completely derailed this shit. It was fun talking to you, though.
My brain search will halt now. Okay. All right. Shit. Is that it? We done? Is everybody done? We're all done.
You're done?
No, we shouldn't be done. My God.
All right. Yeah. Rage against the dying of the conversation.
I'm still here.
Do not go gentle into that good
Yes,
conversation.
into that great good night. Oh, good stuff.
Is SE, are you still here?
Oh, you want to argue with SE? SE is fun to argue with, though. He is.
I always have good conversations with SE.
I mean, yeah. He's definitely a fun person to argue with. That's for sure. So that whole what percentage of time thing, that question still irritates me.
I find if you want a proper argument, you have to find somebody like Witsit.
That's not a proper argument. That's okay. Yeah, maybe so. Huh? Yeah. Everyone around me with it.
He's a master of everything.
Oh yes, a jack of all trades, master of none.
I mean, I was sitting listening to him one day telling a pilot that the pilot was wrong, right? And then I asked him, do you have a pilot's license? Do you have any flying experience? No. And I said, so what qualifies you to tell a pilot that he's wrong about flying, and he said, because I worked in an airport for 2 months and I spoke to 2 pilots. So what the fuck? That's
Well,
fucking
hey, man,
crazy.
you can have that kind of confidence in yourself. You know, that's an amazing thing, really. I mean, in ways I'm jealous, and in ways I'm completely not jealous. So,
I mean, it would be different
Yeah,
if he.
that pilot was saying that he corrects for Coriolis and shit. And Austin, and I mean, everybody already knows that pilots don't correct for Coriolis. Okay. And
yeah, because the
I don't know why
instruments,
you didn't get back behind that, because even you know that, Highlander.
but the instruments do. Like he
Well-
doesn't. It's not he doesn't go in there and like this gauges. Like, okay, we're going this far. I got to put this gauge to 2, this one to 7. No, the instruments do it for him.
Well,
I mean,
I
pilots
wouldn't
aren't
know
really
because
flying the plane. They're just they're autopilot unless something happens.
I mean, I'm not a pilot, so I wouldn't
no
know
Coriolis
what
force, dude.
pilots do when they fly.
They
Yeah.
don't. Y'all called it little minor wind shift and all that other bullshit. It's fucking, dude. I don't even want to get into some Coriolis argument, but that's what the guy's saying. And the fact of the matter is he don't. Even if it does it for him, whatever, he don't adjust for Coriolis. That's why y'all trying to throw that back in the basket. That basket's been dumped out a long time ago. By the pilot, bro.
I just said that he didn't though. He doesn't do it when he gets and does his pre-flight checks and stuff. He's not like, okay, now, hey guys, we got to do the Coriolis check. No, I mean it's already in the instruments. You know, I mean, it's already happening. I mean, that's just a logic. That's just a fact. I mean, the instruments have the correction in them. You know, you can't deny it. You could deny it, but you'd be wrong.
I mean, my point was.
So all right, I'll leave it at that. So Tony V, okay, back in, he's dumping the basket back out. So now the pilots and the instruments do adjust.
Hey, we haven't argued in a while, man.
Hold on. There are special adjustments for Coriolis. You heard it here first. Tony V, 2023. They have Coriolis adjustment. They have instruments too. Your Coriolis instrument.
Oh my God, is it 2023 already?
I mean, my point was that if I'm not a pilot and I've never flown and I don't have a pilot's license, then I certainly wouldn't sit here and tell a pilot that he was wrong. Yeah, that just
hang on, what heavy?
That takes your ego to a whole new fucking level.
Huh? You're just talking about all kinds of like stuff about light that you got.
I'm arguing with these dumbasses tonight. I'm in it to win it. You want to hear me argue with them?
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, I know.
As you hot mic.
Well, shit. Then help me then. Both of us don't back them. Oh man, I just dropped the thing. I know it happens. Oh God, this has all been it's been live. Everything we've been saying is live. Good thing we didn't talk about like drugs or like crazy shit. I'm doing laundry, man. Anyways, give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm putting softener into the softener ball.
Ed,
My bad.
see when you were talking about mushrooms, yeah? Are they legal where you are?
I mean, they're legal to the point until you get caught with them.
Oh, yeah, because they're perfectly legal here.
All right, you got to give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
There's some leprechauns that are legal.
No, honestly, magic mushrooms are legal here.
Well, of course, no, they're not magic. They allow all strains. Well, we know that they're not. Well, maybe they are magic. I don't know, man. They're pretty insane what they do. You can get a divine experience out of a cow patty Maybe they are kind of magic.
I mean, I've heard people can get high off of fucking banana skins.
I don't believe that's true.
Oh, but you get high off
I
of
don't believe
Dramamine.
it's,
Motion
I don't
sickness
believe
pills.
it's true either, but
Yeah, it was about.
yeah, somebody told me, well, somebody told me you just have to grill banana skins and eat them, and they make you high.
It seems like Chiquita banana would be a lot bigger stock if that was the case, but I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I don't believe it, but it's not something I've ever tried, so I don't know if it's true or not.
Well, I know if you do a tablespoon of nutmeg, fucking might be the last time you ever eat nutmeg or anything out of a tablespoon. Nutmeg makes you trip. I know that. And I heard banana peels, but I've never tried it. But I've definitely done Dramamine before. Yeah. And that shit, like, you have visuals. I've seen spiders and shit. It wasn't the greatest trip in the world, but I jumped out of the back of a box truck, so that was fun. It was only going 5 miles an hour, but I still fucking ate shit.
Yeah, Dramamine's like a mild dissociative, I think.
But my dad used to grow mushrooms like in a closet. He loved mushrooms. He's very adamant about mushrooms taking you to the next level. Whenever you have a problem, take some mushrooms. Just make sure your problems aren't like a lot, like many times in a year.
No, I mean, I think, well, I mean, so there's like a tradition of people using this medicine to like, for this reason, right? Like for one, for health, but like two, for, maybe just a little insight, like, cause you definitely think about things a little bit differently, or you're actually not even thinking. You're just like, I perceive this differently. Therefore now I'm thinking about it differently.
Yeah, I would definitely disagree with you with the little part. I would probably say moderate to a big part. It's definitely. I used to, if I had, okay, a lot of when I was younger, most of my major moves or major decisions, I would do mushrooms, and I'd make a small little fire. Like I'd go up someplace in the woods and make a small little fire, just me and my dog, and I'd trip and just fucking talk to the fire. I mean, some people know what I'm talking about, but yeah, the fire would answer me every time it'd blow in my face. I'm like, oh, that's the answer. Yeah, when in reality it's just arbitrary, just wind blowing left and right. But I asked the right question at the time.
It's just like having a frame of reference for something.
Yeah.
And until your perceptual information tells you something a little different about that, it's like you can't like go back in your brain and rewrite that thing.
Yes.
I've been on about this banana example because we kind of like think of that as the ideal color for a banana. Like an apple could be green and fine, like a Granny Smith could be finished, or red.
Reality. Yeah, apple is really green,
Banana, we're like, hey, it's yellow now, it's good to eat.
Yeah,
it's turning brown, it's too past yellow, but we would target like yellow as the right color.
Yeah. Same with tomatoes too.
So it's like, but every time you see something banana shaped, you're like, oh, that's probably yellow. Whereas like you wouldn't necessarily be able to make those rules for like a tomato or whatever.
Yeah.
A tomato in a dark room might look like an apple.
It doesn't feel like one, but
I'm just saying from visual information. So it's like, we don't try to perceive that any differently, because almost through every light spectrum, no matter what color light it is like yellow seems to kind of be. It goes through the spectrum, like no matter what color light it, you can kind of tell it's yellow, which is crazy.
And it has most of the colors in it because you have white and then eggshell and then yellow. No, I mean
nothing fucks up your cognitive chain that's there, right? But I think mushrooms do allow you to kind of like get in there somewhere in the cognitive chain that's built, what you think a fucking table is, or right, like somewhere in there, it's like it can kind of get altered a little bit because you're re-perceiving those things. So that's why I think psychedelics are pretty interesting now. You're kind of like reprocessing what you sort of can't get at, and that's what puts you in a rut, is when you just have finite conclusions about everything.
It'd be a black light, right? Yellow. Okay, we just did the experiment. Yellow looks. Let me see. I want to try this. We got a black light in the bathroom here. Oh my god, it looks brown. It's really yellow looks brown in black light. So I guess it's all about your way you perceive it.
Regular colors.
All I know is that the Runts Corporation or whoever makes Runts, like Willy Wonka, they know what yellow is. Those bananas, I love banana Runts. Those are the best. But yes,
Bananas are weird today. You're not. They're not supposed to put them in bunches of more than 7.
Yes, they're supposed to be there's supposed to be a certain amount in each one.
Because it's like toxic if you eat more than 6 at a sitting or something.
Shut the fuck up! My God, I should be dead.
Right.
God, I think I snorted a banana Runts once. Did I? I might have.
Wow.
Talk about the fruit. No, I'm joking. I never did that. But I snort the cherry ones. No. I never did that either. I swear I didn't. I've done cherry flavored cocaine, but not fucking Runts. Wait, am I silenced? Right? Am I muted? Oh fuck! I'm still alive. No, I'm joking. I never did that. Anyways,
I would think like grape would be like the ultimate cocaine flavor. Not like real grape, but like artificial grape.
Oh, what's that? Okay, there's a chemical that is great. Like, oh my god, what was it? I saw it on like Veritasium or something. They were talking. They were. It's a weird thing. It tastes like grape. It's like sodium fucking something mixed with magnesium fucking something else. Or fuck. Damn, I should have never started this fucking thought. No, it wasn't. It wasn't that. It was the fuck was that guy's name? I shouldn't have started that thought either. Fuck. You're right. I'm not good at this tonight.
Trying to diatribe about artificial grape, man, unsuccessfully. That's okay.
So, what do people think about your body creating DMT your whole life until you die, and then it unleashing it when you die?
Methylanthanate.
Methyl and what is it? Methyl what? Methylanthanate. That's the grape flavor.
There's a strong figure on key uses and flavors.
Oh yeah, there you go. Methylanthanate. Yep, that's the grape flavor. So C8H something. Yeah, CH89. NO. So that it's got. Oh my god. Okay. Anyways, once again, that's why the world.
Okay. Right. That's handy in Scrabble.
Oh, that's a winner. And xanthalate.
Petroleum based.
Oh, it's petroleum based, so it's yeah. So it's who does that? Hey, who who back in the day was the gas man? That wasn't Rockefeller. It was who was it? You know, back in the day when America was getting parceled out to like all the fucking big families. You know, you had fucking gas family. You know, you had Standard Oil. Who was the owner of Standard Oil? That was not Rockefeller. It was Carnegie. No, the Carnegie was railroads, steel. Yeah.
Yep.
God damn, who the fuck was it? Some dude, some rich dude. Anyways, yeah, he's still making a lot of money.
Oh, he did.
Hey, I watched this. Jon Stewart episode today. He was talking to Shell CEO, and he was laying into him like, John, I can't believe he's not dead yet. For real, like he should be dead. Oh shit, I'm talking to my buddy. Sorry. It was Rockefeller. It is Rockefeller. Yeah. Yeah. Man, he's you know when cars were being made that 45% of all the cars on the road were electric cars, and then fucking he bought the patent and fucking crushed it. That's fucking crazy. I did not realize that. Electric cars were here were invented just as alongside combustion engines, which is crazy. And I was looking up the World's Fair. That shit is crazy. The original World's
Right.
Fair, like
I
around
don't
the
know.
world.
I know. I have been on this World's Fair wild ride.
It's
Actually,
crazy, right?
I think probably like it was maybe 2011. I started like looking at that just because it was sort of fascinating to me. Is like this kind of bygone era of shit times, like when people would do that.
Yeah, but it was made out of marble. The shit was made of marble. There's a Pantheon, or what is it, Parthenon, or whatever the fuck that name is. That's the one. There's an N in there. I knew it had the N missing. Anyways, they had that like right there, like where was it? It was San Francisco, St. Louis. I don't know.
2023's in
Are you talking about the San Francisco World's Fair at Treasure Island?
The original one, like where they had like the buildings. They made it. They supposedly made the building. Yeah, they made the buildings in like 2 years, and they're made of marble. Yeah, and they had like that 300-foot tower that was emitting light, and the electricity was not that plentiful back then. So
Okay, so that's out of New York. That one.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
That's the one where the president gets assassinated.
Oh, okay. Oh, I like that. I love conspiracy theories. I do. I love them.
They have a big Helios flame going on at a tower that's going to be acetylene, the new gas mixture of the future. And
Yes.
the whole thing is powered by Tesla's waterfall.
Yes.
And
Yeah, that's it.
it's a street that they built, and they brought in craftsmen from all over the place to build neoclassical style buildings to be like old world. And then right out of this one building, that's the red painted building, that's the only red building on the entire plot. It's a square building. It's a red square building. It's called the House of Music. And that's where this motherfucker jumps out of a box and pops the prez in the gut. 2 shots,
Oh,
pop,
yeah.
pop, I think maybe. And then, you know.
Who was the president back
then? And then the Rooseveltian era is sort of a
Yes.
result thing. But
yeah.
That ain't
And I was
neither
also-
here nor there. World's Fair is amazing.
It is. It's a crazy thing. Whatever it was, it's weird. A lot of the shit was made of marble, which is fucking ridiculously crazy, and made in 2 years. One of the crazy buildings was made in 53 days or something, and it's like impossible. Like, what the fuck? How they do that? And it was made of marble though, and then they blew it all. Every single one caught on fire, which was really weird. Unless I'm watching stupid conspiracy theories and they're lying to me, which wouldn't be the first time. But
So yeah, like you're familiar with like Rocky the movie?
Of course, yeah. Adrian.
Right, and the famous scene where he goes up the steps of the library.
Yeah, yep.
That library is constructed for Philadelphia's World's Fair.
Yeah, that was it. You're right. Yeah, I heard that today. Actually, you're right. Yep.
Right.
And it's weird how they knew that Rocky would be there and had a Rocky statue at the top of it in 19 whatever. 19, no, Chuck.
I know. Yeah, it's weird. Like I started getting into, I guess, looking into World's Fair. I guess before any kind of heavy sort of conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, because it's a good conspiracy. It's weird. It's like it's when these cities are being like formed, and it's almost like it might have been there. I could see the argument where it could have been there first, and then they got, I don't know, they wanted to destroy it. I don't know, actually. And now that I say it out loud, it sounds stupid. Never mind.
All right.
Yeah, like, you know what I like? At least in my brain, I can still be like, when I'm saying something stupid, I can stop it in between it. I just wish I would not talk before. I wish I could figure it out before, but then it wouldn't be funny.
Yeah, soon you're gonna wish you didn't explain that the third time. Just joking.
It was only 2 times, man. No.
We're gonna be talking about it for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's all good. We're going to be talking about the Earth hurting. Okay, straight.
Let's kick it up a notch.
Yeah, I'm about to.
No, this is not. We cannot have weak coffee. We cannot do that.
I'm about to snort some banana peels. So,
all right.
Are those banana peels done out of the oven? No.
Have you seen Cocaine Bear?
No, not yet.
It's real. It was.
Yeah, so that's a true story too. I mean, anyone who takes cocaine is going to get crazy, but a bear, fuck, those things are no joke.
Sort of a I was gonna say Cormidor movie. It's like a horror comedy.
Yeah, a true story horror comedy. Because what happened? What was it like? There was a cartel or something, and they dropped. They got in a wreck, and there was a briefcase full of cocaine, and one bear got into it and just fucking went crazy. And it's a true story. Yeah, he ate a whole duffel bag of cocaine. That's fucking crazy. I mean, I had a duffel bag of cocaine once, but it lasted me like 10 years.
Right. It's just bear is like scary enough, but like bear on cocaine is like
for real
much more. Yeah.
Yes.
It does what it's the master.
Yeah, because bears don't fuck around. Like they don't care. They're not going to kill you like cats and stuff. They're going to choke you and then fucking drag you someplace. Bears, they'll eat you while you're alive. You know, they don't give a fuck. That and those little motherfucking painted dogs in Africa, those things are no joke. Yeah, the ones with the white tails, like they're little dogs, like little fucking like 25-pound dogs, but there's like shit ton of them. And when they get you, you're fucked. And they go for the nuts first, which is fucked up. Just like gorillas, they go for the nuts first too, or monkeys.
The Sinji?
I don't know, something like that.
Crabs that ate like Amelia Earhart.
The thing about those dogs are, what is that?
Crabs will eat you like Amelia Earhart.
Oh, well, hey, in fucking Game of Thrones, they had no, not Game of Thrones. Which one had the crab?
I never watched it.
Feeder or whatever. That dude was crazy as fuck. He'd tie you up and the crabs would eat you. That was the way he'd kill you. That's fucking crazy. Yeah. Well, I'm sure someone died like that. That or that bronze bowl where like this dude that made the bronze bowl as a torture device where you have to, they shove you in there and they light a fire underneath the belly. Yeah. And then he made a fucking the snout so it sounds like a bowl when you're screaming. You go, you know, but the king threw him in there because it was such a maniacal fucking thing he made that he wanted to feel it. So history's fun. I'm not muting this. I should be muting this when I'm talking to you. I'm sorry. I forget about muting. Anyways. And that's the first time I got my nipple bitten off by a beaver. Remember that blue collar?
It's just the cocaine bear is like intelligent. The cocaine bear is like intelligent. It's fast, right?
Yeah, he's stimulated completely.
It's like an ultra predator version of the bear, and for that reason, yeah, fairly terrifying foe.
Yeah, imagine yeah.
In the movie, anyway. In real life, I don't know. Do you think it was?
I think that a bear, just a cub, would kill you. I think there's not many animals out there that you could take hand to hand, like hand to paw or hand to jaw or whatever. I think a lot of animals would kill you. Like, have you heard those chimpanzee stories where like people have, got them as pets and they get older and older and once they get to a certain age they snap
and rip your face off.
Yeah,
just rip your arms out, just rip you apart. With their hands, they can just tear you, put like your paper.
There's that one. Yes, there's that one dude that went to the. He had a monkey, a chimpanzee, and he gave it to the zoo because it was getting too old, and they said you should probably give it.
I don't want to hear about no chimpanzee attack horror stories, but they shouldn't be in captivity anyway. It's a real mistake.
Yeah, for real. No, for real. Yeah, of course they shouldn't. And nothing should be in captivity.
They're dangerous animals. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're animals. We're animals, you know. It's like we shouldn't be in captivity, but we kind of are a little bit because I'm sitting here staring at my phone and it's captivated. You know,
I have this theory that we should be eating food that's stronger than us and that can kill us, rather than these docile foods that certainly couldn't kill us.
Well, hey, if you fucking eat a bowl, you're gonna fucking choke on it. It's gonna kill you. So,
like an egg's never gonna hurt you, right? It's a
if you choke on it, it will.
If an egg can't beat you, well, I don't know. If I just eat stronger foods that could beat up an egg, then maybe I'll beat you if only you eat eggs. You know what I'm saying? We have to eat more dangerous foods to be more dangerous ourselves.
I'm not following you on that one, but it sounds fun.
It's a stupid train of thought, but you need to get on because you already paid the fare because it's a free.
I know You're right. I did fucking pave the road for this conversation, so I understand. I don't think anyone's listening to us.
Dangerous food eating like sharks, tigers. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, or I mean, you don't want to eat a giraffe because they're
It's
cool,
probably
but
not good eating. You know what I mean? But
well,
just for the
if you
point
want,
of doing it.
well, I had like a coach that was really into headbutting people, and giraffes headbutt people, so maybe he ate giraffe. I don't know.
Like it's cool. I'm just saying, like, if we flex more with what we eat, we'd really establish dominance. But
Well,
we'd be like,
yes,
wow, we're
exactly.
really at the top of the food chain for sure.
I think we should really start eating tofu because tofu is probably going to make a rise on us and fucking kill us. So we probably eat it all before it fucking does it. Before it gets sentient, at least.
Sentient tofu would be terrifying. Yeah.
That's a blob, right? Isn't it the blob?
Yes, yeah. I mean, but not harmful.
Yeah, no more
the
like
hardness
a
factor in tofu is very low.
Yeah, more like a subdued harm.
Right.
Harm that doesn't really harm you. Just
If I'm
kind
afraid of intelligent tofu, then probably sentient flans are gonna also fuck with me.
Well,
but I don't want to think about that now.
Yeah, well, I mean, sentient flan is just the sound of it is kind of intimidating.
You guys need to be starting eating some cocaine bear. That's what you need.
Oh my god! Imagine if you ate cocaine bear. You're right.
Yeah.
Imagine if you
my gosh.
dried cocaine bear meat
That
out
would
and
be-
snipped it.
Dude, actually, this is so genius. This is exactly what I wanted. Yes, eating cocaine bear. That's what we want to be doing.
No, you want to dry the meat out and then sniff, like powder it out and then sniff the cocaine bear.
No, it's already got the cocaine baked into it. It's good.
You have the power of the bear and the power of cocaine after that meal.
Actually, let's just feed cocaine to whatever animals and then eat them.
Yeah, gerbils, cocaine gerbils. When they're in your ass, you know that gerbling is a real thing. It's not bullshit. Like people have stuck gerbils in their ass before. I mean, what was that? South Park Lemon Snickets or something? Or what was it? What was the gerbil on South Park called? Lemony Winks or something like that. That whole episode was about a gerbil crawling up someone's ass. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, in like a 1970s Hobbit style.
Wasn't it Richard Gere or something like that?
It had Hobbit.
Yeah, that's
Hobbity-like songs.
Yeah. Oh shit! Oh my god! I put my girlfriend's lacy underwear in the dryer. She's gonna fucking kill me. God damn it! Shit.
Your girlfriend.
And the dryer's working good now. Sorry, I didn't mean to try. I got a pause.
That girlfriend must have a lot of patience, I gotta say.
You're airing her dirty underwear. They're clean now.
No, they're clean now. Yes, exactly. They're clean now.
You're airing her clean laundry on the internet. Multiple streaming platforms.
Because we know everyone's all about that flat Earth fucking combo. Fun times.
It's still aggravating you. You haven't gotten any further in your research since last time I heard you talk. It sounds like you're still got 2015 in your head, aren't you?
Yo, but since the whole cocaine bear thing is based on just airdrops, basically they when you're transporting cocaine in the 70s and 80s, you're like, let's put it on a plane. Yeah, okay. And then like, let's throw it out of the plane, and then somebody go get it. Because if we arrive at the airport, no good.
So that was based on your story.
So that's like this is just like a drop over land, but they also did it over water, which means that there was cocaine floating in the water, which means a cocaine shark could happen. Probably
oh my god! Oh my god! That's fucking
amazing. Who wins in a fight, cocaine shark or cocaine bear?
Cocaine orca.
Oh my god!
Yeah, orcas are no joke. But anyways, cocaine shark would win. But it depends on if they're on land or if the shark was on land, then he'd lose. Or if the bear was in water, the shark would win. So all depends on the location.
Yeah, I just got that, but we're talking like imagine.
Cocaine giant squid, mate. The Kraken.
Ooh, the Kraken. Well, which Kraken? Which Kraken?
Crack squid.
Yeah, but you got to think, which Kraken though? Are we talking about fucking the old school Kraken with the mechanical owl, or are we talking about the new one with the new one?
The octopus.
The giant. Yeah, It was different octopuses though.
Yeah, cocaine squid.
Cocaine squid.
Giant cocaine squid. You could do, yeah.
Crackhead
I like
squid.
cocaine kraken. That's great.
It just sounds good. Cocaine kraken just comes off the tongue good, like well or smooth or whatever the word I'm thinking of.
That's crack cocaine.
Crack cocaine. Oh my God, you're a fuck man. That was good. The crack cocaine. Okay, should I cook these pizzas in a fucking convection oven or a microwave?
Release the crack
I think we got the sequel. It's Crack Cocaine Bear coming up next.
Yeah, the Kraken cocaine bear. A squid had sex with a bear and then did a lot of cocaine. Yep. Nothing good's gonna come out of that, except for entertainment.
So you watched it, huh, Snack? I watched it too. Somebody was sharing it in one of the rooms here, and I watched most of it. But there was like one funny scene. I didn't think it was very funny. There was one funny scene. I guess it's just when the kids were doing the cocaine.
Yeah.
That was the only funny part.
Yeah.
The whole movie's funny because it's a true story. That's what's the fucking crazy part about it.
I had no idea it was a true story.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. I watched the whole story about it, and it's like, what the fuck? I thought this was a joke.
So
It's
he
like
became
telling
addicted. Did the bear go looking for more cocaine? Was that the whole idea? Is that the
Well,
story?
you know he was addicted. You know he was addicted. He ate a whole duffel bag of cocaine. He's like, this shit is good as fuck. And you know it's good. It wasn't bad cocaine. It was uncut. It was great.
Did he go on a rampage and kill a bunch of people?
Well, I mean, if you did a duffel bag worth of cocaine, you would definitely be there'd be some animosity against the world. I'm sure. You know, why isn't everyone thinking like me? What the fuck? I'll kill you all.
Is it true you had a whole duffel bag that lasted you 10 years? That's what I want to know. Is that a true story?
No, that's not true. I was just joking. Most of the shit I say is going to be bullshit, unless I preface it as like this isn't bullshit, which I
Like
don't
when
say
you say
much.
the
Pretty much everything I say is bullshit.
Yeah. It's almost like a cursed item that everybody is trying to get. That once they get it, then the bear's like, "Oh my gosh, the cocaine!" And and then it's like, yeah, it's
You know
like
what-
that.
Yeah, you know what's funny?
It just follows like a lot of like horror movie type rules. That's what makes it kind of funny.
Yeah.
Those fucking little capuchin monkeys that get into those fucking fermented apples and their fermented like plums and shit, and get drunk as fucking. They're just rolling around on the ground, just like what the fuck. They end up fucking just staying in that area and eating and just getting addicted to the shit and fucking becoming little alcoholic monkeys, which we all are, I guess. Anyone who likes alcohol.
No, only you. We're not all monkeys. You believe in that, though?
Well, I think I'm an animal. I don't think I'm a fucking special. I don't think I'm separate from
think
everyone
you're
else. Huh?
You want some spinning
Think
space
we're all
apple?
monkeys?
Oh, definitely on a globe. Fuck.
On a
I'm
globe,
not
we
crazy.
did.
I'm not crazy.
In the imaginary globe land, we did. Yeah.
Oh, imaginary flatland. You know, they're both imaginary in my mind.
You have to imagine, and it's just like what you experience every day.
I experienced the fucking stars over my head rotating, and I don't think they're rotating because if they did, they'd all have to be on the same plane. There couldn't be any stars that are further than the others because they would travel slower across the sky. So we have to be moving. I mean, logically, if you're thinking about it.
Well,
So I
not
don't
logically, because you have no sense of it whatsoever.
No, I mean like if anything like that you look at, if something's close to you and something's far to you, what moves faster? The thing in front of you or the thing away from you? If you spin it around, they don't all move the same fucking speed. I mean, that you'd have to be on a flat Earth. You'd have to say that every star in the sky is at the same exact distance away, and they're all going the same speed, which is fucking ridiculous. I mean, how the fuck could you do that? I mean, logically, but
Given the
logically,
paradigm we were told, yeah, it would sound ridiculous at first. Yeah.
You probably should take some mushrooms about this topic.
No, I mean, like, seriously. I mean, like, that's my best argument against flat Earth is that there is no way that you can have, we are not spinning and have every star going the same speed across the sky. You can't do that. You have to say that every star in the sky is in the same distance, exact same distance. Can't be further or closer.
Do star trails blow your mind too? Because you're watching like some shithole ass around the outer edge of it. It's like
I mean, it's definitely interesting because there's two fucking points. But I mean, what I just said is the best argument I can come up. I've done this for like 6 years, and I just have to say that is one argument that flat Earth cannot. You can't debunk it. You
Oh
have
no,
to say
you didn't
every
see
star
Witz's
is in the same
presentation yesterday.
distance.
you need to
Huh?
debunk it.
You didn't see Witz's presentation?
What's it about? What stars being the same distance away from the Earth?
Yeah, it's all on a big disc above us, basically.
Okay, but you guys really think there's like a disk above us moving? Like every star in the sky, like you've looked through your telescope at stars, right? Like you have to focus in on certain ones and out focus on other ones. Like they are not the same distance away. I mean that's proven. Like that's ridiculous if you think that is.
Well, it's
and the moon, all the stars follow the same as the moon. We know the moon's closer to us than the stars. Unless you think the stars are in the same plane as the moon.
I don't know, man. Whatever.
I think the moon is closer than the stars.
Logic's fucked up. But sitting here, I was having fun talking about that shit. But you guys want to talk about flat Earth?
I don't know. There were holes in all the other shit you were talking about too. It's fine. This is like the one thing you're solid about, though. But everything else in our entire conversation was pretty mutable, modulatable. Like, and then you had it wrong, or like you didn't remember the fucking name of this or that, or whatever. That's you're fucking cocksure about. You're all about.
I'm humble.
I get you.
I humble myself on things that I don't know. But when I know something 100%, that the stars are not all in the same plane, then I'm going to be cocksure about it. Because that's ridiculous. All the stars are on the same distance away as the moon is. That's fucking retarded. That's fucking like what they do. Come on, man. You guys are smarter than that. But it's fun arguing. It's fun arguing about other things, though.
You're putting the dumb shit in there, and you're like, "Oh yeah, it can't be the dumb shit." All right, let's move on.
What's the dumb shit?
All right,
What's the dumb shit?
all the dumb shit you just said. Oh yeah, the moon and the stars are at the same plane, like whatever.
They would have to be
at the same plane that you can fucking see them at. You know what I mean? They do exist in the same optical plane, right? And you would let me talk over. You know what I mean? You try to interrupt me if you didn't fucking really think you knew what you we're talking about. So
you're the one talking. I shut up so you can talk. So don't start talking shit now.
I thought you were just trying to like.
I was, and then I realized you were talking, and I shut up.
Snacky had a little too much cocaine bear to eat.
Yeah, you're right. So you guys think? No, wait. Honestly, you guys all think that all the stars are in the same distance away as the moon is? That's retarded.
No, it's not the same distance as the moon. Why would you say that?
Because it'd have to be. Because if the sky was spinning, the faraway stars would be moving slower than the ones that are closer to us.
What are you guys get that, right?
Points of light. Stars are. There's points of light in the sky. They're points of light in the sky.
You believe in?
How do you know what the distances are?
Orbit, mechanical.
I know that they're not all the same distance. I know that much. Well, maybe I don't.
They're not all the same thickness.
Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Maybe they are all the same distance. I don't know. Maybe it's just a big blanket over us, like the fucking ancients thought, and there was holes in it.
Because you got to be thinking that every one of those little like tiny micro dots of light that are up there is larger than the entire Earth.
Have you looked at Saturn, or have you looked at Jupiter in a microscope? Not a microscope. That'd be stupid. Telescope. It's out there. It's a real thing. It's out there. It's there, and it's further away than the moon.
Real material object. It's a real material object. You're asserting this materialist.
I'm not a materialist. I'm not a materialist, but it's made of material.
It's made of material. Okay.
It's made of. I mean, that's a weird question. I mean, of course, it's made of something. Do you think it's just like some kind of illuminating like light that's just up there? Who did it? God? Did God just like, hey, you know what?
I'm gonna put when you just dash to like, do you hypothesize and then now do you think and then now do you make a joke? When you do that, it's like you might as well not ask me the fucking question to start with.
Well, you might as well not talk to me if you're not going to fucking realize what I'm saying.
If I'm not going to jump onto the fact that everything that I think is ridiculous because of what your associations are.
Yeah, well, you can't just say if you don't think this, then you must think this, because if you don't know, you don't know, right?
How about this? How about this? When I zoom in on the moon with a telescope and then I go to Saturn and I have to zoom in, then I know it's further away. And it's still
don't
moving
even know how to.
the same distance across the sky. Do you not understand what I'm saying about the
No,
same
I
distance
don't
across
want to
the sky?
say. I don't want to insult you or anything.
You just insulted me by saying I don't want to insult you. You know? I mean, so don't say
but
stupid shit. Don't say
okay.
vacuous
Well,
shit
that's okay.
if you don't
Well,
know what
I'll
you're
throw
saying.
that. That's my level 1 insult, but I don't want to get to level 2. So, like, okay.
Like you go to level 10, like I give a fuck. You know,
I don't.
it's not gonna affect the way I live.
It's for my own. You know.
Oh, I just fixed my dryer. Oh my god, it works properly. Woohoo!
This guy can operate a dryer and also cosmology.
No, not operate dryer. I can take it apart and fix it when it's broken. That's what I said. I didn't say operate. I said fix. You'd have to know that you distances and stuff to do that though. I think. Fucking hell, man! I thought you were. Fuck, Jesus. I hate being disappointed when I'm talking to someone I think they're smart, and then all of a sudden they say stupid shit like the fucking moon and the stars are all the same fucking
Believe me,
place.
it's a
ever
mutual
said that.
disappointment. But like, I can talk to anybody.
Those are the
on
words
all
you
kind of
said.
topics.
I still talk to you about other
people get
shit
real
though. I don't
religious.
like talking about. Sorry.
People get
I'm
real
sorry.
religious about certain things, man. It's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, like seriously, like the shape of the Earth. Who gives a flying fuck? What we were talking about before was way more fucking interesting and important.
What was that?
Everything we've been talking about the last hour has been
Cocaine
way
bear?
more fun. That was the last
Cocaine
5
bear.
minutes.
That was me. That was my fault.
That was 5 minutes.
Conversation dies. I just I go with.
I missed
Guys,
the
you hear when
important
you
part,
start
I guess.
talking about flat Earth. But I still, I haven't been here in a while, and it's fun to argue with you.
I'm here to conversate mostly, man.
Me too. Which we were doing until we started talking about flat Earth, because flat Earth is like you know what governments like to do? Divide you, and that's what you guys have. You and me, you and I, have been divided by the government, letting us sit here talk about fucking flat Earth and globe Earth. Who gives a flying fuck? Really?
Well, you do for 6 years.
Yeah, exactly. And then I left
Stop
and I
giving a
just came
fuck,
back.
right?
No, well,
and then
I
just
left.
chill the fuck out, right? And so the
No,
problem
but
is not the conversation. The problem is not me. The problem is you and
No,
your change of voice, your whole change of tone and stuff like that. Just whatever.
Okay,
You
you
don't
might
have
be
to
a
take
little
it there.
calm about it, but you're still doing the same thing I do.
I
I'm
like
just
having
a little more
quality
vocal.
conversation. I'm just
Well, the way that you just deemed the people you're talking to as stupid for the straw man that you declared we must think is the
I
problem,
didn't call you
because
stupid. I didn't call you
you
stupid.
said I can't. I'm so disappointed.
Idea
I
is
think I'm talking to smart people, and then they say something like this, which we never even said.
Yeah, well, I
and
never
then that makes
pointed
me
anyone
feel
out.
doubly like you're not intelligent either. So
You're right. You're
it's
right,
like
because
a mutual, like, it was nice.
well,
It was nice while it lasted.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way when I'm talking to someone and they're trying to tell me that the moon and all the stars are on the same fucking plane.
Nobody said that.
Logically, it's not happening.
You said that. Nobody, neither of us said that.
But you guys are arguing against me.
You said that.
About it.
So if we argue against you, then it's automatically what you say we're saying, because we're saying it's not, because we're not saying it's what you're saying, and we must be saying the opposite.
Okay, it obviously is. If you say that I'm wrong about everything, it's not on the same plane. It's not the same distance away as the moon. The stars have different distances, and there's no way that if the sky was moving that they would all be unified, circling around us. The close ones would be going faster than the further away ones, and the fact that you can't see that or realize that that's a logical thing in life. And logically, when you're driving down the road and you look left and right and you see a mountain far away and you see a road sign right next to you, and you realize when you move your head that the road sign moves faster than the back of the sun, the back of the fucking mountain. That's logical. You guys are always talking about logic. How can you deny that?
Well, in the same respect, you can't have the plane, the airplane, be in a separate reference frame, right, and be flying over a spinning ball, and the plane that's further away from the ball is going to be moving faster than the ball to keep up with the ball, right? Because it's in a bigger circle, just like you're saying about the stars, right?
What? No, that's not exact. No, I'm talking about the person looking at the plane and then looking at the moon. The plane would be moving across the sky faster than the moon.
Right,
That's
but
what
I'm talking about
cool.
the actuality of a plane. An airplane would have to be moving faster than the Earth to keep up with the same spot that it flew from, right?
Dude, we're all moving the same speed.
Right, but the
We're
plane would be further away from the ground, right? So it's a
Yes,
bigger
would it-
circle that it has to go in, right?
Would it be closer to than the moon?
I'm not talking about the moon. Forget about the sky. I'm talking about the
moon.
plane and the Earth.
Moon. Oh, sorry.
But your logic would have to transfer to the same kind of thing that we operate with on Earth. The airplane would be further away from the ground, so it would be operating in a bigger circle. So to keep up with the Earth, right, at the same tangential velocity, it would have to be moving faster. Because it's a bigger circle, just like you're saying with the stars and the moon.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Because the plane is in our atmosphere. It's rotating with us. The moon is not rotating with us. You know.
Right,
And
but the atmosphere, even if the atmosphere is rotating with it, the atmosphere has to move faster to keep up with the Earth as it goes higher, right?
Yeah, it's on the same speed.
It can't
it's on
be.
the same speed until it gets to the point where space happens. There's like a couple miles of the miles, or I don't know how long it is, but there's a point where the friction it gets less and less and less, and then you're in space. I mean, and then when you come back into atmosphere, then you start hitting the particles that encompass our whole fucking globe, and then you start getting friction again. I mean,
well, we have a jet stream, right? You know about the jet stream.
Yeah, I know about jet stream. That's below what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that low.
Right, but the jet stream moves 200 miles faster than the supposed turn of the Earth, right?
Oh, yeah, but the jet stream is like a stream in a fucking ocean. It's a tiny little part of the sky. It's not like the whole sky is going that fast.
But you realize that the plane is in a separate reference frame from the ground, right?
It's in this what?
It's in a separate reference frame.
Man, reference frames have nothing to do with it. It's in the same atmosphere. It's in the same. It's in the same reference frame. In the fact that it's going the same speed as we are going as we rotate.
Right, but it matters because if you took off from like 500 mile per hour tangential velocity, right, and you're going to have that conserved momentum, right, moving eastward, then you're going to fly towards the equator, right, where it's 1,000 miles an hour. How are you going to get the eastward momentum?
You know that they. Well, now I'm talking about gravity. Never mind. Should do that. Dude, that's fucking. That's funny as fuck. That's good though. What you said. Not funny.
Yeah. How does a plane land on a moving surface?
Because the plane, everything in the plane, it's all moving the same, and the plane, like a bird or a butterfly, can fluctuate its speed and reduce it or go faster.
Yeah, it would have to do that, right?
And it does that.
Well, no, it would have to do that. Like it would have to. The pilot would have to make sure it's keeping up with the Earth, so that it's 1,000 miles an hour rather than 500 miles per hour, right?
No, you're talking about longitude.
Tangential velocity.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking about that, which is completely different from what you just said. That's not a huge fucking difference. You would anticipate that, and the controls would do that for you. I mean, they fly themselves. Planes fly themselves now. You know.
So you're talking about like people that when the planes were first made, they just flew themselves and they kept up with the Earth automatically.
Oh, when planes first flew themselves, a lot of them crashed. Now a lot of people died.
Because of what? Because the Earth was moving underneath it?
No, because they didn't realize.
Well, that's not what we're talking about then.
Yes, it is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about they didn't have the knowledge or anything. They had to go through trials and tribulations to fucking realize, like, oh my God, like I have to, if I'm going south to north, I have to reduce or gain speed or to but not a lot. I mean, it wouldn't be a lot.
Well, it would be a lot. 500 miles is a lot. 500 miles per hour is a lot.
Is it really a lot when you're fucking 40,000 feet in the air or something?
Well, the altitude doesn't matter. It's your tangential velocity.
Not as many particles up there.
The problem is though, bro, they're not trained to keep up with the Earth. the pilots are trained to fly over a stationary level Earth. Why would they train a pilot to fly over a stationary level Earth and then put them up in the air to fly
We
over
don't
a
train them
spinning
to do
ball?
that.
Yeah, it's all flight simulators.
If
All
pilots knew
training.
the truth, bro.
You just fly. You just fly.
If
It's not like,
pilots
oh my
knew the
god, I'm on a
truth,
globe
they would
here. You
all
know.
have a meltdown.
No. The thing is, bro, you just fly over a stationary Earth. That's the only way that the pilots would be trained to fly over a stationary Earth. If it was a spinning ball, they'd be trained to fly over a spinning ball.
Oh wait. Are you a pilot? Because I'm not going to talk on pilots because I'm not a fucking pilot. Are you a pilot?
We got left
Do you
lane
know
in
about
here.
pilots?
Left lane. I know left lane's in here. We got plenty of pilots. You can
You
look
have
up
no
the training.
pilots
You
that
can
are
look up.
pilots.
You can look up the.
Pilot.
There's a left lane's a ball earther, and he says he's never trained to worry about Coriolis.
Because the technology takes care of it.
That's not true.
What technology is that, my friend?
That is 100% true. It's already in all the documents and everything. I mean,
Oh,
you guys
what documents are? What documents are those?
What technology takes care of it? Go.
What technology?
Yeah.
The gyro fucking compass affects the fucking acceleration in the fucking left nozzle of the fucking plane. I don't fucking know. I only know.
Well, you sound like you know. You said it's a fucking fact. So why do you say you don't fucking know, but it's a fucking fact at the same
But
time?
I said I don't know about airplanes. You guys, wait, are you guys air pilots?
No, you
guys
said
know
it's a
more about
fucking
planes than
fact.
I
It's
do?
in the documents, right? You
I
said
don't
it's a
think
fact.
any of you guys.
You
I don't think
were very
any of you
confident. You were very confident saying it's a fact and it's in the documents. So show us the documents that you're very fucking confident about.
Seriously, man, I've been doing this for like 60 years. You want me to go back and look through the shit you've already seen before?
It doesn't matter. You're not going to find it. But let me just ask you this.
Yes, I am. Don't even
Let me
say
just
that.
ask you
I'm
this.
older than you have, dude.
Yeah,
Trust me.
we don't even have to argue about this, bro. We don't have to argue with this. Just listen to this. Listen, hypothetically, right? Just answer hypothetical. If it wasn't in the training, right, for a pilot to land on a spinning ball or fly over a spinning ball, right? If that was not in the training and there weren't the documents you're talking about, and the tangential velocity of the Earth were going to be not matching the tangential velocity of the plane, and he'd have to land on a moving surface, he would crash, correct?
Okay, hey, you guys want to change the subject? How about this? Why is it that
No,
people?
I don't want to change the subject. Wait, just tell me hypothetically, would it debunk the ball if
No, it
the
does not.
pilots aren't trained to land on a spinning ball?
Are you fucking serious, man? The shit is in the technology, and they do know about fucking.
Now you're sounding confident about shit you know nothing about. Again.
Well, how do you know? You don't know shit. You've never flown a plane.
Because I've argued this for many hours. I've argued this
You
argument many
know
hours.
that was the correct answer. You don't know, so you can just take it.
And you don't know either, dude. You don't
You're
know
assuming
either.
that you do, though. You're saying it's in the fucking documents as if you
just
don't,
said I
and then
don't
you're
know.
saying I don't know.
Oh, I know that I've read it before. Yeah, definitely. Now, whether they're lying to me or not, I don't think they are. Logically, it makes sense. Just like the people that sell gold, they have to fluctuate their money as they go around the globe because gravity is different. Why is the gravity different?
They don't
Hang
wake
on
up
a
that
second.
way,
How
dude.
is gravity
Are you going
different?
to tell me that people that sell gold do not change their? They have to.
You know what they weigh gold. They weigh gold using specific gravity. That's how they. That's how they
change it
weigh
as
gold.
you go up
Relative
and down
density.
on the globe.
Yeah, but they don't.
100% true.
That regardless, if there's a fluctuation in quote unquote gravity, it doesn't matter because they weigh gold using specific gravity, which is relative density.
As you go
So they can make sure that they don't have to worry about gravity.
How do you get weight gold to equal a globe? Explain.
Because the change in fucking gravity would be
Hang on,
where is the change in gravity? Go.
As you travel away from the equator, because it's spinning.
Do you get heavier or lighter?
As soon as the diameter gets smaller, that means gravity's less. So therefore, you have to calibrate your fucking scales to make that work. That's what they do.
I'm 200 pounds. How much do I weigh?
They make sure that they don't do that with gold, dude. They make sure the relative density is right.
You can sit here and lie to yourself, but 100% they do that.
I'm 200 pounds. How much do I weigh in the North Pole and how much do I weigh in the equator? Go.
You would weigh different. You weigh different from the equator to the North Pole.
No, it's not much, bro. And it could be caused by something other than the
Let him
spin.
answer though. He knows this. How much? I'm 200 pounds. What's the
Like
difference in my weight?
0.0001.
I know you weigh different.
Okay, let's just say I did way different, right? How does that get you
You
to a
do way
globe?
different.
How does that get you to a globe, though?
Because it would have to be round. How do you get on a flat Earth? It's the same plane. There's no fluctuation in the fucking spherosity of the fucking planet. How is going around in a track? You're running a track. How is that going to change your gravity? There'd have to be a ball spinning, and you from the equator moving up and down. Because the spin would be different as long as you traveled up. It would be different. It would be a shorter distance, which would make gravity smaller.
I think I
Not
know what you're
smaller.
saying. You're saying that on the
That's the
equator,
reason.
it's spinning faster. It would throw you off into space.
No, I didn't
And
say
then on
anything
the
about throwing you
poles,
off.
it's much less, right? Wouldn't gravity be more on the poles and less on the equator because you're being flung out towards space? So reverse of what you said.
What I'm saying is it's different from the equator to the pole. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what you're saying. I'm saying it's a different. And if it's different, it's a globe.
Is it more or less?
Who cares if it's
Depends on
more or
what,
less?
Rico.
Dude? Who cares if it's more or less? It's fucking different. It changes in a small area too. Like in Australia,
Okay,
you go
so
to
if
the
you're
south part of
saying
Australia and then go to the north part,
the
it's
weight is
different.
different on the equator and on the poles, and that must equal the globe.
Yes.
That's a
How
logical
would it equal
fallacy.
flat Earth?
That's called, I believe that's called all or nothing fallacy.
Okay, I don't care about fallacies.
If
We're
this
not
is
having.
happening, it must be this. That's a
Hey,
logical fallacy.
fallacies. Hey, we're not having a formal debate right now, so the fallacies are nothing. Fallacies are only.
I just want you to
You
hear
got this.
yourself. If you're saying if this is happening, it must be this. That's just a logical fallacy. It's just there's no way you can show, prove, or even explain that.
So if I push my foot on the gas pedal and it goes, that's a logical fallacy. I go, hey, when I put my foot on the pedal, I go forward. That's a logical fallacy. Come on, man, tighten up.
You're claiming something and you're saying this must be the reason.
Exactly. I put my foot on the gas pedal and I go forward. That must be the reason. Right? Oh my God, your fallacy did not work. Good job.
That's the wrong analogy.
Hey, never mind. I'm about to do that example, but
No, it's okay, bro. You can talk freely. Don't worry about me.
I don't give a. I'm not worried about
Talking,
you.
right? Not being a formal debate. Say what
We're
you want
not
to
in a
say.
formal
Right?
debate. Hey, fallacies are only a way to score a formal debate. That's the only. When you guys say fallacies, when we're just talking, it makes you look stupid.
I
Because we're
brought
not
up.
having a formal debate.
You look like you have no logic.
No, it makes it like we're having an actual conversation. Because if you called someone's fallacy out every time you had a conversation with someone, you never get the conversation to the end.
I mean, just repeat it and we can move on. You said because the weight's different, therefore globe. This is what you kind of said in so many words.
Like no, just like the gas pedal makes me go forward. Same thing. Yeah. Oh, I gotta go have sex with my girl. So you guys have fun in there.
That's all you got? We'll come back when you're done. Yeah, I don't think we were going to get to him. He had it all figured out. Testing 1, 2, 3.
You're good, Godric. So, Godric, do you still debate globe earthers?
I just had one now. He ran away. He tried to go run to his girlfriend after I told him he was using a fallacy. He was using a affirmative consequence fallacy. He said that he knows that it's a globe because the weight's different on the poles and the equator.
Mm-hmm.
I told him that was an affirmative consequence fallacy. I do debate, but probably I haven't done a YouTube record debate in a while. It's really the same argument.
I remember.
Nothing
I remember your
changed.
debate with FTFE. That was pretty cool. It's
fact,
a while back, a couple of years ago. You
That
remember?
was like 3 years ago, I think. That was a while ago, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate though if you saw that. If you sat through that whole thing, man, more power to you.
Yeah. I did. It was the first time. It was the first time in my experience that debate with a flat earther didn't go south really fast. I mean, you're a pretty calm guy. It was interesting to see.
I did make a couple mistakes on that debate looking back, but I have since improved on those mistakes. So I'm a little bit better than that, but I could still make mistakes, but you know, it has to do with debunking the globe and then proving the globe and then showing that what we can see is flat. Yeah, I was debating a guy named Zach, somebody. Can't remember his last name. He was just in college. And, he has some really basic arguments, nothing major. It was fun. If you notice, Fight the Fighters had to jump in and help Zach a few issues he was having. So it was almost like I was debating both of them.
Mm-hmm. I thought you were debating Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh no, you know what? It was fuck, it wasn't that guy. It was MC Toon. Do you remember?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Get the debate. Get the debate. You have to link it so I can see which one. I don't believe I ever debated Fight the Flat Earth. He had a heart attack. I think he recovered though. Anyways, how are you doing? What's going on with you?
Godric, mate, how you going?
I'm all right, man. Day by day. I have some irons in the fire.
Day by day, yeah. For me, at lunch break, just another day trying to convince me boss and co-worker who are in their late 30s and 40s that the Earth is flat. I'm trying to convince them the Earth is flat, and it's like talking to NPCs, mate. It gets boring.
Who are you trying to convince?
Well, I was showing him this video, 6-minute long video that these pilots actually saying that the Earth is flat, and it's a handful of different pilots.
I saw a 20-minute with a bunch of pilots saying that it's flat. Is that the one?
Yeah. So it
that's a pretty good video. Did you do that one?
No, so I showed him this video, right? My boss, he goes, "That's fake." Because there was I showed him the first 30 seconds, and there was a guy with the mask on. The pilot had a mask on. He was like, "How do you know that's even him talking?" It's like, what the fuck? It's obviously a real video. So anyway,
Well,
they can't even
about it.
believe
Like
it. They don't even know what's in front of their eyes.
If they accept the Earth is flat, it's not spinning, they have to remake their whole paradigm, man. Their whole life is
So I understand where they're
upside
coming
down.
from, but I know that they deep inside realize the Earth is flat because everyone does. But, it's a bit of fun. I think it's the most interesting conversation to have. But some people get really offended by the conversation. Most people do. You know how they say it's like Mr. Smith in the Matrix or whatever. Defending the Matrix. Yeah. So you talk about the flat earth, or they just talk about rooting girls and fucking a bunch of shit. Just perving on fucking woman. It's like, mate, have a good chat. Anyway, Godric, you there, mate?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you.
You smoking on that gas?
Not right now.
Yeah, bro. I got some good shit in. 24% legal in Australia. It's good.
So you have medicinal in Australia? Is that new?
Yes.
Since when?
Yeah, it is. And they're just handing it out these days. So I reckon it'll be recreationally legal 2 years max. Like they're just handing out scripts.
Can you grow?
Hey? Oh, you can go. Oh, no, you can't actually. It's illegal. You can in Canberra, but that's just the capital state. And it's like, fuck all big. It's like a dot.
It's funny, like you can smoke it, but you can't grow it. So, like, where does it come from? You know?
Oh, exactly. They have good facilities making it for sure. But the thing is, they charge you like fucking $120 for 10 grams. It comes in these tubs. It's fucking
So
overpriced.
it's expensive.
Very expensive, definitely. But you know, you can't complain considering this is a new thing, right? Well, the fact you can get a script so easily is a new thing.
So, like, is the government making all this money off of it?
Yeah, bro. They're just trying to fuck off all the bikies.
Oh man, they're trying to take control of the drug trade. It's kind of like prohibition.
Yeah, man. Anyway.
So the biker gangs don't distribute it anymore. The government
No.
has it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what's happening all around the world now. Because you're going to get your shit either way, and if you get shit off the street, it's going to be disgusting shit pumped with chemicals, and it's grown by bikies, and it's shit stuff too. So you may as well make it legal, because otherwise you're poisoning the youth and people's lungs. And billions of dollars are going into bikies' hands when it could, or they call it Asian as well. Apparently, Asian gangs. I don't know from whereabouts in Asia, but huge Asian gangs fucking pumping most of the bud in Australia. So that's, yeah, fucking get rid of that shit, man. It's disgusting. And that's been happening for how long, Godric? Probably since the 90s, eh? Well, yeah, I'd say so. Because I don't know about you, mate. Were you alive in the 80s, 90s? Godric, mate, you there? Fuck yeah, no.
Sorry, the light turned off in my house. They're testing the electricity
Hey, bro, you're
outside.
fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, bro, I'm asking if you were alive in the 80s or the 90s.
What about the 80s and 90s?
You were alive then.
I was born in 70, bro.
Fucking legend. But so they were pushing like shit weed probably where you lived before it was legal, and it would have just been terrible stuff. Like, how could you compare the stuff from back then to today?
You're right, because when I was like in high school, we would go scorch some shit in the corner or whatever, certain places, and they would like mix it honestly with actual grass from the lawn. That's how fucking bad it was. And like we would get like shade,
Wasn't
and we
it
would be
sticks
happy
from
because
Mexico?
and then slowly, you're right, slowly the quality increased, and until now they have dispensaries, right? So dispensaries are legit. So that means that the people on the street have to be at least they're competing, you know. So yes, the quality did go up, definitely. And now there's like hybrids. There's
Yeah,
like
but even
there's
like back
indica,
then.
there's indica. There's different kind of hybrids. And back then there was just one. There was just one. It was you had it, you didn't have it. You know. There was no like sativa or indica. It was all just one.
But the THC content would have been fuck all. Like it would have been like under 10%. You know, I think like with the way that they've manipulated the genetics of this cannabis plant, right now we're experiencing highs that were never really even possible over 20 years ago. Don't you think?
So you're saying they're messing with the THC?
Well, they are manipulating the plants through breeding them for more THC. Like, I reckon if you figure out how strong THC in these cannabis plants was over 20 years ago, it would be fuck all.
It was low.
Compared to today. Absolutely
It was
fuck
low
all.
20
So
years ago.
extremely lower though.
I don't I don't smoke a lot. I'm not an expert on what's good and what's bad. So you would be more knowledgeable than myself. But I know that that's happening for a fact because people will tell me this is weak, this is strong, you know, and I can't really tell myself. I'm not really. I'm kind of like it doesn't affect me like it affects more people. I don't really. The higher I get, it's just like it's a very like mild effect. And if I smoke a lot, then I'll kind of get like really slow or stupid or whatever. But I don't really feel like that euphoria feeling. Rarely do I get that. It's like on a blue moon do I get that. So I guess I'm I don't know, different or whatever. I can say if weed is good or bad when I smoke it, honestly.
Yeah, fucking oath.
When I first smoked weed, it had no effect, and then I remember being like, I don't know, 17 or some shit, and I smoked a lot, right? My friend tells me just keep smoking, right? And I kind of got fucked up after I smoked a whole lot, but the next day, I'll tell you, I burned my hand on my carburetor because I was so fucking slow from smoking so much the night before that I didn't even react when I put my hand right in my hot carburetor. So it was like, not carburetor, the radiator. So it was like, and then like my hearing was fucked up too. Like it was like I couldn't when I was on the phone with people, I couldn't recognize their voice. So it cleared up after about a day, but it was like weird. I was like in a fog. It was crazy shit. Anyway, that was my first big experience. I don't know if you have any experiences like that. So they're fucking around with the power in my block. All the power's out. Hope they get it back on. My freezer's out. My stove is out. Coffee maker's out. Toaster. Start a fire out here, old school. Cook some shit. Natural wood fire. Testing 1, 2, 3. Power's back on.
Yo.
Power's back on, and it's still flat.
Okay. Very good.
Except we're here.
Just having dinner.
So listen, Ruhib, are you sure? Are you sure there are kangaroos in the police force?
So you cut out a bit. Go again.
Do they use kangaroos in your police force?
No.
Oh, a kangaroo with the police uniform, the hat, everything, that wooden stick, you know?
No.
That was fake?
Like a kind of like a kangaroo mounted police division.
That's fantastic.
For
I
the
think the
Outback,
idea is that they would chase you and just like kick you, like kick you, like kind of like a trained German Shepherd, but a trained kangaroo to kick someone and knock them down.
and they have those hats with the sideways. You know what I mean? Australian
Yeah.
hat. I don't know what they call it.
Yes,
Australian
the sideways gangster hat. Yes, exactly, and the wooden baton.
Nice. Kitty.
The thing about that kind of animal, a kangaroo, is you don't see their expression. Like they're kind of like a bear. You know if they're angry or happy. You know, so watch out.
Yeah.
They could box you.
They can. That used to be a bit of a sport here about 100 years ago.
Do you think you could take a kangaroo that was your size?
I hear they're very smart. So like you might as well use them, right? If they're smart, like they're smarter than a dog, right?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'd take a kangaroo as big as me, but I wouldn't take a red kangaroo that was bigger than me.
What is a red kangaroo, Ruhib?
It's a kangaroo, slightly different species, and it's red and it's huge and muscular and it'll kick your ass.
I heard if a kangaroo kick you right, it can break your ribs.
Mm.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh fuck, dude.
Is it
That's
red
worse than a
kangaroo?
dog.
Red kangaroos are
kangaroos
one
are
of
massive.
They look like a bodybuilder. Are they like super
Yes.
ripped?
Yes.
They're crazy, bro. Look like they go to the gym. They probably do though.
Yeah, they're pretty big. Well, sorry, the big ones are pretty fucking big. Yeah.
I heard if you challenge a kangaroo it just necessarily run, it might fight you.
Mm.
I ain't scared of humans. So, Ruhib, have you had kangaroo meat? Be honest.
No.
I wonder why not? Because isn't it like a delicacy out there?
I wouldn't say a delicacy. I mean, it's like my uncle was a shooter, right? He used to shoot like 60 kangaroos a night and take them to the abattoir and they'd buy it off him. So it cleans up the farmer's land because they're a bit of a pest, and also they sell it.
So is
Yeah,
it
I
like
haven't eaten it.
more expensive than steak meat, or is it less expensive than like real meat or
Probably the
chicken?
same. Probably the same as beef. It's got more iron content apparently.
Ryan? What is that?
Iron, Fe.
Iron. Okay, Fe. Okay.
Yeah, the grey kangaroos are, they're just fucking toys, pretty much.
It's like punt kick them.
Oh, you don't go and hit them, but they're pretty chilled. No kitty. Poor kitty got accidentally stuck outside last night.
Is it cold where you live?
I'm in Sydney, so it's autumn, so fall for you guys. No, it's fine. Last
Do
night.
you guys have snow?
Oh, not in Sydney. No, should know. Hasn't snowed in Sydney for like 100 years. Actually, no, probably less than that. 50 years, thereabouts.
I wonder why it wouldn't snow over there, because aren't you close to the ice wall?
We're also close to the coast, and we're very low down. I'm at about 70 meters elevation. Kitty, off the keyboard. Kill.
So, like, Indonesia and New Guinea are warmer than you are?
Yeah, Indonesia and New Guinea are in the tropics, yes.
And then you're getting colder, but not quite frozen.
Oh. Sydney occasionally gets below zero. Below 32 in you guys, Fahrenheit.
How far is it from Australia to Antarctica?
About an 8-hour flight, I think. So a mate of mine went and did the Qantas.
I didn't mean that. I meant like miles. Like if you just like took a boat. And just went
from
south.
Tasmania or from Sydney?
I mean, pick one. I don't know.
From Sydney, probably, I don't know, 4,000 miles. I'll do it on Google Earth. Hold on.
4,000 miles? That far? 4,000 miles?
Well, probably a little bit less.
So it's farther than from one side of Australia to the other.
Hang on. From Sydney to the closest point of Antarctica. Oh, no, 2,300. There you go.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought. So you're absolutely close. I wonder why you don't have snow.
That's not that close. We're at 34 degrees south. We're like 10 degrees away from the tropics. We do get snow like Western Sydney in the mountains, Blue Mountains. Most years, I'd say. And our sort of snow fields are pretty shit.
You didn't ever like think to just get on a boat and just go south?
No.
Just never occurred to you?
No. Why would I do that? I hate boats.
I don't know. Find the dome. In search of the
There isn't
dome.
one. I can tell you that there isn't one without me going.
That's not what the Encyclopedia Britannica said.
Encyclopedia Britannica, I think, says a dome.
Absolutely.
Okay.
1958 printing. There's a dome, 13,000 feet or meters. I don't know. Go ahead, probably use meters above the ice flats. What do we call them?
I guess that settles it then.
Yeah, settled. Of course, that was 1 year before NASA. So there you go. I mean, River, have you believed in any conspiracy ever?
Any conspiracy? Possibly Jack Ruby killing Lee Harvey Oswald.
Well, somebody killed him.
Yeah, Jack Ruby did. All right.
Oh, you
But
mean as
why did he
opposed to
do
him
it?
committing suicide? Did they say he committed suicide?
Jack Ruby? What?
Did they say Lee Harvey committed suicide?
No, he was shot by Jack Ruby.
Then how is that a conspiracy?
Well, why did he do it?
I mean, so you're saying the conspiracy is why he did it. So, like, the government hired him, the mafia hired him. What?
Maybe. Yeah, something. I don't
Why
know.
is that even? Why does that even rate as a conspiracy? See, we know he's dead. You know, we killed him. We just don't know why. It's not. Conspiracy is like an obvious cover up to prove.
Yeah, I don't know any obvious ones that you can prove.
Lizards in the North Pole controlling the world.
Lizard people. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about Earth?
No.
Bigfoot,
No.
aliens been visiting us from
No.
crashed in New Mexico. They
Nope.
flew 1,000,000 miles to get to Earth and crashed in New Mexico.
Way more than a
They've
million
been
miles.
trolling the world ever since. Nazis on the moon.
Nazis on the moon? I've never heard of that one. What is that?
Nazis in Antarctica.
Never heard of that one either. I don't even know what that is.
Von Braun and other Nazi scientists came to work for NASA. Is that even a conspiracy? Is that like did that really
That's
happen?
legit. That's fact.
Okay, that's a fact. Okay. Nuclear weapons don't exist.
Ridiculous.
I mean, have you proved that there's a nuclear weapon? I mean, you can have a bomb, right? But a nuclear weapon, because aren't nuclear weapons supposed to radiate? The whole point of it is that they radiate the area and it's make it unlivable. When did that ever happen? Never.
You don't think radiation causes problems? Like,
I imagine radiation would cause problems. I don't know of any bomb that's caused radiation that caused problems. Do you? Because like they bombed Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and there were people there right
wasn't that an
after.
atomic? I thought that
People
was
never
atomic
left.
fission. Wasn't Nagasaki an atomic bomb?
Okay, so there's no radiation then? Is that what you claim?
Hang on.
I couldn't tell you the difference between an atomic bomb or a nuclear bomb. I can't tell the difference. Is there no nuclear in an atomic bomb?
No, there is, but I don't think it's sort of. They're not made of like uranium and that fucking irradiates everywhere, is it? I thought that would be different.
Now, I think they do put uranium in like artillery, which is like it's like poison basically. If it hits you, you're fucked.
Yeah. So you go atomic bombing. So it is a nuclear weapon, but in terms of like danger of the uranium, I don't think it's got uranium in it. I think. Right.
Because I mean, all you have to do is drop one. It should be radiated. That whole area should be unlivable for 100 years. Yeah. There's a place in, let's say Russia. The fuck is it called? Shit, I forgot what it's called. Supposedly, the area was bombed, or it had a nuke fallout or some shit. A plant overheated, and it was supposed to make the place unlivable for 150 years or something, and people never left. There's people still there today.
Yeah,
and nobody had 7 fingers. It's all just legit people. Nobody died of radiation. It was all fake.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out that. Like, I know atomic bombs are nuclear weapons, but the radiation effects I think are different to like a uranium bomb. I've got to figure out the difference.
Supposedly Kim Jong-un were blowing all these nuclear bombs in the ocean, but not one person got irradiated. Not one person died. Not even there's no proof of that. There's no proof that it wasn't just a regular bomb. There's no nuke, no fallout, no radiation.
No, I know.
That's why I'm calling bullshit on it. Bullshit on it because there's no effect.
Someone know the difference between like a bomb that's meant to spread radiation versus an atomic bomb? Because I'm pretty sure they're different.
But Ruhit, the whole point of a nuke is that it spreads radiation that has a fallout radiation which poisons the area. That's the whole point of it.
No,
otherwise, it's
just
a regular bomb.
No.
Otherwise, it's just a regular bomb.
No. It's not.
Okay, then what is a nuke for then?
And well, when you say a nuke, I make the distinction between that and an atomic bomb.
Okay,
So
but hang on,
I'm
Riff. They don't even
trying to
use
learn the
atomic
difference
bombs
between the
anymore.
two.
Atomic bomb, they don't even use those anymore. They're all nukes now. They have like,
Well,
okay, look, from what science tells, the warheads on the current nuclear bombs are 100 times what they had in Hiroshima. Correct? 100 times.
But one is meant to spread radiation, and one is just kind of a byproduct of how it works, and it doesn't sort of
Which means it's not a nuke.
Well, they're both technically
spread
nukes,
radiation
right? They're
and makes
both technically nukes. I'm trying to figure out the difference between the two.
Makes the place unlivable. And that, my friend, is not happening. Now, I heard a story that a movie was filming in Texas, and they blew some nuclear bombs in Texas, and the people that saw the fallout were on that set, the movie set, and those guys got cancer. I heard that story. That could have been like a fluoride bomb or a toxic bomb. It didn't have to be particularly a nuclear bomb. And guess what? There's no place in Texas that's radiated today, as far as I know, that's livable. So no nuke. So look that shit up, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to read about it now.
Think about it. Everyone's afraid of a nuke, but no one ever got hit by one. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they never left. Their people just living there till they never left. Yes, they got blown to smithereens, but people that lived there, they never left. They're still there, and the place is flourishing now. No nuclear fallout, no radiation.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to distinguish the difference between. So I can't imagine they would drop a bomb that was intended to make the place unlivable for centuries.
But that's what a nuke is.
Well, is it though? That's the question. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yes, that's what a nuke is. Otherwise, it's just a regular bomb.
No.
Yes. Like a rocket off a plane. A little rocket, poof, it blows up. Doesn't leave any, radiated behind. So I think they have bombs. I don't think they have nuclear bombs. Conspiracy. There's no 2000, what do you call it? Fallout. Be honest something, Brihif. I heard that Nagasaki secretly was a fluoride bomb, which is poison and toxic, but does not leave radiation. People that were in the area were, fucked, but it did not leave any radiated, nothing behind.
Let's go. Yeah, you'd have to ask someone that knows the chemistry and the action. But all I'm reading is saying that the scientific consensus is that most of the radiation would have dissipated quickly. It would be down to 1/1000th in 24 hours and 1/1,000,000th after a week. Excuse me. So the difference between that and what's it called? What's the fucking Ukrainian power plant called again? Fuck, what is it?
We gotta look into that, Rihiv.
Ukraine. Fuck. What's the most famous fucking power plant leak? Fuck.
Monday, NASA debunk. Tuesday, nuclear bombs debunk. Wednesday, what's next? What's for Wednesday?
What's the Ukraine, Russia, fucking 1980 something nuclear leak. Fuck.
There's no nuclear leak, bro, in Ukraine. Come on, dude.
No, what is it? Fuck. Someone help me. Come on. The most famous ever leak.
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl. Fuck.
But Chernobyl is not. There's no radiation there. They just evacuated. It was all propaganda. They evacuated. It's all propaganda. People live there. They never left. It's all bullshit. You can't confirm one person that got radiation in Chernobyl.
Right. Yeah. People go there with what they call Geiger counters. And
Yeah,
measure
I'm sure it goes like the little camera's like off the scale, right? I'm sure of it.
I'm sure you'll deny it. So yeah.
So maybe Chernobyl's the only radiated place in the whole world. Is that your
Fukushima? Fukushima is another leak as well.
Fukushima, that place is up and running, man.
What do they do with all the shit though?
Exactly, Bruce. This is where you gotta question these liars.
Let's look at Fukushima. Oops. Oops. Oh gosh. 2011. Is Fukushima? My internet's gone fucked, I think. Can you still hear me? Check 1, 2. Yeah, my internet's fucked. It's fucked.
Kangaroos are biting that internet cables, man.
Yeah.
Now remember, if there's a proper conspiracy, there will be cover-ups. So there will be lies for people who do look for stuff. But you'll probably see an extreme lack of evidence in actually nuclear radiated sites, for one. And then the next question is, how can we confirm there's actually radiated sites? That will be the next question. Can we confirm that?
Go there. If you think there's no radiation there, like take a Geiger counter and go there.
Right. I'm not much of a traveler myself.
Yeah.
Probably similar to you, since you've never been down to Antarctica, and you're right there next door. It's like your neighbor.
I would never go. Too remote.
Too remote. Let's listen to you, man.
Hmm.
You never been
I'd
a
be
Boy
terrified.
Scout? You never explored anything with him?
Explored? What do you mean? Haven't been to Antarctica, no.
I mean, you were never a Boy Scout that just hiked the mountain just because it was there, Go deep remote.
Yeah, you've got issues in like Antarctica getting, I don't know, proper medical attention. You've got to fly out for fucking, I don't know, 8-10 hours, whatever, 8 hours something. Yeah, it's not a simple trip.
According to you, it's only 2,500 miles for him. It's not even that far.
Oh, to
I mean,
the
anybody
edge,
wants to go, it would be you guys in Australia, I think.
Yeah, I don't want to go. Maybe you guys should send a flat earther there. Come back and see the 24-hour sun. Tell everyone about it.
We're going to send a flat earther
You cut out again. I assume it's my internet.
We're going to send a flat earther there, and the boat is going to be called In Search of the Dome.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking to Brian Leakey about this the other night. I mean, if he starts like a GoFundMe or a whatever, that'd be cool. Send someone down there. Oops. Okay. What the fuck? Ah. So the interwebs is saying that Fukushima is uninhabitable. I don't know how big the area is.
Where is Fukushima?
Japan.
Well, I'll tell you that's bullshit.
Well, you can disagree with stuff on the internet. That's okay. I'm just letting you know what the internet says.
There's no place in Japan that's uninhabitable. I'll tell you that right now. And Chernobyl is perfectly fine.
We'll go there and take a Geiger counter. Otherwise, I don't believe you.
I think there is poison, like if they poison like with a fluoride bomb, or they can poison it with, But I don't think there's a nuclear bomb that splits the atom. It's all fake.
Okay.
I'll be no fallout.
Okay.
When the Japanese had their meltdown, they told us that we would experience radiation in California. Nope, nothing. To see how everything's a lie, fear mongering, see like all the lies they tell in the media, nothing confirms. It's all bullshit. I mean, you can't confirm that one person ever died of nuclear radiation.
Really?
I propose that.
Okay. Oops.
Let me clarify. I think there is like that uranium, like on the elemental scale, and like plutonium, and probably they're highly toxic. You could theoretically poison someone. I believe that's a thing, right? Like you can poison someone, you can kill them. It's similar to if you just ingest, like mercury, right? Not the same as a radiation fallout, a nuclear bomb splitting an atom. Not the same thing. I do think there's poison, but I don't think there's this splitting the atom nuclear explosion happening, leaving behind in its wake a radiated area. If Fukushima's what's the word, evacuated, that's what happened. They evacuated, but I don't think that that is not livable. I would like to go there and take the Geiger counter.
Yeah.
See what's what. I mean, think about the real estate. Someone's got to be out there. Someone's got to buy that real estate.
Really? Why?
Someone will take a chance. Hell yeah. If there was radiation, a crazy person would buy that land.
Beautiful. Who wants to see Scarlet? You want to see Scarlet, Cedric?
Come again? You put a post or something?
No. Do you want to see Scarlet?
Do I want to what?
Do you want to see Scarlet? Hang on.
What is that? What are you talking about?
There we go. Can you say hi?
Oh, you're a doggy.
Hello. Yes.
Is that hang on a second, let me
Beautiful.
guess. Something exotic. A Pomeranian?
No. Let's go. No.
He's a pug.
No. She is a Brussels Griffin.
Holy cow.
Anyway, where come here. Okay. This way. Listen, Indy. Oh, jeez. Hi. Hello. Yeah, people.
Richard, are you breeding these animals?
No. No kiss. Don't get a kiss. I love you. Come on. Yeah, beautiful. Good girl. No, she is a Jack Russell cross pug. Don't you worry. You're a good girl. Beautiful. Anyway, there you go. And Daisy's upstairs, and where's Tess?
You're not like huge ass kangaroo looking hounds, you got some of these little tiny dogs.
Yeah, they're adorable.
How long can it take to feed them if you just throw some food on the ground?
No. Only the best for my babies.
I can tell you're into gourmet stuff, Rihif.
Not really, no. Not really. Man. According to the wiki page, one confirmed cancer death attributed to radiation exposure by the government for the purposes of compensation, following opinions from a panel of radiologists and other experts. Anyway.
Yeah, they gotta have that one. Let's make this a nuclear one. That way, it scares people. Really, we poisoned them. They drank some plutonium.
Right.
There is a Netflix special called I'm gonna say it's Kate. It was Kate. It was Woody Harrelson. He was handling an assassin, and she was a killer, and she got poisoned by like uranium or some shit, and she had 48 hours to live, and the whole thing was about her killing off people until the very end, and then I think she died. So, yeah, I think you can get poisoned. I think that's possible.
An assassin whose mentor and handler, Woody Harrelson, assigned her to kill high-ranking Yakuza boss.
Yes. Highly recommend the movie. Or at least it's worth a watch.
Okay. Nice.
What's the name of it?
Kate.
There you go. Yeah, so she got poisoned by an acute, some kind of uranium.
Oh, Kitty. You want to see my kitty?
Sure. I noticed I don't have video options on this server.
What options?
I don't have permission to do a video myself.
Hey, kitty. Come here. Say hi. Meow. 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 Anyway, that's this. They're all coming to say hi. Good.
Cats don't want to be left out on everything.
Yeah. Oh, before the final mission, Kate meets a charismatic stranger, Stephen, at her hotel's bar. The pair share a bottle of wine and have Rudy Nudies in her room. Probably shouldn't read the plot, should I, if I'm going to watch it?
That's when an assassin. I mean, when they
don't
drop the ball. Oh, you wanna watch it? I will spoil it for you.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. Oh, lordy.
Can you get Netflix all the way in Australia?
Yes, we have internet here as well.
You have internet. You don't have dial-up modem, 2800.
Yeah, 56k. 50. We got upgraded to 56k a few weeks ago.
So you finally got internet over there, huh? Damn.
Yes. Oh, okay. So Trump's going to get indicted in about 36 hours.
Indicted is not a conviction. It's all okay. Can I make a what do you call it when you tell the future? Can I make a forecast, Riff?
Sure.
Trump's gonna get let off. He's not gonna have any. It's gonna be thrown out, and it's just to entertain us and to take our attention away from something they're really trying to do behind the scenes.
So one
and
question
he will
for you,
come back
Godric.
and win. He'll come back and win presidency for a third time in a row, and he'll win the 2024.
Okay, one question.
That's my forecast.
All right. Did Michael Cohen deserve to go to prison?
I'm not up to snuff. What did Cohen do?
Cohen went to prison for this exact thing. He was the one that sort of facilitated the payments.
For who?
Trump.
Well, I guess so, and I'll tell you why. Because I remember Oliver. He did the same thing. He went to jail, right? He was the fall guy. He's a fall guy. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yep.
So so Trump will get off. Cohen will be in jail, and Trump will get off.
Oh, Cohen's out now.
Cohen was the fall guy
for a year.
Okay, he's out. Well,
yeah.
Could have been that serious. Could have been that serious.
I think he was sentenced to a year. Yeah. But he made those payments on behalf of Trump. You think Trump's not guilty if Cohen's gone to prison?
I have a question for you. Did you hear Pelosi's accusation about Trump.
Which one?
Pelosi said, "Well, Trump has nobody's above the law." She said. She tweeted. She said, "No one's above the law, and Trump has the right to try to prove his innocence."
Yep.
And that was a big blunder because what?
Why is that a blunder? He has the right to be innocent until proven guilty. What's wrong with that?
Because you're innocent until proven guilty.
Right. Presumption of innocence. Yep.
So you're not. She claimed that she had to prove his innocence.
Say that again.
She claimed. I don't remember, but the tweet indicated that he was guilty and he has to prove his innocence.
No.
Did you read the tweet? Did you read the tweet?
No, I'm hearing it from you. Pelosi Twitter.
What I wanted to ask you, is she that stupid, or is this just all bullshit, just like entertainment? Because I know she's a moron, but I don't think she's that stupid to tweet that. Let me find the tweet. Then you can see it.
Find the tweet, yes, please.
Hang on.
Can't see it on her personal one, and she doesn't have the Speaker Pelosi one anymore, right? Speaker Pelosi.
She is a complete moron and a worthless sack of shit. But I wonder if it's really just a ploy, because you can't be that bad.
Can't see this. The grand jury has acted upon the facts and the law. No one is above the law, and everyone has the right to a trial to prove innocence. Okay, all right. Readers added context that they thought people might want to know. Miss Pelosi mistakenly says that Trump can prove his innocence at trial. Law in the US assumes the innocence of a defendant, and the prosecution. Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay, so that was an obvious blunder, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, she misspoke.
Because she had a meltdown, she hates Trump, or is she really that stupid?
She just misspoke. Or mistweeted or whatever.
Okay, I have another one for you. This is a race card.
Right.
Oh shit! How am I gonna do this? Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yep. Xanax shit shrinks.
Okay, so over the last few years, they've been cutting out, like they canceled the Aunt Jemima syrup, maple syrup.
Yeah.
Because there's a black lady on it, and it said Aunt Jemima was the name of it, and they said it was racist, so they canceled the whole company went out of business.
Did they?
I'm gonna show you.
I thought they just changed. They changed the label, didn't they? Or am I thinking of the Indian one, the Native American one?
It's funny you mentioned that. I have the exact meme. Let me show it to you. Well, I mean, I have one of the memes. Okay,
Aunt Jemima went out of business. Aunt Jemima.
Did they business?
Wow. Apparently, yeah. Yep. Gee.
Now my phone is telling me I'm max storage.
Okay, so in June 2021, the Aunt Jemima brand was discontinued by its current owner, PepsiCo, with all products rebranded to Pearl Milling Company, the name of the company that produced the original mix. The Aunt Jemima name remains in use in the brand's tagline, "Same great taste as Aunt Jemima." Aunt Jemima.
But they had the actual maple syrup bottle was formed like a black lady with with the cat.
Yeah, I've seen the bottle. Yes.
What?
Mrs. Buttersworth, basically, yeah.
I'm just trying to explain to you this meme I was trying to send you has an Indian, has the ancient Mama Lady, has the another black dude. I forget what that guy got canceled for, and he has the Colonel, the Colonial Colonel, which is the Quaker brand oatmeal. You know, the Quaker brand oatmeal. It has the white dude.
Yeah,
So
we had Coon cheese here, by the way. We had Coon cheese for like over 100 years before we changed it. And Coon is a pretty derogatory term for a Indigenous Australian Aboriginal.
So it goes like this: when you're so woke and anti-racist that you get rid of hang on, shit. You get rid of everybody except the white guy. So the Quaker oat brand is still there, but the Indian's gone, the Mama's gone, fucking everyone else gone. So what do you think about that, Rahif?
There's a great meme about Mike Pence, right? Not allowed to have Mrs. Butterworth on the table because it's too sexual. Fantastic. The shapely bottle of Mrs. Butterworth. So what do I think about it? They make commercial decisions based on what people say. It's not something I care about much. Like the Redskins, the Washington Redskins changed their name. I mean, eventually that's going to happen, right? Because it's now a politically incorrect term, and the company will make a commercial decision to change it. Free market, Godric. Free market. Oops. It's like, what's the Chick-fil-A, right? Chick-fil-A is like a highly Christian brand. You know, they have their audience. Yeah.
Your point?
They have their audience, you know?
Yeah, but they didn't get canceled.
Right.
Okay, Rahif,